They were forced to abandon the car. As a baby, he'd been abandoned by his mother. We were sinking fast, and the captain gave the order to abandon ship. I lived with my mother and brother, but my father was never there. I knew that he had abandoned us for another woman. Arriving at an altitude of 2000 m, people can visit the abandoned salt mines. An abandoned baby was found in a box on the hospital steps. Please, just have a look at your wife Margaret, and her eyes will tell you that she is this abandoned princess of your childhood fairy tale. The protagonist had been bitten by a strange spider, and some days later, he noticed he had some strange powers, such as the ability to create spider's webs. I think bullfighting should be abolished. National service was abolished in Britain in 1962. Therefore, I suggest you should not change or abolish any event for any reason. What about Ava, is she nice? So the town was nice, how about the food? I also enjoy shopping for shoes, what about you? I was about to leave when Mark arrived. When I was just about to cross the road, I realized that I was going to faint at any moment. They heard someone moving/walking about outside. Above all, I'd like to thank my family. He is known above all for his film roles. She is a very nice person, and above all, she is really cheerful. Match these words with the pictures above. Please send the articles to the address given/shown above. I can be contacted at the above address, and I would be free to attend an interview at any time from Monday to Saturday. He's currently abroad on business. We always go abroad in the summer. I have never been abroad. A new manager was appointed during/in her absence. She has had repeated absences from work this year. Thank you very much for letting me stay in your flat during your absence on holiday. He drew attention to the absence of concrete evidence against the defendant. The biggest difference the absence of TV made in my life was that I actually started living. John has been absent from school/work for 3 days now. I would like to apologize, because I'm missing tomorrow's class. I'm going to be absent because my grandmother is ill and I have to take care of her. Absolute control. He's an absolute idiot. That's absolute rubbish. I have no experience of surfing, I am an absolute beginner with high motivation. The food was absolutely delicious. It's absolutely ridiculous. I have absolutely no idea what she's talking about. We've achieved absolutely nothing today. I absolutely hate it. I've heard the film is absolutely fantastic. Plants absorb carbon dioxide. The drug is quickly absorbed into the bloodstream. Everything is getting intermingled and absorbed into the system, making life terribly efficient, quick and easy. Simon was so absorbed in his computer game that he didn't notice me come in. We hadn't noticed them at first because we were absorbed in listening to the birds singing. Truth and beauty are abstract concepts. Reading improves your ability to imagine and your abstract thinking skills. Abstract art involves shapes and colors and not images of real things or people. What kind of material will you use for this painting? Will it be a realistic picture or an abstract one? What an absurd explanation. Don't be so absurd. Of course I want you to come. It's an absurd situation, neither of them will talk to the other. In your article some performers are called second-rate, which, in my view, is absurd when talking about such famous groups as Snakes and KGB. The rescued dogs had been victims of physical abuse. The one side opposes this treatment as an abuse of living creatures while the other side denies any suffering and points at the values of zoos for people. Drug and alcohol abuse contributed to his early death. This program tries to address problems that lead to substance abuse. Get information about the effects of drug abuse and make your generation a better one. As a member of our academic community, I'm very glad to hear that our college will have a surplus in its annual budget. He speaks with a broad/heavy/strong Yorkshire accent. Our teacher is a middle-aged lady with a kind smile and a British accent. There's an acute accent on the E of cafe. I've been invited to their wedding, but I haven't decided whether to accept. She won't accept advice from anyone. I hope that you accept my apology. He refuses to accept that he's made a mistake. I can't accept that there's nothing we can do. David told her that the reason for his failure was her, because she used to press him a lot and she couldn't accept that he wanted to be an actor. She's been accepted by 2 universities. He was accepted as a full member of the society. His fellow workers refused to accept him. When I returned home I checked my mail and I had a new message from my uncle, saying that the university have accepted me. I accept full responsibility for the failure of the plan. Clearly we need to come to an arrangement that is acceptable to both parties. This kind of attitude is simply not acceptable. So what is an acceptable level of radiation? I am sure that finally I will succeed in using English in an acceptable way. The system has been designed to give the user quick and easy access to the required information. I would suggest free internet access as an extra facility in our library. The only access to the village is by boat. I think it would be better if you stayed in a small village which has easy access to the city center. You can access the files over the internet. We have more time to stay together at home, because we can access the internet at home. The resort is easily accessible by road, rail, and air. It is very accessible because it is situated in the center. I deleted the file by accident. I was dancing and someone kicked me by accident and my glasses fell off. The archaeological site was located after the accidental discovery of bones in a field. She accidentally knocked over a glass of water. I accidentally broke one of your vases, the most beautiful one. The price includes flights, all meals, and accommodation. There's a shortage of cheap accommodation. You can find cheap accommodation in a student room because they are usually free in July and August. We accompanied her back to her hotel. Children under 10 must be accompanied by an adult. I asked my cousin to accompany me because she knew the way to the temple. The course books are accompanied by 4 CDs. The salmon was accompanied by a fresh green salad. The weather was very hot and a shining sun accompanied us during our trip. According to Sarah, they're not getting on very well at the moment. According to our records, you owe us 45. According to the guide, it was a famous culture in ancient times. Students are all put in different groups according to their ability. The job included organizing suitable activities according to their age, capability, and wishes. I've opened an account with another bank. I paid the money into my account this morning. The man, whose name I can't remember, wrote a serious-looking message in which he talked about a money transfer to a Swiss bank account. She gave a thrilling account of her life in the jungle. The documents provide a detailed account of the town's early history. I would be very interested in participating and writing the accounts of our journeys. A good architect takes account of the building's surroundings. I hope you will take account of our request. I think you have to take into account the fact that he's a good deal younger than the rest of us. Taking into account all these arguments, I also think, like many people, that keeping animals in zoos is cruel and unnecessary. He doesn't eat any dairy products on account of the diet he is following. On account of its location, it is always busy. I am working as an accountant at Deloitte & Touche. We can predict changes with a surprising degree of accuracy. I was very disappointed to observe your lack of accuracy in the description of this wonderful event. She was able to give the police a fairly accurate description of the man. Her novel is an accurate reflection of life in post-war Spain. We hope to become more accurate in predicting earthquakes. Some information in the guidebook was not very accurate. The plans should be drawn as accurately as possible, showing all the measurements. It's necessary to consider a lot of aspects to answer this question accurately, but in general I would prefer to go to work by bicycle. He's been accused of robbery/murder. Are you accusing me of lying? They were accused of vandalism. As you get older, you have all sorts of aches and pains. I've got an ache in my lower back. Since then, I have had an ache in my left leg. My head/tooth/back aches. I'm aching all over. After an hour of horseback riding, your muscles can really ache. She finally achieved her ambition to visit South America. The government's training policy, he claimed, was achieving its objectives. My father is a person who has achieved a lot of great things in his life. An Olympic silver medal is a remarkable achievement for such a young athlete. It gives you a sense of achievement if you actually make it to the end of a very long book. I think this is an achievement because he is now a lawyer. Dictionary examples: hydrochloric/fatty acid vinegar is an acid. We saw a little black dragon with scales like iron charging at us and spitting acid. He acquired the firm in 1978. I seem to have acquired 2 copies of this book. I would like to join the club because I will be able to acquire more stamps for my collection. I have already acquired experience in the tourism field, working as a guard in a summer camp in Florida in 1997. Have you ever acted in a play before? Andrew Pike was chosen to act the part of the lawyer in the film. We are taught how to act in both comic and serious parts. He acted as if he'd never met me before. Don't be so silly, you're acting like a child. I always care about how much money I have and I always act sensibly. Her character doesn't appear until Act 2. Everything was going all right, until we reached the balcony act. She acted without thinking. We have to act now to stop the spread of this disease. We can make the village much more attractive than it has ever been. If we act together as a group, things will be easier. The simple act of telling someone about a problem can help. I think that reading is an act of intelligence because animals can't read, while watching TV is only an act of having fun. I like films with a lot of action. In her last novel, the action moves between Greece and southern Spain. I really like science fiction films and this film has lots of action and special effects. We must take action before the problem gets worse. She has to accept the consequences of her actions. What do you think is the best course of action? I decided to take action on my own. You've got to try to keep active as you grow older. Nico is a very active guy and I enjoyed going out with him very much. An active verb or sentence is one in which the subject is the person or thing doing the action. Katrin told me is an active sentence, and I was told by Katrin is passive. He played an active role in the campaign. Both of his parents were politically active. Enemy forces remain active in the mountainous areas around the city. I have always been very active in different organizations, sports as well as charity. He's very actively involved in the local Labour Party. I've been actively looking for a job for 6 months. There's statistical evidence that maths can train a brain to study actively. But Rollo was also a good man, so when a policeman, called Calloway, informed him about Harry's illegal activity, he turned against him. Ministers are concerned by the low level of economic activity. There was a lot of activity the other side of the room. Technical progress and industrial activity are causing a lot of problems. We had estimated about 300 visitors, but the actual number was much higher. The exams are in July, but the actual results don't appear until September. In my opinion, Burgers Bush, Safari and Zoo in Arnhem has found the perfect solution. The actual zoo is rather small but each animal has a lot of space for running or wandering around. I thought she was Portuguese, but in actual fact she's Brazilian. Nowadays almost all people own a car and in actual fact more and more people have been facing death as a consequence of careless driving. A friend of mine from university was actually at the same concert. I hadn't seen her for years. Don't tell me he actually paid for you. You are honored. It was so cool, man. They had actually built a good skate park with a pool, a half pipe, a fun box, several rails and of course many ramps. Actually, Gavin, it was Tuesday of last week, not Wednesday. Actually, Torrance was the second group at the festival. I think you probably missed the first performance in which King Cup sang. I saw an ad for a part-time job that you might like. The ad mentions this is a temporary job, up to 6 months and part-time or full-time. It takes time to adapt to a new working environment. I and my parents easily adapted to London, and to English people. Many software companies have adapted popular programs to the new operating system. Davies is busy adapting Brinkworth's latest novel for television. In my opinion, as the town is not so big, it will be enough to adapt the 2 areas outside the town walls and to use them for car parking. She was sad, she said, but added that she felt she had made the right decision. The guide told us they called it Swan Lake because there are lots of swans, and added that the swans come from all over the country. Her colleagues' laughter only added to her embarrassment. To add to the bitterness, I had my right hand broken. I'm a chocolate/shopping addict. I like TV, I watch it, but luckily I haven't become a TV addict yet. He later became addicted to heroin. One day my uncle called and told me a story of a boy who was addicted to drugs. He's addicted to chocolate/football. However, I believe that some people are addicted to computer games, and that is not good. His addiction to computer games means he is spending far too much time indoors. Sending text messages is an addiction which every teenager is obsessed with. In addition to his flat in London, he has a villa in Italy and a castle in Scotland. In addition, I saw a wonderful program about Aborigines. Defender Matt Smith is the latest addition to the team. There is only one more thing missing. It would be great if there was popcorn provided. I am sure that would be a good addition for everyone. Twice a week the children are tested in basic mathematical skills such as addition and subtraction. There will be an extra charge for any additional passengers. I do have some additional questions for you. Additionally, we request a deposit of $200 in advance. Additionally, I am very interested in helping an organization that's trying to protect the environment. I didn't have adequate time to prepare. Will future oil supplies be adequate to meet world needs? I hope the information I gave is adequate. The sound quality isn't brilliant, but it's adequate for everyday use. The council's provision for the elderly is barely adequate. In my opinion, animals should only be kept in a zoo that provides adequate living conditions and sufficient room. While some patients can be adequately cared for at home, others are best served by care in a hospital. Always before noun, a close relative is someone who is directly related to you, for example, your mother, father or brother. There weren't many people at the funeral, just close family/relatives. Thompson has a close family, his son lives with them, and his company makes a good profit. Come a bit closer. He stayed close to his mother. There's a great beach close by. Anta told me that there is a Hindu temple close by. The burglars had got in through a downstairs window. Every year when winter comes, our heating doesn't work very well. The upstairs rooms are okay, but the downstairs rooms are cold. A live radio or television program is seen or heard as it happens. In January, there is a special live concert which includes the most popular music in my country. You'd be perfect for the job. The weather's just perfect for a picnic. The weather was perfect for the cycling holiday. I try to keep meat separate from other food in the fridge. But there was no choice, as all my friends that did go were already in separate rooms. Use a separate sheet of paper. The art department and the main college are in 2 separate buildings. Yesterday I bought a lot of presents, so I needed a separate suitcase. The footballer Paul Gascoigne is to host a Channel 4 television series on soccer skills. I missed the 2nd episode of the series, so I don't know what's going on now. I like television series like Smallville. If you say that someone is grown up, you mean that they are an adult or that they behave in a responsible way. She has 2 grown-up children who work in the family business. Now, as a grown-up person, I am trying to evaluate such an upbringing objectively. I've asked him to turn his music down on 3 separate occasions. I have my professional life and my private life, and I try to keep them separate. 3 youths have been shot and killed in separate incidents this month. She went to Lisbon, and we ended up living separately VES. He put the documents carefully in his inside pocket. At first Chris didn't seem to recognize him, but as soon as he did, his hand reached into his inside pocket. I was going to say to him to turn on the outside light, but seeing his face, I changed my mind. The outside of the house needs painting. The house looks larger when looked at from the outside. It had been dark in the room since the door was locked from the outside. The rebels took over the capital and set up a new government. Rebels seized control of the airport. Children often rebel against eating certain foods. Rory won't eat vegetables. His brother was never kind with her and she always wanted to rebel. If the chair is too high you can adjust it to suit you. As a teacher you have to adjust your methods to suit the needs of different children. I had to clean the lenses, prepare the tapes, and adjust the sound. They found it hard to adjust to life in a new country. People will be able to adjust and change with the times. We've made a few adjustments to the schedule. I have a few minor adjustments to make. I have some questions and a minor adjustment to make. My admiration for that woman grows daily. She gazed in admiration at his broad, muscular shoulders. All over the world there are so many people who deserve admiration. I was just admiring your jacket, Delia. We stood for a few moments, admiring the view. It was a sunny day, luckily, so I was able to admire the lake and the Marmolada, the highest mountain in the Dolomites. I admired him for his determination. I really admire people who can work in such difficult conditions. The person I admire most, however, is my father. Art exhibition, free admission. They are charging more for admission to the festival this year. We believe that this is a great opportunity because it is one of the best shows of the year, and the best part is that the admission is free for students. He admitted his guilt/mistake. She admitted that she had made a mistake. I wasn't entirely honest with him, I admit, but I didn't actually tell him any lies. I have to admit I love lions, but while I was watching the program, I was afraid. She's applied for admission to law school. I was wondering whether you could send me some information about the rules of admission to the club. Admittedly, I could have tried harder, but I still don't think all this criticism is fair. Admittedly, using your car is more convenient and easier than using public transport, but in my opinion, the advantages of using public transport outweigh the disadvantages it can cause. They've adopted a baby girl. She had the child adopted. She isn't my biological mother, she adopted me when I was a baby. We've adopted a new approach to the problem. The new tax would force companies to adopt energy-saving measures. He's adopted a remarkably light-hearted attitude towards the situation. I believe that we must continue to adopt his ideas. They've got 2 adopted children and one of their own. She couldn't have children, so they were considering adoption. If you're going to come, please let me know in advance. Don't forget to book in advance because as you can imagine, everyone goes away from the city during the summer holiday. I guess science is about solving our daily problems with technological advances. This is the most advanced type of engine available. We are living in the 21st century where everybody is surrounded by advanced technological methods. The advantage of booking tickets in advance is that you get better seats. For a goalkeeper, it's a great advantage to have big hands. The main advantage is that there are so many places to visit, like museums, old streets in the city center, churches, and cathedrals. I thought I'd take advantage of the sports facilities while I'm here. If you take advantage of this opportunity, in the future you'll thank me. I think she takes advantage of his good nature. There will always be the threat of those men who take advantage of animals' inferior status. These new routes will give the airline the advantage over its competitors. I'm trying to be more adventurous with my cooking. She led an adventurous life. I think it's better for us to sleep in tents because it'll be more adventurous than staying in rooms. If you have a feeling inside, you have a feeling, although you might not show it to other people. She couldn't cope with the grief she felt inside. They had to go to the vet more often, but it wasn't hard for them because of the love that they felt inside. I read an advert in the newspaper about that new club called Click. Companies are not allowed to advertise cigarettes on television anymore. On this bus we can advertise the village's best products. The university is advertising for catering staff. Dear Sir/Madam, I wish to apply for the post of helper which was advertised on the college notice board last Monday. Some weeks ago, she was hired by a famous advertising company, widely known for its ironic ads. I think I'd advise him to leave the company. I'd strongly advise against making a sudden decision. They're advising that children be kept out of the sun altogether. I'd advise waiting until tomorrow. She advised us when to come. I advise you to go there and have a good time. She's having an affair with a married man. The book doesn't make any mention of his love affairs. I met a very handsome man and my husband had a little love affair with a very pretty girl there, but we forgave each other. The government's handling of the affair has been widely criticized. He refused to discuss his financial affairs. To make matters worse, people gossiped about me and tried to find out more and more about my private affairs, which made me feel embarrassed. The divorce affected every aspect of her life. Both buildings were badly affected by the fire. The telephone is a very important invention, which has affected our lives. I was deeply affected by the film. When the FOURTH song, Rebel Lion started, I was deeply affected by the RHYTHM. He had a deep affection for his aunt. She felt no affection for the child. In addition, she loves me very much and she offers a lot of affection to me when I face a difficult situation with my job. I don't know how he can afford a new car on his salary. Few people are able to afford cars like that. I'd love to go away for a few days, but I can't afford the time. I can't afford to buy a house. Unfortunately, I can't afford it now, but Christmas is coming, so I can ask my parents for a stereo for Christmas, but I'm not sure if they will agree or not. Many people are afraid that they might lose their jobs. She's afraid of upsetting Claire. If I go shopping for clothes as a gift for children, I'm usually afraid of buying the wrong size. We ran after him but he escaped. You can't expect to be perfect, after all, it was only your first lesson. I stopped talking with my friends, but not for long, after all, we are friends. Anyway, I'm planning nice things for the next April 1st. We went to the same part of France for our holidays year after year. And there she was, day after day, walking in the rain. Shortly after we joined the motorway, the car started to make a strange noise. I went to the post office immediately after I left you. I hope we will meet soon after I come back home. I'll never trust her again after what she did to me. I really needed those days after what I've been through this spring. He played the same song again and again. I read it again and again and was more and more surprised. Once again I'm left with all the washing up. Once again I'm sorry. We had to start all over again. After that I went back to my home in Ribeirão Preto to begin my routine all over again. The bus was late yet again. Tom, thank you so much yet again for your interest. This talk is very important to me and to count on you is an honor for our college. Commuting is not so bad when you are traveling against the traffic. We had to fight against the wind and the rain. She spoke against the decision to close the college. Are you for or against the proposal? It is very hard to keep a dog because it makes too much noise and so my mum is against it. It's against the law to leave a young child alone in the house. Until that moment, Mary thought her uncle and his friends were smugglers and were doing things against the law. I'm going to see Ice Age, it's a good comedy. As you know, I am employed in a travel agency and last week I started my new English class. Please contact our agent in Spain for further information. I hope the agent will sell it soon. She interrupted and told the man that she was a secret agent. I've been waiting here for ages. I feel like I've been here for ages. If I criticize him, he gets aggressive and starts shouting. At such moments he became angry and aggressive. Small children often behave aggressively. They played more aggressively in the second half. We agreed to meet on Sunday. We couldn't agree on what to buy. I met him when I traveled to Greece last year and we agreed to meet this year in Switzerland. She agreed to help him. The bank has agreed to lend me 5,000. When I came home, I told my mother everything and she agreed to put him up. It was difficult to reach an agreement. The government has signed an international agreement on climate change. They have broken the agreement on human rights. There was an attempt to cut down on using and producing sprays which destroy the ozone layer and an international agreement was signed. Are we all in agreement? There was broad agreement about on what to do. With your agreement we could change the program. Agriculture is still largely based on traditional methods in some countries. The area depends on agriculture for most of its income. People who live in big cities suffer from air pollution and noise, and villagers suffer from chemicals used for agriculture. Turn left at the traffic lights, and you'll see the hospital straight ahead. Behind our school there was a beautiful forest and if you walk 200 meters straight ahead you would reach a clearing. She has a difficult time ahead of her. Even if you're satisfied with your life now, take a look 10 or 20 years ahead. Barcelona was ahead after 10 minutes. He went to Paris with the aim of improving his French. My main aim is to make people laugh. The aim was to get a picture of each person. I aim to be a millionaire by the time I'm 35. Our English club aims to help students with their English. These advertisements are specifically aimed at young people. Piazza is too modern and is aimed at the young. He kicked the ball high in the air. It was an old painting. In it, a man was holding his axe up in the air and was ready to hit a tree. They have all the Swedish aircraft that have ever been built. I wish my car had air conditioning. The rooms are big and there's cable TV and air conditioning. During the day you can visit all of our museums or schools or even the Air Force Base, which is open from 9:00 until 18:00. What airline did you fly? She explained the situation to the authorities and because there was no flight back to London, the airline had no choice but to pay for her stay. It turned out that the fire alarm had gone off and they had to evacuate the building. The alarm went off at 5:30 and she got up immediately. Suddenly the alarm started to ring and I woke up to go to school. I'm only 15 years old and not allowed to drink alcoholic drinks. The children all look very alike. First of all, Jem and Joss Merlin look alike physically. We think alike. My father treated us all alike. Friends and family alike were shocked by the news of her death. It was indeed a great treat for old and young alike. He must be 90 if he's still alive. It was a bad fall, she's lucky to be alive. I was very happy that my father was still alive. All I remember is waking up in hospital. All you can do is hope he'll get better. Actually, I lost my job last week. All I can do is buy a computer and get on the internet to find another job. Can I help at all? He hasn't changed at all. The sun was shining and there were no clouds at all, so we could see the light blue sky. Above all, I'd like to thank my family. He is known above all for his film roles. She is a very nice person and above all, she is really cheerful. You can't expect to be perfect, after all, it was only your first lesson. I stopped talking with my friends, but not for long, after all, we are friends. Anyway, I'm planning nice things for the next April 1st. I hope all is well with Jack. Learner example, I hope all's well. He told us about his school and all that. We decided to stay in bed, with it being a holiday and all that. I really enjoy shopping for clothes, but not only for clothes, also for things like earrings and all that. It was 3-all at halftime. Some of the children came, so there were 15 of us in all. Secondly, Even though most people like the group Radiant, they only played for 35 minutes in all. All of a sudden, he came bursting in through the door. All of a sudden, a weird creature popped into his dream. We had to start all over again. After that I went back to my home in Ribeirão Preto to begin my routine all over again. I knew all along that it was a mistake. In the future the key word for fashion will be comfort, as this is basically what everyone has been wanting all along. All in all, it was a great holiday. All in all, nobody cares about air pollution and the environment in general. There were dirty dishes all over the place. I am thinking of dog dirt on the pavements, cans all over the place, and a lot of disgusting paintings on the walls in the public toilets, the underground and so on. We arrived by ship and the trip was alright, except my friend Tim was ill. You're not allowed to talk during the exam. Pets aren't allowed in this hotel. The referee decided to allow the goal. I have very strict teachers and they won't allow me to enter the classroom if I'm late. Leave him alone, he's tired. Leave me alone, you monster, I said in panic. Dictionary examples: a row of houses along the river, cars were parked all along the road. To my surprise, there was a charming beach along the cycle route. We were just walking along, chatting. Why don't you take him along with you when you go? I'll bring some food along and we can have a picnic. My boyfriend came along with me. Somewhere along this road there's a garage. She told me that along the road there are several places to visit, like a castle which is open to the public. I knew all along that it was a mistake. In the future the key word for fashion will be comfort, as this is basically what everyone has been wanting all along. California along with Florida is probably the most popular American holiday destination. I speak foreign languages, English, French and Italian, along with Greek. He read her letter aloud to the rest of the family. I laughed aloud at some of his comments. I was just thinking aloud. Thinking aloud is an old habit of mine. The first evening, we learned how to spell the alphabet. The names are published in alphabetical order. She looked again at the strange words and then she understood. Each letter had been replaced by the next one in the alphabetical order. Are you buying Christmas cards already? It's only September. I've only eaten one course and I'm already full. Since I have already reserved a room for myself, I am now sitting on the balcony, watching the beautiful views of the beach and tall pine trees. What did you think of the film? It was alright. Nothing special. Did your exam go alright? I hope the weather will be alright. We've had to alter some of our plans. Giving up our car has altered our lifestyle a lot. To go to the show, we need to alter the program. It's a low-fat alternative to butter. I'm afraid I have no alternative but to ask you to leave. Another alternative is to go up the mountain by chairlifts or funicular railway. We can make alternative arrangements if necessary. The new direct coach service is an alternative way of getting to Lambton. I wonder if you've ever heard of alternative music? We could go to the Indian restaurant, or alternatively, we could try that new Italian place. Alternatively, I suggest that you should invite a famous writer. He's coming to see us this evening, although I don't know exactly when. He's rather shy, although he's not as bad as he used to be. I liked the food although my friends didn't like it. She walked home by herself, although she knew that it was dangerous. There were no taxis on the street, so, although it was raining, I started walking in the rain. There were 20 people there altogether. That'll be 52.50 altogether, please. They cost 1,700 baht altogether. She wrote less and less often, and eventually she stopped altogether. I'm not altogether sure about the idea. I don't altogether agree with this fact. Altogether, I'd say the party was a great success. Altogether, I believe that the most cruel creature on earth is the human being. Cover the fish with aluminium foil and cook over a low heat. We take all our aluminium cans for recycling. In the future jewelry will be made of metals which occur naturally and which are cheap now but will be extremely expensive 100 years from now, such as aluminium and zinc. You can always stay with us if you miss your train. Watching them painting is better than seeing their art in any museum, and you can always do some sightseeing through our historical ruins, our mountains, or villages. He's always losing his keys. I am always trying to convince my friend Maria of these dangers. She was amazed at how calm she felt after the accident. I was absolutely amazed when I heard the news. I was amazed to hear that Chris had won first prize. I'm amazed that she didn't complain. Dear David Beckham, how are you? I was amazed to find your letter in my mailbox. She stared in amazement. To my amazement, he ate the whole lot. Then, to her amazement, she saw him with another girl. It's amazing to think that the managing director is only 23. It's amazing that no one else has applied for the job. The amazing thing is that it was kept secret for so long. Dear Richard, it's amazing you didn't forget my birthday. The food was amazingly good. Amazingly enough, no one else has applied for the job. Amazingly, he didn't come back until midnight. Britain's ambassador in Moscow has refused to comment. She's a former ambassador to the United States. On the first floor is the star of the museum, a splendid grand piano built in 1893, which was offered by the Queen to the French ambassador in 1895. His ambition is to run his own business. He has already achieved his main ambition in life, to become wealthy. Learning English is one of my ambitions. I saw a few familiar faces among the crowd. Rescue teams searched among the ruins for survivors. If you love nature, you can eat under trees and among flowers. My sister always had more ambition than I did. Love, hate, ambition and fear of losing are the main subjects for Orson Welles and Tim Burton, the directors of these two films. He's very ambitious for his children. I chose Omar because I find him very talented and ambitious. If a plan or idea is ambitious, it will need a lot of work and will be difficult to achieve. This is our most ambitious project so far. She has some ambitious plans for her business. If we accomplish these ambitious plans, we can even run for the 2006 Winter Olympic Games. It's worth visiting the museum while you're here. There's an exhibition about Darwin and a good collection of paintings, among other things. To go by tram or bus is a waste of time and traveling by car is, among other things, a waste of money. He is among the top 5 tennis players in the country. It was among the worst zoos I have ever seen. There is a need to raise skill levels both amongst those in work and those seeking work. He was no longer a man amongst others but a man with a free soul. They didn't deliver the right amount of sand. Small amounts of land were used for keeping animals. I didn't expect the bill to come to this amount. You wouldn't believe the amount of trouble I've had with this car. You'll also be able to go out to pubs or nightclubs, and you'll spend a very small amount of money. The video clips on that website always amuse me. I think it amuses him to see people make fools of themselves. The Blind Owl, his masterpiece, is a surrealistic novella which has amused critics and ordinary readers for years. I bought a book of crosswords to amuse myself while I was on the train. Another idea is to call a well-known band to amuse all the young people. She was very amused by / at your comments. When the taxi arrived, he was so amused about the news that an old woman took it. How do you keep an 8-year-old boy amused? I could keep them amused with my funny stories. She looked at him with great amusement. Carl came last in the race, much to my amusement. I play the piano, but just for my own amusement. In particular, computer games are a kind of amusement, for them and for everyone. Our teacher is really amusing, he makes people laugh all the time. Researchers analyzed the purchases of 6,300 households. Water samples taken from streams were analyzed for contamination by chemicals. He told me how we can analyze movies. Chemical analysis revealed a high content of copper. I was interested in Clara's analysis of the situation. I would not do my school projects without using a computer, because I have to do some statistical analysis. As you know, I got promotion as a project analyst recently. My ancestors came from Ireland. We are living in a technologically advanced world where we are surrounded by all sorts of devices, which would seem fantastic to our ancestors. People have lived in this valley since ancient times. I would recommend you to visit Rome, because you shouldn't miss seeing the huge monuments, the ancient Roman ruins and the Vatican. She spends hours and hours on the telephone. The sound grew louder and louder. We laughed and laughed. The situation became harder and harder. According to the Bible, an angel told Mary that she would have God's son, Jesus. I like to wear a top with a picture of an angel that my mother bought for me as my birthday present. I think he feels a lot of anger towards his father who treated him very badly as a child. The people showed no surprise or anger at their treatment. Tricia, who had invited us there, looked like she was about to explode with anger or burst into tears. "Don't do that," she shouted angrily. Demonstrators protested angrily following the jury's verdict. The Prime Minister reacted angrily to claims that he had lied to the House of Commons. "How dare she do that to me?" I thought, angrily. Are humans the only animals to use language? I think the human is an animal that wants to do amusing things. An animated film is one in which drawings and models seem to move. He makes animated films. It's a funny animated film about a superhero family. It's a comedy animation about penguins. I fell over and sprained/twisted my ankle. I have broken my ankle and I need to stay in bed during the day. We always celebrate our wedding anniversary with dinner in an expensive restaurant. Tomorrow is the 50th anniversary of the revolution. She and her husband are touring Europe for a second honeymoon, on the 10th anniversary of their marriage. The Prime Minister has just announced that public spending will be increased next year. The company has announced plans to open 6 new stores. After dinner, they announced the winner of the competition. The TV has just announced a bus drivers' strike for tomorrow morning. The president made an unexpected announcement this morning. I heard about this club in a radio announcement. Tim really annoyed me in the meeting this morning. I'm sorry, is my cough annoying you? It annoys me that she just expects us to help. It really annoys me when people expect me to tip as well as pay a service charge in a restaurant. My bed makes a loud noise when I lie down on it. It annoys me. I was so annoyed with him for turning up late. He was annoyed at the way she tried to take over the whole meeting. My parents were rather annoyed that I hadn't told them about the accident. She was annoyed to discover that her husband had taken her car keys. I was a bit annoyed when I found out, but it's all right. It's really annoying when a train is late and there's no explanation. He's got a really annoying laugh. Do you like going shopping with your mom? They are sometimes annoying, aren't they? I never miss the annual sale at the department store near my place. Your starting salary is 28,000 per year and will be reviewed annually. Dear Mr. Benson, I am writing with regard to your letter, in which you ask me to give you some pieces of advice for the special events which take place in the college annually. How can they reach an agreement if they won't talk to one another? We know one another from Poland. It's a difficult situation and I don't know what the answer is. So what's the answer to the problem? There's no easy answer to the problem. Should wild animals be kept in cages, and denied their freedom so that we can have the pleasure of watching them in zoos? Well, there's no simple answer to that question. I couldn't answer the last 3 questions. That was to be my first interview, and I had never before answered a test of personality, so I felt insecure. There were ants crawling all over the ground. I have known Larry since I was 5 years old and he couldn't hurt an ant, I am sure about it. My mother collects antiques. First we drove to the old city where there were lots of different shops selling clothes, shoes, antiques, and jewelry. There's a nice, cozy lobby, with antique furniture and a fireplace. Children normally feel a lot of anxiety about their first day at school. That explains his anxiety over his health. On the other hand, if we consider the statement in general, we could infer that the teenage years are quite a good time in a person's life, as there is no stress or anxiety that is usually encountered later on in life. He's very anxious about his exams. My mother always gets a bit anxious if we're late. I saw my sister's anxious face at the window. I am a bit anxious about my mum's reaction, but I am sure she'll enjoy this party. I'm anxious to hear her news. I'm anxious that we get there on time because I don't think there'll be many seats left. I am very anxious for you to tell me what type of competition you managed to win. We waited anxiously by the phone. I am waiting for your reply anxiously. Do you feel any better? I can't walk any faster. Those trousers don't look any different from the others. Houses in this area used to be a real bargain, but they're not cheap anymore. This radio isn't any good, I'll have to buy another. She couldn't wait any longer. I couldn't wait any longer, I had to see Sammy. Anybody can join the club and the membership is free. The competition is open to anybody under the age of 16. Anybody could understand it. Anyone can go, you don't have to be invited. Anyone could dress well with all that money. The third program was a joke competition. Anyone could come there and tell his joke. He hates carrots but he ate them anyhow. It wasn't a great support, but anyhow I consider my choice to be the best I could have made. Anyhow, as I said, I'll be away next week. After that we drove for about 1 hour before we had to take a lunch break. It was still very hot when we continued our trip and we had to stop once more. Anyhow, we got to Munich the same day, where we stayed for 2 days. I don't need a car and I can't afford one anyhow. We both thought that it was a good idea to have that stopover at your place as it was on our route to Norway anyhow. Do you want a drink or anything? Did you do any sightseeing or anything? Does he look anything like his brother? Even in my dreams I haven't seen anything like it. I don't have time to go and anyway it's too expensive. Of course I don't mind taking you home, I'm going that way anyway. I'm going to buy a new bed, because the old one has broken, and anyway it wasn't very comfortable. I tried discussing the problem with her but I didn't get anywhere. If we think about making an effort and changing our daily routine at once, we will never get anywhere because a drastic change usually does not last. Apart from the low salary, it's a great job. He works until 9 o'clock every evening, and that's quite apart from the work he does over the weekend. So, when he started to speak, I couldn't understand anything apart from thanks. Stand with your feet wide apart. How far apart should the speakers be? We were asked to stand in 2 lines 3 meters apart. I forget the exact age difference between Mark and his brother, they're 2 or 3 years apart. They are situated on the same street, only 100 meters apart, on each side of the street. If 2 people are apart, they are not in the same place together. By this time my parents were living apart. I'll always remember those 2 days which we spent together after such a long time living apart. I took the motor apart to see how it worked. My jacket is so old, it's coming apart. I must apologize to Isabel for my behavior. Trains may be subject to delay, we apologize for any inconvenience caused. She apologized for having to leave early. I'm writing to apologize because I won't be at tomorrow WS class. I have an apology to make to you, I'm afraid I opened your letter by mistake. I owe you an apology, Chris. Hi Zita, please accept my apology for this belated letter which you're holding in your hands. I'm Ian. She was born in 65. Her unhappiness was apparent to everyone. It was becoming increasingly apparent that he could no longer look after himself. I was on the metro this morning when for no apparent reason the man opposite suddenly screamed. This was my dad, Always doing weird things for no apparent reason. Apparently it's going to rain today. Apparently he's had enough of England and is going back to Australia. There were 2 apparently unrelated deaths. An 80-year-old woman was badly hurt in what the police describe as an apparently random attack. People found it important and still do, but apparently, today, we don't appreciate reading as much as our ancestors. Spielberg films have a wide appeal. Parties on riverboats have lost their appeal since one sank last year. In my opinion, computer games are so popular because the games have developed their graphics and they have more appeal to youngsters. Cycling has never really appealed to me. It's a program designed to appeal mainly to 16 to 25-year-olds. In addition, books appeal to our imagination. He suddenly appeared in the doorway. Then a bright light appeared in the sky. Suddenly the singer of the band appeared. She appears briefly in the new Bond film. What I like the most is that I'm going to appear on TV. He appeared calm and relaxed. There appears to be some mistake. But, the reality is, that life appears very short to me. It appears that she left the party alone. It appears that people are more aware about clothes and also work. Laptop computers first appeared in the 1980s. The story appeared in all the major newspapers. In almost every city fast food restaurants have a pier ed, which have a big group of fans. The buildings are very similar in appearance. You can alter/change the whole appearance of a room just by lighting it in a certain way. She gives the appearance of being very efficient. I usually buy fashionable clothes, because I think your appearance is really important. It was his first appearance on television/television appearance as president. She made 2 appearances during her visit. She will be making a public appearance, signing copies of her latest novel. The appearance of new products on the market has increased competition. The appearance of the car has facilitated our lives. I've sent off applications for 4 different jobs. Have you filled in the application form for your passport yet? After having filled in the application form, the master pilot took us on a short trip around the hangars showing the planes used for training. Typical examples of software applications are spreadsheets, media players, and database applications. By the time I saw the job advertised, it was already too late to apply. I've applied for a job there. Please apply in writing to the address below. I applied for this course and went to my first lesson last week. That bit of the form is for UK citizens, it doesn't apply to you. He seems to think that the normal rules of behavior don't apply to him. Those were old regulations, they don't apply anymore. The same doesn't apply to a teenager who lives in illness and poverty and whose family and friends constantly mistreat him. There's no point buying him expensive wines, he doesn't appreciate them. I don't think you appreciate how much time I spent preparing this meal. I would appreciate it if you could let me know in advance whether or not you will be coming. Thanks for all the help you gave us last weekend. We really appreciate it. I appreciate your making the effort to come. Thanks for your congratulations. I really appreciate it. You've done so much to help us, so, to show our appreciation, we bought you a little gift. The crowd cheered in appreciation. Children rarely show any appreciation of/for what their parents do for them. My appreciation of art has increased as I've got older. To show our appreciation, we would also like to invite you to dinner afterwards at the Red Baron. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching Paddington Station. Christmas is fast approaching. The holidays are approaching. I'm not sure how to approach the problem. This is the right way to approach the issue. In Sweden they have a different approach to the problem. I thought we'd adopt/take a new approach. This will show the contrast in teaching methods, different approaches to students and the techniques used by different teachers. The siren signaled the approach of an ambulance. Please fasten your seat belts, the plane is now making its final approach, to Heathrow Airport. Is this film appropriate for small children? I didn't think his comments were very appropriate at the time. I will explain why I am an appropriate person for this job. She didn't think we were appropriately dressed for a wedding. I enjoyed reading it and I think it appropriately describes the atmosphere of that lovely town. He showed his approval by smiling broadly. Sam always tried hard to win his father's approval. Does the wine meet with your approval? The project has now received approval from the government. The teacher gave the student a nod of approval. Besides the questionable approval given by governmental authorities, the situation might be useful to us. The council has approved plans for a new shopping center. The court approved the sale of the property. She doesn't approve of my friends. He doesn't approve of smoking. The head of department seems to approve of what I am doing. Woods didn't approve of the government's attitude to them. The train's approximate time of arrival is 10.30. Can you give me an approximate idea of the numbers involved? The approximate figure is about 5,000 people. The job will take approximately 2 weeks, and cost around 1,000. The college has approximately 700 students. From the airport of Larnaca you need approximately 45 minutes by taxi, to Adrianapa. He trained as an architect in Edinburgh and then moved to London to find work. He knew that I wanted to be an architect. There are beautiful places like Marrari-on-Bann, which is outstanding in its architecture. He studied architecture. I want to study architecture in the UK but English is a problem, so I need spend a lot of time learning it. I'm staying in a very big hotel, it has a swimming pool, a golf area, gardens and also a children's area. Marketing is Paul's area. Software is not really my area of expertise. I am a 30-year-old Swedish male with a diploma in gardening. I have 6 years experience of the area since I have been employed by a Swedish fruit supplier. My parents are always arguing. Kids, will you stop arguing with each other? They were arguing over / about which film to go and see. Peter told her his parents had argued and he came with his mother to London. The minister argued for / in favor of making cuts in military spending. She argued against tax cuts. The minister argued that cuts in military spending were needed. It is often argued that family life is not important. The children had an argument about / over what game to play. He got into an argument with a man in the pub last night. I wrote a song last week. It's about my boyfriend and an argument he had with his parents about our relationship. There are many arguments for and against nuclear energy. I don't think that's a very strong / powerful argument. An argument in favor of this statement is that shopping is very tiring. I could clearly understand that the two armed men would catch us within a few minutes. When did you join the army? He has decided on a career in the army. The army was / were called out to enforce the curfew. I work in the army and I need to know how and what I should do if I am in a war. She passed a plate of biscuits around. This switch makes the wheels go around. Hello, everybody. Please gather around. Johnny turned around and looked at her. The pianist spun around on the stool and faced his audience. As the concert finished, I heard someone call my name. I turned around. If someone is around, they are present in a place. Will you be around next week? Roger isn't around at the moment, can I help instead? It was dark and not a soul was around. The meeting has been arranged for Wednesday. They arranged to have dinner the following month. I've already arranged with him where to meet. She's arranged for her son to have swimming lessons. I'd arranged that they should arrive at the same time. Dear friends, it's a fantastic idea to come to my country in the holidays, we could arrange to meet somewhere. She arranged her birthday cards along the shelf. Who arranged these flowers so beautifully? His books are neatly arranged in alphabetical order. Before the pop concert started, I arranged the seats and carried some musical instruments. They'd made all the arrangements for the party. Arrangements were made to move the prisoners to another jail. What are your current child care arrangements? I'll make all the arrangements. We had an arrangement that he would clean the house and I would cook. I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. You can only withdraw money from this account by prior arrangement with the bank. I didn't know if you would be in the house or not, so you need to contact him for a new arrangement on this telephone number 333 to 30.30. Dear Mrs. Anderson, I have learned from a friend that your club gives advanced courses in flower arrangement. If the police arrest someone, they take them away to ask them about a crime which they might have committed. She was arrested for drinking and driving. He was arrested when customs officers found drugs in his bag. To my horror, they arrested me. Police made 20 arrests at yesterday's demonstration. She was stopped outside the shop and placed/put under arrest. When I came around, Mr. Smith was under arrest and fortunately, things finished well for me. Hundreds gathered to await the boxer's arrival at the airport. On arrival at the police station, they were taken to an interview room. We regret the late arrival of Flight 237. Can you confirm your arrival time next week? I found him arrogant and rude. Chubby, arrogant, and filthy were the words that described him best. Every time they met, a bitter feeling of hatred bloomed in her throat. I followed the arrows to the car park. I followed its arrow and believe it or not I found Mum. Robin Hood asked to be buried where his arrow landed. The museum has many old axes, crossbows, bows, and arrows. She's doing a course in the performing arts. You can enjoy both traditional and contemporary performing arts in Osaka. There was an interesting article on climate change in the paper yesterday. I read an article about this zoo in the newspaper. There's a definite article missing before the noun. First, most shopping centers use artificial illumination, which is bad for our health. Most mushrooms sold in supermarkets have been grown artificially in manure. Zoos are part of nature, despite the fact that they are created artificially. If the museum is a place where they can say how they feel, or express it in an abstract or artistic way, they will start to like it. That would be perfect to improve the artistic and cultural life of Turin. He was dressed as a pirate. As a young man, he was very lonely. She was there, standing in front of me, still dressed as a bride, with tears in her eyes. As soon as I saw her, I knew there was something wrong. As soon as the rain stopped, I called my friend and we all continued walking in the park, and we all enjoyed ourselves. I can come as long as I can leave by 4:00. Bring your friends by all means, just as long as I know how many are coming. The Colorado URs I wear are not important, as long as I don't wear any pink clothes. I really dislike that Colorado UR. I saw him as I was coming into the building. He gets more attractive as he gets older. He got divorced, just as his parents had done years before. This year, as in previous years, tickets sold very quickly. As with his earlier movies, the special effects in his latest film are brilliant. As we expected, we are going to see a movie tonight. I was pleased about the news. As for Emily, well, who cares what she thinks? As for Chris, he agreed with me to do 50 kilometers on Saturday and stay at the Lakeside Inn. Unemployment has risen as a result of the credit crunch. More than one OCC Asian I missed the new releases or arrived late, as a result of trusting the cinema's website. The population as a whole is getting healthier. To sum up, I can say that the greatest ever invention is the invention of computers, that has affected both individuals and society as a whole. I think it would be better to choose somewhere outdoors. As a matter of fact, I prefer the open air and the sunlight. The main reasons are as follows. The summary of relevant points and recommendations are as follows. 1. Both of them are located in the center of town. It looks as if it might rain. It was as though we had known each other for years. Everything was so familiar, as though he had never left the place. As far as I'm concerned, Feng Shui is a load of rubbish. As far as our customers are concerned, price is the main consideration. As far as Laura was concerned, he was the most disgusting man in the world. As far as money is concerned, we're doing very well. First of all, I think the Majestic Hotel would be the right location, but I have doubts as far as the costs are concerned. As far as I know, he's never been in trouble with the police. As far as I know, accommodation at Camp California is in tents or log cabins. You've got nothing to be ashamed of. She ought to be ashamed of herself, talking to her mother like that. He was ashamed to admit to his mistake. I was ashamed that I'd made so little effort. I felt so ashamed of myself for making such a fuss. He felt very ashamed and didn't know what to do. My brother was so rude to Jane, I was ashamed of him. I was very ashamed of them. They came from my own country. Stand aside, please, and let these people pass. He pulled the curtain aside. I gave her a plate of food but she pushed it aside. She took me aside to tell me the news. I saw an old man slowly pull it aside and peep out, looking at the street with his eyes wide open. If you put or set something aside, you do not use it now, but keep it to use later. We put some money aside for the holiday. I had put some money aside for a month, thinking about the discount. This document needs finishing, but aside from that I think everything is done. Secondly, it is unfair to say the other performers were second-rate aside from the Torrents, since they all sang and played very well. They've asked me to look after their dog while they're away. I want to apologize for not going to your class tomorrow. It's not that I don't want to go, but my mother asked me to take care of my sister because she is sick and my parents have to work. He's asked for a bike for his birthday. He's asked us for a new bike. I can ask my parents for a stereo for Christmas, but I'm not sure if they will agree or not. Bruce asked if he could stay with us for a few days. I am going to travel with my girlfriend Anna, so I am writing you this email to ask if you can lend me your bicycle for a week. Don't ask. Don't ask me how the concert was. The children are asleep. I fell asleep as soon as my head hit the pillow. I'm surprised to see you awake. 10 minutes ago you were fast/sound asleep. I've only just got up and I'm still half asleep. I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I realized that I had lost it. Which aspects of the job do you most enjoy? That's the most worrying aspect of the situation. Every aspect of our daily life is influenced by technology. I took a couple of aspirin. I took an aspirin quickly. Examinations are a way of assessing a student's ability. They assess the cost of the flood damage at $1,500. We need to assess whether the project is worth doing. The aim of this report is to compare and assess the architecture, food, and service of 2 restaurants in my area. That's a fair assessment of the situation. Secondly, I was a little bit upset about your assessment of the other performers because they showed us their great musical talents. The army arrived to assist in the search. You will be expected to assist the editor with the selection of illustrations for the book. However, I used to assist my brother, who is a photographer. Can I be of any assistance, madam? Teachers can't give pupils any assistance in exams. Thank you for your assistance. He went to take the bag from his assistant. There are many risks associated with smoking. Undoubtedly there are both positive and negative points associated with this topic. I am a member of the local Kung Fu Association. I assumed that you knew each other because you went to the same school. I invited her just assuming she would want to come. The police assumed he was lying, so they put him in jail. She assured him that the car would be ready the next day. If you decide to live in the capital, I can assure you there are plenty of sports facilities here, such as tennis courts, basketball courts, football fields, swimming centers and many more. I was astonished to see Miriam there. They looked astonished when I announced I was pregnant. The doctors were astonished at the speed of her recovery. She was astonished when she saw what was in front of her. Her first novel enjoyed an astonishing level of success. It's astonishing to think that only a few years ago communism dominated Eastern Europe. The color of the sea was astonishing and the mountains were so magical. To my astonishment, she started laughing. She gasped in astonishment. To our astonishment, we were in front of a small house which seemed to have been built centuries ago. I'm not very good at skiing. He's very talented at maths. She is really good at tennis. Can I help at all? He hasn't changed at all. The sun was shining and there were no clouds at all, so we could see the light blue sky. The article is an example of journalism at its best. I enjoyed this trip because we got to stay in the countryside and see nature at its very best. At last, I've found a pair of jeans that actually fit. At last, all of us agreed on cinema Farhang. If you can't manage to clean the whole house, at least make sure the kitchen is clean. We could go shopping or at least go and have an ice cream somewhere. It's a small house but at least there's a garden. It is not impressive but at least it has some things that I like. At first I thought she was unfriendly, but actually she's just shy. At first, when I arrived I was very nervous because I didn't know anyone, but then a girl started talking to me and I felt better. If two things happen at the same time, they happen together. We arrived at the same time. The kind of clothes I most like are casual but fashionable at the same time. I knew at once that I'd like it here. She called for an ambulance which came at once. At present she's working abroad. Firstly, I have to tell you that at present, I am studying journalism and I have a good knowledge of computers. I've met the president, at least, he shook my hand once. But after years of developing my slalom, I wanted to learn something new, so, I started hot dogging. Hot dog is great fun. At least, people say so. He was driving at 120 miles per hour when the police spotted him. If something must be done at all costs, it is very important that it is done. We have to succeed at all costs. One thing was sure, he was convinced he had to save Anne's life at all costs. We will have a car at our disposal for the whole trip. But on Wednesday morning I'm at your disposal. I was at fault and I would like to apologize. I really felt at fault. All houses within 100 meters of the seas are at risk of flooding. Releasing these prisoners puts the public at risk. Learner example, lives are at risk. He became a professional athlete at the age of 16. It's amazing what the athletes can do, don't you think? She looks very athletic. Furthermore, I am not only very athletic, but also really sociable and outgoing. You know I love doing sports, especially athletics, so I joined that club. There's a very relaxed atmosphere in our office. There has been an atmosphere of gloom in the factory since it was announced that it would be closing. You'll also love the friendly atmosphere here. These factories are releasing toxic gases into the atmosphere. I'm against cars because their CO2 emissions destroy the atmosphere. The atmosphere in the room was so stuffy I could hardly breathe. The atmosphere in the halls also became hot and humid, thus making the whole experience rather unpleasant. A molecule of carbon dioxide, CO2, has one carbon atom and two oxygen atoms. Anyway, the manager of that center called me in order to inform me that I would be doing research on nuclear power and atoms. There are lots more dangerous things in the world, like radioactive pollution or atomic bombs. I attached a photo to my application form. Use this cable to attach the printer to the computer. I attach my CV and I look forward to discussing it with you. I'm going to send you some information about hotels attached to this mail. Please fill out the attached form. As I am an athletic swimmer and a good surfer too, my choice from your attached list is naturally swimming and surfing. This food processor has a special attachment for grinding coffee. I'll email my report to you as an attachment. I wasn't able to open that attachment. He was attacked and seriously injured by a gang of youths. Most wild animals won't attack unless they are provoked. At least he didn't attack me, and he even lent me his cell phone. He was such a gentle criminal. A terrorist attack on the capital. The town was once again under attack. I have planned to see the attack of the super mutant aliens. The team has a strong attack, but the defense is weak. He attempted to escape through a window. There's no point in even attempting an explanation, he'll never listen. Carrying a candle, I attempted to phone my neighbor, but I looked out of the window and there were no lights. This is my second attempt at the exam. They closed the road in an attempt to reduce traffic in the city. He made no attempt to be sociable. I made several attempts to make him change his mind, but I failed. Over 200 people attended the funeral. The meeting is on the 5th and we're hoping everyone will attend. Which school does your daughter attend? I attend Northampton College, which is quite far away from my house. Ladies and gentlemen, could I have your attention, please? Wait a moment and I'll give you my full attention. After an hour, my attention started to wander. Thank you for your attention. You weren't paying attention to what I was saying. Larry is a very distracted boy. Everybody says that he should pay attention to what he is doing. I waved at her to get her attention. The bank is near the school, so the lady was trying to get people's attention while the others robbed the bank. If I could just draw your attention to the second paragraph. She's always drawing attention to herself. The purpose of his report is to draw attention to videos in English. He has a very bad attitude towards work. That boy has a real attitude problem. She has a very positive attitude generally. The waiters had a very good attitude toward the customers and the food was really wonderful. The castle attracts more than 300,000 visitors a year. The circus is attracting huge crowds/audiences. We need to attract more science graduates to teaching. Although it was the first time that I came to this new class, it attracted me deeply. Her ideas have attracted a lot of attention in the scientific community. When I go out with my friends, I actually like wearing clothes that attract people's attention. I was attracted to him straight away. She was really attracted to him. The opportunity to travel is one of the main attractions of this job. At first I only wanted to see the many attractions in Balboa Park. We want to make the club attractive to a wider range of people. In fact, all of my workmates make fun of me when I talk about my collection of stamps. I want to demonstrate to them that it is a very attractive hobby. The dish is made with aubergines and cheese. There were a lot of children in the audience. The audience were clearly delighted with the performance. All the people in the audience looked at me. I was very excited. The band called me, so I went to the stage and they started to play a very popular song. This magazine is aimed at a teenage/young audience. The above-mentioned restaurants are totally different from each other and suit completely different customers. Pasta Plus, to begin with, is best suited to a younger audience. He is the author of 2 books on French history. During the Easter holiday, I read a very good thriller by an Italian author, Andrea Camilleri. The United Nations has used its authority to restore peace in the area. We need to get the support of someone in authority. They have the authority to examine the company's records. The problem is that teachers feel they no longer have authority over their pupils. Their parents have lost almost all their authority. An automatic machine works by itself or with little human control. It has both manual and automatic functions, so it has a lot of possibilities. If a machine does something automatically, it does it independently, without human control. The camera adjusts the shutter speed automatically. The television will be automatically switched on in time for the breakfast news. If you do something automatically, you do it without thinking about it. I automatically put my hand out to catch it. There was a strange envelope between the others, so automatically, she picked it up and looked at the stamp. The letter came from Australia. I checked the availability of flights online and there's plenty of choice. Therefore, it is essential that you take account of my availability when booking the trip. Always before noun. An average number is the number you get by adding two or more amounts together and dividing the total by the number of amounts. The weather on this mountain is fantastic, with an average temperature of 17 degrees Celsius. Prices have risen by an average of 4% over the past year. On the table was my mark sheet with the average as 90%. An 8-hour working day is about the average. The audience figures were lower than average for this sort of film. The quality of candidates was below/above average. I expect to spend an average of 20 on a meal in a restaurant. I don't have much time to watch TV and I only spend an average of 2 to 5 hours a week. This makes people believe that a lot of the food we eat is fast food, but it's not true at all. In fact, it's a very small part of our average diet. Female workers earn, on average, a third less than men. On average, our pupils are 16 years old and they join actively in all the events we organize. I try to avoid the city center at the weekend. Do you think Tim's avoiding me? I haven't seen him all day. People despise and avoid her because she is ugly. I left the pub to avoid a fight. Unnecessary paperwork should be avoided at all costs. The plane narrowly avoided disaster when one of the engines failed on takeoff. I think that all these problems could have been avoided and that asking for my money back is the best way of forgetting that evening. She managed to avoid answering my question. The writer avoided describing personal thoughts. I find it so difficult to stay awake during history lessons. I drink a lot of coffee to keep me awake. I lay awake half the night worrying. She felt so nervous that it kept her awake at night. He was awarded the Nobel Prize for Physics. The university has awarded her a $500 travel grant. As you will see, I was awarded a grade A. Dictionary examples: the Academy Award for Best Director. Both films have received/won several awards. He became world famous when he won the Oscar Award for Best Song last year. Were you aware of the risks at the time? I wasn't even aware that he was ill. She was well aware that he was married. I suddenly became aware of him looking at me. First of all, we aren't aware of the necessity of learning such things as biology or maths. Could you put the ice cream away in the freezer? My grandparents had 800 hidden away in an old shoebox. I put away my mobile phone. My English exam's only a week away and I haven't even started to prepare. Christmas is just a few months away, and I do not intend to spend it all alone like in the past few years, so I am writing to invite you to my real Christmas party without my parents. All the snow had melted away. The music faded away as the procession moved slowly up the street. I always feel so fatigued at the end of the day, but after a mile, the aches of the day seemed to fade away. The weather was awful. She's got an awful boss. It's an awful place. She'd been ill and she looked awful. We wanted to go shopping in Oxford Street, but everything is too expensive and the weather was awful. It cost an awful lot of money. First of all, I want to highlight that we see an awful lot of mobile phones in our daily life. Some of the questions were rather awkward. My car's quite awkward to drive. They'd chosen an awkward time to call as I'd just got into the bath. She's put me in quite an awkward position/situation. There was an awkward silence. Not a movement, not a voice, just an awkward silence. I babysit for Jane on Tuesday evenings. As you know, I am an au pair in London and I sometimes have to babysit in the evening. I promised the babysitter that we'd be home by midnight. Write me an email and I will send you the address of the family who needs a babysitter. He sat back on the sofa. Anna stepped back. I cried out, stepping back and falling down. It's not badly broken, I'm sure we can put it back together again. Hopefully things will get back to normal soon. I was woken by a thunderstorm, and I couldn't get back to sleep. My life was back to normal. We first met back in 1971. This tradition dates back to the 16th century. He pulled back the curtain. The house is set back from the road. The action of the book takes place in a lonely inn standing back from the road. My family backed me up in my fight for compensation. Always back up any music you download in case your computer crashes. I had terrible backache last week. Learner example, I had a backache. The school has pupils from many different ethnic/cultural/religious backgrounds. They come from a wealthy background. You can learn a lot about our cultural background. If you listen carefully to this piece of music, you can hear a flute in the background. The artist himself did not paint the backgrounds to his pictures, they were done by his pupils. He has photographed her against lots of different backgrounds. I think it would make the background of the picture colorful and interesting. These decisions have had to be taken against a background of high unemployment. Can you give me some background on the situation? The background of the story is life in a small town in one of the southern states of the USA in the early 1930s. I couldn't fit anything else in my backpack. Traveling with a backpack is very handy. The hostel is used mainly by backpackers. There is a special offer for backpackers. I went backpacking when I was a student. Until now I mainly spent my holidays backpacking through Europe. Medical staff are on call to provide backup in case of an emergency. I'm sure that most business people have battery backup and a very good knowledge of when the laptop battery needs to recharge. Before we leave work each day, we make a backup of all the records we have entered into the computer that day. The department's backup disks are all stored in a different building. Seems he had made a copy in a special file in a backup memory. I walked backwards towards the door. He took a step backwards to allow her to pass. Very often, for example on Friday afternoon or Saturday, there are so many people in a shopping center that you can't move forwards or backwards. I like bacon very much, but I ever eat it? I can't go because I have to go to the hospital to see my grandmother who is in very bad health. It was just bad luck that she heard us. I'll call you later if this is a bad time for you. Actually he had bad luck in his exam this time, but he can try to do his best next time, can't he? I felt bad about letting her down. I don't have anything else which was yours, and I feel so bad about it. Too bad you couldn't be here. There are a lot of bad people in the world. He's got his faults, but he's not a bad person. On this day our god Ram killed a bad man Raven who took Ram's wife Sita. Bad food is not fresh and cannot be eaten. I think this milk is bad. My surprise was when I opened the fridge and all the food smelled bad, so I couldn't eat anything. Everyone at the conference wore a badge with their name on. Then I saw the badge he was wearing. I thought he was treated very badly. In the past, zoos treated animals quite badly. She's very bad-tempered in the mornings. It would be possible too that you lost your temper and became a bad-tempered man. How many pieces of baggage do you have? We had to pay extra for our excess baggage. I didn't have much baggage, only one green suitcase. My aunt, who is a baker, can certainly make a big delicious birthday cake for Anna. I buy all our bread in the local bakery. The best bakery was on the other side of town. I lost my balance and fell off the bike. She had to hold onto the railings to keep her balance. I began to go downstairs to the kitchen, with two hands on the wall to keep my balance. We must try to get a balance between police powers and the protection of citizens. He was concerned that taking on 3 more men could upset the gender balance in the department. It is not easy to find the right balance in our lives. I always pay off the balance on my credit card. Sometimes you are surprised when you check the balance of your bank account and then need to cut down your expenses for 2 months. On balance, I'd prefer to come straight home. On balance, no matter how important or useful computers may be, they will never replace the pleasure of rereading familiar pages of your favorite books. She was trying to balance a book on her head. The flamingos balanced gracefully on one leg. If you have to take many things with you, it will be better to carry them in your car, rather than balanking them on your bicycle. I struggle to balance work and family commitments. In life we need to balance all the areas included in human behavior you are. If you have a balanced diet, you are getting all the vitamins you need. It is very important to have a balanced diet. The news program prided itself on its balanced reporting. Your report contained several mistakes and it did not give a balanced view. We had a drink out on the balcony and watched the sunset. It's got a balcony, too, from where I can see the river. At 20 he was already going bald. He has a bald patch. Police officers jumped out from the bushes and subdued the bald man, Lu Wanyi. A ballet dancer. Both children do ballet. She is always making me laugh, and she likes ballet too. The film was banned in several countries. She was banned from driving for 2 years. Personally, I think that driving private cars in the main parts of cities should be banned. There should be a ban on talking loudly in cinemas. She had a bandage around her wrist. The doctor said that in 1 week he would take off my bandage and as soon as possible I'll come to visit you. She banged her fist angrily on the table. Outside a door was banging in the wind. He could hear someone banging at the door. One Friday afternoon I was putting away clothes and shoes in the little room which is under the stairs, when my little son, Tom, who was just 18 months old, banged the door shut behind me. The window slammed shut with a loud bang. I was reading when I suddenly heard a big bang. By the time we reached the opposite bank, the boat was sinking fast. These flowers generally grow on river banks and near streams. One bank of the river is stony, the other is sandy. I've opened a bank account with a building society. I paid the money into my bank account this morning. The man, whose name I can't remember, wrote a serious-looking message in which he talked about a money transfer to a Swiss bank account. She was a successful banker by the time she was 40. I want to specialize in finance and banking. I think I've got the right present for your cousins. What do you think about a bar of chocolate from Switzerland? The gorilla rattled the bars of its cage. When they looked into the lake, they saw a long bar of gold. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars. In the darkness, Lu Kuan-yi had sworn revenge against Michael, the detective who had sent him behind bars. Their traditional sausages are delicious grilled or barbecued. Noun see someone whose job is to cut men's hair. The place where a barber works is usually called the barber's. Dad goes to the barber's once a month. My mother told me to go to the barber because I had my hair very long. Most people had more essential needs to satisfy than their looks, but there were also women who painted tight patterns on their bare legs to create a bit of post-war glamour. There's no carpet in the room, just bare floorboards. Mary must move to an unattractive site on the bare and wild moorland, called Jamaica Inn. They have barely enough to pay the rent this month. She was barely 15 when she won her first championship. His father replied in a voice barely above a whisper. This coat was half price, a real bargain. The airline regularly offers last-minute bookings at bargain prices. And it was a real bargain. If a dog barks, it makes loud, short sounds. They heard a dog barking outside. He barks whenever there is a stranger in our house. I asked the barman for some ice in my drink. I have seen an advertisement for a barman. Barriers have been erected all along the route the Pope will take. Only these people can open the barrier with their keys. Despite the language barrier, they soon became good friends. Shyness is one of the biggest barriers to making friends. We have to work at breaking down barriers between the two communities. I think I could be good at this job because I could plan safety programs in case of an emergency, and the language barrier would not be a problem if a spectator or a sportsman asked me for information. If you base something on facts or ideas, you use those facts or ideas to develop it. The film is based on a short story by Thomas Mann. This is an exciting film based on the musical The Phantom of the Opera. At the base of the cliff was a rocky beach. During the day you can visit all of our museums or schools or even the Air Force Base, which is open from 9 o'clock. He was based in Birmingham during the war. The shop is based in London. There is also a swimming pool in the basement. The basic problem is that they don't talk to each other enough. He started to teach me the basic NOL DGE of nuclear physics. He only has a basic command of English. The crisis has led to price rises in basic foodstuffs, such as meat, cheese, and sugar. You must take a pencil, rubber, ruler, pen, the basic things. It's the most basic model. The decoration was basic, but homely. Basically, what he's saying is that we need more time. Basically, we spend half our leisure time being stuck to a screen and leading a so-called couch potato lifestyle. I really must learn the basics of first aid. Last year, I chose to take groups on sailing and diving trips because I already knew the basics of sailing and diving. Meetings are held on a weekly basis. Most of our staff work for us on a voluntary basis. I'm hoping she'll join us on a permanent basis. On the other hand, the job advert is not very precise about the salary you can earn on a full-time basis. I've cleaned the basin and scrubbed the bath. I think I forgot it upstairs in the bathroom on the basin. As I approached the sound, I saw something that was moving inside a basket. It was a baby, crying with hunger. Bats were swooping through the night air. A bat flew close to my left ear and far away I heard some strange sounds. Dictionary examples: the battle of the Somme. He was killed in battle. But he died in a battle, so nobody knew where the treasure was hidden. His life was a hard battle, trying to break through. It's also possible to hire a small yacht there and have a trip round the bay. I was beginning to feel rather impatient when a door opened, letting a beam of light come into the dark room. I like her, but I can't bear her friends. I can't bear being bored. He couldn't bear to see the dog in pain. How can you bear to talk to him? And I'd like to stay in a log cabin because I can't bear sleeping in a tent. Thank you for your advice, I'll bear it in mind. It would be a great opportunity, bearing in mind that we are majoring in fashion journalism. Simon always beats me at tennis. Holland beat Belgium by 3-1. The nationalists were narrowly beaten in the local election. She has beaten her own record of 3 minutes 10 seconds. Sebastian beat me 6-2. When your heart beats, it makes regular movements and sounds. By the time the doctor had arrived, his heart had stopped beating. My heart was beating like a bell and I was really excited. They saw him beating his dog with a stick. She was beaten to death. He began to drink, and when he was drunk, he beat Kelly. I put my head on his chest but I could feel no heartbeat. My heart missed a beat when she said, "Yes, I'll marry you." She started to exhale after a moment, counting the beats of her heart. The guitar comes in on the third beat. He tapped his foot to the beat of the music. They play rock with a very good beat. They begged for mercy. "Please, please forgive me," she begged him. He begged her to stay. But before she left I begged her not to tell anybody. There are more and more homeless people begging on the streets these days. She had to beg for money and food for her children. He had a shabby coat, old shoes, and he was begging for money. She dresses beautifully. Their house is beautifully decorated. My room is big and beautifully decorated. This is an area of outstanding natural beauty. It's a very nice place and I wanted to record its beauty. The train was delayed because of bad weather. He always had rows with his parents because of his school results. A swarm of bees flew into the garden. I was stung by a bee. Did you know that bees are endangered? They like eating beef, lamb, and salad. I've never performed this before an audience. The letter K comes before L in the English alphabet. Put that stick down before you hurt someone. It took a few moments before I realized that he was joking. The word cat begins with the letter C. To begin with, the two girls got on well. It wasn't stunningly beautiful, but a bed and a bathroom is really all we need to begin with. To begin with, we can't afford to move. To begin with, It doesn't pollute, and I think it's time we started thinking about the environment. If you do something on behalf of someone, you do it for them or instead of them. On behalf of the entire company, I would like to thank you for all your work. Unfortunately, George cannot be with us today, so I am pleased to accept this award on his behalf. I am writing on behalf of our college English club members to welcome you to our city. She always behaves badly at bedtime. He's been behaving very strangely recently. You behaved like an idiot. As always, I'll behave like a gentleman. Did the children behave themselves? Team sports can also help children to behave themselves. Her behavior was appalling. Did you notice anything strange about his behavior? I was on the beach when my mobile phone rang. It was my boyfriend apologizing for his bad behavior at the party we had the night before. The project is already behind schedule. Arsenal are 6 points behind Manchester United with 3 matches still to play. Secondly, the show did not start until 20:15 p.m. That was almost 1 hour behind schedule. The group is 100% behind her. He is very nice because if you have problems he is always behind you to help you. Somebody grabbed me from behind. An old man appeared from behind wearing the same clothes as the owner of the phone and asked her for it. I was annoyed to discover that I'd left my bag behind. After the party, a few people stayed behind to help clear up. The bus driver told him that a suitcase was left behind because nobody claimed it. He will spend the rest of his life behind bars. In the darkness, Lu Kuan-yi had sworn revenge against Michael, the detective who had sent him behind bars. He called at her house in the belief that she would lend him the money. It is my firm/strong belief that the public have a right to know. She took this medicine in the mistaken belief that it would cure her. At this time, tango was considered an immoral type of music, but Carlos Gardel changed this belief, and people from all over the world loved him. All nonviolent religious and political beliefs should be respected equally. We get to know the beliefs, superstitions, or the principles of other religious denominations. I couldn't believe my ears when Dan said they were getting married. Well, this church was extremely simple on the outside, but when I got inside it, I couldn't believe my eyes. He even remembered my birthday, believe it or not. First I visited the Roman bath, which is more than 2,000 years old, and, believe it or not, it still works. He believes in saying what he thinks. Nowadays I don't believe in changing your decision. Please ring the bell for attention. I was relaxing at home when suddenly the bell rang. At the beginning I was very excited, living in an old house, not too far from the city, you could still hear the church bells chiming, but far enough away to live your own life without nosy neighbors. We belong to the same tennis club. Also, I belonged to a golf club when I went to university in Japan. If something belongs somewhere, that is the place it should be in. This table belongs in the sitting room. These papers belong with the others. I can understand people who say that animals belong in nature. I spent 2 years in Oxford, but I never felt that I belonged there. I put a few personal belongings in a bag and left the house for the last time. 5 different kings have lived there with their families, and it is possible to see several of their personal belongings. His marks in English have been below average for some time now. The temperature has fallen below zero/freezing recently. We have to learn that it is not natural for a lion to be living in a country where, in winter, the temperature can fall below zero. At 1 p.m. Paul was sitting on a bench and waiting for Julia. Bend your knees when lifting heavy objects. She bent down to pick up the pen. Now, bend forward/over and touch your toes. My friend was bending over the table laughing hysterically. The road bends to the left after the first set of traffic lights. The trees were bending in the wind. I saw fir trees bending in half and 500-year-old oaks shedding their leaves. There's a bend in the pipe so you can't see from one end to the other. There's a sharp bend in the road. The other car disappeared around a sharp bend, and when we came round it, we saw that the car had stopped in the middle of the road. Jeremy hid the letter beneath a pile of papers. After weeks at sea, it was wonderful to feel firm ground beneath our feet once more. She could feel the train coming because the ground beneath her feet was moving. The improvement in sales figures had a beneficial effect on the company as a whole. Exercise is beneficial to almost everyone. To sum up, team sports are beneficial to children, so if the schools they attend do not have any, they should take up something. The discovery of oil brought many benefits to the town. One of the many benefits of foreign travel is learning how to cope with the unexpected. He's had the benefit of an expensive education and yet he continues to work as a waiter. Taking everything into account, the drawbacks far outweigh its benefits. I feel that I have benefited greatly from her experience. How can we benefit those who most need our help? I am sure that the cafe would benefit a great deal from a non-smoking area. I usually scatter a few berries on my muesli. Every day we were swimming, fishing, picking mushrooms and berries, hunting, and making fires to prepare food. Do you play any other sports besides football and basketball? It's a Chinese food buffet, but besides Chinese food they also have Italian food like pizza. She won't mind your being late, besides, it's hardly your fault. I think that I'm going to buy Troy because it looks to me to be a great movie, besides, it reminds me of your vacations in Mexico. Besides looking after the children, she runs a successful business. But besides playing, you can also sit in the club lounge, where you can drink something with your friends or just play cards. I sleep best with the window open. The Grand Canyon is best seen at sunset when it seems to change color. It would be best if you see Amy on Wednesday 27th. I like all of Hitchcock's films, but I think Notorious is the best. Chris and I are the best of friends. The trip was the best I have ever been on in my life. The article is an example of journalism at its best. I enjoyed this trip because we got to stay in the countryside and see nature at its very best. I did my best to persuade him. And the police said that they will try their best. Our hotel room is rather small, but we'll just have to make the best of it. Unfortunately, I don't have very much spare time, so we will have to arrange it carefully in order to make the best of your time in London. His latest book is likely to be another bestseller. Maybe your parents could bring me one of the newest bestsellers, which haven't been translated into Polish yet. I bet you she's missed the bus. I bet that he won't come. The movie is amazing. I bet you'll see it soon. She felt betrayed by her mother's lack of support. He promised never to betray her. He couldn't believe that his best friend had betrayed him. We drank 2 bottles of wine between 4 of us. I think you'll have to discuss the ideas between you. In the distance, beyond the river, was a small town. Suddenly she recognized something red, beyond a tree and covered with some leaves. Few people live beyond the age of 100. We cannot allow the work to continue beyond the end of the year. You should take a break every 2 hours because, beyond 2 hours, your mind cannot record what you are learning. Tonight's performance has been cancelled due to circumstances beyond our control. This is a story about an event that turned out to be beyond my control. He came on his bike. I packed my bikini for the beach. Thelma was right, her bikini was really too big for her. Cosmetics is a billion-dollar industry. There she was, 70 m above the sea with a crazy man with a gun behind her and billions of thoughts in her head. The supermarket has installed recycling bins for old newspapers, bottles, and cans. Do you want this or shall I throw it in the bin? On the other hand, more bins ought to be put in the center and people should be encouraged to separate their rubbish more carefully. He wrote a biography of Winston Churchill. I found Orwell's biography, so I bought it. Paul always knew that the Watsons weren't his biological parents. He weighed 4 kilos at birth. What's your date of birth? The application form will ask for your place of birth. It begins with the birth of his sister Margana and ends with his death. When a woman or an animal gives birth, she produces a baby from her body. She gave birth to twins. I grew up in Paris, but I'm Italian by birth. I am an 18-year-old college student and I am Portuguese by birth. He does quite a bit of traveling. She's quite a bit older than him. We spent quite a bit of time going along the beach. I'll see you in a bit. I'm just going out for a bit. See you later. I had my breakfast, I went to buy the newspaper and then I came back to my house to rest for a bit. He bit into the apple. I was bitten on the leg by a dog. A snake bit me on my leg, but that's okay. She took a bite from her pizza. When Alice took a bite out of the cake, something hard touched her teeth. As far as your question about our sleeping is concerned, I wouldn't mind either staying in rooms or tents, but since you ask me to express my preference, I would suggest staying in rooms, in order to avoid insect bites. And due to these bizarre situations I went through as a little boy, everything related to shopping seems like a bitter liquid which I'm forced to drink. I feel very bitter about my childhood and the way I was treated. She'd suffered terribly over the years, but it hadn't made her bitter. Every time they met, a bitter feeling of hatred bloomed in her throat. Failing the final exams was a bitter disappointment for me. She learned through bitter experience that he was not to be trusted. Now, I've already recovered from this bitter experience. Things are sometimes quite bizarre, aren't they? Suddenly she felt the blade on her neck and she screamed in panic. Don't blame me if you miss the bus. Many people blame him for Tony's death. Hugh blames his lack of confidence on his mother. You can't really blame Helen for not wanting to get involved. She thought that I would blame her, so she decided to write me a letter. The manager should take the blame for the team's defeat. They put the blame on faulty equipment. His employers have accepted blame for the accident. She thought that I would blame her, so she decided to write me a letter. Sign your name in the blank space at the bottom of the form. We must bring a pencil and blank paper. If your mind goes blank, you suddenly cannot remember or think of something. When she asked me his name, my mind just went blank. My mind went blank, I couldn't utter a word. Your arm is bleeding. He was bleeding heavily. When I arrived, he was on the ground bleeding and with his arm broken. She's been blind since birth. He started to go blind in his 60s. She told him she was blind and she couldn't find her dog. You've got something in your eye, try blinking a few times. Her eyes were blinking as she was looking at the bright sunlight outside the window. I drove to a block of flats. The museum is just 6 blocks away. My friend and I live on the same block. I'd have liked to go to the one which is 4 blocks away, but the other guys didn't want to. It is like an enormous block of stone. A fallen tree is blocking the road. It took over 3 hours because there was a car accident and the street was blocked for 2 hours. There are 2 or 3 blogs that I read on a daily basis. He blogs about living with the disease. Bloggers everywhere are commenting on the issue. The police found a bloody knife under his pillow. If the wind blows, it moves and makes currents of air. The wind was blowing harder every minute. Sometimes a cool wind blows, and Bodrum is like heaven with many handsome boys, different kinds of shops, fresh air, and clear sea. She blew on her coffee before taking a sip. He blew his nose loudly. I spent the whole morning blowing up balloons for Joe's party. Can you blow the tire up for me? I quickly helped others to decorate the hall. We blew up as many balloons as we see old and sprayed them gold and silver. He blushes every time she speaks to him. I blush to think what a fool I made of myself. But there is one special embarrassing moment that even today I blush when I think about it. There were 230 people on board the plane. After I checked in, I was on board. At London Airport she boarded a plane to Australia. Will passengers waiting to board please go to the ticket counter? We all boarded the train. Cut the vegetables on a chopping board. There was a for sale board outside the house. How much is a single room with full/half board? You are likely to have full board accommodation and a single room. He didn't talk about his exam results in case people thought he was boasting. Parents enjoy boasting about their children's achievements. They boasted that they had never lost a single game. Later that evening I went home boasting about my success. The dog had a thin body and short legs. There was a black spider with long legs and a fat round body near my head. If a container of liquid boils, or if you boil it, it reaches the temperature where bubbles rise up in it and it produces steam. Could you boil the kettle for me? The pan's boiling. Boil the potatoes until soft. I teach them how to swim, how to boil rice without electrical equipment and so on. It's boiling in this room. It's boiling hot outside. I wouldn't like a job like that, especially in the summer, when it's boiling hot. It had some advertisements and I could read something written in bold words. She was a bold and fearless climber. It was a bold decision to go and live abroad. The newspaper made the bold move / took the bold step of publishing the names of the men involved. That was the punishment for being bold. The president had already boldly declared victory. One boldly ventures where none of their family members have been before in search of a better lifestyle, good weather. A bomb had exploded and that boy rescued me from the accident. This pub was bombed a few years ago. Houses had been bombed during the war and nothing was reconstructed. Rajiv Gandhi is believed to have been killed by a suicide bomber. The city came under heavy bombing. In fact, despite the number of plane accidents and bombing attempts on aeroplanes, it is the safest way to travel. There is a close / strong bond between the brothers. We formed a strong bond in this difficult period. A love of opera created a bond between them. The strong bond among the family members makes them feel secure and confident. There's still a lot of meat left on the bone, shall I slice some off for you? I love the job, and it's an added bonus that it's so close to home. My employer said if I pass my exam, he will give me a bonus of £50. I lost my address book last week. She booked me into a hotel in the town center. You have been booked into the Palace Hotel, which is one of the most comfortable hotels in town. If it's a problem for you, just phone me and I can change my booking. The tourist office has booklets about the area. I'd really appreciate it if you could send me a booklet describing all outdoor and indoor activities. Add this website to your bookmarks. I've bookmarked the page. Passing my driving test was such a boost to my confidence. The lowering of interest rates will give a much needed boost to the economy. It really gave us a boost. The theater managed to boost its audiences by cutting ticket prices. Share prices were boosted by reports of the president's recovery. Getting the job had really boosted her confidence. It would not only boost my self-confidence but also look very good on my CV. I'll put your luggage in the boot. If you need to, you can carry lots of heavy or large things easily in the boot of your car. Were you stopped at the border? The train crosses the border between France and Spain. We could visit the mountains near the Czech and German border. Granny is the problem, she's a bit bossy. Does it bother you that he's out so much of the time? It bothers me that he doesn't seem to notice. Living on my own has never bothered me. I don't care if he doesn't come, it doesn't bother me. Then I want to mention that there is one thing that bothers me a lot. He hasn't even bothered to write. Don't bother making the bed, I'll do it later. You'd have found it if you'd bothered looking. You won't get any credit for doing it, so why bother? TV is entertaining, and it's all digested for you, you don't need to bother thinking after a long day's work. If you can't be bothered to do something, you are too lazy or tired to do it. I can't be bothered to iron my clothes. It woke me up but I didn't answer it, I couldn't be bothered. If you are bothered about something, it is important to you and you are worried about it. He's very bothered about what people think of him. They were an hour late and she didn't seem at all bothered. I'm also bothered about what's going on around me. The ship had sunk to the bottom of the sea. It gives me great pleasure to go and see all the beautiful kinds of fish in the modern aquarium, which shows you the wonderful world that exists at the bottom of the ocean. They live at the bottom of our street. The apple tree at the bottom of the garden has lots of fruit. She could hear a sort of sad cat's voice from the bottom of the garden. She slipped and fell on her bottom. There were two people holding my arms and the third one on the ladder below me holding my bottom. The ball bounced off the post and into the net. She bounced the ball quickly. Sarah bounced into the room with a big smile on her face. Would you like to wear balloon clothes and bounce around the world? You're bound to feel nervous before your driving test. If you're stressed for a long period, it's bound to affect your health. I'm bound to feel nervous. The present was wrapped in gold paper and tied with a big red bow. He saw a big black bow and the handle of the door. The bow was very beautiful and there were some letters on it, Artemis. He could not believe it, he had the bow of Artemis. Many doctors believe that boxing is too dangerous and should be banned. He's a former world heavyweight boxing champion. You can do gym, boxing, squash, and tennis. She knew that I had bought my first bra without having asked her for advice. Actually, I was very sad as the bracelet was particularly valuable to me. Biographical information is included in brackets. She had no brakes on her bicycle. It has 24 active gears and multi-link Kevlar brakes. I tried to brake but it was too late. The motorcyclist cut in dangerously, so we had to brake. Birds often make nests in the top branches of the tree. She slowly climbed the tree and sat on one of the biggest branches. I used to work in the local branch of a large bank. She's a branch manager. He has come from our branch office in New York, where he worked as an assistant. Immunology is a branch of biological science. As a matter of fact, innovations have taken place quite frequently in every branch of science. Dictionary examples: a best-selling / popular brand of toothpaste. This isn't my usual brand of deodorant. My computer brand is Acer. The washing machine is brand new. Well, I've decided to buy a new TV set and a brand new sofa. It was a brave decision to leave her job and start her own business. She was very brave to learn to ski at 50. Of the 3 organizations criticized, only one was brave to face the press. Richards has made a brave attempt to answer his critics. They all laughed at me, but I was brave enough to mount the horse again. She faced the consequences bravely. He was awarded a medal for his bravery in battle. Of course my bravery disappeared and I felt my heart beating faster and faster. Let's break for lunch. If you sit at a desk all day, try to break your routine with a walk or a swim. I think the most important aim of a holiday is to break your daily routine. Eventually someone spoke, breaking the silence. The factory brought in outside workers in an attempt to break the strike. George was looking outside when something broke the silence. Usain Bolt broke the world record for the 200 meters. She agreed not to tell anyone, but she has broken her promise. I am very surprised that such a reputable theater as yours has been able to break all the promises that appeared in the advertisement. He didn't know he was breaking the law by smoking inside the building. Jim, the youngest brother, is a horse thief, so he breaks the law as well, but his crime is a minor one. I told everyone a joke, which helped to break the ice. And, of course, don't forget that a warm smile is one of the best ways to break the ice. She really broke his heart when she left. It breaks my heart when I hear the terrible things that have been said about him. I thought that the hamster would live forever, but I was wrong and that mistake broke my heart. That vase is breakable, so be careful. Instead of that, I almost ended up in hospital suffering a nervous breakdown. I had a breakdown in the middle of the road. On Friday we went to Scotland, but unfortunately we had a breakdown. By chance a very nice farmer fixed our car, and as it was late he suggested we should spend the night on his farm. Scientists are hoping for a breakthrough in the search for a cure for cancer. A major breakthrough in negotiations has been achieved. For me, the main technology breakthrough has been in computers. When a woman becomes pregnant, her breasts tend to grow larger. This person is so special to me because after I was born I was drinking milk from her breast. Her breath smelled of garlic. Then I felt someone's breath on my shoulder. He burst into the room, red-faced and out of breath. I find that shopping is very good exercise too. By the time you have completed the whole high street, you will be out of breath. How long can you hold your breath underwater? My heart was beating fast. I was holding my breath. If something takes your breath away, you feel surprise and admiration because it is so beautiful or exciting. The view from the window took my breath away. The landscape just takes your breath away sometimes. Take a deep breath and relax. But if you took a deep breath after reading the question, don't worry. It's so airless in here, I can hardly breathe. Breathe in and now breathe out. Keep breathing deeply. The air you will breathe is cleaner than the air in the city. For me it is a very beautiful country, with amazing and breathtaking scenery. His main income comes from breeding cattle. We can keep animals, breed them, observe, and protect them. This rare breed of sheep is particularly good for wool. What's your favorite breed of dog/dog breed? After she had seen pictures of the show animals, she decided to buy a small male kitten of the Cornish Rex breed. She let the gentle breeze cool her face. It was not that hot and we had a cool breeze as we cycled downhill. Future homes might not be built out of bricks at all. He returned from New York with his lovely new bride. The bride and groom posed for pictures outside the church. The day of the wedding, I took lots of pictures of the bride and the groom. His acceptance speech was very brief. I had a brief look at her report before the meeting. It'll only be a brief visit because we really haven't much time. The company issued a brief statement about yesterday's accident. Turning to the website, I could not find all the information about the films, just a brief comment about the director. WHH is not useful for me. In brief, I have had a marvelous week. We chatted briefly about the weather. In this essay, I shall briefly look at the advantages and disadvantages of owning a car. The rooms were bright and airy. The lights are too bright in here, they're hurting my eyes. It was bright and sunny. They were bright children, always asking questions. She was enthusiastic and full of bright ideas and suggestions. Roni had the bright idea of calling the fireman. You're very bright and cheerful this morning. She's an excellent student with a bright future. I think I'm a very bright kind of person, friendly with lots of energy. The sun was shining brightly over the white mountain tops. He is an engineering student and he is brilliant in his studies. The sky was a brilliant blue. It was 11:15 so I thought they won't come but suddenly a brilliant light bathed me. He seems to do everything brilliantly, piano playing, skiing, sailing. Although they are not very famous like Julie Bloom, they sang brilliantly. She's brought us so much happiness over the years. Their attempts to bring peace to the region have so far proved futile. She thought that the painting brought her bad luck but she thought that she was just talking nonsense and that it wouldn't happen again. They've just brought out a new, smaller phone. Everybody knows how difficult it is to direct movies here in Greece because only a few movies are brought out every year. There are several points I'd like to bring up at tomorrow's meeting. She's always bringing up her health problems. This matter has always brought up some problems. We walked down a broad avenue lined with trees. Joss Merlin was 7 feet high, with broad, immense shoulders. The magazine covers a broad range of subjects, from sewing to psychology. My last employer asked me to work again this summer. However, I would like to have a broad experience in different camps. We've got broadband at home. Radio Caroline used to broadcast from a boat in the North Sea. The tennis championship is broadcast live to several different countries. Unfortunately, most of the programs that channels broadcast are not quality programs. I had pasta with broccoli and tomatoes. We looked at some holiday brochures last night. I will send you some brochures of Switzerland, so you can choose some destinations. They said she died of a broken heart. He will split up with you and you will get a broken heart. It's my brother-in-law's birthday today. I was just browsing through some fashion magazines. If I want to buy a nice pair of shoes, I'll have to go into the city center and browse around from shop to shop until I find the shoes I like. It's a good site to browse. Furthermore, people read when the Y browse on the internet, WET for entertainment or educational and business affairs. It is important to install an internet browser, that could be Internet Explorer, as well as the free Mozilla Firefox. His arms and back were covered in bruises. She had a few cuts and bruises but nothing serious. I entered the room and saw him, covered in bruises, but I couldn't see his face because he was sleeping turned to the other side. I need to give my hair a quick brush. Charlotte brushed against him as she left the room. His lips gently brushed her cheek and he was gone. A soft, cool breeze brushed my skin. Armed with a bucket and a mop, I started washing the floor. I took my 2-year-old nephew down to the beach with his bucket and spade. I screamed and ran out the door, when a bucket of ice-cold water fell on my head. Dictionary examples: an annual budget of 40 million. They are over / under / on / within budget. They have a very tight budget. Finally, as I am a student on a very tight budget, I would prefer a cheap B&B or a family rather than a local campsite. He'd found a bug in his bed. Maybe you're thinking that he's a loving man who talks only about bugs and insects, but it's not true. I had a tummy/stomach bug last week. There's a bug going around. A bug had caused the company's computer system to crash. For instance, the Millennium Bug might make all computers confused, and banks will lose money. Currently he's working in a hotel, but in his own country he's a builder. We use the bulb everywhere and for almost everything. They did not see the sign by the gate saying "Beware of the bull." A bullet had lodged in the boy's leg. After this, she was working for the FBI until she received a bullet in the shoulder. I bumped my head on the shelf as I stood up. She bumped into his tray, knocking the food onto his lap. A young man ran after the ball and bumped into her. The cars were bumper to bumper. I was selling sweet buns and coffee in the coffee shop. He gave me a bunch of roses. His friends are a nice bunch. I met a bunch of guys there, and they were all good to me. I saw someone climbing in through a window and assumed it must be a burglar. Was it possible that a burglar was trying to break into the house? He was charged with burglary. It makes the shops more secure against burglary and vandalism. They've been burgled twice recently. One night she burgled my friend's home and stole the painting. The factory burned to the ground. She burned his old love letters. He dropped his cigarette and burnt a hole in his jacket. That day, I left her on the stairs. I came back home and burnt the letter. The wood was wet and would not burn. A fire was burning brightly in the fireplace. After a while I found matches and firewood, and soon a nice warm fire was burning in the fireplace. If you burn something that you are cooking, you cook it too much, and if something you are cooking burns, it cooks too much. Check the pizza, I think it's burning. He burned the chicken, so we had only salad and bread. I burnt my hand on the iron. If I go to the beach, I like to wear a swimming suit that covers all of my body because I don't want to burn my skin. He's burnt all his favorite records onto a CD. Microsoft Vista is such a complex system that there is no need for the additional programs for viewing websites, watching movies, listening to music, or burning your own CDs or DVDs. In this way, our organism is provided with oxygen, which is essential in order to burn fat and produce the energy we need every day. A man staggered from the burning car. I saw a burning car. The balloon burst and frightened the children. Suddenly the door burst open and police officers carrying guns rushed in. If I eat any more cake, I'll burst. We had a lovely lunch there and ate so much that we nearly burst. His father was buried in the churchyard. Apparently, no human being was walking outside, and she could not even hear anything but a distant bell, certainly that of the church where they had buried poor Aunt Charlotte. I was really frightened, so I decided to bury the money in the back garden. There were so many flowers and bushes, and the water of the lake was so fresh. I'm in Baltimore on business. I was there on business. If something is none of someone's business, they do not need to know about it, although they want to, because it does not affect them. I'm certainly not going to tell Laura how much money I've spent, it's none of her business. You might think it's none of my business, but I simply have to say this. I was going to go to his party, but I was ill. I'm really sorry I haven't written for so long, but I was very busy last week. Everyone but Andrew knows. This car has been nothing but trouble, it's always breaking down. I'm free all days of the week but Monday and Wednesday. Noun see a person who sells meat in a shop. A shop that sells meat is usually called a butcher's. He started to work as a butcher. A butterfly landed on her sleeve for a moment. There were lots of wildflowers and we saw some beautiful birds and butterflies. He inserted the DVD and pressed the play button. I could have written a letter in a bottle, but waiting for the answer would take a decade. Now with email it's just a click of a button. I undid the buttons on my blouse. It was a long dress with some square buttons on the front of it. He's still looking for a buyer for his house. She had already found a buyer for the famous painting. A small child stood by her side. I'll meet you by the post office. We'll meet by the cinema at 7:00 p.m. I went to the wrong room by mistake. I was putting my shopping bags on the table and I pushed it by mistake. This sweater has to be washed by hand. She grabbed me by the arm. They are by far the best students in the class. I have traveled to many countries, but New Zealand is by far the best. We had to learn the whole poem off by heart. I know all his songs by heart and I was singing all the time. Day by day he grew stronger. Dictionary examples: 12 by 10 meters of floor space. Interest rates have been increased by 0.25%. I'm paid by the hour. Copies have sold by the million. Therefore you will see that this festival attracts people by the truckload. We took a cab to the theater. I packed my things and I took a cab home. Sarma is made with meat and cabbage. She is a cabin attendant now, and she had a flight to London from Japan. By the way, I found your watch in the bathroom cabinet, so you don't have to worry about it. This channel is only available on cable. The rooms are big and have cable TV and air conditioning. A mouse had eaten the cable so that there was no contact anymore. It took about 10 minutes to get the mouse into her cage. There is a wonderful garden, in which you can find a lot of flowers and parrots in a cage. The exam itself was a piece of cake. The article was a piece of cake, though I didn't expect to win. Have you calculated the cost of the project? He's calculated that it would take him 2 years to save up enough for a car. At some stage we need to calculate when the project will be finished. First of all, you say that we must do 80 kilometers on Saturday, but I have calculated the distance and it is only 50 kilometers. I did some quick calculations to see if we could afford it. Just a simple calculation: the living space an elephant has got in a zoo is about 500 square meters. I use the calculator and the computer every day, so modern technology has become a big part of my life. There were some calves in the field. That reminded me of the time when I milked the cows and fed the ewes and the calves. They've called the twins Catherine and Thomas. His real name is Jonathan, but they've always called him Johnny. 2 months later, the baby girl was born and she called her Mary. Did you call? I thought I heard someone call my name. Someone in the crowd called out his name. Hey, come over here, she called. I ignored the voice, but again someone called me. She could hear calls for help from inside the burning building. I'll be in the next room, so give me a call if you need any help. I continued on towards Kingsley Road where the call for help had been made. I don't mind what we do, it's your call. This is my opinion, but it is your call, talk to your parents. Are you calling me a liar? He called it a disgrace. You work too hard and you could be called a workaholic. 3 people called in sick this morning. A few minutes after the concert began, a backstage assistant called in sick who was responsible for checking whether everything is going well according to the timetable. Try to stay calm, the doctor will be here soon. Now keep calm everyone, the police are on their way. He has a very calm manner/voice. He is calm, friendly and helpful. The weather was calmer the next morning, so we set sail. There was no rain that day and the sea was calm. The sea is calm with almost no waves, so we could relax in the water. Calm down, Lily, and tell me what's wrong. She was angry at first, but we managed to calm her down. She sat down and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. When I got in my car, I told myself to calm down and take a deep breath. She reacted surprisingly calmly to the news of his death. Very calmly, I closed my book and put it on the table which was on my left. Have you ever ridden a camel? You can enjoy watching camels and goats passing, once in the morning and again in the evening. We pitched/set up camp by the lakeside. The camp was a peaceful place with flowers, trees, and a cycle track. This year I think I'd rather go to a refugee camp to organize a program for children. The campsite was very near the beach. I really enjoyed the scenery because near our tent there was a tiny waterfall, in front of our campsite there was a forest. There's accommodation for about 500 students on campus. You should visit Kamakura City, which is 30 minutes from our campus by train. You can't possibly be hungry already? Can you believe it? In fact, the highest tree there is almost 30 meters tall. Can you believe that? She can be really rude at times. When you choose to travel by car there can be a lot of traffic. Smoking can cause cancer. The nights can be very cold. But overworking is also bad. It has lots of disadvantages, and can cause lots of problems, including health problems. The Panama Canal provides a crucial shipping link between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. And if you don't like jazz, you could visit Tivoli or take a canal tour. They've had to cancel tomorrow's football match because of the bad weather. The 7:10 train to London's King's Cross has been cancelled. I've cancelled the order. I had nothing to do because my previous plans had been cancelled. The doctors told my parents that my aunt was suffering from cancer. Write your name and candidate number in the spaces at the top of this page. It is the name of another candidate who passed the examination. There are 3 candidates standing in the election. I am the appropriate candidate for this job. Shall I light a candle? I like shopping for clothes but also for other things like candles and so on. A new way of eating has sprung up, fast food and canned vegetables are all around us. I went to the canteen to buy something. She's a very capable young woman. He's very capable. I had a little farm when I was in Italy, so I think I'm quite capable and have more experience than others. She is certainly capable of running the business. She was capable of great cruelty. And although I've never had to cook for myself, I suppose I would be capable of cooking if needed. The new stadium has a seating capacity of 50,000. The ground was filled to capacity. I would recommend the use of the State Stadium next year for the concerts, in order to support the capacity of the crowd. She has a great capacity for hard work. What impresses me is his capacity to absorb information. On the other hand, I think films reduce your capacity for imagination. It's unusual to have a goalkeeper as the captain of a football team. Now I am the captain of the football team. This is your captain speaking. We expect to be landing at London Heathrow in an hour's time. At his 3rd attempt the captain succeeded in landing the plane on the airstrip. 2 of the soldiers were killed and the rest were captured. Rebel forces captured the city after a week-long battle. Joe, the serial killer, was captured. His book really captures the spirit of the place. Firstly, let me tell you that your report is really good. I think you capture in a few lines the whole expression of a Mexican town's life. He was captured on film swearing at the referee. Another event that should absolutely be captured on film is the preparation of the meals in the canteen. Diamonds are formed from carbon. If we use up carbon dioxide with balloon clothes, there will be less carbon dioxide on Earth, so there is no worry about the ozone. Many of us could reduce our carbon footprint by taking fewer flights and insulating our homes better. I also included some possible precautions to reduce our carbon footprints. The cause of death was given as carbon monoxide poisoning. Cars also emit carbon monoxide and make the air unfit to breathe. He gave me his business card. It is important because my student card is in there. Obviously, I complete the configuration with a sound card and the connection by modem to the internet, creating a powerful multimedia workstation. My worst present ever was an orange and green knitted cardigan from my aunt. I lost my favorite pink cardigan. Take good care of your sister, Patrick. Don't worry about me, I can take care of myself. My parents will take care of the house while we're away. My dad had to go to Canada for a meeting, so he asked me to take care of her. The roads are icy, so drive with care. Take care that you don't fall. You need to take a bit more care with your spelling. The parcel had a label on it saying handle with care. I will return your bicycle tomorrow or the day after, and I promise that I will handle it with care. She's never cared very much about her appearance. I really don't care whether we go out or not. I don't care how much it costs, just buy it. He gave us some paperwork and didn't care if we understood what to do. Your parents are only doing this because they care about you. I knew that Amy still cared for me. He never cared about you. The standard of care at our local hospital is excellent. Nurseries are responsible for the children in their care. In zoos, there are many people who look after them, of course, and so many people think that this care is enough. Who cares? Who cares? He answered. Dictionary examples: he hasn't yet chosen a career. A successful career in marketing. What are the career prospects? I think it's important to learn English for my career in the future. My son's teacher says that his work is often rather careless. He made a careless remark about her appearance that really upset her. In short, we have to realize the danger of careless driving, in order to avoid or at least to reduce the high rate of car accidents. He told me off for driving carelessly. I broke your beautiful vase carelessly while I ran to answer the door. It's the carelessness with which he just throws stuff on the floor that annoys me. Please forgive my carelessness. I'd like to bring a new one like yours when I come to you next time. I've always thought of Joe as a very caring person. Of course I enjoyed staying with you. It was really a remarkable experience being able to live with a caring family like yours. I took the kids to the local carnival. Of course it is not as good as the Carnival of Rio. She still carries his photo in her purse. Police officers in Britain do not usually carry guns. I carried all of my holiday money inside it. The plane was carrying 300 passengers. The bus was carrying children to school. Underground cables carry electricity to all parts of the city. Police think that the body was carried down the river. Rubbish left on the beach during the day is carried away at night by the tide. Jay's swimming trunks got carried away by that huge wave. Over 50 people were injured, in several cases seriously. I wouldn't normally agree, but I'll make an exception in this case. The number of new cases of flu has risen. We have lots of applications from people who want to study here, and in each case we consider the candidate very carefully. She was suffering from an extreme case of sunburn. In this case, I suggest that you need to gather your friends and go to ask for it together. We keep a bucket of water backstage, in case of fire. It is about how to rescue people in case of an accident or a natural disaster. I don't think I'll need any money, but I'll bring some just in case. Bring a map in case you get lost. I have my mobile with me just in case. Bad diet can cause tiredness, but I don't think that's the case here. I take it that the booking includes breakfast. If that isn't the case, please let us know. Could you also please let me know if you're coming back in time for dinner, because if that's the case I'll make a splendid dinner for us. I don't want to go, and in any case, I haven't been invited. I suggest that you should in any case leave your car at home and take buses or other public means of transport. There's no coffee left? In that case I'll have tea. You could try kayaking. In that case, of course, you need to pay for the equipment. Police in the town have investigated 50 cases of burglary in the past month. The detective on the case has been suspended from duty. They succeeded in solving a case too difficult even for the police. The case will go before the European Court next month. She accused her employer of unlawful dismissal and won/lost her case. To summarize, we lost the case on the ground that he had a criminal background and that the girl's testimony wasn't reliable because she was in love with the man, as she confessed herself in court. I'm a bit short of cash at the moment. There are a lot of hotels, but if you don't want to spend any cash you can stay at my place. I got some money out from the cash point. I went to the nearest cash point and got 400. After the final performance, the director threw a party for the cast. Part of the film's success lies in the strength of the supporting cast. Unfortunately, as soon as I came to the theater I was told that there had been a change in the cast and Danny Brooke was not part of it anymore. Casual clothes are comfortable but not smart and not suitable for formal occasions. I mostly wear casual things, jumpers and jeans for example. It was last summer, when I had a casual meeting with someone. She was dressed casually in shorts and a t-shirt. I suggest that you and your group go dressed casually. I would be very grateful if you could send me the catalog for the next auction. Did they ever catch the terrorists? They caught a lot of fish that day. He gave me some good tips on how to catch some really large fish. The factory caught fire late yesterday evening. One of the new machines that I had brought from Germany had caught fire. A ship out at sea caught his attention. He caught her reading his old love letters. She was caught cheating in the exam. I learned a good lesson when I was caught cheating on a test at school last year. If the police catch a criminal, they find them and take them away. These terrorists must be caught. The issue had been forgotten and the burglar was never caught. There are 3 categories of accommodation: standard, executive, and deluxe. I belong to the category of people who think that society needs zoos. All food, appetizers, and refreshments will be provided by a catering company. He was born in Australia, where his father has a big cattle station. The police are still trying to establish the cause of the fire. She had died of natural causes. Overworking can be a cause of many problems. The difficult driving conditions caused several accidents. Most heart attacks are caused by blood clots. The bright light caused her to look away. Admittedly, using your car is more convenient and easier than using public transport, but, in my opinion, the advantages of using public transport outweigh the disadvantages it can cause. He's a very cautious driver. We take a more cautious approach. She is cautious about lending money to anyone. You should be cautious and sensible. The area is also home to one of the largest underground cave and lake systems in Latin America. The next day I went to see a cave with a blue lake inside it. Cambridge dictionaries are available on CD-ROM. He ordered his men to cease firing. The company has decided to cease all UK operations after this year. She never ceases to amaze me. I thought the ring was just inside my head, in the dream. But it didn't cease, making me realize it was something else, from outside the room. We always celebrate our wedding anniversary by going out to dinner. We'd just finished our exams, so we were having a party to celebrate. We are going to celebrate my husband's birthday at home with some friends, so I'm preparing everything for the party. There were lively New Year celebrations all over town. Such good news calls for a celebration. He told me that he decided to marry and he invited me to the celebration in Paris in November. It's a celebrity gossip magazine. The walls are painted blue and hung with posters of my favorite celebrities. He was kept in a prison cell for 4 months. That's why 6 years after this I'm writing the story in my cold wet cell. He keeps his wine in the cellar. We were in the cellar of the old castle without a candle or even matches. Dictionary example, she plays the cello. It was Beethoven, the Ninth Symphony. The cellos and violins, followed by the timpani. She went to the cemetery where her grandfather was buried. It was Halloween night and almost midnight, and Steve had the idea of going out to the nearest cemetery to catch some ghosts or vampires. Water boils at 100 degrees centigrade. The last few days I prefer red to go swimming, because the temperature was above 30 degrees centigrade. Of course, you pay more for premises with a central location. We could go for a walk to the park in the central area of my town. The house had no central heating, so in winter it was freezing. I like this restaurant because it's cheap, big, and tidy, and at the same time it has central heating and air conditioning. In July I'm going to get married to my girlfriend, and the wedding ceremony is on 7th of July. I feel certain that you're doing the right thing. Are you absolutely certain that you gave them the right number? I'm not certain how much it will cost. He was quite certain about of his attacker's identity. I'm certain that in your country weddings are as wonderful as in Brazil. It now looks certain that she will resign. One thing is certain, she's not coming to my party. How can we make certain that she sees the note? If I were you, I'd choose the large school because it's certain that you'll find people there that think like you. The museum is only open at certain times of the day. The last one I saw was called Spelling, and it was a kind of quiz where the competitors had to spell difficult words fast and finish at a certain time. He's got a certain charm. There was still that gleam and a certain kind of pride which let me assume once she must have been a strong lady. I'm unable to answer that question with any certainty. I can say with certainty that this town is just a treasure of Polish culture. You must have the pet certificate and you should speak another language. These days children have grown up with McDonald's and other fast food chains. His arrival set off a surprising chain of events. The problem began to increase because all her friends knew her secret. It was like a chain reaction. Finding a solution to this problem is one of the greatest challenges faced by scientists today. You know me, I like a challenge. It's going to be a difficult job, but I'm sure she'll rise to the challenge. I went with 2 friends from school. We had a big adventure there and we had to face many challenges. Children challenge their parents' authority far more nowadays than they did in the past. His daughter had just challenged him and he was struggling for a decision. This has been a challenging time for us all. Like cavaliers, we ride across the country looking for adventures and challenging activities. She is the world champion for the 3rd year in succession. The defending champion will play his first match of the tournament tomorrow. Who are the European football champions? Last week I played with a person who was the world chess champion. The World Championships will be held in Scotland next year. He has been playing championship tennis for 3 years now. I have a sailing championship, in which I must participate. There's a chance that he'll still be there. Does she have any chance of winning? You'd have a better chance of passing your exams if you worked a bit harder. There's a good chance that I'll have this essay finished by tomorrow. What are the chances of getting tickets for the Olympics? Is there any chance of borrowing your bicycle? I didn't have a chance to speak to her. If you give me a chance to speak, I'll explain. This trip is the chance of a lifetime. He left and I missed my chance to say goodbye to him. If you get a chance to learn to dance, you must do this because it is fun. I saw her by chance in the shop. By chance it was my camera. I'm delivering my work by hand. I'm not taking any chances. There's a chance of injury in almost any sport. The chances of having an accident on a bicycle are bigger than in a car. I had to change those trousers I bought for a bigger pair. If you change your mind about coming tonight, just give me a call. When I first met him I didn't like him, but I've changed my mind. After the first lesson, I changed my mind. I think you've given me the wrong change. First of all, I helped selling tickets and drinks, and there I realized how bad my maths is. I took such a long time to give back the change. She gave me 5 in change. My dad always used to carry a lot of loose/small change in his pocket. He asked me if I had any change. It's nice to see her smile for a change. Shall we eat in the garden? Why not? It'll make a change. We've always had a red car, it's time we had a change. Last year the college had a sports day, so this year we should have a party in a disco for a change. I tried to explain the situation, but he just changed the subject. Well, changing the subject, I accidentally broke your beautiful vase. I'm really sorry, I'll try to find another vase that looks similar. Snow and ice have caused chaos on the roads. Ever since our secretary walked out, the office has been in a state of total chaos. There was chaos at the school. Read chapter 3 before class tomorrow. I promise you that I will read chapter 10 of the book, and I will make a resume for you. The film revolves around 3 main characters. She had Mickey Mouse or some other cartoon/Disney character on her sweater. He made his name as a character actor. My favorite character was Gandalf, but Lucy preferred Morwyn, the young elf maiden. Politeness is traditionally part of the British character. It would be very out of character of her to lie. One of the joys of being a parent is watching the child's character develop. It's not in his character to be jealous. Mary had a strong character and faced her uncle with great courage. There are many very old houses with a lot of character and charm, which are just perfect for a photographer. Unfortunately, a big nose is a family characteristic. Sentimentality seems a characteristic of all the writers of that period. The male bird displays several characteristics which distinguish him from the female. Orwell gives the animals human characteristics and we can identify with them. How much/what do you charge for delivery? The bank charged commission to change my traveler's checks. They charge you $20 just to get into the nightclub. The local museum doesn't charge for admission. Be careful while you are in Brazil, because sometimes people charge really high prices for everything just because you are a tourist. There's no charge for children under 10. There's an admission charge of $5. They fixed my watch free of charge. It is free of charge and will give me an idea of this sport. She's in charge of a team of 20 people. Who's in charge of organizing the music for the party? I talked to the man who was in charge and he convinced me that it was safe, so I did it. Often passive. If the police charge someone, they accuse them officially of a crime. She's been charged with murder. While Jem is accused of a minor crime, Joss is charged with smuggling. The bull lowered its horns and charged. The violence began when the police charged at a crowd of demonstrators. They had water bombs and water pistols at the ready. They started charging down the field towards the fire, and once in range everyone threw their balloon as far as they could. My mobile needs charging. I was happy to let her take charge of the holiday arrangements. I am 21 years old, which means that I can take charge of school children. UNICEF is an international charity. She does a lot of work for charity. She does a lot of charity work. People tend to give to charity at Christmas time. Money from the sale of these cards will go to local charities. In the club, we do some charity work, helping people. The building has a certain charm. I had to use all my charms to get them to lend us the hall. It's an extremely severe and rugged sort of landscape with its own very special charm. He's very charming. It's a charming little village. He's charming, but he's too talkative and not romantic enough. Now I can create special charts at home. They're currently at the top of the charts with their single Enough. She gets to the people's hearts by music, and she is now at the top of the charts with the song Love Me. The dog was chasing a rabbit. She was chasing after her 2-year-old son. I could feel that the man was chasing after me. I chased the cat away. But one day, Napoleon said that his rival Snowball was a spy of the farmers and chased him away. He spends hours in cafes, chatting up the waitresses. Then he started to chat her up. I saw her on a chat show last week. But I'm very interested in politics, so I really enjoy political and chat shows. Anyone caught cheating will be immediately disqualified from the exam. She was caught cheating in her French exam. He cheats at cards. She also didn't want to cheat during the exam because it wouldn't be fair to anyone. I rang them yesterday to check when they were arriving. If you're near the garage, could you check whether the car's ready? I called the company to check whether I really had won the jackpot. The soldiers gave their equipment a final check before setting off. We do safety checks on all our electrical equipment. Security checks have become really strict at the airport. I have to do some medical checks on my dog because I think it is very sick and may have a problem with its throat. I'd like to stay overnight, but I need to check with my parents. I'll be there at 4:00 the next day, which will be the 5th. Would you check with your neighbors again, please? A representative from the tour operator will meet you at the check-in. I'll meet you by the check-in counter. After we had finished having coffee, we went to the check-in. A representative from the tour company will meet you at the check-in. I'll meet you at the check-in desk. After we had finished having coffee, we went to the check-in. Your fruit and vegetables will be weighed at the checkout. She works on the checkout at the local supermarket. Your visit to the shop concludes in a long queue to the checkout, where you can easily spend another 30 minutes, where they will suck out some money from your account. After you've chosen what you want, click here to proceed to checkout. The tears ran down her cheeks. He kissed her on both cheeks. I kissed him on the cheek and I left him. She's got such a cheeky grin. Don't be so cheeky. Don't get angry, but I think your husband is a very cheeky man. Everyone cheered as the winners received their medals. He was cheering for the other side. When she had finished, she felt satisfied, and so did the audience who cheered for Louise. He's usually fairly cheerful. You're in a cheerful mood this morning. She manages to stay cheerful despite everything. Her fiancé is very kind and cheerful. The doctor's waiting room was bright and cheerful with yellow walls and curtains. We can have a mixed color-ed carpet to make the reception area more cheerful. She walked down the road, whistling cheerfully. But Mr. Robertson recognized Jane and greeted her very cheerfully. Cheers. To your good health. See you later, cheers. The government has pledged to reduce the amount of chemicals used in food production. Each year, factories release millions of tons of toxic chemicals into the atmosphere. There are a lot of chemicals and sewage in the river Dalmits and the lakes, too. The chemical industry produces such things as petrochemicals, drugs, paint and rubber. In the latter, many chemical reactions may be reproduced to show the students the final compounds generated. Is he a chemist or a physicist? I had been working in a factory because I am a chemist, but one day I decided to change my work and my life. There was a big cherry tree, and there, on the top, was Trouble the cat. He was shot in the chest. Peter has a very hairy chest. She went to the doctor complaining of chest pains. She tried to get her weapon, but then a bullet hit her chest like a hammer. We need a chest of drawers for Oliver's bedroom. I bought a chest of drawers and put it next to the door. This meat is difficult to chew. You don't chew your food enough, that's why you get indigestion. Next, when you eat something, please chew it for a long time. She was chewing gum. Our dog loves a bone to chew on. She sat in the dentist's waiting room, nervously chewing at her nails. Students couldn't chew bubble gum, smoke or eat sway ties in school, but they do now. Would you like a piece/stick of chewing gum? Some visitors to the zoo feed them with forbidden things like sugar, or they give them chewing gum. The chief problem we have in the area now is the spread of disease. The weather was our chief reason for coming here. This is the chief argument of those who do not agree with zoos. He is the chief economic advisor to the government. Bob Wilson, the chief accountant, had resigned. A new chief of the security forces has just been appointed. I saw her one day, and she told me that she had been promoted to chief of section. She had an unhappy childhood. Childhood is not always a happy time. The email was from somebody who I haven't heard about since my childhood. Childish behavior is silly, like that of a small child. Don't be so childish. In comparison with other countries' tourists, they seem to be a little childish, just like a group of ducklings or chickens. Chill out, Dad, if we miss this train there's always another one. I just can't wait to get there, grab some Coke and chill out. Factory chimneys belched dense white smoke into the sky. The reason is half for my own health and fitness and half for the health of my town, which is polluted by lead, the smoke from chimneys and other artificial poisons. Fasten the strap beneath your chin. She sat behind the table, her chin resting in her hands. I'm just about 20 centimeters taller and I've grown whiskers on my chin, which is quite an uncommon look. Even in cars and washing machines there are computer chips. If I had a choice, I'd give up work. I had to go, I had no choice. It's a difficult choice to make. It's your choice / the choice is yours. It was a choice between black or brown. Given the choice, I'd stay at home. I'd prefer not to work Saturdays, but I don't have much choice. I'm single by choice. I'm very sorry that I can't make the choice for you. There wasn't much choice on the menu. The evening menu offers a wide choice of dishes. The dress is available in a choice of colors. There is a very wide choice of activities. Harvard was not his first choice. He wouldn't be my choice as a friend. This type of nursery care may well be the best choice for your child. For me, the best choice is to come to the city. Manuela chose to take a job in Paris. I have sung in the church's choir for 3 years, and I have had singing classes at school since first grade. He was chopping wood in the yard. Add some fresh parsley, finely chopped. Chop up the onions and carrots roughly. You would use them to chop vegetables. Circle the answer you think is correct. She's not one of my close circle of friends. It's a technical term used in medical circles. His name is Omar Neighbor and he has quite a big circle of fans in Slovenia, although most of them are kids. People who congratulate the marrying couple take a circular suite. I think she coped very well under the circumstances. She died in suspicious circumstances. We oppose capital punishment in / under any circumstances. Under no circumstances should you approach the man. The meeting has been cancelled due to circumstances beyond our control. This party is being organized by my class for your husband's birthday, but there is something you should know. This party is a surprise, so under no circumstances should you inform your husband about this. The children loved being taken to the circus. In the afternoon you can just go walking if you are not in a mood to do something exciting, but if are, you can go to the circus. The citizens of Moscow woke up this morning to find they had a new government. I think that it is a really good idea to make a film about our town and its citizens. He applied to become an American citizen. I'm an American citizen because my mother comes from Queens, New York. Some people think that nuclear war would mean the end of civilization. Since the beginning of civilization, man has been looking for comfort and better ways to do things. The company claims that it is not responsible for the pollution in the river. He claims to have met the president, but I don't believe him. An unknown terrorist group has claimed responsibility for this morning's bomb attack. All parties have claimed success in yesterday's elections. Bicycle supporters claim that it is silent and keeps owners fit. She claimed 1,500 in expenses. Don't forget to claim, for Your traveling expenses after the interview. The number of people claiming unemployment benefit has risen sharply this month. If the shop won't give me a replacement TV, I'll claim my money back. I also would like to claim a refund for the evening. I've made a claim on my insurance. This wasn't my perfect evening out, and I would like to make a claim for half the money back. The audience clapped and cheered for more. When I clap my hands, you must stand still, said the teacher. Everything was nice till I clapped my hands to call the waiter to get the bill. The Labour Party has lost a lot of support among the working class. We live in a middle-class neighborhood. She belonged to the rich American upper class. The second film is called Upper Class First and it describes how rich people live. I am fond of reading different books, especially classic literature. Jane Austen's Pride and Prejudice is a classic of English literature. Many of the Rolling Stones records have become rock classics. Wuthering Heights is a classic, which everybody knows about. In the sentence I can't cook very well but I make quite good omelets, both I can't cook very well and I make quite good omelets are main clauses. In the sentence I'll get you some stamps if I go to town, if I go to town is a subordinate clause. A clear sky does not have any clouds. When we went to San Martin de los Andes, we could see 7 lakes and different kinds of trees and the sky was always clear. Are you clear about how to get there? It's clear that she's not interested. I'm still not clear what I'm supposed to do. Are you clear about the questions? It took several hours to clear the road after the accident. I'll make the coffee if you'll clear the table. I cleared the snow from the path. Could you clear your things off the sofa? Dad was clearing up the kitchen. I also helped to clear up the place after the concert. Before we sign the contract, there are a few points we should clear up. I hope this will clear up your problem. If the weather clears up, the cloud and rain disappears. I hope the weather clears up before this afternoon. For the first 2 days the weather was so bad that we couldn't reach the beach but finally the sky cleared up. The accident was clearly the lorry driver's fault. Clearly, he's very talented. It was clearly not for me, because it came from a girl called Carol who wanted to talk to some guy named John. I've got a clever little gadget for opening jars. My friend told me that he saw a really nice loft bed. I think it's a clever idea. We're losing a lot of our clients. This hotel is on a cliff, and has good views. The Mediterranean climate is good for growing citrus fruits and grapes. The climate of Brazil is typically tropical so the weather is gorgeous. Climate change is the greatest environmental challenge facing the world today. The baby had managed to climb out of his cot. They climbed into the truck and drove away. I went to my car, climbed into it and wanted to drive, but nothing happened. The plane climbed quickly to a height of 30,000 feet. As it leaves the village, the road climbs steeply up the mountain. The sun climbed higher in the sky. Bring your baby to the clinic and we'll take a look at her. Antenatal clinics provide care for pregnant women. Ahmed was traveling to attend a fair of medical equipment, to get what he needed for his clinic. English and German are closely related. Both politicians have been closely associated with the movement for some time. We are working closely with the police. The main reason I am applying for this job is that this job would be very rewarding on a personal level and would give me useful experience closely related to my field of study. We will probably be wearing dresses made of synthetic cloth in 2100. Protective clothing must be worn at all times. You can only take 3 articles/items of clothing into the changing room. Nowadays the aim in clothing is not just for covering and protecting ourselves. A huge cloud of smoke from burning oil tanks stretched across the sky. Some of them leave behind a large cloud of smoke and it damages our health. The Orioles are an exciting club this year. The club is Juventus and as you know, it is my favorite football team. After the show, we went to a club. As regards the food, you can ask for any kind of food and after midnight it turns into a club where you can dance to any kind of music. Police are searching the area for clues to the murder. Police are still looking for clues in their search for the missing girl. I'm never going to guess the answer if you don't give me a clue. They found it and they started looking for more clues. I haven't a clue what you're talking about. I haven't a clue about it. Clumsy people move in a way that is not controlled or careful enough, and often knock or damage things. That's the third glass you've smashed this week. You're so clumsy. I was cleaning the house, and as you know, I'm very clumsy, so I was dusting the table, and, accidentally, I dropped the vase. Then the coach wanted to know some facts about me. She coaches students in French, usually for exams. I have also been coaching a girls' team for 3 years. She has extra coaching in maths. In Poland, basketball is getting more and more popular and we feel the lack of coaching. Rimini is a thriving holiday resort on the east coast of Italy. The accident happened 3 miles off the coast. We spent a week on the coast. I think it's best to spend your time visiting our coast in the northeast of Brazil. I love to spend time at the beach, and that is the reason why I live in a coastal area. Thai food uses a lot of coconut. I forgot to tell you that they have a special dessert with coconut and ice cream. I'll have cod and chips, please. I suggest batatas com bacalhau, which is cooked cod served with boiled potatoes. The message was written in code. She managed to break/crack the code. Everyone had already heard of me getting the secret access code for the secret society organization. I asked for £10 in 20p coins. The machine doesn't take 50p coins. It was an old coin that my granny gave me 3 years ago. You chose exactly the same wallpaper as us. What a coincidence. Just by coincidence, I met my old schoolmate again 50 years later. It was pure coincidence that we met. What a coincidence, don't you think so? Suddenly, I heard the same, cold voice behind me again. Don't stand out there in the cold, come in. Because of the cold, some days I had to use gloves. Thousands of buildings collapsed in the earthquake. The chair collapsed under her weight. Then a sudden wave of fire made their heads explode and many buildings collapsed instantly. If someone collapses, they fall down, usually because they are ill or weak. He collapsed and died of a heart attack. He desperately tried to keep the stalking sharks at bay, but he couldn't succeed, for the long fight exhausted him and he collapsed. A poor economy has caused the collapse of thousands of small businesses. Negotiations between the two countries are on the brink/verge of collapse. He suffered a mental collapse after 10 years teaching. After your nervous collapse last year, I really worry about you. It's a new, fashionable one with a high collar and short sleeves. I grabbed the dog by its collar and dragged it out of the room. Police collected a good deal of information during the investigation. I collected up 20 bottles from various parts of the house. The majority of people collect their own rubbish separately in their home, but they do not separate the paper and the cardboard. I'm collecting on behalf of Oxfam. We're collecting money for the homeless. And I think it's a perfect way to collect money for our poor people. I'm going to buy the DVD named Lord of the Rings because I like it very much and want to have it in my DVD collection. There's quite a collection of toothbrushes in the bathroom. I wear long t-shirts and I have a collection of sweaters. We need a different organization for the waste collection. Anne has been a collector for many years and she knows almost everything about Swedish stamps. Heavy traffic is a collocation. There's a colon missing in that sentence. She wears colorful clothes. Computers make our modern life more colorful. I didn't have time to read the whole article, just the first column. To the editor, I am puzzled by the report which appeared on yesterday's page 2, second column, concerning the Westfield Music Festival. There are a lot of columns outside and inside the restaurant, in Doric style. She combed her hair and put on some lipstick. I've been trying to comb out the knots in her hair. I want to buy a mirror for my room because I need to see myself while I'm combing my hair. Strawberries and cream, a perfect combination. A combination of tiredness and boredom caused me to fall asleep. This drug can be safely used in combination with other medicines. Her experience and energy are a winning combination in business. It has the winning combination of adventure in strange, far-off places, scientific discovery and humor. My wages combined with your savings should just about pay for it. The band combines jazz rhythms and romantic lyrics. Boys wear jeans or longer shorts than girls, combined with patterned, cotton shirts. She came second in the 100m race. Z comes after Y in the alphabet. Which king came after Edward? April comes before May. If a dream or hope comes true, it really happens. I'd always dreamt of owning my own house, but I never thought it would come true. After all the problems I'd had, Oliver's birth was a dream come true. I had been dreaming of going to London since I started learning English, and now that my dream had come true, I was overwhelmed by joy and feeling very lucky. Spring has come early. The worst problems are still yet to come. The announcement came at a bad time. But worse was yet to come. Then, he went to London to become a comedian, and now he is one of the most famous stars in that field. His latest film is described as a romantic comedy. I prefer Shakespeare's comedies to his tragedies. Everybody agreed to see that comedy with Jim Carrey, and I know that you would like it. She evidently dresses for comfort. It's a little too hot for comfort. Now you can watch the latest films in the comfort of your own room. When the weather is bad, I need the comfort of my car. Are you comfortable perched on that seat? I don't feel comfortable in high heels. Do sit down and make yourself comfortable. But when she started the lesson, everybody was comfortable and relaxed. If you are comfortable in a situation, you do not have any worries about it. I don't feel comfortable about leaving the children here alone. Those children, maybe they don't feel comfortable away from home. We slept very comfortably that night. I was sitting comfortably on the couch watching TV when suddenly all the lights went out, and everything became silent. I think it's a bit long for a comic film, 3 hours, but it's very funny, you must see it. Put a comma before his name. He hated being in the army because he had to obey commands. When I give the command, fire. Under the red lights of his command room, the first question that the captain wanted to ask was to know if the boat was safe. She had a good command of Italian. Besides, I have a good command of French, and I speak English fluently, which might be useful during the voyage around the world. I don't want any comments on / about my new haircut, thank you. Tell us what you think, go to our webpage and post / leave / add a comment. He made negative comments to the press. Write me a comment. My mum always comments on what I'm wearing. He commented that the two essays were rather similar. The official refused to comment on the matter. I will only comment on some points, the others may be viewed as agreed upon. In the old days, when the only means of transport were horses, there were many difficulties in communication between people, in commerce, and in life generally. I tend to switch off during the commercials. Nearly every one of us has to confess that on some days it is simply relaxing to sit in front of the TV just watching without using the brain at all, but we have to wonder if television is also able to educate us, especially regarding the senseless commercials. The commercial future of the company looks very promising. Unfortunately, as long as their private life is interesting for ordinary people and it brings commercial gain to publishers, journalists, and photographers, famous people will just have to get used to this living under a microscope. She is willing to be a witness for the prosecution and states that her husband was not with her at the time the crime was committed. She is known chiefly for her commitment to human rights. I'd like to thank the staff for having shown such commitment. I've got too many commitments at the moment to do an evening class. Please tell me also the terms of the possible job so I can plan my future work commitments. She is on the school's development committee. The local council have just set up a committee to study recycling. I'm pleased to help and to present these films to the club committee. It's quite common to see couples who dress alike. The surname Smith is very common in Britain. The city is so noisy and it's possible that you will get lost, it's very common. English has some features common to many languages. I invited her to dinner for all her trouble and we found out that we have a lot of common interests. Sue and I don't have much in common. We both like to read fantasy books, so we have a lot in common. It's common knowledge that he spent time in jail. It is common knowledge that such attention in the mass media inevitably tells on relationships in the family. The children shouldn't be in any danger as long as they use their common sense. In fact, she is very nice, funny, and full of common sense. We can now communicate instantly with people on the other side of the world. Has the news been communicated to the staff yet? Unable to speak a word of the language, he communicated with his hands. Finally, I decided to join a new English class in order to improve my English because a few weeks ago I met someone who is really interesting, so I would like to be able to communicate properly with him. He can't communicate with his parents. I think I can communicate with children and make them happy. Television is an increasingly important means of communication. We are in direct communication with Moscow. With an hour's walk to the nearest telephone, communication is difficult. Communication by email is very fast and very cheap. She's never very communicative in the morning. First of all, I would like to say I am a very communicative person and I enjoy being surrounded by many people. He's well known in the local community. Drug trafficking is a matter of considerable concern for the entire international community. He supported some projects in our community. As a member of our academic community, and a representative of the Students' Senate, I'm very glad to hear that our college will have a surplus in its annual budget. Dan has been her constant companion these past 10 years. Jane and her companion felt absolutely foolish and muttered something about a wrong address. I just enjoy his company. Do you want company or would you rather go on your own? I didn't realize you had company. Margot came to stay for a week as company for my mother while I was away. Fortunately, a friend of mine came with me for company. Come and keep me company, Isabel. Usually I went with him to keep him company and because I liked it. If you compare house prices in the two areas, it's quite amazing how different they are. That seems expensive. Have you compared prices in other shops? Compare some recent work with your older stuff and you'll see how much you've improved. Teachers always used to compare me with my sister. Our lives are so different, it's interesting to compare. This road is quite busy compared to ours. Children seem to learn more interesting things compared with when we were at school. To my surprise, it was very cheap compared with other restaurants. They made a comparison of different countries' eating habits. In comparison with the French, the British eat far less fish. I always drink fresh coffee, not instant. There's no comparison. Nowadays we can see a very different world from the one our grandparents were living in. Whereas they used to talk about how their daily life had changed in comparison with previous generations, we remain astonished at how our lives are changing frenetically. She's competing for a place in next year's Olympics. Are you competing in the 100 meters? There's gonna be a competition and I want to compete, but you know that my bicycle is a mess and very old. It's difficult for a small supermarket to compete against with the big supermarkets. Both girls compete for their father's attention. Most small cities like ours think that we have to compete with big cities by building new houses and shopping centers. Competition for jobs is intense. There's a lot of competition between computer companies. The two companies are in competition with each other. Different opening times mean competition between the shops. Nowadays people live in a very competitive society. She's very competitive. I think that I am a very competitive player. They offer good quality goods at competitive prices. I stayed at Riverside Hotel, which is great value because of the food and the competitive prices they offer. How many competitors took part in the race? Their prices are better than any of their competitors. The last one I saw was called Spelling, and it was a kind of quiz where the competitors had to spell difficult words fast and finish at a certain time. Lots of people have complained about the noise. He's always complaining. He complained that she never listened to him. If the service was so bad, why didn't you complain to the manager? If we are bad, they complain to our manager or they tell the head office. We've received a complaint from one of our listeners about offensive language. I've made a complaint to the police about the noise. We've had complaints that you've been playing your radio too loud. I hope you give my complaint serious consideration, and I would be very pleased if you would print a correction in the next issue of your magazine. It was a complete waste of time. He's a complete idiot. I made a complete and utter mess of it. It was a complete disaster. The report comes complete with diagrams and color photographs. Sun, sand, and romance. Her holiday was complete. I can send you a complete map. I completely forgot I'd said I would call him. He'd completely changed and I didn't recognize him. I agree with you completely. She's completely mad. In the middle of the journey there was one of those summer rain showers and we got completely wet. The film's plot was so complex that I couldn't follow it. It took us 2 weeks to modify the results in a very complex operation. I had to fill in this really complicated form. The rules are rather complicated to follow. The relationship is a bit complicated. He's my mother's cousin's daughter's child. Life is getting easier but more complicated. I could have written a letter in a bottle, but waiting for the answer would take a decade. Now it's just a click of a button. The committee was composed of elected leaders and citizens. It is composed of more than 50 members and they have various tastes in film, old and modern, comedy, action and so on. Who composed the music for the film? I've been composing music on a computer for over 5 years and I have a lot of knowledge when it comes to hardware. I also met a lot of famous composers, singers, and even my favorite violin player, Anne-Sophie Mutter, because I had to interview them. I have to do a composition in English to cover the work I missed. This concerto is one of her later compositions. He sang Schubert's Die Winterreise. Although it's already spring, this composition can be heard in every season. It is hoped that a compromise will be reached in today's talks. You've both got to be willing to make compromises. In a compromise between management and unions, a 4% pay rise was agreed in return for an increase in productivity. I hope that we'll find a compromise. In a relationship, both people have to compromise. I'm not going to compromise on quality. The famous stars and the journalists should compromise and respect each other's rights. If something is compulsory, you must do it because of a rule or law. Wearing seat belts in cars is compulsory by law. Swimming was compulsory at my school. We have asked participants to wear a typical traditional dress/suit from their country. Of course, this is not compulsory, but everyone is warmly invited to do so. Come on, concentrate. We haven't got all day to do this. I can't concentrate on my work with all that noise. I'm going to concentrate on my writing for a while. I can't concentrate on studying. The noise outside made concentration difficult. There was a look of intense concentration on her face. I find that yoga improves my powers of concentration. I found it hard to follow what the teacher was saying, and eventually I lost concentration. First of all, in my opinion, watching a film is more relaxing, because you don't have to concentrate too much on it. You only have to watch the screen, while books require more concentration. I failed to grasp the film's central concept. I had been trying very hard to get the point of the concept. Matters of pollution and the environment concern us all. There are 1 or 2 other matters that don't concern you. Fitness and health are 2 important issues in life which concern all of us. The next item on the agenda concerns staffing levels. Your other question concerns clothes. Concern for the safety of the 2 missing teenagers is growing. There's a lot of public concern about / over dangerous toxins recently found in food. The situation has been causing concern for some time now. My concern is that you're not getting enough work done. There's a matter of some concern that I have to discuss with you. All those days I put aside all my concerns about my studies. Our primary concern is safety. My concern is what present to buy for Mr. Brown. He's very concerned about her health. Concerned parents have complained about the dangerous playground. We are getting more and more concerned about our health and how to get and keep fit nowadays. As far as I'm concerned, Feng Shui is a load of rubbish. As far as our customers are concerned, price is the main consideration. As far as Laura was concerned, he was the most disgusting man in the world. As far as money is concerned, we're doing very well. First of all, I think the Majestic Hotel would be the right location, but I have doubts as far as the costs are concerned. I've had a letter from the tax authorities concerning my tax payments. I am writing in reply to your letter concerning the prize I won in your competition, which is 2 weeks at Camp California in the USA. At first I thought he was a bit rude, but I've come to reached the conclusion that he's just shy. Dear Jack and Ben, I've been thinking about your last letter for quite a long time, and I came to the following conclusion. In conclusion, I would like to thank our guest speaker for her fascinating talk. In conclusion, swimming is an enjoyable form of exercise and an excellent way to keep fit. In conclusion, music, TV, and clothes are very important in a young person's life and can reflect each person's character. Some of our children, brought up in modern cities, in a world of concrete, cars, motorways, and supermarkets, when asked, "What is a fish?" are only able to answer, "A square piece of white flesh we take from the freezer." My bike's a few years old, but it's in really good condition. They left the flat in a terrible condition, there was mess everywhere. He's in no condition to drive home. It's very beautiful and in good condition. The prisoners were kept in the most appalling conditions. Severe weather conditions are making driving difficult. What are their living/working conditions like? Under what conditions do plants grow best? Although I had fun, the weather conditions were horrible. It was raining all the time and the road was too wet to ride on. He suffers from a rare heart condition. Besides, all the fats we eat every day plus the accumulated stress of a job, makes us the perfect candidates for a heart condition. I'll come with you on condition that we're back before midnight. I would like to do this on condition that you will not mention my name on the website. We are conducting a survey to find out what our customers think of their local bus service. The experiments were conducted by scientists in New York. This is based on a questionnaire conducted in the school and our English department's investigation. The orchestra was conducted by Charles Miller. The orchestra conducted by Mr. Miller was just superb. I am 55 years old and have experience as a conductor of a choir. They frequently hold conferences at the hotel. I'm speaking at/attending a conference next week. As you know, I went to Canada in order to take part in an environmental conference. She confessed to her husband that she had sold her wedding ring. He has confessed to the murder. He confessed to sleeping through most of the film. I have to confess, I was a little confused at first. I found it all very confusing, I must confess. I must confess I put on 4 kilos in the last 3 months and the bicycle will help me to become fitter. He made a full confession to the police. I have a confession to make, I've lost that book you lent me. I also have a confession to make. He's got the confidence to walk into a room of strangers and immediately start a conversation. The training has given me the confidence to deal with any situation that arises. She has ability but she lacks confidence. I have every/complete confidence in her. She'll be perfect for the job. As a result of such a bad appearance, he lacks confidence. Be a bit more confident in yourself. It was a confident performance. He feels confident of winning. But I soon felt more confident, as I saw what activities they were doing. Some people were playing tennis, others were sunbathing in the garden. Are you confident that enough people will attend the event? They don't sound confident about the future of the industry. All in all, I'm confident that a solution will be found and our town will soon regain its former attractive look. Try to act confidently, even if you feel nervous. I am quite a hard worker and I can confidently say that I am quite a reliable person. 6 people have confirmed that they will be attending and 10 haven't replied yet. Flights should be confirmed 48 hours before departure. I've accepted the job over the phone, but I haven't confirmed in writing yet. I just want to confirm that we're going to the ABC cinema tonight. His wife confirmed that he had left the house that morning. The leader's speech was impressive and confirmed her faith in the party. Besides, it was confirmed by scientists that consumerism may develop into a compulsion. We've only had 5 confirmations for the conference so far. We will send you written confirmation of our offer shortly. I look forward to receiving your confirmation. There was a lot of conflict between the two parties. The government was in conflict with the unions over pay. It was an unpopular policy and caused a number of conflicts within the party. As you know, I was in conflict with myself, should I buy a computer or a bicycle? In these years, Europe was in conflict with China, which meant war. You're confusing him. Tell him slowly and one thing at a time. Stop confusing the issue. When the corpse was found, he, successfully, tried to confuse Mrs. Marple, Scotland Yard, and the members of the family where he was the doctor. I think you're confusing me with my sister, we look quite similar. It's easy to confuse his films, because he tends to use the same actors. I had confused the two words, uvas, which means grapes, and huevos, which means eggs, and said huevas, which unfortunately means testicles, instead. People keep telling me different things and I'm getting very confused. Sorry, I'm a bit confused. Are we meeting here or in town? She seemed a bit confused about the arrangements. At first I felt very confused. The witnesses gave confused accounts of what happened. What can a child think, hearing such confused explanations about animals that don't live where they should live, that don't live how they should live? I found the instructions very confusing. As a secret agent I was prepared for this sort of thing, but it was surprising and confusing. There seems to be some confusion about over who is actually giving the talk. This caused some confusion because the courses were not completely prepared. In the confusion after the bomb blast, I lost my bag. In the confusion someone pushed her against the wall and she hurt her shoulder. He could see the confusion on Marion's face. Then I thought he recognized my confusion, therefore, he opened the box, picking up something from it. I was just congratulating Siri on winning her race. Can I connect my printer to your computer? Where does the cooker connect to the electricity? Has the water/electricity/gas/telephone been connected in your new place yet? I want to buy a computer to play games and connect to the internet as well as listen to music in my free time. Many companies now offer free connection to the internet. Moreover, some portable phones have a connection to the web, so it is easy to read newspapers if one hasn't enough money to buy them. The connection between smoking and heart disease is well known. He has denied having any connection with the terrorists. They're sisters, are they? I knew their surname was the same, but I never made the connection. If you are aware of the connection between food and health, you can start changing your eating habits. I am writing in connection with the above job advertised in the Daily Press on Monday, February 12th. A man has been arrested in connection with last month's murder. Dear Mrs. Brown, I am writing in connection with a surprise birthday party for your husband, Mr. Brown. The train was half an hour late and I missed my connection. Because of bad bus connections it's not easy to get there. The tooth doesn't exactly hurt, but I'm conscious of it all the time. I think she's very conscious of being the only person in the office who didn't have a university education. I'm very conscious of the fact that a lot of people disagree with me. We have to be conscious that we are destroying the world where we are living. He lost consciousness for several minutes. He never regained consciousness after the accident. He lost consciousness and lay there on the floor just in front of me. The ship sank with disastrous consequences. Excessive drinking can have serious consequences for a person's health. If you neglect your relationships like that, you'll suffer the consequences. My work was the best because I drew a big drawing about the consequences of us not caring for the environment. I spent most of my money in the first week and consequently had very little to eat by the end of the holiday. Because of their job or school, people are much more stressed. Consequently, they don't take the time to eat correctly. I think that trying to save the wildlife in your area is a great aim because you don't have conservation areas and people can easily go hunting without telling anyone, and in that way they destroy the wildlife. Have you considered what you'll do if you don't get the job? We're considering selling the house. She's being considered for the job. I'd like some time to consider before I make a decision. I must say thanks to you for your birthday money for me to buy a DVD. After considering what to buy, I decided to buy The Legend of Narnia's. I don't consider myself to be a great athlete. I consider myself to be punctual, hardworking, reliable, and responsible. It's a considerable sum of money. The effect on the region has been considerable. I have considerable experience as a worker on a farm, having worked on my father's farm from 1956 to 1986. Rates of pay vary considerably. He's considerably fatter than he was when I knew him. The departures are at 8 a.m. and 10 a.m. daily, but I suggest that your group be there at the time of the first departure because it is considerably less crowded. After careful consideration, we decided to offer her the job. The whole matter needs to be given careful consideration. Please give this your careful consideration. It may be cheap to buy, but you've got to take into consideration the money you'll spend on repairs. For the reasons I have stated and taking into consideration that I am an ambitious and sociable person, I think I am suitable for the job. Safety is our main consideration. Cost, of course, is another consideration. The next consideration is the activities. She did really well, considering how little experience she'd had. Considering the weather, we got here quite quickly. Considering all the above, I think that your article was completely misleading. The team consists of 4 Europeans and 2 Americans. It's a simple dish to prepare, consisting mainly of rice and vegetables. Our team consists of 15 girls, who are all between 16 and 18. He's in constant trouble with the police. These machines are in constant use. As for me, constant practice in the English language is quite important. It is the essence of my life. He's constantly changing his mind. She has the television on constantly. I stood up and walked around the house, constantly bumping into things. The building was constructed in 1930. The walls are constructed of concrete. You need this information to construct a basic sentence. Using some wood, we constructed small seats and tables. The next decade saw the construction of many more office blocks. She works in construction. This website is currently under construction. It is worth mentioning that a huge gym is under construction. It would be a pity to build a modern construction there. See, the construction of a sentence or phrase is the way the words are arranged. Pay attention to sentence construction and check word order. I work in a bank as a consultant. People generally consume far too much sugar. People who eat fresh vegetables and meat tend to have good digestion and tend to consume less salt. Some people might argue that this system is convenient for consumers as they can go shopping whenever they would like to, and it makes the shops more secure against burglary and vandalism since the shops are packed with people inside. Do you still keep in contact with Peter? I'm still in contact with Sarah. We write a couple of times a year. There isn't enough contact between teachers and parents. I'd hate to lose contact with my old school friends. If you manage to make contact with her, do let me know. The school likes to have a contact number for parents during school hours. Well, we'll be in contact in 1 week's time. If one thing contains another, it has it inside it. How much liquid do you think this bottle contains? I've lost a file containing a lot of important documents. Does this drink contain alcohol? Try to avoid foods which contain a lot of fat. The allegations contained in this report are very serious. The food was not wonderful, but it was healthy and contained a lot of vitamins. As a result, a mountain of plastic containers and harmful chemical fluid is ruining Mother Earth. Although it was written hundreds of years ago, it still has a contemporary feel to it. I always read a lot of different magazines and know a lot about contemporary writers. He seems fairly content with life. They're content to socialize with a very small circle of people. He looked really content and happy. The contents of his bag spilled all over the floor. He hardly needed to open the letter because he already knew the contents. He looked for the owner and gave him the suitcase. He also asked about its contents. In the first lesson the teacher explained the rules and the contents of the course, and finally we did a group activity. She's won a lot of beauty contests. Next week there will be a freestyle battle, a rap contest, where a rapper can mess with others. This small battle is very important in the context of Scottish history. It is important to see all the fighting and bloodshed in his plays in historical context. It is interesting to see wild animals in their natural surroundings, but for a number of reasons this is mostly impossible. In this context, I think a zoo is a good alternative. Asia and Africa are the two biggest continents. Brazil is a large country, almost as big as a continent. It continued to snow heavily for 2 days. If the rain continues, we'll have to cancel tonight's plans. The article continues on page 10. I'll continue working until the end of June. Shall I continue with this task? Sally Palmer will be continuing as chairperson this autumn. I thought that he wasn't calling me, so I continued walking to the car. We'll have to continue this discussion tomorrow. It's getting late, why don't we continue tomorrow? After stopping for a quick snack, they continued on their way. He paused for a moment to listen and then continued eating. We continued our journey early in the morning. My solicitor is drawing up a contract. Don't sign/enter into any contract before examining its conditions carefully. He went to the 1994 World Cup in the USA and Brazil's victory helped him to sign a contract to play in Holland. The lesson was about the present continuous form. My computer makes a continuous low buzzing noise. A continuous white line in the middle of the road means no overtaking. Since the development of nuclear weapons, the Earth's fate has been in continuous danger. You can't work continuously for 6 hours without a break. They continuously claim that the destruction of the environment is totally all human beings' responsibility. As a result, it was not a perfect evening as the advertisement suggested, on the contrary, it turned out to be a miserable one. Are you going to contribute towards Jack's leaving present? Her family have contributed 50,000 to the fund. Do come to the meeting if you feel you have something to contribute. Furthermore, it is unfair to judge other performers as second-rate, as they did their best to contribute. This invention made a major contribution to road safety. She didn't make much of a contribution at today's meeting, did she? I am willing to make a significant contribution to the club. If you can't control your dog, put it on a lead. This switch controls the temperature. The movie was about a ring which was found in the river and used to control the world. You're going to have to learn to control your temper. I tried to control myself and started to speak politely and in a friendly way. Fire crews struggled to control the blaze. No attempt was made to control the spread of the disease. We have to control the number of cars, we can't allow as many cars as we drive now. The whole area is controlled by rebel forces. Brave New World. The part of the book I have read and I remember best is when John, the Savage, comes into the New World state controlled by several world controllers from the Savage Reservation. She's got no control over that child. He lost control of the vehicle. The police are in control of the situation. Apparently he lost control of the wheel, so the car crashed into a tree. If something or someone is beyond control or out of control, you cannot influence, limit or direct them. The car skidded and went out of control, crashing into an oncoming truck. There's nothing we can do, the situation is beyond our control. I had just driven through Piazza Duomo, when another car came round a corner much too fast, skidded, and went out of control. Don't worry, everything's under control. Everything is under control, said the captain. Where's the volume control on your stereo? The main instruments are in the center of the control panel. The captain sat at the controls of the aircraft. He touched a switch on the control panel and heard that characteristic hiss. The dictator took control of the country in 1933. In the first part of the story, animals take control of a farm in England. He wants the government to impose strict controls on dog ownership. It is important to find a way to regulate the information show and the internet, because right now there is no control over the information. I kissed my parents and went to passport control. Dictionary examples: a controversial issue / decision / speech / figure. The book was very controversial. From my point of view, it is a very controversial issue. I like the convenience of living so close to the shops. I think the first reason is its convenience. Just by sitting in front of it, you can enjoy TV program Me.s. We can meet at your convenience. I look forward to hearing from you at your earliest convenience. We could meet at either place, whichever is more convenient for you. A bike's a very convenient way of getting around. I find it more convenient to be able to do my banking by phone. What would be a convenient time for me to come round? If it would be possible for you, I can attend another class at any time which is convenient for you. My new house is more convenient for the station. It is near the train station, so it is very convenient to get there. The house is conveniently situated near the station and the shops. First of all, your group has been booked into the Palace Hotel, which is conveniently situated in the center of Nijmegen. I find his art rather dull and conventional. The accommodation wasn't bad, however our rooms were quite small and conventional. Could we convert the small bedroom into a second bathroom? What's the formula for converting pounds into kilos? Even some medieval castles have been converted into museums. She tried to convince me that I needed a new car. I hope this will convince you to change your mind. He managed to convince the jury of his innocence. She was the one who convinced me to go, and I am glad she did. My boyfriend says I'd enjoy a walking holiday, but I'm not convinced. I'm convinced that she is lying. I'm convinced that I would benefit from this experience in the future. Sometimes a cool wind blows in boat room. Allow the bread to cool before slicing it. In the summer many people were delighted by fountains which cooled the air. The Spanish authorities cooperated with the British police in finding the terrorists. Several companies are cooperating in the relief effort. Lime has become a sort of monster, with no consideration for life anymore, and Martins decides to cooperate with the police to catch and kill him. I find it very hard to dress my 2-year-old when she refuses to cooperate. Moreover, I am in favor of rules at school because it is very important for children to learn how to cooperate with others. This documentary was made with the cooperation of Rails UK. There's very little cooperation between the two countries. We thank you in advance for your cooperation. The clubs work in close cooperation with the Football Association. Thank you in advance for your cooperation in this respect. I found them very cooperative. You can rely on me, I love children and I am energetic and cooperative. How does she cope with 3 small children and a job? It was too stressful and eventually he just couldn't cope. Tires generally don't cope well on wet roads. Moreover, she can't cope with life. Rosie's hair shone like copper in the sunlight. Its domes are made of pure copper, inside there's a big bell called Zygmunt. This painting is only a copy, the original hangs in the Louvre. I always keep a copy of any official or important letters that I send off. Could you make a copy of this for tomorrow's meeting, please? For covering the work I missed, I will ask May on Thursday if I can borrow her exercise book and make a copy. He was always copying from / off other children, but never got caught. I'm certain she thought we had copied in the test. He tends to copy his brother in the way he dresses. He has to eat salads now, in the hope that the kids will copy his attitudes and eat fresh and healthy food instead of sweets and unhealthy stuff. Over 1 million copies of the book have been sold. The single with her new song sold more than 15 million copies. Now she was a powerful star. My sister is a farmer and we have to plant yams, corn, beans, and other crops. She didn't want to work for a big corporation where everything was so impersonal. I think that is the correct option because I really like this kind of film. Our teacher normally corrects our pronunciation. Until now, I have never had someone really teaching me and correcting my mistakes. The new software finds and corrects any errors on the hard disk. For example, if I have to write a formal letter or something like this, I use my PC because the paper looks nicer and the computer corrects my mistakes. I made some corrections before handing in my essay. She was disappointed to see her essay returned with a mass of corrections in red ink. My new teacher is friendlier and he is more careful with his correction of the work and exams we do. Have I pronounced your name correctly? I don't speak English correctly. The money I've saved corresponds roughly to the amount I need for my course. The American FBI corresponds to the British MI5. His story of what happened that night didn't correspond with the witness's version. Therefore, I would like to ask you for my entrance fee, as this evening did not correspond to your advertisement. They had corresponded ever since the war. Dear Tom, it would be wonderful to see you because we've been corresponding for a long time, but I've never had the pleasure of meeting you. Her office is at the end of the corridor. The invigilator left the room and walked down the corridor looking for some help. He rescued 4 people at the cost of his own life. She finally got the job she wanted, but at great personal cost. It's not worth getting into an argument with Tim, as I learned to my cost. We wanted to travel by car and, to my cost, my friend began to drive the car. If something must be done at all costs, it is very important that it is done. We have to succeed at all costs. One thing was sure, he was convinced he had to save Anne's life at all costs. Drinking and driving costs lives. His affairs cost him his marriage. However, many people are talking about car accidents which cost human lives. The children were dressed in Halloween costumes. Everything becomes alive with music and dancing, and everybody wears amazing costumes. You also can take some terrific photographs of national costumes, hear music, and take part in dances. This room is nice and cozy in the winter. He showed me into a cozy little room. I have a very tiny but cozy bedroom. They live in a country cottage, with roses round the door. I live in a typical Norwegian cottage with a huge fireplace, and everything is natural and simple. Normally, I would prefer my blouses to be made of cotton or silk as these materials make me feel comfortable. The smoke made me cough. I coughed all night long. I kept coughing, my nose kept running. Emily has a nasty cough. Because of swimming so much I got a terrible cough and so I had to be sent back to school so that I could be treated properly. We could go for a drink after work tomorrow, if you like. You could always call Susie and see if she might babysit. I could take you to a nice hotel. She could arrive any time now. A lot of crime could be prevented. This new drug could be an important step in the fight against cancer. This could be a big advantage, but on the other hand, books contain more details and sometimes some parts of the book are cut out in the film. Could I speak to Mr. Davis, please? Excuse me, could I just say something here? Could I bring you the missing work to the next class? She could have been killed. Let's go to the coast anyway, the rain could have stopped by the time we get there. Then they thought about the situation and tried to develop a theory about what could have happened with the dead body and who could be the murderer. He couldn't have damaged your bike, he was with me all evening. That book couldn't have been on sale last week, it's only come out today. The blood froze in our veins, and we were all sure that it couldn't have been anything but a ghost. The local council have decided not to allocate funds for the project. The town/city council are responsible for keeping the streets clean. Rubbish collecting needs to be arranged more regularly by the city council. The teachers counted the students as they got onto the coach. Count your money carefully to make sure it's all there. We're still waiting for the votes to be counted, up. I counted them and there were 5 suitcases. Can you count to 10 in French? What he told me is if you have any wishes, count 1 to 100 every Sunday for 1 month. Count nouns are shown here with C. I've always believed that happiness counts more than money. My opinion doesn't count for anything around here. It wasn't romantic, there were no flowers, but Carla knew that what counts is in the HE art. There was nobody at / behind the counter when I went into the bank, and I had to wait to be served. When I was at the counter, I put down my bags and paid for the serviettes. A county usually consists of several cities and towns and the rural areas surrounding them. Rutland used to be the smallest county in England, but in 1974 it became part of Leicestershire. Texas is divided into 254 counties. Since my family originates from the county of Dalarna, where Dal paintings are both very popular and common, I have started to paint a little on my own. He'll be better in a couple of days. I'm going away with a couple of friends. We'll have to wait another couple of hours for the paint to dry. She'll be retiring in a couple more years. The weather's been terrible for the last couple of days. Many economists expect unemployment to fall over the next couple of months. I've been so busy over the past couple of weeks. I went there a couple of times and I would love to go once more. A young couple walked into the bar. The couple skated well throughout the competition. The couple can say what they want to eat on their wedding day. I wanted to talk to him, but I didn't have the courage. People should have the courage to stand up for their beliefs. He had wanted to do it for a long time but never had the courage. We had fried courgettes and onions. I really like hot and spicy chicken with courgette. Of course, the Olympics are not just about money. Of course, I met many new people. It is a very nice club, it has 20 tennis courts, 2 soccer fields and an 18-hole golf course. The results will be sent to you in due course. I look forward to hearing from you in due course. They were penalized for having too many players on the court. I stayed in a hotel with a swimming pool, tennis court, and private beach. The lack of evidence means that the case is unlikely to go to court. 2 days after, I went to the law court as a witness. Hotel staff must at all times treat guests with courtesy. He could at least have had the courtesy to say sorry. On balance, I think McDonald's should improve the courtesy of members of staff, as well as keeping up the speedy service. Snow covered the hillsides. Cover the pasta with a layer of sauce. The bandages were covered with / blood. The hills are covered by the snow. This leaflet covers what we've just discussed in more detail. The book covers European history from 1789 to 1914. Dear teacher, I'm sorry but I won't be able to go to the English class tomorrow. But I can go another day to cover the work I've missed. Her picture is on the cover of several magazines. We covered 700 kilometers in 4 days. Secondly, traveling by car is a very effective way of saving time. For instance, you cannot cover long distances with your bicycle. The town covers an area of 15 square kilometers. The other suggestion is the flower market. WHH is very famous for tourists because it covers 2 acres and there are plenty of flowers to buy. You didn't talk to her? You coward. Instead of behaving like a wise grown-up, I behaved like a coward. This was a particularly brutal and cowardly attack. Bernard was usually weak, depressed, cowardly and pessimistic, but, on the other hand, when he became popular and famous by taking advantage of John, he was so boastful. Children can look at live fish, crabs, and lobsters. A stone hit the window and cracked the glass. I cracked my tooth when I fell. The walls cracked and the roof collapsed in the earthquake. The bottom tank cracked and the sea water poured into the tank and further into the engine room. You will find some interesting Swedish craft work there and get the best shots of the local people. He skidded on the ice and crashed into another car. The plane crashed into a field. Her brother borrowed her motorbike and crashed it. I crashed my car, and here in my city the bus is terrible. They had a crash on the way to work. She died in a car crash. Hi, as you know, I had a car crash and my car is damaged. If a computer or computer system crashes, it suddenly stops working. My computer keeps crashing. Will the computers crash after New Year? I heard a crash and hurried into the kitchen. A loud crash disturbed the silence of the night. The child crawled across the floor. The injured soldier crawled to safety. I crawled out from under the bed and stood up. When he came on stage, the audience went crazy. So when our teachers told us yesterday that a TV company would come and film this project and do interviews with us, everybody went crazy. The constant noise drove me crazy. Dad went crazy when I told him what had happened. Be careful, because you know computers drive me crazy. Put some sun cream on to protect your face. I think that we'll get a good suntan, and I didn't forget the sun cream. The project will create more than 500 jobs. Charles Schulz created the characters Snoopy and Charlie Brown. He created a wonderful meal from very few ingredients. It's important to create a good impression when you meet a new client. We had to create a new website for the club, and everybody seemed to have great fun. Their policies are all towards the creation of wealth. This 25-foot-high sculpture is her latest creation. The fashion magazines were full of the latest Paris creations. First of all, since the creation of the virtual world internet, computers have been used to communicate very quickly from one computer to another. Her book is full of creative ways to decorate the home. I love to be creative. We have to think creatively about this problem. I think that our college should have some of this kind of activities, so that students can spend their time creatively. I admire her creativity. Realistic stories thus develop our imagination and creativity, which are essential in our lives. Rainforests are filled with amazing creatures. Don't all living creatures have certain rights? Blue whales are the largest living creatures. There are some sea creatures, some are poisonous, that you have to avoid. I was relieved to see from my statement that my account was in credit. I will talk to you on the phone in a week's time, as I don't have enough credit. They decided to buy the car on credit. The shop was offering 6 months interest-free credit on electrical goods. My father spent lots of money without having the cash. Unfortunately, a credit loan company helped him. I did all the work and Amy got the credit for it. I suppose I should give him credit for his honesty. I took part in this event and I think that you haven't given it enough credit. I got 3 credits for the course. How could you get such a result? Her father barked, after seeing her report card which stated only 2 credits. When I was going back, I saw the crew from my plane. I recommend that you and your film crew visit Zurich during August, because it's very cold and the weather is mostly bad in January. The problem is the pollution and the crime. He has admitted committing several crimes, including 2 murders. The defendant is accused of / charged with a range of crimes, from theft to murder. A knife was found at the scene of the crime. Bombing civilians is a crime against humanity. It's about the police in Los Angeles, I think, trying to discover how the criminals did the crimes. At least he didn't attack me, and he even lent me his cell phone. He was such a gentle criminal. I didn't know he had a criminal record. In spite of his criminal background, I came to believe that man and also like him. An economic/financial crisis. The country's leadership is in crisis. We had a family crisis at the time. It is a crisis not only for animals but also for the planet. She's a film/theatre critic for the Irish Times. The play has been well received by the critics. Finally, I would like to ask for some of the extra budget to be allocated to inviting well-known critics or film staff to our local cinema. The report is highly critical of safety standards at the factory. Some of them are very critical of their food. The doctors said her condition was critical and she might not survive. The doctor only said she was critical, not dead. They were both critically injured in the crash. Cars are even more important for emergency situations such as a fire in a house or if somebody is critically ill. The designs for the new building have attracted widespread criticism. Another criticism is that there were not enough plays and films. The government is being widely criticized in the press for failing to limit air pollution. The film was criticized for being too violent. I had a very good relationship with him. He was always there when I needed him, he advised me, and never criticized me. He just talked with me and made me understand my mistakes. My friend started to walk into the water when suddenly a crocodile grabbed her leg. The main crops grown for export are coffee and rice. We had a bumper potato crop this year. You can do lots of things that you can't do in the city, such as plant crops. She wears a gold cross round her neck. That's the reason why this little cross is so important to me. If an idea crosses your mind, you think about it for a short time. It never crossed my mind that she might be married. The first thought that crossed his mind was to call the police immediately, and that was what he actually did. The taxi driver shouted at every pedestrian crossing. Don't tease him about his weight, it's cruel. Children can be very cruel to each other. The terrorists in the film are very cruel and also have an atomic weapon. Turn left at the crossroads. When you go out of the hotel, turn right, and at the first crossroads turn right again. Her work has been crucial to the project's success. It is crucial that the problem is tackled immediately. Clothes play a crucial part in our everyday lives. She had been very cruelly treated. Many young people and children go and look at various kinds of animals cruelly held behind the bars. The farmer was accused of cruelty to animals. The methods he used to become the farm leader, the way he ignored the 7 commandments, make him cruel, a cruelty he took to the extreme, causing damage to everyone living on the farm except to himself. My parents are going on a cruise this summer. Luca gave it to me last year, during our romantic cruise. They're currently cruising around the Caribbean. The end of conference party will take place on a boat cruising on the lake. Look out, she cried. I cried out his name. I could hear the cries of children playing in the street. As the concert finished, I heard someone call my name. The cry came from the VIP entrance. We ask Ed for 3 burgers with cucumbers. If you are interested in visiting historic building S, Palermo is wonderful concerning its cultural and artistic heritage. There are lots of cultural attractions, and nightly discos. It's a culturally diverse society. What I think is that Rome has to become a cultural pole, and becoming culturally vital, it will gradually look better. She's studying modern Japanese language and culture. I will tell you about Korean culture when you come here. If you're looking for culture, this may not be the place for you. I would suggest you to come to visit me here in Genoa, because this is a very unusual city, and this year, it is also the capital of culture. Anna won this cup in the school squash championship. The Davis Cup is an important championship. This weekend we worked hard to win the 10 Cup. At the time, they couldn't cure the disease. Harry and the other racketeers had watered down the medicine, so it was useless for curing the meningitis. They are trying to find a cure for cancer. He was only an intelligent scientist who looked into an AIDS cure. Laura thought he must have found something very special. My curiosity got the better of me and I opened the envelope. Just out of curiosity, How did you get my address? When the warrior had left, he explored the cave out of curiosity, and to his big surprise he found the treasure. I was curious to know what would happen next. I was curious about it, so I picked it up. She looked at him curiously. Everyone around looked at me curiously. Curiously, there didn't seem to be a bank in the town. Curiously, a few days before the murder, Emma received a letter from a French girl named Martine saying she wanted to visit them. He has got long fair curly hair and big blue eyes. Take local currency in case you want to buy something. Introducing in schools the system of learning only the things one enjoys would make the curriculum impossible to create. Is that your current address? Have you seen the current issue of Vogue magazine? The word thou is no longer in current use. Dear Mr. Thomas, I was interested in your advertisement in the current edition of Spotlight, and I would like to apply for a job in one of your campsites. The company currently employs around 750 people. The director is currently having talks in the USA. I am 22 years old and I am currently studying trade and tourism. Put the cursor over the word you want to look up. The black space reserved for the answer appeared and the text cursor started to blink. The other person was slimmer and she had womanly curves. She sank back against / into the cushions. I'll go to buy a nice wardrobe, an armchair and a lot of cushions. In my country, it's the custom to get married in white. It is a custom that the bride wears a white wedding dress and she carries a bouquet of flowers in her hands. I work as a customs officer and I meet a lot of foreign people every day. She cut her finger on some broken glass. Careful or you'll cut yourself with that knife. The robot had cut its hand. He suffered cuts and bruises in the accident. I have got a broken knee, but apart from that and a few cuts and bruises, I'm all right. The company is cutting 300 jobs. The third thing is internet business. This way is very good for both consumer and company, to cut the cost. Several scenes had been cut from the English version of the film. You'll see how the film is cut to fit the story into 2 hours, more or less. Those zeros indicate that your household has been affected by a power cut. Dictionary example, send me your CV. THSA students are the same as me, they want to pass their exams next year and put the degree on their CV. I usually cycle to work. We cycled around Hungary. So, the main disadvantage of zoos is that they put animals away from something which belongs to the natural cycle of life. I am writing about our cycle routes. He drove into a cyclist. There was me, my friend and a group of 10 people guided by a professional cyclist. I try to keep exercise a part of my daily life. Mr. Bean often does funny things in his daily life. Meat, poultry, vegetables, and dairy products are excellent for your health. He suffered brain damage in the car crash. I read in the paper last week that overworking may cause serious damage to your health. Many buildings were badly damaged during the war. Smoking can seriously damage your health. They may be using chemicals that could damage the ozone layer. They're selling off damaged goods at reduced prices. Both the cars involved in the accident looked badly damaged. Unfortunately, my father died from a fractured skull and a damaged brain. Damn. I've forgotten the tickets. It was just a joke, damn it. The grass is still damp. This shirt still feels a bit damp. It was a damp, misty morning. I have recently noticed that they are stored in dark, damp rooms because the library has no money to restore these places. The band played a slow dance. There will be music and traditional dances from the countries involved in the meeting. Icy roads are a danger to drivers. The judge described him as a danger to society. In fact, cars may be a danger to human life in many ways. She drives dangerously. He likes to live dangerously. A driver could lose his or her life by driving dangerously. I'd never dare to talk to my mother the way Ben talks to his. I didn't dare tell Dad that I'd scratched his car. I wouldn't dare have a party in my flat in case the neighbors complained. I daren't/don't dare think how much it's going to cost. Carla didn't dare to look at the door. She just sat there and waited for things to happen. Cats can see in the dark. I've always been afraid of the dark. As I was walking alone in the dark, I got really scared. It isn't safe to leave the house after dark. I want to be home before dark. Yesterday, soon after dark, I was in the kitchen and I was making my dinner. There was a power cut and the house was in darkness. Too frightened to start crying, I just stood up and stared into the darkness. Would you like a drink, darling? Don't worry, darling. I've been dashing around all day. I must dash, I've got to be home by 7. I must dash now, as I have got to go to college. I made a dash for the toilets. There was a mad dash for the exit. I made a dash to catch the plane. The data was collected by various researchers. Isotope data are corrected to the appropriate age for each sample. I collected lots of data on different air, noise, water, sea, and land pollution. Now the data is being transferred from magnetic tape to hard disk. Save your data on the hard disk bit by bit, do not wait until the whole article is ready. We're linked to the online database at our head office. So, we decide to access our school database and change our test results. Let's make a date to have lunch. I'd like to fix a date for our next meeting. We've agreed to meet again at a later date. We made a date for our next meeting in the mom book. He's asked her out on a date. She has a hot date tonight. I'm going on a date with Priscilla and my bicycle is broken. These unemployment figures are out of date. The library has got very poor staff and most of it is out of date. Great care is taken to keep our database up to date. Furthermore, the website is not always up to date. Thank you for your letter dated August 30th. Dear Sir, I refer to the advertisement published in the Daily Post dated December 5th. This is her best work to date. I enclose a copy of my curriculum vitae, which will give you further details about my career to date. This house dates back to 1650. Near the end of the route there's a castle that dates back to the Middle Ages, which would be really nice to visit. The castle dates from the 11th century. The Olympic Museum dates from the 19th century and is the biggest in Europe. I get unwell with my daughter-in-law. And do you know what, we met your daughter-in-law. We woke at dawn. We left as dawn was breaking. We left at the break of dawn. The other ones will work from dawn till dusk. Didn't I see you in the post office the other day? For example, the other day I stayed in my house all day watching television in bed. One of these days I'll tell her what really happened. I hope one day you will come with me. They haven't been seen for days. I had to wait for days while the car was being repaired. In those days, boys used to wear short trousers. In those days, life was much harder than now. The colors look much better in daylight. At the same time, we could change the curtains for lighter ones because we need the daylight. There are different places to visit in the daytime. If a piece of equipment is dead, it is not working. The phone suddenly went dead. I tried to phone my sister, but the phone was dead. There's no way I can meet that deadline. We're working to a tight deadline. I'm afraid you've missed the deadline. The deadline for applications was May 30th. My last question is about the deadline of your offer. Caught without cover, they were quickly eliminated by a burst of Bull's deadly machine gun. He's been totally/partially deaf since birth. She should take care of her family, especially her deaf 3-year-old daughter. How do you intend to deal with this problem? General inquiries are dealt with by our head office. Sorry about such a late reply, but I've had some problems to deal with. I'll make/do a deal with you, you wash the car and I'll let you use it tonight. I want to make a deal with you, he went on. She spends a good deal of her time in Glasgow. A great deal of effort has gone into making the software reliable. They still need a great deal more money to finish the project. There will be lots of events which you could see and take a great deal of pictures of. She's used to dealing with difficult customers. In my previous job, I used to deal with many people. The computer dealer in our street offered me a special combination package. She was a very dear friend. He's one of my dearest friends. My dear Gina, how lovely to see you. I decided to go to my dear friend Mary's house after writing a letter saying where I was and why. The disease causes thousands of deaths a year. Do you believe in life after death? After his father's death, he didn't want to study. She's scared to death of dogs. Preparing a surprise party, her parents had almost scared her to death. Education is the current focus of public debate. How we proceed from here is a matter for debate. Over the year we have had several debates about future policy. Public debates are shown on television, and television is the best way for politicians to explain their actions and projects. The statement shows your most recent debits.
20.
Has been debited from my account. I can use my debit card in most of the local shops. He managed to pay off his debts in 2 years. The firm ran up huge debts. She thought of getting a loan, but she already had huge debts. They are in debt to the bank. He got into debt after he lost his job. The company is deep in debt. The consequence is that I'm in debt. The building was due to be knocked down decades ago. Life has centered around fast food chains during the last decade and continues to do so. Sugar makes your teeth decay. Pollution has decayed the surface of the stonework on the front of the cathedral. The historic buildings are starting to decay. The company deceived customers by selling old computers as new ones. The sound of the door closing deceived me into thinking they had gone out. So if you don't want to feel deceived or offended, think twice before you decide to go shopping. He earns a decent salary. I haven't had a decent cup of coffee since I've been here. I think it's a decent place for us to stay for a night. Decent people have had their lives ruined by his behavior. She should do the decent thing and apologize. In fact, it had such a bad reputation that nobody decent went there any longer. She has had to make some very difficult decisions. The company will come to make a decision shortly. Let me have your decision by next week. It was his decision to leave. We need to take a lot of factors into account in our decision making. Tell me your decision soon. They were attractive, handsome, brave, and decisive men. We sat on deck until it was dark. When I woke up and went on the deck, I saw the skipper who was coming back from the village in the small boat. Have you got anything to declare? They declared their support for the proposal. America declared on Japan in 1941. The country declared independence in 1952. We should declare the city center a pedestrian zone. His interest in the project declined after his wife died. The party's popularity has declined in the opinion polls. It had slightly declined to about 88% in 1992. I invited him to the meeting, but he declined. He declined my offer. We thank you for your offer of accommodation, but we decline it. Home cooking seems to be on the in decline. She seemed to be recovering and then she went into a decline. For the 25 to 34 age group, a decline can be seen from 2006 to 2010. They decorated the wedding car with ribbons and flowers. The church always is decorated with beautiful flowers and other things. We're going to decorate the kitchen next week. I hate the smell of paint when I'm decorating. It is all decorated in blue. During the summer months, rainfall decreases. The aim to satisfy different interests should not allow the quality to decrease. There has been a steady decrease in the number of visitors. Their yellow and black stripe has a mysterious beauty, which is the main reason for the huge decrease in the tiger population. Christmas/party/table/cake decorations. He's good at cake decoration. In November I joined a day course to learn how to make Christmas decorations. This place is badly in need of decoration. I will start with the new decoration of my bedroom next week. It seems that the decorative roll of clothes will have disappeared by the year 2050. A deep color is strong and dark. He is tall and has got black hair and beautiful deep brown eyes. They traveled deep into the forest. He thrust his hands deep his pockets. I just fall deep into the story, into the writer's own world. A deep feeling or experience is very strong. Their son has been a deep disappointment to them. I fell into a deep depression, and took an extremely long time to recover. A deep sound is low. Take a deep breath and relax. But if you took a deep breath after reading the question, don't worry. This end of the pool is 2 meters deep. Her father's friend, who is a professional scuba diver, invited her to do her first immersion on the reefs, 15 meters deep. He fell into a deep sleep. And then, he fell to a deep sleep, putting his sack next to him. If you know or feel something deep down, you are certain that it is true, or you feel it strongly although you do not admit it or show it. Deep down, I knew that I was right. No, because I feel deep down that it's wrong to put animals behind bars. I'm deeply grateful to you. He found her comments deeply irritating/annoying/offensive. We don't want to get too deeply involved with these people. After 20 years of marriage, they're still deeply in love. I was deeply impressed by the long-term cooperation between the zoo and the school. It would be even nicer if there would be some wildlife in the park, like deer, walking free all over. Napoleon was defeated by the Duke of Wellington at the Battle of Waterloo. If we can defeat the Italian team, we'll be through to the final. I still remember when Marcelo became number 1 in 1998 after he defeated Andre Agassi in the final of the 5th Grand Slam. After their defeat in battle, the soldiers surrendered. Norwich City have suffered their worst defeat of the season. The whole team will face serious problems, which may lead to big defeats. The proposal to change the rules was narrowly defeated by 201 votes to 196. I'm afraid anything that involves language learning has always defeated me. But it was useless. Tina's friends had defeated their plan, and her. At the last general election, they suffered a massive defeat. The company was not ready to admit defeat. After long negotiations with the police, Linda admitted defeat and gave up. I play best in defense. I did basketball exercises for defense. When Helen criticized me, Chris came/rushed to my defense. She argued strongly in defense of her actions. A good diet helps build the body's natural defenses. Movie stars like Brigitte Bardot started strong campaigns against zoos as part of wider battles in defense of animal rights. How can we defend our homeland if we don't have an army? I'm going to karate lessons to learn how to defend myself. White blood cells help defend the body against infection. In the 4th one, you learn to defend yourself by doing karate, and in the last section, you could learn fencing. The newspaper's editor defended his decision to publish the photos. They are fighting to defend their beliefs/interests/rights. Do we know a lot of people nowadays who would be able to take the risk of being a prisoner for 10 or 20 years just to defend his beliefs? The Brazilian attack put France's defenders under pressure. I'm mostly a defender, so scoring a goal for the first time gave me great pleasure. In the dictionary, reality is defined as the state of things as they are, rather than as they are imagined to be. Your duties are clearly defined in the contract. I guess you would have to define the word fit to answer that question. The date for the meeting, is that definite? We need a definite answer by tomorrow. I'm really excited about your definite plans to come. The city, referring to the financial area of London, takes a definite article. Have you definitely decided to go to America? He definitely said he'd be here. So if I were you, I would definitely stay in the city. What is the definition of mood? He tried to give a definition of friendship. She's got a physics degree/a degree in physics from Oxford. I completed my languages degree course at U.P.N University. This job demands a high degree of skill. A good society depends on the degree to which people are able to trust each other. Can you imagine the degree of pollution you absorb in crossing London every morning by bicycle? I was delayed by traffic. The roads were crowded with a lot of traffic, so I got really delayed. This problem needs to be dealt with without delay. Firstly, the program began on time at midday without delay. All names have been deleted from the report. I didn't take notice of the email and deleted it again. This was a deliberate attempt to mislead us. I'm sure that his deliberate intention with this was to make us get closer. I'm sure he says these things deliberately to annoy me. Many of them choose the bicycle deliberately, just to have at least a small amount of exercise before and after the hours they spend sitting at their desks. She liked his delicate skin and his body's warmth. Delicate plants need to be kept in a greenhouse during the winter. Although you told me I can make use of anything, I'd like to make sure that it isn't a problem to use such delicate things as the computer and the CD player. The delicious smell of freshly made coffee came from the kitchen. This wine is delicious. I love it because they make delicious hamburgers. The children screamed with delight. My sister's little boy is a real delight. I read your letter with great delight. He seems to take great delight in teasing his sister. At midnight fireworks covered the concert hall and I, as well as the rest of the spectators, felt excitement and delight. We're delighted with our new house. I was delighted at / by your news. I'm absolutely delighted that you can come. We'd be delighted to come to dinner on Friday. I've just seen your letter and I'm really delighted to have won the first prize in your competition. We had a delightful evening. A table was laid with a lot of delightful food and a beautiful cake was in the center of it. Mail is delivered to our office twice a day. The shop is delivering our new bed on Thursday. You have to deliver newspapers to the town center's shops. The priest delivered a passionate speech against war. Then, he delivered a speech to the public. We get 2 deliveries of mail a day. You can pay for the carpet on delivery. We expect to take delivery of our new car next week. I called for a delivery from Pizza Hut and after that went to study. I demanded an explanation. I demand to see the manager. She demanded that he return the books he borrowed from her. I demand a full refund or I will be forced to take this matter further. You can't give in to children's demands all the time. The government is unlikely to agree to the rebels' demands for independence. They received a final demand for payment. Of course only when my demands are logical. This job demands a high level of concentration. I would say that driving a car demands a lot of responsibility. There was little demand for tickets. I believe we have to stop the demand for ivory. Although the job was demanding, I enjoyed it. The early 1990s saw the spread of democracy in Eastern Europe. From then on it represented democracy and freedom until Hitler took over power in January 1933. We must accept the results of a democratic election. If we regard ourselves as modern people, we must be democratic enough to release them. A number of houses were demolished so that the supermarket could be built. The building was demolished, and so was the dream of a house of our own. These problems demonstrate the importance of strategic planning. These figures clearly demonstrate the size of the economic problem facing the country. Research has demonstrated that babies can recognize their mother's voice very soon after birth. The results were amazing. The group managed to demonstrate that the learning capacity increased a lot with respect to traditional methods. Thousands of people gathered to demonstrate against the new proposals for universities. Maybe the RSPCA should demonstrate, to show that it's not acceptable. We have to stand up for their rights. Yesterday I heard that animal rights activists have met the Prime Minister. The students are holding a demonstration to protest against the increase in their fees. Protesters staged an anti-war demonstration in front of the U.S. Embassy. There were many demonstrations and violence. If you have time to go shopping, you could buy me a pair of blue denim jeans, size 30. Don't be afraid and don't run, shouted someone from the dense forest. England was once a densely wooded country. Mexico City is one of the most densely populated cities in the world. It's densely populated, and with that the ugliness of densely populated places follows. In Kingsthorpe you have lots of GPS and dental surgeries. Neil denies that he broke the window, but I'm sure he did. Neil denies breaking the window. We cannot deny that technology has changed our lives. Her request for time off work was denied. No one should be denied a good education. The goalkeeper denied him his third goal. I was denied the opportunity of learning French at school. Should wild animals be kept in cages, and denied their freedom so that we can have the pleasure of watching them at zoos? The plane departs at 6:00 a.m. The train for London departs from platform 2. The boat departs from Kingsbridge. Now I am just waiting for the day of departure. It depends how you want to spend your holidays. She depends on her son for everything. The country depends heavily on foreign aid. I don't want to depend on my parents anymore. You can always depend on Michael in a crisis. I'm depending on you to keep your promise. You can't always depend on the trains arriving on time. I hope you'll let me join your foundation because I could be a member you can depend on. He has 3 dependent children. It's very easy to become dependent on sleeping pills. If I went to school by car I would be dependent on my father. They put down a deposit on a house. How many days in advance do we have to make our reservation? I also wonder if there is a deposit that we have to pay. He seemed a bit depressed about his work situation. She became deeply depressed when her husband died. I felt depressed and decided to go to live in another city. I find this weather so depressing. Her letter made depressing reading. It was very depressing watching the news on television tonight. It's depressing to think that we've got 5 more years of this government. It was really depressing, seeing people drinking and having fun when I just had to work. If you suffer from depression, it's best to get professional help. My mum always worried about my sister because of her shyness and depression. He claimed that he had been deprived of his freedom/rights. You can't function properly when you're deprived of sleep. We shouldn't deprive our music fans of this wonderful event, that can only enrich our city's cultural life. There are very few fish at depths below 3,000 meters. The river froze to a depth of over a meter. But suddenly Laura did not feel any fear anymore, and within a second she jumped into the air and fell into the endless depth of the Grand Canyon. Terry lacks depth, he's a very superficial person. Her writing shows astonishing depth. Joe has hidden depths. I think that the main reason why someone has to read this book twice is the strength and depth of the 2 main characters, Donald Woods and Steve Biko. With access to the internet, students can do their homework in greater depth. I would love to learn English in more depth during the summer. The path descended steeply into the valley. Jane descended the stairs. Paul slowly descended to the river and sat down on the grassy bank. Write a description of your favorite seaside resort. Your essay contains too much description, and not enough discussion of the issues. She has given the police a very detailed/full description of the robber. Here's a description of my bedroom. If you deserve something good or bad, it should happen to you because of the way you have behaved. After all that hard work, you deserve a holiday. Chris deserves our special thanks for all his efforts. I hope they get the punishment they deserve. They certainly deserve to win that match. I wish you happiness, you deserve it. I don't like the design of this kettle. The building was originally Victorian in design. The car has some excellent design features. I was looking to find a good bicycle with a nice design. She's an expert on kitchen/software design. He's studying design at college. You know that my subject is design. Last year I made and sold more than 200 pairs of knitted socks, and because of that I got a prize from the Swedish Handcraft Company for the wonderful and original design on my socks. Who designed this building/dress/furniture? This range of clothing is specially designed for shorter women. It was built in 1570 and designed by the Italian architect Mirando. This dictionary is designed for advanced learners of English. These measures are designed to reduce pollution. The end of conference party is designed to give rough ideas about many different cultures. After 5 months, she was working as a co-designer with the best Italian designer, although she was just a student. I can't afford designer label/designer label clothes. People like designer clothes like Armani, Chanel, and so on. Reducing class sizes in schools is a desirable aim. It's regarded as a highly desirable job. The house is in a very desirable area of the city. It is desirable that they include showers, although a bathtub would be nice, too. I certainly have no desire to have children. There is a strong desire for peace among the people. She had a strong desire to go back to her home country before she died. Several people have expressed a desire to see the report. I had such a desire to go to the disco that I decided to go even without my parents' permission. The menu bar with its windows is one of the features of the desktop. I can download from my desktop to my mobile phone. The computer I bought is a beautiful, new, white desktop. They're the depths of despair about the money they've lost. Almost in despair, I came out of the bathroom and tried my best to look for a candle. The doctors made one last desperate attempt/effort to save the boy's life. They made a desperate appeal for help. I was almost desperate, trying to think about any possible solution to my problem, but the more I thought, the bigger was my problem, because hours went by. They are desperate for help. He was desperate to tell someone his good news. She was 19 and in desperate need of a boyfriend. He was desperately ill. I'm not desperately keen on football. He was desperately in love with her. They desperately wanted a child. I desperately need a bicycle as a bicycle competition is going to take place in our city. They fought desperately for their lives. He desperately tried to keep the stalking sharks at bay, but he couldn't succeed. I still enjoyed the week despite the weather. Despite claims that the product is safe, many people have stopped buying it. He managed to eat a big lunch despite having eaten an enormous breakfast. Despite having to share a bedroom with my 3 cousins, I feel very comfortable. The company has been forced to reduce its price, despite the fact that the offer has been very popular. The advantages of the kind of life that people had years ago is that they could eat more fruit and vegetables than us. However, there are advantages for us too, because despite the fact that we eat more fast food, we do more exercise than they did. We arrived at our destination tired and hungry. His letter never reached its destination. The Caribbean is a popular tourist/holiday destination. The journey to the destination lasted about an hour. Most of the old part of the city was destroyed by bombs during the war. The accident seemed to have completely/totally destroyed his confidence. The film described a terrible period of our history when a lot of people died and a lot of cities were destroyed. Many people are very concerned about the destruction of the rainforests. With the ongoing industrialization and, for example, the destruction of the rainforest, men have taken or destroyed the natural places of several hundred species all over the world. She insisted on telling me every single detail. We don't know the full/precise details of the story yet. Consequently, we want to know every single detail about them and their lives. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. The book described her sufferings in great detail. I'm really sorry that I didn't write back earlier, but to make up for this I will answer your questions in detail. I won't go into detail over the phone, but I've been having a few health problems recently. The longer document goes into more detail about the experiments. In one of his books he really goes into detail about how children treat other children who have difficulties with their new language. A witness gave a detailed description of the man. We ran until we arrived at the police station where we gave a detailed description of that man and what had happened. I know that you love detective stories. Andy Murray will need great determination and skill to win this match. Mandela tried to better the political situation of South Africa. He was strong enough to fight, he had determination. I'm determined to get this piece of work finished today. She's sure to get the job she wants, she's a very determined person. I am determined to study computer engineering and pursue my education overseas. In the phrases my first boyfriend and that strange woman, the words my and that are determiners. The baby develops inside the mother for 9 months. Over time, their acquaintance developed into a lasting friendship. This exercise is designed to develop the shoulder and back muscles. I'm looking for a job which will enable me to develop my skills/talents. Therefore it's an important tool that is used to develop new friendships. Scientists are developing new drugs all the time. The company is spending $650 million on developing new products/technology. With more free time we can develop new technology, learn more about ourselves and the world that surrounds us. If you develop an illness or problem, or if it develops, you start to suffer from it. The study showed that 1 in 12 women is likely to develop breast cancer. She's developed some very strange habits lately. They often develop the same symptoms as can be seen among mentally disturbed human beings. To conclude, I would like to say that the governments of all developed countries wouldn't have been so concerned about the so-called problem 2000 if the computer had not been so important for modern society. Nowadays, both developed and developing countries spend a lot of money on computerization. Mr. Berkowitz is in charge of product development. Owing to the great speed of technological development, people need to lead a faster life. Dictionary examples: an important development in the fuel crisis. Phone me if there are any new developments. There have been impressive developments in technology lately. Rescuers used a special device for finding people trapped in collapsed buildings. I have much more time for many other things during the day thanks to the devices modern technology offers us. This film is about a devil who meets a priest. He resigned from his job to devote more time to his family. At that time, everyone should have devoted their life to the nation. Most of the magazine was devoted to celebrity gossip. And we have come up with the idea of building a drama theater at our college and a new department for our library devoted to music. A devoted fan/husband/wife Lucy is devoted to her cats. I am devoted to reading and I can say this book is wonderful. The teacher drew a diagram showing how the blood flows through the heart. The first diagram tells us that the number of Japanese tourists traveling abroad increased dramatically from about 5 million in 1985 to about 11 million in 1990. Can I dial this number direct, or do I have to go through the operator? Dial 0 for the switchboard. So he picked up the phone and dialed the number written in the letter. The play contains some very funny dialogue. Act 2 begins with a short dialogue between father and son. However, she shows her courage during her first dialogue with Jos. He had worked in the diamond mines of South Africa. She found a gorgeous diamond ring on her finger. Joe's socks had diamond patterns on them. She's a strict vegetarian and doesn't eat poultry or fish. When organizing our lunch, please note that 7 of us are strict vegetarians. I'm dying to hear your news. I'm dying for a cup of tea. Now I have to leave you because I'm dying for a pizza. Dinosaurs died out about 65 million years ago. A second point is that a lot of animals are going to die out because of pollution. The children seem to exist on a diet of burgers and chips. You can try our fresh farm food, which is very good for your diet. I'm going on a diet next week and hope to lose 2 kilos before Christmas. The doctor put me on a low-salt diet to reduce my blood pressure. I'm on a serious diet, and I have to exercise. The twins look alike, but they differ in personality. His views differ considerably from those of his parents. The findings of the various studies differ greatly/widely. People's opinions on this matter differ widely. N, age/price/temperature difference. There's a big difference in age between them. This age difference was too big. Exercise can make a big difference to your health. It wouldn't make a big difference in my life, but it would be good. You can ask him again if you like, but it won't make any difference, he'll still say no. It makes no difference where you put the aerial, the TV picture's still bad. Does it make any difference, some might ask? I had to go to 3 different shops to find the book she wanted. I have 3 different teachers for 3 different things, one for the grammar, another for the listening, and finally one for my writing. We want to do things differently. Are girls treated differently? I had always pictured it quite differently. The manager is difficult to deal with / a difficult person to deal with. His wife is a very difficult person. Please children, don't be so difficult. I'm not a difficult person and I can cook very well. We finished the job, but only with great difficulty. The difficulty of the task excited them. She had great difficulty finding a job. They would have difficulty in sleeping outdoors. As you know, my family has financial difficulties and we can't afford this. Digging in the garden is good exercise. I started digging, but it was useless. The tunnel was dug with the aid of heavy machinery. The dog was digging a hole to hide its bone in. I was ready to dig a hole and jump into it, because when you are at that age and your best friend's father sees you kissing your boyfriend in the dark, it is just the most embarrassing thing which can happen to you. The alarm clock was flashing with the annoying digital zeros. Actually, I think it's a typical female dilemma. We try to do many things by ourselves and at the same time. Music has added a new dimension to my life. I had never felt this way before. It was like being part of another life, another dimension. The dimensions of the photo should be no larger than 30 centimeters by 20 centimeters. Also, I want to take a big mirror. The dimensions are 0.70 x 1.20 m. Dip the fish in the batter, then drop it into the hot oil. She dipped her toe into the pool to see how cold it was. I recommend little sandwiches, chips, and other things to dip into sauces. The number of students taking sciences has dipped sharply. Cinema attendance in TH's age group dipped to 88%. The owner of the restaurant was a diplomat, and he invited the refugees to eat at the restaurant. Is there a direct train to Edinburgh? I'm looking for a direct flight from Zurich to Botswana. He wanted to give up acting and start directing his own films. Jaws was directed by Steven Spielberg. We plan to see an action film which was directed by Tarantino. Can you direct me to the manager's office, please? He directed me to a room where other guests were waiting. She decided to take direct control of the project. Have you any direct experience of this kind of work? He left as a direct result / consequence of what she said. There is a direct link / connection between smoking and lung cancer. No, go that way, I said, pointing in the opposite direction. He was going in the direction of the bedroom. They drove away in opposite directions. I walked for hours in the same direction I had walked before. She keeps looking in my direction. I didn't know why she was talking to me, but suddenly she walked in my direction and told me, I need to know your name. Our hotel room was directly above a building site. The disease is directly linked to poor drainage systems. The sun shone directly in my eyes. The youth hostel was directly beside the sea. Let me answer that question directly. While being interviewed, try to answer the questions directly and look into the interviewer's eyes. She has become the director of the new information center. It was from my school teacher and she was saying the most horrible things about the school, the director, and other teachers. We want to see the latest film by our favorite director, Oliver Stone. His coat was covered with dirt. Maybe in the future they'll find a new fabric which protects you from dirt and dangerous sunshine. Trying to change attitudes to disability is a real struggle. Such problems as cancer, heart attack, or mental disability are very likely to bother you in the future. The accident left him severely disabled. The library does not have disabled access. I have done a lot of work looking after disabled people in the local area. One disadvantage of living in the town is the lack of safe places for the children to play. We need to consider whether the disadvantages of the plan outweigh the advantages. After that we discussed the advantages and disadvantages of public transport. I disagree with most of what he said. Experts disagree about on the causes of the disease. Few people would disagree that something should be done to reduce the level of crime in the area. I strongly disagree with the decision that has been taken. We saw Harry Potter and the film was good, but I think the book is better. Carlos disagreed with me. They had a disagreement about over money. There was some disagreement with this view. Literary critics were in total disagreement about the book. I am writing to express my disagreement with your article Failure of Festival, as I attended the festival last weekend. The sun disappeared behind a cloud. We looked for her, but she had disappeared into the crowd. They saw my mother's shadow on the stairs and disappeared. She disappeared from her home over a month ago. I can't find my keys anywhere, they've completely disappeared. I noticed that my wallet had disappeared. These flowers are disappearing from our countryside. This is a way of life that is fast disappearing. It seems that the decorative roll of clothes will have disappeared by the year 2050. A man was being questioned in connection with her disappearance. After his disappearance, lots of people were looking for him, and in the end they tracked him down. I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm afraid I can't come after all. We don't want to disappoint the fans. I've always got along very well with little kids, and I'm sure I won't disappoint you. She was disappointed that they hadn't phoned. We were deeply disappointed at about the result. His parents were bitterly disappointed in with him. He was disappointed to find they'd already gone. I feel so disappointed. What a disappointing performance result. The response to our advertisement has been very disappointing. I started my new English class last week, which was a really disappointing experience since the teacher was not a native speaker. Book early to avoid disappointment. To my great disappointment, he decided to leave. However, to my disappointment, the restaurant was closed because it was being redecorated. The party turned out to be a big huge great disappointment. I'm afraid I've been rather a disappointment to my parents. It was all a big disappointment. The survey showed that 32% of respondents approve, 54% disapprove, and the rest are undecided. I strongly disapprove of underage drinking. Since the system has more disadvantages than advantages, I disapprove of the open 24 hours a day, 7 days a week system. An inquiry was ordered into the recent rail disaster. This is one of the worst natural disasters ever to hit the area. Everything was going smoothly until suddenly disaster struck. Secondly, we have to save our planet from disaster. His idea was a total disaster. Inviting James and Yvonne to dinner on the same evening was a recipe for disaster. They always argue with each other. For very shy people who have trouble communicating even in everyday situations, it would be a disaster to become famous, watched by curious fans and recognized while walking in the streets. Both songs are on their latest disc. Then after the movie, we went to a CD shop and I bought the new Foo Fighters disc. I found out that there would be a special event with disc jockeys like DJ Quicksilver. The dog had a small, metal disc attached to its collar. There should be better discipline in schools. I don't know if that is because of their age, but whatever it is, I think teachers should change the methods of discipline they use. The thought of how much work she had to do discouraged her. It should include the prices of the tickets. If not, it will discourage people. Her parents tried to discourage her from seeing him. Yet there are also disadvantages which might discourage you from buying a mobile phone. Who discovered America? Scientists have discovered how to predict an earthquake. We searched all morning for the missing papers and finally discovered them in a drawer. She discovered that her husband was having an affair. I have discovered that horses are wonderful animals. Leonardo made many scientific discoveries. The discovery of a body in the woods started a murder inquiry. How will this affect our lifestyles and homes in the future if scientists go on making new discoveries? They were having a discussion about football. I can say nothing, the matter is still under discussion. Management are having discussions with the union about possible redundancies. Jane told us something about the Civil War, and after that we had a discussion about the rights of black people in THOSE days. They reported a sudden outbreak of the disease in the south of the country. The first symptom of the disease is a very high temperature. Starvation and disease have killed thousands of refugees. I was worried about her incurable disease. They were sent home in disgrace. He brought disgrace on the whole team. When we came back, it felt like we were sinking into a miserable life, full of disgrace. It's a disgrace that money is being wasted like this. The park is really a disgrace. She usually goes out in disguise to avoid being bothered by the public. There will be a big parade in the first week of the month with people in disguise. He disguised himself by shaving his head and wearing a false beard. Minor skin imperfections can usually be disguised with makeup. We tried to disguise the fact that it was just a school hall by putting up colored lights and balloons. This writer that we are going to welcome is a brilliant woman, because she had the courage to disguise herself as an immigrant to see and to feel how those poor and miserable Turkish immigrants live in Germany. It's disgusting that there are no schools or hospitals for these people. Passengers were kept for hours in a disgusting waiting room. Personally, I don't like the special food that they do sometimes, because it's disgusting. He's been dishonest in his dealings with us about his past. Both of them are dishonest men. Joss organizes the smuggling, and Jem is a horse thief. Her dishonesty landed her in prison. He is so open in his dishonesty that Mary can't be angry with him. I was just loading the dishwasher. Finally, modern technology has changed my way of spending the free time that is provided by household appliances such as the dishwasher and the washing machine. How much disk space is there? I bought a brand new, state-of-the-art computer which is equipped with a 300 MHz Pentium processor, a 300 GB hard disk, a 17 monitor and so on. Why do you dislike her so much? I dislike walking and I hate the countryside. I generally prefer reading newspapers, but I don't dislike books. What are your top 5 likes and dislikes? The teacher asked about our families, friends, and likes and dislikes, and then the lesson finished. The main reason for my dislike is that it's so unnatural. The whole conference was totally disorganized, nobody knew what they were supposed to be doing. Even though it was rather disorganized, most of the audience seemed to be pleased with it. He's impossible to work for, he's so disorganized. Apart from that, I am a disaster working in offices and I am very disorganized. I decided to visit a museum which has a special display on Friday. If something is on display, it is there for people to look at. Many old aircraft are on display at the museum at the moment. There were some new musical instruments on display. The display problems might be due to a shortage of disk space. The phone has many facilities like games and color display. Family photographs were displayed on the wall. The problem with some museums is that the way in which the pieces of art are displayed is not right. One of the high points of our exciting and well-organized event was the fireworks display. The text can be displayed and edited on screen. The timetable is hidden somewhere in a submenu which, I think, should be displayed on the main page. Nowadays, waste disposal and environmental protection has become one of the most important questions of our life in a world with environmental catastrophes. We will have a car at our disposal for the whole trip. But on Wednesday morning I'm at your disposal. A heavy fall of snow had disrupted the city's transport system. The meeting was disrupted by a group of protesters who shouted and threw fruit at the speaker. On the other hand, the beep on your mobile phone sometimes disrupts the most romantic moment or the best scene in the cinema. At the moment she's experiencing a lot of dissatisfaction with her job. I expect a full refund plus compensation for my dissatisfaction and discomfort which I suffered. If you're dissatisfied with the service, why don't you complain to the hotel manager? However, I must say that museums are really useful, to understand the history of the world, and that's why people keep going there even though they're sometimes dissatisfied. What's the distance between Madrid and Barcelona / from Madrid to Barcelona? He travels quite a distance to work every day. Does she live walking distance of her parents? There are also caves to explore a short distance away. I could see Mary in the distance. From a distance, it sounded like a bell ringing. Far in the distance they spotted another ship. She could hear the distant sound of fireworks exploding. A distant rumbling could be heard through the thick layers of rock that she was under. There's a clear distinction between the dialects spoken in the two regions. This company makes no distinction between the sexes. You must be able to make a distinction between wild and Farrekia species and small animals. He's colorblind and can't distinguish the difference between red and green easily. I sometimes have difficulty distinguishing Spanish from Portuguese. It's important to distinguish between business and pleasure. It's not the beauty so much as the range of his voice that distinguishes him from other tenors. This is the scene where in a card game between Pig Napoleon and Human Pilkington, the other animals, who secretly watch the game through the window, find it impossible to distinguish between pigs and humans. His great skill distinguishes him from the rest of the team. A person distinguishes himself from others by different tastes, manners, characters, or behavior. I couldn't distinguish anything in the darkness. I could distinguish nothing in the darkness and was scared to death. One of Hu Xianting's most distinguished visitors in recent times was Queen Elizabeth II, whose tour of Shanghai included a stop here and a cup of tea. Don't distract her from her studies. He tried to distract from his own illegal activities. Television is not always useful because it distracts our mind from other things. If you confront a distressing situation, try to compensate for it with a relaxing activity. The books will be distributed free to local schools. Several people were arrested for distributing racist leaflets to the spectators. I also had to distribute the flyers at the concert. I recommend you go from one district to another by public transport. Please don't disturb Georgina, she's trying to do her homework. I'm sorry to disturb you so late, but my car's broken down and I was wondering if I could use your phone. If we go outdoors we won't disturb my parents. If you dive into water, you enter it head first with your arms held out above your head. They ran to the pool, dived in, and swam to the other side. Look at those children diving for oysters over there. Mark dived off the bridge into the river. I dived from high rocks into the water. I like to go somewhere on holiday where I can dive. Now, she dives regularly and spends all her holidays at a place where there is a diving center. He entered the pool with a neat dive. The center also offers night dives, which are highly recommended. It will start with a medical test, a few hours of theory, some training dives in a swimming pool and, at last, 2 dives on the reef. I've got the qualification of open water diver. Students from countries as diverse as Colombia and Lithuania use Cambridge textbooks. New York is a very culturally/ethnically diverse city. I am a sociable person who has been exposed to diverse social circumstances. At the end of the lecture, I'd like all the students to divide into small discussion groups. After World War II, Germany was divided into 2 separate countries. The class was divided into 2 groups. There's a narrow alley which divides our house from the one next door. The city is divided into 2 parts by the river Danube, Buda and Pest. If a group, organization, or country is divided, there are disagreements among the people in it. Board members are divided over the plans for the new stadium. Opinions are divided. I want to go diving in Malta. We can go fishing, diving or windsurfing, it depends on how you would like to spend your time. Suddenly all the atomic missiles of the defensive system rose up in the sky, and so did the Russian ones, not turned off after the division of the ex-USSR. Being a lucky guy, I had the chance to work at the Disneyland Hotel, which is a division of the famous Walt Disney Company. I've been playing football for an Italian second division team, by the way. The last I heard they were getting a divorce. Divorce is on the increase. Ellie wants a divorce. What are the chances of a marriage ending in divorce? After her divorce, she had 2 boyfriends. She's divorcing her husband. She's divorced. They got divorced after only 6 months of marriage. My best friend Petra is getting divorced. He's a DJ on Radio 1. I found out that there would be a special event with disc jockeys like DJ Quicksilver. Going without sleep for a long time makes me feel dizzy and lightheaded. I felt quite dizzy with excitement as I went up to collect the award. She felt a little bit dizzy. Sam did very well in her exams. I had done badly in my last exam and my teacher said she would talk to my mother. She runs much faster than he does. I like Brad Pitt a lot, and so does she. It takes him half an hour to do his hair in the morning. I was the assistant of the person responsible for the clothes and makeup of the pop group, and I was asked to do their makeup on my OWN. I did my best to persuade him. I'll do my best to cover the work. Do let me know if you need anything. He does like you, he's just shy. I really do love to be a volunteer, to help people as much as I can. A break from this would do us all good. The fire did a lot of structural damage to the building. I promise not to do any damage. She lacks confidence and I think that has to do with her childhood. I think that is nothing to do with my accident. I'll send you the document by email. That document was a virus and erased all my documents on my computer. The documentary took a fresh look at the life of Darwin. They showed a documentary on animal communication. It's supposed to be a documentary about a man who lives with his wife and dogs in the Rockies, in Canada. They swam with dolphins on holiday. I saw a dolphin jumping in the air. All domestic appliances such as showers, kettles, lights, TV, and curtains may be voice activated. Domestic opinion had turned against the war. We should advertise all the good points of our city in the domestic and foreign mass media. He refuses to let others speak and dominates every meeting. They work as a group, no one person is allowed to dominate. For instance, in Bank S, School S, Hospital S, and Airport S we are absolutely dominated by computers, aren't we? An anonymous businesswoman donated $1 million to the charity. Please donate generously. You don't have to pay for it, but you can donate some money if you wish. I'd like to make a small donation in my mother's name. First of all, I would like to say that I and my friends are very happy because of Mr. Maitland's donation. The donkey struggled with its heavy burden. You can use animals like donkeys for transportation. It is important to me because I have asthma and cannot miss even one dose of it. You ought to plan your work and mainly learn in the morning when your brain is ready to accept a great dose of knowledge. What's the web address? www.cambridge.org. The full stop at the end of the sentence is a dot. Her skirt was blue with white dots. On the map we have marked a black dot on the place where you will find the hotel. Our new house is double the size of the old one. It'll cost you double that now. There has been an increase of 15% in the number of old people that live alone, and in the case of living in a care home, the percentage is double, 50%. That of 1976. The government aims to double the number of students in higher education within 25 years. Company profits have doubled since the introduction of new technology. Taxes have doubled, and the price for petrol shows an increase of more than 50% within the last 3 months. I'm having doubts about his ability to do the job. If there's any doubt about the rocket's engines, we ought to cancel the launch. If you have any doubt, send me an email. I have no doubt that I made the right decision. I never had any doubt that you would win. Maria went with me, and I have no doubt she loved the lake like I did. There is no doubt that he's a good player. However, there is no doubt that it is a nice one. The future of the project is in doubt. If you don't know the difference, or if you are in doubt, keep on reading. She is without doubt a great writer. Without a doubt we all are influenced by fashion in a number of ways. I doubt whether/if I can finish the work on time. I doubt that I'll get the job. He may come back tomorrow with the money, but I very much doubt it. She doubted if she could manage it at all. It is doubtful whether/if he'll be able to come. It was doubtful that the money would ever be found again. It is certainly doubtful to say that the characteristics we are born with have much more influence on our personality than any experiences we may have in our life. The teacher is doubtful about having parents working as classroom assistants. I am very doubtful about whether you were there when it was held. Do you have it down in writing/on paper, or was it just a verbal agreement? I put you down for 3 tickets each. You have to bring a pen and paper to write down the teacher's notes. I'll meet you down at the club after work. He has a house down by the harbor. I'm going down to the shop to buy some milk. As soon as we drove down from the hills, I heard the noise from the town and I didn't like that. She's been really down since her husband died. I've been feeling a bit down this week. If you are feeling down or depressed, what are you doing? This recipe makes 3 dozen cookies. Could you get me half a dozen eggs when you go to the shop? We were a dozen people. This is only a rough draft, the finished article will have pictures as well. She asked me to check the first draft of her proposal. Now I can use my computer for making monthly reports at home and making different kinds of project drafts. Drag the icon to the new window. Pick the chair up instead of dragging it behind you. She dragged the canoe down to the water. Another man approached the agent, both watching as officers dragged the man to a nearby car. She's been in several television dramas. He's the drama critic for the Times. She studied English and drama at college. It was a drama club. We had a little drama last night when the oil in the pan caught fire. There was a lot of drama in the courtroom. Fortunately he found my ring. How happy I was. The drama was over. We watched scenes of the dramatic rescue on the news. His suicide at the end of the book was the most dramatic event in this story and has touched me deeply. Your life changes dramatically when you have a baby. She fell dramatically to the floor. The train slowly drew into the station/drew in. As we drew alongside the black car, I suddenly recognized my ex-boyfriend at the wheel. Montgomery drew level with Green in the 100 meters final, but never passed him. I drew up at the gate of the house, the inside was in darkness and nobody seemed to be there. He's an excellent speaker who always draws a crowd. In the darkness, dark figures moved and twisted, and I felt drawn toward those evil chanting hordes. They seemed to mesmerize me. Was all this for real or just a kind of hell? Could I draw your attention to item number 3 on the agenda? Does he wear those ridiculous clothes to draw attention to himself? Thank you very much for drawing attention to this letter. I'd seen them together so often I drew the logical conclusion that they were husband and wife. Since nobody ever heard from them again, we all drew the sad conclusion that they must be dead. Her birthday's drawing nearer every day. I would appreciate it very much if you could reply as soon as possible, as the school holiday is drawing near. The food was bad and the service was dreadful. I was beginning to think I'd made a dreadful mistake. The news report was so dreadful that I just had to switch it off. What a dreadful nightmare. It's always been my dream to have flying lessons. Winning all that money was a dream come true. My dream was to become a professional singer. He never dreamed that one day he would become president. I have always dreamed of becoming a famous tennis player. The first time I saw a fashion show, I was 10 years old and I was in a dream during the whole show. I have to dress quite smartly for work. Patricia always dresses in black. The waiters dress in national clothes and are very kind. You had better put on formal dress. Last Saturday, there was a big party and everyone was well dressed. The drive from Boston to New York took 4 hours. This restaurant is about a 1-hour drive from my home. Save your work on the C drive. Then we learned how to install components like a soundboard or a CD-ROM drive. My mother-in-law has been staying with us this past week and she's driving me crazy. He leaves dirty clothes all over the floor and it's driving me mad. It drove me crazy. She dropped her keys. I'm always dropping things. Amanda dropped her sunglasses into the fountain. The book dropped from off the shelf. Don't drop it, don't let it drop. Maybe this is the reason why I dropped my cup of tea. With simple mouse clicks and by means of the well-known drag and drop method, this program will enable you to select a fabric from the catalog and drop it on a chair or couch, to see what they look like. I thought I felt a drop of rain. There were little drops of paint on the kitchen floor. I could only hear the drops against the window pane. The water level in the flooded region has finally begun to drop. The land drops away sharply behind the house. We've had to drop our prices because of the recession. Especially if you imagine that the number of heart attacks was about 40% per year and for the last 3 years dropped down to 23%. I'm going to drop yoga and do aerobics instead. Can you drop what you're doing and help me with this report? I think you shouldn't drop sports, but on the other hand, if you drop sports and do music, it would be quite good as well. The recent drop in magazine subscriptions is causing some concern. It maintained at the same level between 1998 and 2008 after a drop from 1996 to 1998. 2 people drowned in a boating accident yesterday. Those days we spent in Brazil were full of excitement and I certainly wouldn't mind doing it again, well, except for the episode in which you almost drowned when we went water skiing. He takes several drugs for his condition. She began to suspect that her son was on taking doing drugs. Of course, I have never taken drugs. He got very drunk at my sister's wedding. I'd had a glass of wine but I certainly wasn't drunk. He came home last night blind drunk. So, I just sat down watching Julie and her monstrous friends drinking and acting like animals. They were all blind drunk. What time is the next bus due? The next meeting is due to be held in 3 months' time. Their first baby is due in January. It is my science assignment which is due on Tuesday, so I have no time to research and write it again. A lot of her unhappiness is due to boredom. Due to wet leaves on the line, this train will arrive an hour late. First of all, I want to say that France is the best place to cycle, due to its mountains and fantastic forests. The results will be sent to you in due course. I look forward to hearing from you in due course. She wrote dull, respectable articles for the local newspaper. He's pleasant enough, but deadly dull. In my opinion, the film was very boring because the story was poor and dull. The furniture was covered in dust. Also, in the countryside there are more bugs and dust than in the city. I threw his old clothes in the dustbin. Finally, I will put this horrible yellowed carpet in the dustbin. Not a sound could be heard in the dusty street except for the continuous roar of my almost useless pickup. I felt it was my duty to tell them the truth. He only went to see her out of duty. It is not enjoyable if you look at it as a duty. And it is the most important duty of the local police to keep an eye on hooligans. If someone such as a doctor or a soldier is on duty, they are working, and if they are off duty, they are not working. What time are you on duty tomorrow? I was on duty in front of the major's house with another soldier. Duty-free goods are things you can buy and bring into a country without paying tax. I bought some duty-free perfume at the airport. We went to get some alcohol in a duty-free shop. She snuggled down under the duvet. So I'm thinking of buying a feather duvet, a real one. She's young and dynamic and will be a great addition to the team. I am a cheerful, dynamic, and hard-working person. She sounded very eager to meet you. They crowded round the spokesperson, eager for any news. We are 6 Italian teenagers eager to meet new people. I'm eagerly waiting for your reply. In their eagerness to find a solution, they have overlooked certain difficulties. I really admire your stamina, your commitment, and your eagerness to pursue a career as one of the youngest vice presidents ever in the company, but is it really worth it? For many animals, zoos are the only hope for survival, for example the Chinese panda or white eagle. I couldn't believe my ears when Dan said they were getting married. I couldn't believe my ears. All my wishes had come true. He was suffering from earache. I feel ill and I've got earache. I'm going to have an early night. She took early retirement. I have been thinking about early retirement. You can't expect to earn a living from your painting. We work to earn a living. Average earnings for skilled workers are rising. Finally, I think that publishers are so worried about their earnings that they don't pay attention to new writers. The Earth takes approximately 365 days to go round the sun. Swimming in a pool is the best place on Earth to be on a hot day like this. I like it because it is the best football on Earth. The plowed Earth looked rich and dark. At the same time, the two sisters began to throw earth and stones. A powerful earthquake struck eastern Turkey last night. Human beings are afraid of dangers such as a tornado or earthquake. If you do something with ease, it is easy for you to do it. She won the 400-meter race with ease. I was amazed at the ease with which she learned the language. She finally left the small village in the pursuit of her goal, which she achieved with relative ease. I felt completely at ease with him. I really felt at ease. Your house is very comfortable and the neighbors are nice people. She spent her childhood in the East, mostly in China and Japan. The eastern part of the country is very mountainous. After that you can catch a train which takes you to the eastern part of Switzerland. Buddhism and other Eastern religions fascinate me. I would like to know if the restaurant has Eastern or Asian food. Be a good boy and eat up your dinner. There wasn't any more time after eating it up. After his heart attack, he had to take things easy for a while. Take it easy and see you soon. My brother is easygoing, but I'm the excitable type. She was friendly, easygoing, and sociable, and I enjoyed my free time with her. When I lived in Spain, I used to eat out all the time. If you don't have any plans next weekend, I want to eat out with you. The destruction of the rainforests is an ecological disaster. There are ecological, technical, and social problems. It's an ecologically friendly/sound means of transport. We have seen 10 years of economic growth. The government's economic policies have led us into the worst recession for years. Nowadays there are economic problems in many countries. What's the most economical way of heating this building? There's increasing demand for cars which are more economical on fuel. Moreover, a bike is a very economical means of transport because it does not need any fuel. She's in her third year of economics at York University. I am 20 years old and I am studying economics at University in Berlin. I discovered that one of the examiners was a very famous economist. The economy has been growing at a rapid rate these past 5 years. Tourism contributes millions of pounds to the country's economy. As China's economy is growing fast, we will run low on resources soon. He'd piped fresh cream around the edge of the cake. They built the church on the edge of the village. I caught my leg on the edge of the table as I walked past. A man was standing at the water's edge with a small boy. Finally, I managed to move my right foot closer to the edge. Careful with that open tin, it's got a very sharp edge. When I sat down, I didn't notice that the seat in front of me was broken on the side, and when it was time for me to get off the bus, I cut my hand on the sharp edge. Janet edited books for a variety of publishers. The film's 129 minutes were edited down from 150 hours of footage. If you can edit these errors, I would appreciate it. The local/regional editions of the paper contain specific information for that area. With reference to your advertisement in Thursday's edition of the Daily Star, I am interested in applying for the position of babysitter. She's a senior editor in the reference department of a publishing company. Who is the current editor of the Times? It seems to me that you don't take your job as seriously as every reader expects from an objective and informative newspaper editor. She was educated at Crownwood Secondary School. How much does it cost to educate a child privately? Occasionally, students are not being educated equally. I strongly believe that students have to have the right to choose their subjects. The government say they are trying to do more to educate the public about the consequences of drug abuse. Therefore, in my opinion, if people had been educated to love and respect nature, zoos would have already been abolished. Someone who is educated has learned a lot at school or in college and has a good level of knowledge. These are all educated, professional people. I'm going to buy a computer because I think it is a very useful and important thing for every educated person. Dictionary examples: primary/secondary/adult/university/higher education. As a child, he received most of his education at home. It's a country which places great importance on education. It's important for children to get a good education. During my education, I realized that it is very important for my career to speak English very well. Reducing the size of classes may improve educational standards. I want to ask you if the cinema could provide some extra services to the community, such as showing educational films for free. The accident had a huge effect on her life. We don't know the long-term effects of this drug. The next day, my teacher asked me to stand in front of all the students, and then she told my classmates that being honest could always bring us a gift or have a fantastic effect on our life. It's got to be 30 seconds long, and we can use whatever sound effects we like. The film was amazing, with excellent special effects and good actors. It's an extremely effective cure for a headache. The lighting for the production made a very effective use of shadow. She's a very effective teacher. To be honest, I don't think it's very effective, but we have to do something against fat. Teachers need to be able to communicate ideas effectively. The tablets work more effectively if you take a hot drink after them. As well as learning English, we should be aware of the cultures of many countries in order to be able to communicate more effectively. Finally, I think modern technology makes me do my business faster, with much more efficiency. The city's transport system is one of the most efficient in Europe. We need someone really efficient who can organize the office and make it run smoothly. The staff were so courteous and efficient, and the atmosphere was intimate and relaxing. She runs the business very efficiently. Needless to say, the computer plays a key role in making us use a library efficiently. If we could all make an effort to keep this office tidier, it would help. In their efforts to reduce crime, the government have expanded the police force. He's jogging round the park every morning in an effort to get fit for the football season. So they planned everything and they didn't have to make an effort, as the stupid kidnapper was walking my dog round the park before the meeting, so they arrested him and I got my dog back. They put a lot of effort into getting the design of the magazine right. It takes a long time to prepare the dish, but the results are so good that it's worth the effort. It would take too much effort to tidy his bedroom. We climbed a mountain and it was so hard, but the effort was worth it because the view was beautiful. The cuckoo lays her egg in another bird's nest. After 14 days the eggs hatch. The only thing they can do is to lay eggs. Many of the residents are in their 80s. They moved to Britain in the 80s. He is a normal man with no special education, but he became famous during the 80s as a musician. Either you leave now or I call the police. The menu is boring at that restaurant and it's not cheap either. It's so quick and not too expensive either. Either candidate would be ideal for the job. But, either option, call me at my house before coming. You can get there by train or bus, either way it'll take an hour. He might have to resign or he might be given a desk job, but either way, his career is effectively over. If that doesn't work, you can ask them to talk to your friend's parents so you could all go together. Either way, I know you will have lots of fun this summer. Unfortunately, I was sitting at the table with smokers on either side of me. There are two entrances, one at either end of the campsite. You can watch it while it's eating, standing up on its back legs and holding the nut with its front legs, then putting all of it into one of its two sacks on either side of its mouth. Her arm was bandaged from the elbow to the fingers. I was sure I would have a beautiful bruise on my elbow. My elder sister is getting married. My elder brother visited me in Berlin, as you know. Of the two brothers, Harvey is the elder. The most interesting characters of Jamaica Inn are the Merlin brothers. We first meet Joss, the elder, when Mary, the heroine of the story, arrived at the inn. This short story is about a man who is accused of having murdered a rich elderly widow. Her eldest child is nearly 14. And guess who I met? Jack Hawk, Tony Hawk's eldest son. He was the eldest of 4 kids. She's the eldest, 98 years old, and knows the whole history of our town. He was elected president in 1997. She was elected to the U.S. Senate in 2004. We elected him as our representative. In 1987, a young girl, Cecilia Bolocco, was elected Miss Chile. Who do you think will win the election? Local government elections will take place in May. The first election results have started to come in. The film shows very different things about the American election. The weight of the snow broke the branches of the trees and some branches fell on electric cables, breaking them. Japan is famous for electrical things, and you can buy them cheaper than you do in other countries. We have an electrician coming round to put some new sockets in. I rang up an electrician and told him about the problem. Electronic equipment consists of things such as computers, televisions, and radios. On the other hand, many people argue about the security of an electronic transaction and also that not many people have internet access. I hope that you can subscribe to the internet as well so that we can communicate electronically. I am still studying electronics and computer science. She's a very elegant woman. Taro looked very elegant in a simple black dress. He led me to an elegant dining room. The building itself looks grand and elegant. You should always be dressed elegantly. List the elements which make up a perfect dinner party. The film had all the elements of a good thriller. The main element of a novel is, of course, the story itself. Iron is one of the elements of the Earth's crust. Cars produce CO2 and this combining of chemical elements pollutes our environment and promotes the greenhouse effect. This book can be used by English students at an elementary level. We must be there by 6, or else we'll miss the beginning. He told me to hurry up, or else I would miss my bus. The report looks at economic growth in Europe and elsewhere. They couldn't find what they wanted and decided to look elsewhere. As for communication with our relatives in Sweden or elsewhere, the fax machine turned out to be an excellent invention. She felt embarrassed about undressing in front of the doctor. I was too embarrassed to admit that I was scared. I went to the first lesson last week and I have to admit I felt a bit embarrassed about doing some writing at the beginning of the lesson. It's embarrassing to be caught telling a lie. What has been your most embarrassing moment? The first lesson was very embarrassing for me, because I went late. She blushed with embarrassment. My parents were such an embarrassment to me. Looking at his face, she could see his embarrassment. The ambassador held a reception at the embassy. He lent me his cell phone to call the embassy. She emerged from the sea, blue with cold. The owner of these eyes emerged from a nearby door, which was shabby and old, like the rest of the street. Call him, it's an emergency. How would disabled people escape in an emergency? Is the emergency exit suitable for wheelchairs? The pilot of the aircraft was forced to make an emergency landing on Lake Geneva. We really need you. It's an emergency. Like a lot of men, he finds it hard to express/show his emotions. My mother was overcome with emotion and burst into tears. Unlike Annie Lennox, whose voice sounds so pure and full of emotion. My doctor said the problem was more emotional than physical. Doctors have found that many health problems are linked with emotional changes in a person's life. I felt quite emotional during the wedding ceremony. It was so big and full of people that she felt very emotional. She spoke emotionally about her experiences as a war correspondent. Many children have become emotionally disturbed as a result of the abuse they have suffered. After 2 days, Laura was emotionally and physically exhausted. There is a lot of emphasis on curing disease but too little emphasis on preventing it. Schools here put great emphasis on written work and grammar. In the tale It's a Good Life, the author gives much more emphasis to Anthony than to anyone else in the story. She emphasized the need for better diet. He emphasized that the driver was not to blame for the accident. You can use italics or capitals to emphasize a word in a piece of writing. To put it in a nutshell, I would like to emphasize the fact that I did not spend a perfect evening out at all. How many people does your company employ? Can't we employ someone as an assistant to help with all this paperwork? We've employed a market researcher to find out what people really want from a cable TV system. More people are now employed in service industries than in manufacturing. As you know, I am employed in a travel agency and last week I started my new English class. The number of employees in the company has trebled over the past decade. She's a former council employee/employee of the council. There is an exotic atmosphere, helped by the pictures on the walls and the clothes of the employees. We need a reference from your former employer. I took this English course and my employer said, if I pass my exam, he will give me a bonus of £50. Employment levels are unlikely to rise significantly before the end of next year. It's not easy to find employment in the countryside. Furthermore, the stores need more employees to work at night, and therefore create employment. Computerization should enable us to cut production costs by half. Furthermore, computers enable us to store any amount of necessary information, which probably would take plenty of room on our bookshelves, if in written form. I enclose a map of the area. I enclose a copy of my curriculum vitae, which will give you further details about my career to date. We encountered quite a few problems at the beginning. On the other hand, we could infer that teenage life is quite a good time, as there is no stress or anxiety that is usually encountered later on in life. We were encouraged to learn foreign languages at school. Cutting back plants will encourage growth. I thought it would be great to go and I encouraged them to do it. My parents encouraged me when things weren't going well at school. We went into the ward and looked at her thinking all the happy thoughts we had with her and trying to encourage her to live. Children need lots of encouragement from their parents. I could never have achieved this without the encouragement of my husband and family. Children need some encouragement, which parents can provide at any time. She spoke about young people that want to start this kind of career. She was so encouraging. We were thinking about going to Switzerland, but in the end we went to Austria. Well, I can only tell you what I would do, but in the end it's your choice. They're traveling across Europe by train and are planning to end up in Moscow. Much of this meat will probably end up as dog food. After working her way around the world, she ended up teaching English as a foreign language. After the movie we went for a drink and we ended up dancing salsa. They are calling for an end to the violence. My contract comes to an end in June. My job comes to an end in 2 weeks, and then I will have 1 month free, so it will be possible for me to go on your next journey to Africa. He waited by the telephone for hours on end. I've had no end of trouble finding a hotel room. I had no end of fun when we were going to the beach and the car stopped and we had to go on foot. He's determined to put an end to these rumors. Leg injuries put an end to his athletics career. Maybe because I needed someone to know, or because I wanted to put an end to that feeling, and have a normal life. Tigers are now an endangered species. Many endangered species have been saved by zoos which have been able to make them reproduce. People want love stories with happy endings. This film is a typical romantic story with a happy ending. To make the plural of dog, you add the plural ending s. We used to have endless arguments about politics. He seems to think that I have an endless supply of money. The possibilities are endless. But there were long, seemingly endless holidays ahead. We had to endure a 9-hour delay at the airport. She's already had to endure 3 painful operations on her leg. In addition to this, I have been doing various kinds of sports including swimming and jogging, so I could endure a long trip. I have made a lot of enemies. The enemy had succeeded in stopping our supplies from getting through. I tried aerobics but it was too energetic for me. I am a cheerful and energetic person. Looking after children takes up a lot of time and energy. I was going to go out this evening, but I just don't have the energy. I didn't even have the energy to get out of bed. It is important for us to save energy. We mustn't waste energy. I thought of buying an air conditioning unit, but it consumes too much energy, so I'm going to buy a fan, because it is very hot here. Debbie and Chris have just got engaged. She was engaged to some guy in the army. I'm engaged to him. If a telephone or public toilet is engaged, someone is already using it. Every time I ring her, the number is engaged. The sign on the toilet door said engaged. I was worried and so I decided to phone him but the line was always engaged. Richard studied engineering at Manchester University. His name is Marco and he is studying engineering. An enjoyable event or experience gives you pleasure. We had a very enjoyable evening, thank you. I found the whole experience very enjoyable. First, thanks for the most enjoyable weekend of my life. Knowing the ending already didn't spoil my enjoyment of the film. It is worth seeing because of the wonderful actors who play their roles with inspiration and enjoyment. Dictionary examples: an enormous car/house. He earns an enormous salary. You've been an enormous help. It has 2 bedrooms, an enormous bathroom, a small kitchen and a nice living room. I've got enough work to do at the moment, without being given any more. Half an hour in his company is quite enough. Stop. You've made enough of a mess already. You've drunk more than enough already. Now I think I'm going to stay around here, as I have had enough disappointments for one summer. Strangely enough, I was just speaking to him the other day. Today, strangely enough, people out on the sea, often local fishermen, see the complete castle, like a ghost. Most of the streets are open to cars and therefore people tend to escape to a little area around the pedestrian streets. Fair enough, but it makes those streets terribly overcrowded. I'm inquiring about dentists in the area. Are you staying long? She inquired. I am writing to inquire about the job you are offering. We receive a lot of inquiries about tax issues. I also have some inquiries concerning the trip. Are you going to enter the photography competition? Both men have been entered for/in the 100 meters in Paris next month. I have entered at a competition and I need your bike. You have to enter a password to access the database. You only have to click on the product you want and enter your credit card number. We hired a magician to entertain the children. Most children's television programs aim to educate and entertain at the same time. You should sing in a pub to entertain people. We've hired a children's entertainer for the party. You could hire some entertainers. His books aren't particularly well written, but they're always entertaining. It is obvious that some people prefer reading books, while others claim that watching films is much more entertaining. There is live entertainment in the bar every night. There's not much in the way of entertainment in this town, just the cinema and a couple of pubs. You can find cinemas, discos, and nightclubs for entertainment. One of the good things about teaching young children is their enthusiasm. After the accident he lost his enthusiasm for the sport. I am filled with enthusiasm about spending 2 weeks at Camp California in the USA. You don't seem very enthusiastic about the party, don't you want to go tonight? I've got a lot of friends who are really enthusiastic about cycling and we often go cycling together. She responded very enthusiastically to the idea. She accepted my suggestion enthusiastically. Between them they ate an entire cake. He'd spent the entire journey asleep. On behalf of the entire school, I would like to put forward a number of suggestions in regard to the improvement of the reception area. I admit it was entirely my fault. I'm not entirely convinced it will work. The company is run almost entirely by middle-aged men. I would like to do something entirely different before I start to study again. I'm entitled to apply for citizenship. Being unemployed entitles you to free medical treatment. In conclusion, I believe that I am entitled to a partial refund. Entrance is free, but you have to pay for your drinks. If you've got membership, you don't need to pay for entrance. You only pay for the drinks and the food. They've updated a lot of the entries on the website. As his illness progressed, he made fewer entries in his diary. Later I got my own entry on their clan homepage. She was refused entry. A flock of sheep blocked our entry to the village. I can't go down that street, there's a no entry sign. There's free entry to the exhibition for students after 6 p.m. Are there lots of exams for entry into the legal profession? Have you filled in your entry form yet? You can do anything in this club from football to chess. If you ever come to visit, I could organize an entry form for you. We're not doing enough to protect the environment from pollution. The new road may cause damage to the environment. The first lesson was enjoyable, we had to talk about the environment. The office is quite bright and airy, it's a pleasant working environment. As a parent you try to create a stable home environment. They need to live in a friendly environment with their relatives and their friends. People are becoming far more aware of environmental issues. As you know, I went to Canada in order to take part in an environmental conference. We need our industries to work in an environmentally responsible way. All these things were made possible because we have the world's most dedicated and environmentally adaptable government, spearheaded by Lee Kuan Yew decades ago. A lot was said about creating more environmentally friendly products. I envy her ability to talk to people she's never met before. I don't envy you the job of cooking for all those people. I really envy you, Pete. I watched with envy as she set off for the airport. Sam, your last letter has filled me with envy. This latest episode in the fraud scandal has shocked a lot of people. The drugs, the divorce, and the depression, it's an episode in his life that he wants to forget. This little episode happened when I was 7 years old. I missed the first episode. I watch Ed the News and one episode of Friends. The sides are of equal length. 1 liter is equal to 1.76 imperial pints. We are a well-mixed class with equal numbers of boys and girls, all about 20 years old. All people are equal, deserving the same rights as each other. They've got a long way to go before they achieve equal pay/opportunities for men and women. Then Napoleon did whatever he wanted to do under the motto of all animals are equal, which was false. The good thing about having her as a boss is that she treats us all as equals. We must respect and treat them as our equals. That's why I think people who fight to defend equality are amazing, especially Nelson Mandela, because he spent part of his life in jail for that. Everyone should be treated equally. In the festival, all the performers were treated equally. They're raising money to equip the hospital. The new trains are equipped with all the latest technology. We were equipped with crampons, ropes, ice axes, gloves, sunglasses and so on. This is a really useful piece of equipment. You can rent equipment or take your own. They had worked for peace during the long era of conflict. The fall of the Berlin Wall marked the end of an era. The world is paddling through the era of technology. He admitted that he'd made an error. The letter contained a number of typing errors. Human error has been blamed for the air crash. The document was destroyed in error by the police. There are a lot of factual errors in this article. I'll meet you by the up/down escalator on the 2nd floor. Shall we use the lift or take the escalator? The newly decorated section is fairly modern in style with escalators and touch-screen ticket machines. The two prisoners escaped from prison last night. There were reports that a lion had escaped from its cage at a nearby zoo. You also get to meet people there, interesting people. For example, I met a really weird guy who claims to have escaped from an asylum, twice. She was lucky to escape serious injury. Chelsea only just escaped defeat in the second round of the Cup. Happily they were found by some hunters and escaped with minor injuries. I love old movies, they're such an escape from the real world. Going on holiday is a great idea and I think it's the best way to relax and have fun, but it would also be an escape from the daily routine and a break from your tiring job. I cooked this meal especially for you. I remember the taste of the pineapple cake that you baked especially for me and your homemade gooseberry wine. For homework I want you to write an essay on endangered species. I could write an extra essay. Government support will be essential if the project is to succeed. Computers are an essential part of our lives. Water is essential to living things. It is essential that our prices remain competitive. For the experiment to be valid, it is essential to record the data accurately. Well, thirdly, rest is essential. It's essentially a dictionary but it differs in one or two respects. What he's saying is essentially true. Although we are essentially a rock band, we integrate elements of traditional Indian music, such as sitar. The brewery was established in 1822. The first restaurant, which was established 10 years ago, is called Paris. There is a special law in Sweden which allows everyone to wander through any private estate unless one causes harm. I live on a big housing estate. Government sources estimate a long-term 50% increase in rail fares. They estimate that the journey will take at least 2 weeks. It was difficult to estimate how many trees had been destroyed. The number of dead is estimated at over 300. I estimate it will take only 7 minutes to walk from the conference center to the hotel. The number of people who applied for the course was 120 compared with an initial estimate of between 50 and 100. This is only a rough estimate. My estimated time of arrival at Heathrow Airport is 9 o'clock in the morning and my flight number is OK 1312. Her last film was even better. The next 36 hours will be even colder, with snow showers just about everywhere. I think Alex is going to be even taller than his father. It's even more difficult to find work. When I saw her getting off the train I really was close to breaking down because she looked even more beautiful. I never cry. Not even when you hurt yourself really badly. Nobody spoke, not even the children. We tried to fish, but didn't catch a thing, not even a shoe. Even if you take a taxi, you'll still miss your train. Even though he left school at 16, he still managed to become a millionaire. He still smokes even though he's got asthma. They didn't give up hope even though they were tired and wet to the bone. Local people have been shocked by recent events in the town. The police are trying to determine the series of events that led up to the murder. I like this book because I like the description of historical events. Over 2,000 people took part in the event. They stage big sporting events here. They organize a lot of social events. When there are parties or important social events, I usually choose a dress to wear. Eventually they reached an agreement. He eventually got round to fixing the bike. Anyway, Pat eventually apologized to me. We hardly ever go out these days. My bedroom hardly ever looks tidy. We met at school and have been friends ever since. He's been depressed ever since he got divorced. The pen was given to me by my father on my birthday and I have treasured it ever since. I'm not going to live here forever. My friend was leaving the city forever and going to a city in another country. It was ever so kind of you to meet us at the airport. It was ever so kind of you to take the trouble and make room for us although we arrived quite unexpectedly. I'd like to wish you every success in your new job. She has every reason to be unhappy after losing her job and her home. You had every opportunity to make a complaint. Every effort is being made to minimize civilian casualties. She has every right to be proud of her tremendous achievements. The man realized that people should take every opportunity that life offers them, because all we are is dust in the wind. His children mean everything to him. Money isn't everything. I think that every person has a different opinion, but for me, money and fame isn't everything in life. There is no evidence that the theory is true. New evidence suggests/shows this argument is flawed. There is scientific evidence that the drug is addictive. All the evidence points to a substantial rise in traffic over the next few years. There is growing/increasing evidence that people whose diets are rich in vitamins are less likely to develop some types of cancer. David started looking for evidence, but he found nothing. The full extent of the damage only became evident the following morning. From the smell it was evident that the drains had been blocked for several days. In conclusion, it is evident that it is better to do shopping in big supermarkets or shopping centers than small local shops in terms of time, money, working hours, and family life. He evidently likes her. There are, evidently, points in favor and points against. These people are just evil. She is a very dark and evil person who can't forget the first Mrs. De Winter. Drug addiction is one of today's great social evils. The theme of the play is the battle between good and evil. It is not simply the confronting of good and evil. Leonardo's studies and projects on mechanics puzzle us and foresee the future evolution of science and technology. The exact distance is 1.838 meters. I'm afraid I can't give you exact details. The exact location of the factory has yet to be decided. They've lived here a long time, 25 years to be exact. I am looking forward to your next letter to know the exact time of your arrival. I've found some shoes that are exactly the same color as that dress. Do exactly what I tell you and no one will get hurt. That's exactly why I didn't go. That is exactly one of the reasons why I decided to join a new English class. I had to have a medical examination when I started my new job. The evidence is still under examination. I thought it was paint at first, but on closer examination I realized it was dried blood. Finally we went to the hospital for a medical examination and fortunately we were all right. She picked up the knife and examined it closely. He was examined by a doctor as soon as he arrived. Experts are examining the wreckage for clues about the cause of the explosion. I examined both of them and finally I discovered that it was a virus changed genetically in order to kill people. The writing paper is marked by trained examiners. When the examiner said that I had passed, I could not believe it. Try to set a good example to the children. It sets a good example for other museums. He is a very good example to the rest of the class. You are a shining example for your colegas. I want to go, except that I'm tired. She would have passed the exam, except that she was ill on the day. There are exceptions to every rule. I like all kinds of films with the exception of horror films. Her books are always entertaining and this one is no exception. You must report here every Tuesday without exception. The animals look so sad to me. So I decided to set them free, all of them, without exception. He really is an exceptional student. This trip constitutes an exceptional challenge for me. They were given food and shelter in exchange for work. So, it was a very interesting exchange of ideas. Are you going on the French exchange this year? His name is Rob and, like me, he applied to the student exchange program. It's traditional for the two teams to exchange shirts after the game. We exchanged addresses and telephone numbers. She moved to another part of town and we forgot to exchange our addresses. The Money Ready Reckoner gives the exchange rate for any country you plan to visit and shows how much currency you will get. I looked around and saw a shop with the notice currency exchange. I decided to go in to find out the exchange rate. Goods can only be exchanged on production of the original receipt. Could I exchange this shirt for a larger size? The group meets every month to exchange their views on a book they have all read. You can exchange opinions with them as to the way of life in Japan and your country. She ran excitedly down the hall to greet her cousins. We talked excitedly about it all the way home. The competition is causing a lot of excitement. If you want excitement, you should try parachuting. However, if you are looking for fun and excitement, I would go for the city. Her emails are full of exclamation marks. The day was wonderful as I got 2 A's with an exclamation mark. We can also discern sophisticated, exclusive shops with expensive clothes in the city centers. She exercises most evenings, usually by running. A workout in the gym will exercise all the major muscle groups. It's funny how I heard about that. I was at the gym with Sarah, we were exercising when we heard Tom talking about it with John. By the time they reached the summit they were exhausted. Exhausted, they fell asleep. When we got back home I was absolutely exhausted. I've had an exhausting day. We will also have the opportunity to drink a coffee or have a snack after an exhausting day in the swimming pool. She felt ill with exhaustion. The tennis star is said to be suffering from exhaustion. 80 kilometers is a pretty long distance and there is a threat that our trip would turn out to be a grueling experience because of physical exhaustion. There's a new exhibition of sculpture on at the City Gallery. We went to the Royal Academy to see the Kandinsky exhibition. Poverty still exists in this country. Ghosts don't exist anyway. Buses will not exist anymore and everyone will have his own car and his own computer too. Many people question the existence of God. According to modern cosmology, the universe came into existence about 15 billion years ago. The theater company that they started is still in existence today. The book gives explanations about all these popular beliefs about ghosts and their supposed existence among living people. The existing church was built in the 16th century. The existing laws are inadequate. The computer upgraded most of the existing inventions, and made them more efficient, faster and more user-friendly. Press escape to exit the game. Even if you do not have any cooking skills you can enjoy exotic meals. The air in the balloon expands when heated. They expanded their retail operations during the 1980s. I would like to expand my library. These years saw the rapid expansion of the software industry. More effective ways include the construction of bridges in heavy traffic areas and the expansion of metro to even more areas of Athens. We are expecting a lot of applicants for the job. I expect that she'll be very angry. He didn't expect to see me. I expect that it is going to be sunny because in the hotel there is a swimming pool. I'm expecting a letter from my sister. I wasn't expecting any message. You will be expected to work some weekends. I expect Isabel's told you about me. I'm expecting our first baby in May. When I was 9 or 10 years old, my mother was expecting a baby. The holiday lived up to all our expectations. I have high expectations for this job. We did so well, beyond all our expectations. The talks given by writers were up to my expectations and it was a pleasure to attend all of them. The expected power cuts never happened. I went into the theater on time but became a little bit angry at having to wait until 20:15, 45 minutes after the expected starting time. Shackleton led several expeditions in the Antarctic. I was with my father on Mount Tayan and I had the best time of my life during this expedition. Buying a bigger car has proved to be well worth the expense. We've just had a new garage built at great expense. It's silly to go to the expense of buying new clothes when you don't really need them. You have to pay/cover your own medical expenses. We couldn't afford the expense of a new car at that time. She has a lot of teaching experience. You become more confident in your work as you get more experience. Do you have any experience of working with children? I know from experience that you can't trust him. In my experience, people smile back if you smile at them. I believe as I get more experience, I will be converted to an international basketball player. I had a rather unpleasant experience at the dentist's. My trip to Australia was an experience I shall never forget. It was a great experience. We talked for 3 hours about lots of things. If you experience something, it happens to you, or you feel it. We experienced a lot of difficulty in selling our house. It was the worst pain I'd ever experienced. We had 3 fantastic days, the best we have ever experienced. She is very experienced in marketing. You can go to the nearest village, where you can do a mountain walk led by experienced guides. Some people believe that experiments on animals should be banned. Scientists are carrying out / doing experiments to test the effectiveness of the new drug. In the chemistry lab, experiments are often set up. Dictionary examples: a computer / gardening / medical expert. He's an expert on Japanese literature. My personal trainer is Peter, he is a real expert in running. The center provides expert advice for people with financial problems. What's your expert opinion? We're not expert cyclists and we could get tired before we get to the mountain hostel. What was her explanation for why she was late? Could you give me a quick explanation of how it works? There must be some kind of explanation. If something such as a bomb explodes, it bursts with noise and force, and if you explode it, you make it burst with noise and force. A bomb exploded at one of London's busiest railway stations this morning. He was driving so fast that his car tire exploded. A bomb had exploded and that boy rescued me from the accident. Laws exist to stop companies exploiting their employees. We need to make sure that we exploit our resources as fully as possible. John would certainly exploit this unique opportunity and meet the interviewer's expectations easily. The best way to explore the countryside is on foot. The children have gone exploring in the woods. You can walk and explore in the jungle. We're exploring the possibility of buying a holiday home. It is a great camera and I still have not explored all the possibilities it holds. 40 people were killed in the explosion. The fire was thought to have been caused by a gas explosion. I was doing my homework when I heard an explosion. French cheeses are exported to many different countries. Our clothes sell so well in this country that we have no need to export. And of course, while Italy is exporting pizza, spaghetti, and food like that, Italian people are able to try different food from foreign countries, like hamburgers, Chinese food, or pudding. Coffee is one of Brazil's main exports. The export of ivory is now strictly controlled. India grows tea for export. We are planning to develop our export market. At present I work for a multinational company as export officer. The review exposed widespread corruption in the police force. The newspaper story exposed him as a liar. It was the first time I'd been exposed to violence. Also, with television, we might be exposed to violence in some films and advertisements, which does not happen if we read a book. I'm simply expressing my opinion. I would like to express my thanks for your kindness. I'm sorry, I'm not expressing myself very clearly. Words can't express how happy I am. Dear Sir or Madam, I am writing to express my dissatisfaction about the show you presented 2 weeks ago at your theater. He uses a lot of informal expressions. A can of worms is an expression which means a difficult situation. With a kind of videos, they could learn words and expressions used every day by normal people talking to normal people. He had such a sad expression on his face. I could tell from her expression that something serious had happened. He had a funny expression on his face. He wrote her a poem as an expression of his love. We've received a lot of expressions of support for our campaign. Freedom of expression is a basic human right. It's better to give expression to your anger, rather than hiding it. It always thrilled me, the energy and expression this dance had. We have plans to extend our house. They've extended their range of products. They have extended the deadline by 1 week. A lot of shops have extended their opening hours. I need to extend my visa. If we decide to extend our stay for 2 more days, does the offer still stand? I've applied for an extension to my visa. Call me on extension 3104. For further information call 990 to 643 extension 93. The book is an extension of ideas he set out in an earlier article. So we might say the computer is the extension of our brain. Fire had caused extensive damage to the building. This is probably the most extensive modern art collection in Europe. The school has extensive grounds. The motorway was in need of extensive repairs. Both events received extensive coverage in the newspapers. You see, this medieval city has an extensive collection of antiques. They are just beginning to realize the full extent of the damage. Her face was injured to such an extent that we didn't recognize her. Rosie's teacher was impressed by the extent of her knowledge. The River Nile is over 6,500 kilometers in extent. For the past couple of decades, TV has been diffused in Japan to such an extent that nowadays, one household is likely to have more than 2 TV sets that show a wide range of programs nearly 24 hours a day. Their anger was to a large extent justified. As we all know, TV, video and cinema have replaced books to an enormous extent. To some extent, she was responsible for the accident. I agree with you to a certain extent. To a certain extent, this point of view seems to be very respectable. The external walls of the house, the screen is for external use only. If you see all this external decoration, you will probably fall in love with this art. Most news magazines have a section devoted to external affairs. All exams are marked by an external examiner. The oil which is extracted from olives is used mainly for cooking. The tooth was eventually extracted. I'm really sorry, but I can't come on the day before because I need to have my teeth extracted. They published an extract from his autobiography. The number of copied and read articles or book extracts has increased steadily. They pay her extra to work nights. Will there be any special events that cost extra? A sunroof is an optional extra on this model of the car. The DVD contains many extras. She is, it must be said, extraordinarily beautiful. Besides, the trip will be extraordinarily helpful for my course at school. He told the extraordinary story of his escape. She was an extraordinary young woman. On the next day there was an extraordinary thunderstorm. This time I promise that I will take extreme caution with your things. In extreme cases, the disease can lead to blindness. It seems to be an extreme case, but it is a fact that modern children have no more contact with animal life. I love most extreme sports, such as bungee jumping and whitewater rafting. You can go camping, climb mountains, or learn a lot of extreme sports. They played extremely well. She's extremely beautiful/intelligent. The film was extremely funny. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw what he was wearing. Well, this church was extremely simple on the outside, but when I got inside it, I couldn't believe my eyes. In my parents' eyes, I'll always be a child. To answer your question right away, the boat trip is highly recommendable in my eyes. Could you keep an eye on this pan of soup for a moment? You have to supply Eve everything they need and keep an eye on them all the time. He couldn't take his eyes off her all night. Her daughter, Lourdes Maria, is such a pretty little girl that I couldn't take my eyes off her. Your son has a very good eye for detail. She's got an eye for details but a mind like anybody else's. Look me in the eye and say that you didn't steal it. One day she looked me in the eyes with a sharp deep look, never have I seen such a deep look, and asked me what was happening, and I told her. He's got really bushy eyebrows. He woke up and cleaned off the blood from his injured eyebrow. His eyelids drooped with tiredness. My eyesight is getting worse. I had some trouble with my eyesight, so he advised me to wear glasses and not to strain my eyes. Joe made a face when he saw what was for lunch. Making a face, I slapped my forehead. Our house faces north/south/east/west. She turned to face him. The cafe faces, towards, the sea. There is a desk to the right of the room which faces my bed. If you face a problem, or a problem faces you, you have to deal with it. This is one of the many problems faced by working mothers. Passengers could face long delays. You're faced with a very difficult choice there. Grandparents are experienced people and they can help their children to avoid a lot of problems which they have faced. I can't face walking up all those steps again. I knew someone had to tell her, but I couldn't face it. How can I face him now that he knows what I've done? Everybody at the swimming pool was laughing about me. I couldn't face my family. I think Phil has to face the fact that she no longer loves him. We have to face facts here, we simply don't have enough money. He's dying but he refuses to face the truth. But Mary has a strong personality, she faces the facts. We need to talk face to face. I need to talk to her face to face. The city has more facilities than the countryside. I would suggest free internet access as an extra facility in our library. We met Rebecca for lunch. In fact, we spent the whole afternoon with her. I was told there were some tickets left, but in fact they were sold out. The club has its own small clubhouse, with many things in it. For example, there was a big pinball game and some computers. In fact, it was the best clubhouse I've ever seen. The company has been forced to reduce its price, despite the fact that the offer has been very popular. The advantages of the kind of life that people had years ago is that they could eat more fruit and vegetables than us. However, there are advantages for us too, because despite the fact that we eat more fast food, we do more exercise than they did. It's sometimes hard to separate fact from fiction. I thought she was Portuguese, but in actual fact she's Brazilian. Nowadays almost all people own a car, and in actual fact more and more people have been facing death as a consequence of careless driving. I think it would be better to choose somewhere outdoors. As a matter of fact, I prefer the open air and the sunlight. I wouldn't usually ask for your help, but the fact is I'm desperate. You may find it unusual for a woman to play football, but the fact is I'm Brazilian and in Brazil it is really common. Money was an important factor in their decision to move. Modern technology is another important factor which affects our life. If you hang your clothes out in the bright sun, they will fade. My suntan is already fading. They arrived home just as the light was fading. The music began to fade. The sun had faded the blue walls. Since the cottage is quite isolated, the electric power supply is not always the best. Anyway, the first night, the lights started to fade. He failed to turn up for football practice yesterday. He failed to mention that we wouldn't be paid for the work. Your advertisement also failed to mention the fact that there were no discounts. She moved to London in the hope of finding work as a model, but failed. He failed in his attempt to break the record. This method of growing tomatoes never fails. I tried to make him give up, but all my attempts failed. 2 of the plane's engines had failed. The sound system failed. Their attempt to climb Everest ended in failure. I'm a bit of a failure at making cakes. I feel such a failure. David told her that the reason for his failure was her, because she used to press him and she couldn't accept that he wanted to be an actor. Failure to pay within 14 days will result in interest being charged. It was his failure to return her phone call that told her that something was wrong. All trains were delayed due to a power failure. He died of heart/liver failure. There has been a power failure, but it will be solved in a few minutes. A faint sound/noise/smell. She gave me a faint smile. I heard a faint sound. He faints at the sight of blood. I nearly fainted in the heat. The young girl was about to faint. That's not fair. You always go first. It's not fair to make me do all the work. I can't spend all my time with one child, it wouldn't be fair on the others. Even though she thought her mum wasn't being fair, she decided to go and try to have a nice day with her family. He offered a fair price for the car. That's a fair comment/question. You may ask yourself, what do you do in a club? Well, it's a fair question. The children spent all their money on rides at the fair. For example, in the morning we can go to a fair, like Six Flags. I think that it will be exciting. Most of the streets are open to cars and therefore people tend to escape to a little area around the pedestrian streets. Fair enough, but it makes those streets terribly overcrowded. Dictionary examples: a fairly big family, she's fairly tall. We get on fairly well. I saw her fairly recently. The weather was fairly warm. If you do something fairly, you do it in a way which is right and reasonable and treats people equally. He claimed that he hadn't been treated fairly by his employers. Officials will ensure that the election is carried out fairly. She has no faith in modern medicine. You'll be fine, I have great faith in you. After the trial, his family said they had lost all faith in the legal system. We must do our best to help these children to have faith in their future. Even in the bad times she never lost her faith. Her faith in God was shattered when her baby died. It's my faith that keeps me going. Your story about Christianity was very interesting and I was shocked at your deep faith in God. Everybody was praying, asking for help according to their faith or religion. They are faithful supporters of the Labour Party. His faithful old dog accompanied him everywhere he went. An ideal pet should be a faithful friend to people, especially to its owner. Demand for new cars has fallen recently. The standard of his work has fallen during the year. The temperature could fall below zero overnight. Average temperatures fell by 10 degrees. The pound has fallen to its lowest ever level against the dollar. Share prices fell sharply this week. It fell steadily until 1960, and remained at 3% until 1987. I fell asleep on the sofa watching TV. I planned to go with my cousin but unfortunately she fell ill, so I had to go with my friend. I was 20 when I first fell in love. I fell in love with David. We could hear the rise and fall of voices in the other room. There is a fall in job vacancies. My poor old boots are falling apart. It looks like it is going to fall apart any day. The deal fell apart because of a lack of financing. Their marriage fell apart when she found out about her husband's affair. All her dreams and wishes fell apart. She fell for a tall, handsome Frenchman when she was on holiday in Paris. I saw a handsome boy and I fell for him. She's fallen out with her sister. They fell out over money. My husband always blames me and we fall out over my incapacity to cook. If a plan or agreement falls through, it fails to happen. Our plans to go on holiday together fell through when Jamie became ill. All our plans fell through and I hope it will never happen to me again. He had a nasty fall and hurt his back. The boulder smashed several small trees during its fall. I was terrified and I heard the noise of a fall just by my side. The rumor later turned out to be false. You'll get a false impression/idea of the town if you only visit the university. I must say that the advertisement for the show included a lot of false information. Asking what made her do so, she answered that she had forgotten her false teeth, without which she couldn't have faced the fire brigade. She first rose to fame as a singer at the age of 16. She moved to London in search of fame and fortune. It is certain that these people have fame, fortune, and success, and that many of them are very rich. There were one or two familiar faces. The house looked strangely familiar, though she knew she'd never been there before. The street was familiar to me. Someone started to wave and then I saw a familiar face. I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with your poetry. Single parents have to raise a family on their own. Paul and Allison are hoping to start a family soon. Some people also want to have a family because they want to be a father or a mother. There was no air conditioning, just a ceiling fan turning slowly. Since it's quite hot here, I brought a fan. I have to use it at night, otherwise I can't get to sleep. Do you fancy a drink this evening? I didn't fancy swimming in that water. Do you fancy eating at the restaurant together? I fancied him the first time I saw him. He had 3 very nice boys and everybody in my class knew that I fancied his youngest son Nikolai. They're fantastically rich. They're doing fantastically well. We spent 3 fantastically romantic days later. Steve's favorite fantasy was to own a big house and a flashy car. She retreated into a fantasy world, where she could be anything she wanted. Reading a book stimulates one's fantasy and imagination. So far we've made £32,000. So far I like it here very much. This car is far better than our old one. It cost far more money than I could afford. He loses his temper far too often. I'd far rather sooner go to the theater than watch a DVD. I think Restaurant B is far better than Restaurant A. As far as I know, he's never been in trouble with the police. As far as I know, accommodation at Camp California is in tents or log cabins. It's all over as far as I'm concerned. As far as I am concerned, Bernard is similar to him. As far as sport is concerned, I like tennis and football. As far as studying abroad is concerned, I totally agree with this idea. They are by far the best students in the class. I have traveled to many countries, but New Zealand is by far the best. His office is at the far end of the corridor. The children ran to the far side/corner of the room. The dark spot at the far end of the wall seemed to be coming after her this time. Air/bus/train fares are going up again. In fact, there are buses, number 843 and 845, which go to my village, but the bus fare is very expensive for me. I am interested in farming and hope to own a farm one day. They were fascinated by his stories. I am sure you will be fascinated by his work and his multifaceted character. A fascinating person/place. I found the movie fascinating. You can enjoy not only Hungarian food but also fascinating Hungarian music. When I'm tired, I like reading fashion magazines. It's no longer fashionable to smoke. There are some fashionable cafes, restaurants, and museums. Fasten your seatbelt. This shirt fastens at the back. She fell fast asleep and only woke to the sound of the announcement, "Ladies and gentlemen, fasten your seatbelts. In a couple of minutes we will be landing in Kingston." He fastened the rope to a tree. This product contains no animal fat. I only use vegetable fats in cooking. They should also consume as much salad as they can, due to the fact that it does not contain fat. A fatal illness or accident causes death. Paul received a fatal shot in the head. Fatal actions have very bad effects. He made the fatal mistake/error of believing what they told him. That was a fatal mistake because that person was my teacher and he wasn't so pleased about my behavior. We want to decide our own fate. His fate is now in the hands of the jury. No one as powerless as him deserves this fate. When we met again by chance in Cairo, I felt it must be fate. Fate has brought us together. But, little we did know what fate had in store for us. My father-in-law was a banker. My father-in-law, I'm pretty sure, will be able to answer all your questions. If something bad that has happened is someone's fault, they are responsible for it. She believes it was the doctor's fault that Peter died. It's not my fault she didn't come. It's my fault, I said, and he answered, never mind, it's all okay. I was at fault and I would like to apologize. I really felt at fault. The car has a serious design fault. They think the fire was caused by an electrical fault. He has many faults, but dishonesty isn't one of them. He had a fault, he talked a lot. Big supermarkets always give you a complete refund if an item is of poor quality or faulty. She rang up to ask me a favor. Could you do me a favor? Could you give this to Sean, please? Could you do me a favor? Most people are in favor of reducing traffic in cities. I am certainly in favor of holding the music festival next year. She made a very favorable impression on us. It is the first thing people see from our village, and if their first impression is favorable, they will feel like going further into the village. How clever of you to buy chocolate chip cookies, They're my favorites. We are going to see a thriller film, they are my favorites. Fax me your reply / fax your reply to me. I will ask one of my classmates to fax me the work you said, and I will try to do it. Shaking / trembling with fear, she handed over the money to the gunman. There are fears that the disease will spread to other countries. Fears for her safety are growing. The low profit figures simply confirmed my worst fears. I was afraid to eat it, but after the first bite, I lost my fear. Police fear that the couple may have drowned. It is feared that as many as 200 passengers may have died in the crash. Lots of changes which may occur during these next 50 years might make us fear that our sons and grandsons' lives will not be as happy as ours. Most older employees fear unemployment. What do you fear most? I've always feared the dark. I found a peacock's feather. Birds were cleaning their feathers and singing morning songs, monkeys were jumping at the top of an old tree in the corner of the monastery yard. The town's main features are its beautiful mosque and ancient marketplace. Our latest model of phone has several new features. He explained the features of the new product to the rest of his colleagues. Someone's features are the parts of their face that you notice when you look at them. His eyes are his best feature. They have similar figures, and the features of their faces are nearly the same. The film features James Dean as a disaffected teenager. This week's broadcast features a report on victims of domestic violence. My favorite song is Candy Shop, by 50 Cent, featuring Olivia. I'm fed up with my job. He got fed up with all the traveling he had to do. I'm sure that the whole world is fed up with Mozart. Due to the fact that the center is new and very big, the fee is quite high, about €100 for 3 months. I usually feed the neighbor's cat while she's away. Let's feed the kids first and have our dinner after. If you feed your dog on cakes and biscuits, it's not surprising he's so fat. You can also ride horses and feed animals like rabbits, birds, and hamsters. I am writing to you to give you feedback about the social program. I feel as if I've known you for ages. It feels like I've been here forever and yet it's only been 3 months. I feel like I've been here for ages. I feel like going for a swim. I feel like a nice cool glass of lemonade. Are you coming to aerobics? No, I don't feel like it today. He was so rude I felt like hitting him. The weather is warm and I feel like swimming. My feet feel like blocks of ice. I felt like a fool when I saw what everyone else was wearing. In front of these big towers, I feel like a tiny insect. I feel that I should be doing more to help her. Do you feel very strongly about this? I feel certain I'm right. The more he got close to this man, the more he felt sure it was Chris, who died in a car crash in April 1972. I feel so sorry for the children, it must be really hard for them. Anyway, I feel sorry for her and I wonder, what would I do if I were her? After a month she felt at home in her new job. I felt his head and it was hot. Just feel how cold my hands are. I was feeling around in my bag for the keys. I tried to open the heavy door, I could feel the iron bar with my almost frozen fingers. It felt strange to see him again after so long. The house feels empty without the children. It felt strange and yet so wonderful to ski in the summer. I could feel them watching me. I could feel the silence. The feeling of loneliness was suddenly too much for him. Her performance seemed to me completely lacking in feeling. When I'm walking alone I can think about all my feelings, combine them into one, and the name of this feeling is love. Your feelings are your beliefs and emotions, especially those influenced by other people. You can't hide your feelings from me. I didn't want to hurt his feelings, so I didn't tell him what she'd said about him. I can't explain my feelings. I had the strange feeling that we had met before. I got the feeling that she was unhappy with the arrangement. When I saw the policeman's face I got a bad feeling about this man. He didn't look like a cop but he was dressed like one, so I decide to stay away from this guy. I've got this odd feeling in my stomach. My toes were so cold that I'd lost all feeling in them. After 1 hour I was home and still had the feeling of warm rain touching my skin. My feeling is that we had better act quickly or it will be too late. My feeling is that we shall simply buy what we want to buy and not what we are prompted to buy. She introduced me to some of her fellow students. Our fellow travelers were mostly Spanish-speaking tourists. In conclusion, I have to declare that I myself and my fellow students will be available to help with this short video. She was voted the best female vocalist. All my female friends at school say that he is an attractive young man. The kitten was actually a female, not a male. Females represent 40% of the country's workforce. We all know the problems that are caused by having animals kept in a zoo. Females refuse the males, or they become mad from the lack of freedom. I looked around to make sure that no one saw me and jumped over the fence. We're going across to France on the ferry. We took the ferry to Calais. We are planning to go to the Red Island, which is just 15 minutes from Rovigno by ferry. I decided to go to that city because of the film festival that was going to happen. I like to dress up traditional LY during festivals. Could you fetch my glasses for me from the other room, please? I have to fetch my mother from the station. I'll come and fetch you at 7 o'clock. He's got a headache and a high/slight fever. I understood that she was alone with her brother and he has a fever. He is among the few people I can trust. Very few people can afford to pay those prices. Few of the children can read or write yet. We get few complaints. According to the survey, as few as 10% of us are happy with our jobs. Usually there are very few people, so it's a great place to escape from busy towns. The book is a work of fiction and not intended as a historical account. In his fiction, one can detect traces of different literary schools. They filmed our sports fields and our classroom. He's an expert in the field of biochemistry. This time it is the case of telecommunications, tomorrow it will be the time of advances in the field of medicine. 2 men were shot during fierce fighting last weekend. Fierce winds/storms battered the coast all weekend. Firefighters had to retreat from the fierce heat. The need for darkness was justified by the fierce thunderstorm, which seemed likely to smash the house into pieces. The expansion plans will face fierce opposition/resistance from environmentalists. There is fierce competition to join the special branch. Nowadays, family life importance is a matter that arouses fierce passions. 1/5 is the same as 20%. He retired when he was still in his 50s. Despite being in my 50s, I am healthy and in good shape. Many new towns were built in the 50s. I love bands from the 50s, 60s, 70s, and most of the radio stations seem to forget that the music has a history, and it is always nice to remember past songs, because a good song will always be a good song. 2 men were fighting outside the park. Sam's always fighting with his little brother. She was very tired and afraid, so I decided to help her by going to the Blue Forest, and I remember I fought with the wizards. Jeff's always getting into/starting fights. The older boys broke up the fight. He put up a fight when the police tried to arrest him. My son got into a fight on his way from the school to the house and he had a black eye. Millions of young men fought in World War I. He fought in the Spanish Civil War and in World War II. We've got to stop fighting in front of the children. Then I became angry again because although I spent my day doing nothing, I didn't buy a present for my sister, and when I went home we fought. He fought against racism. New measures have been introduced to fight crime. The other great advantage is that it is a nice way of fighting against pollution. They are fighting for their freedom. He had to fight hard to keep his job. All of them were fighting for their cause. Join us in our fight for freedom. We must continue the fight against homelessness. He died last week after a long fight with cancer. This year has brought some good news in the fight to save the whales. I was sitting like every evening in my armchair, reading my favorite book, My Fight for Irish Freedom, and suddenly the lights went out. I don't want to have a fight over this. I had a fight with my mother and she told me off in front of my friends. Fierce fighting has continued all day. Kung Fu is not only a way of fighting, it is also a way of life. Can you read this figure? Is it a 3 or an 8? Write the amount in both words and figures. I looked quickly down the column of figures. He earns a 6-figure salary. More than 5,000 were present, so I don't understand why you mention the figure 2,000. She's got a good figure. She has long blonde hair and blue eyes. She has a good figure. Lincoln was a major figure in American politics. She is an important figure in Argentina. I could see 2 tall figures in the distance. Suddenly a figure appeared in front of us. I can't figure out why he did it. I find him really odd, I can't figure him out at all. I couldn't figure out what had happened. If people or things fill a space, there are a lot of them in it. Dark clouds filled the sky. The streets were filled with tourists. Suddenly clouds filled the sky with darkness. If light, sound, or a smell fills a place, you can easily notice it. The smell of smoke filled the room. The class was filled with the sound of laughing. The thought of losing him filled her with fear. Nobody was talking and the 50 passengers were filled with terror. Most of the scenes were filmed in a studio. They filmed for a week in Spain. So he had put it into his cupboard, which was just open, and the burglar hadn't noticed the camera which filmed all his actions. One of the industry's top filmmakers. The plot is about a filmmaker and his difficulties in finishing his last film. They're in the final. Last year we got through to the final. The men's basketball final will be on Sunday. We were in the final, but we lost. Finally, I'd like to thank everyone for coming this evening. Finally, I want you to say hi to everybody and I am looking forward to seeing you. You need to speak to someone in the finance department. The finance committee controls the school's budget. Therefore we decided to invite a Minister of Finance to explain it. We keep a tight control on the organization's finances. She needs to sort out her finances. First of all, we should budget our finances better. The local authority has refused to finance the scheme. I am applying for this job because I want to earn some money to finance my study. The person described himself as a financial officer of a South African government and needs a contact person in Switzerland to transfer $200 million. He's still financially dependent on his parents. They advise them or help them financially. We came home to find that the cat had kittens. I found that I could easily swim 1,000 meters. Do you find Clive difficult to talk to? She doesn't find it easy to talk about her problems. I find living in the city quite stressful. I found her very helpful. I found it very amusing. Where do you find the money to do all these things? I hope you will keep fit and find the time to do everything. I suddenly found myself making lunch. The most embarrassing moment of my life was when, during a school trip to Paris, a friend of mine and I went to the wrong room and found ourselves in front of our teacher who, having had a shower, was looking for his glasses. Many plant and animal species are found only in the Rhine forests. Vitamin C is found in citrus fruit. An example might be the koala bear, which could be found almost everywhere in Australia not so long ago. She was found guilty of murder. To the surprise of everyone in the village, the judge found her guilty but didn't send her to jail because he thought she should take care of Linda, who had no other relatives. If it's fine tomorrow, we could have a picnic. Today the weather is fine and warm. The maximum penalty is a $1,000 fine. If found guilty, he faces a heavy fine. She was made to pay a fine and she wasn't sent to prison. This building is the finest example of its type. There we will be served a fine dinner. Drivers who break the speed limit can expect to be fined heavily. They fined him $100 for using threatening behavior. Besides, you can be fined by the police. How did your exam go? It went fine, I think. The car was working fine yesterday. The couple was great and everything went fine. Finally chopped the onion. She had bright red fingernails. He finished his coffee and left. We finished the pie last night. After Maria finished her coffee, she got the man's phone and left the cafe. Her horse finished fourth. I finished third. It is good even if we were only 7. They replayed the finish in slow motion. We had a race and I came second at the finish. Paula's just finished with her boyfriend after 3 years. I lived in the United States for 3 years, and when I moved to Brazil, I had to finish with my boyfriend. The car crashed and caught fire. One of the new machines that I had brought from Germany had caught fire. If something is on fire, it is burning when it should not be. If your home was on fire and you could save only one thing, what would it be? A lot of buildings were on fire. It's very cold in here, should I light a fire? We built a fire on the beach. We put up our tents and made a small fire. In the evenings we sat down on the grass round a fire and talked to each other. He fired his gun into the air. He fired 3 shots. Someone started firing at us. Without warning he started firing into the crowd. Martins found Lime on an iron staircase and fired a last shot, killing Lime. She was fired after she was caught stealing from her employer. He was fired from his last job for poor performance. She has just been fired as editor of the newspaper. Last month I was fired from my job in a bank. Call the fire brigade. By that time the fire brigade had arrived. Luckily some neighbor had phoned them. We visited our local fire station. I only saw Mr. Bean from my classroom window. They were filming him running to the fire station. His cousin works as a firefighter. We could see firefighters and ambulances coming from all over the premises. When it gets dark we'll let off/set off the fireworks. What time do the fireworks start? We have spent 3 days at Disneyland, watching fireworks every night. He works for a law firm called Neal and Vigliano. He's just started working for an accountancy firm/a firm of accountants in Bristol. I have to improve my knowledge of English because I have the opportunity to work for an English law firm. A firm bed is better for your back. We don't have any firm plans for the weekend yet. I'm a firm believer in equal rights. It is my firm belief that I would use all the experience I have. I firmly believe that we must take action on this. I firmly believe that some of the things you mentioned are wrong. Make sure the rope is firmly attached before attempting to climb down it. Slowly but firmly I grabbed B at the door handle, took another quick glance in the room, and turned it. When did you first meet each other? I first heard the song on the radio. I first heard of it on the radio and then I saw a leaflet about it. At first I thought she was unfriendly, but actually she's just shy. At first, when I arrived I was very nervous because I didn't know anyone, but then a girl started talking to me and I felt better. Tonight sees the first of 3 documentaries about cancer. She was one of the first to arrive. He is the first to admit that much of his success is due to his good looks. I prefer the first because it's an exciting story of a cat that escapes from a dangerous house lived in by an aggressive dog. It was love at first sight? It may, at first sight, seem a surprising choice. It was love at first sight? Why did you invite her in the first place? In the first place, you were unknown people for me, but now you are my special foreign friends. Madeline's first language is French, but she also speaks German fluently. Originally I come from Germany and therefore my first language is German. There are 2 very good reasons why we can't do it. Firstly, we don't have enough money, and secondly, we don't have enough time. I think it would suit us, firstly because it is good work experience, and secondly because we can get discounts on books and CDs. They're fishing for tuna. In the countryside the air is pure and you can fish in lakes or walk in fields. Local fishermen are finding it difficult to make a living. His father was a fisherman and he died working just a few days before he was born, so the child had never met him. That jacket fits you perfectly. These jeans don't fit me anymore. I can't find a lid to fit this jar. Sometimes I like the style and color, but when I wear them I see that they don't fit me. If people or things fit somewhere, or if you can fit them somewhere, that place is big enough for them. How many people can you fit in your car? This radio is small enough to fit into my pocket. The desk has to be very small and has to fit into the corner, because there is not much space left in my bedroom. All the carpets we sell are fitted free. You ought to fit a smoke alarm in the kitchen. The air pollution could be reduced if car manufacturers and companies made people fit effective filters on car exhausts and factory chimneys. I'm trying to improve my fitness by cycling to work. I especially like fitness lessons. They couldn't fix my old computer, so I bought a new one. I had an accident yesterday and I need to fix my car. Shall we fix a time for our next meeting? They haven't fixed a date for the wedding yet. If you are busy at that time, you can call them to fix a new date. We fixed the bookcase to the wall. The seat was not fixed to the floor properly. Usually you have a fixed time to listen to live music, but what if you are not able to go to the concert? Flags of all 27 countries are flying outside the building. The guard waved his flag and the train pulled away from the station. And about my present from the USA, I really would like to have an authentic American flag, to decorate my bedroom ceiling. The flames grew larger as the fire spread. When the fire engine arrived, the house was already in flames. We were standing by the window and the flames were getting nearer and nearer. Stop flashing that light in my eyes. The lightning flashed and distant thunder rolled. You'd better slow down, that car was flashing its lights at you. As they were driving back, a light flashed, a crash sounded, then screams. The bomb exploded in a flash of yellow light. At the same moment, that piece of unknown stuff sent towards me a flash of very bright light. Flash photography is not permitted anywhere in the museum. An ice rink needs to be completely flat. Roll out the pastry on a flat surface. Much of the countryside in East Anglia is very flat. The countryside is very flat, and for this kind of holiday it's really perfect. Flat shoes do not raise your feet far from the ground. Wear flat shoes, you'll be on your feet all day. In your last letter you wanted me to tell you about clothes. Well, as you know I'm tall, so I always wear flat shoes in light colors like white, light green and blue. When I got to the car, I discovered I had a flat tire. I found my bicycle with a flat tire and realized I would be late instead of early. Lay the cloth flat across the table. I stepped on the ice and fell flat on my face. You can guess what happened next. I fell flat on my face right in the mud, and I have never felt more embarrassed in my life. Add a little salt to bring out the flavor of the herbs. My fish was delicious, but one's beef had almost no flavor. We sell 32 different flavors of ice cream. The only downside of our grandparents' diet was a lack of choice. There wasn't all this variety we have today, like zillions of flavors of ice cream. The advantage of this system is its flexibility. Further personal strengths are good communication skills, being a good team player, and flexibility. My schedule is quite flexible. I could arrange to meet with you any day next week. I'd like a job with more flexible working hours. In the advertisement it is said that you will have a lot of spare time, but actually, you have flexible working hours and you never know whether you will have free time. Leaves were floating on the surface. We spent a lazy afternoon floating along/down the river. He tossed the bottle into the waves and watched it float out to sea. Finally we were floating on the sea, admiring the famous bay. Fluffy white clouds were floating across the sky. The sound of piano playing floated out through the open window. Suddenly, I saw a thing floating by the window, making noises and like nothing human. If a place floods or is flooded, it becomes covered in water. The town was flooded when the river burst its banks. Our washing machine broke down yesterday and flooded the kitchen. The city was flooded and too many people were dead. After the flood it took weeks for the water level to go down. It was windy and raining with lots of floods. She drew back the curtains and the sunlight came flooding in. Shoppers flooded into the store on the first morning of the sale. The square is flooded with local merchants selling local food, folkloric clothing, and local wines. It has got a very big dance floor with a skillful jazz band. Add the flour to the eggs and milk. He told the family that it was arsenic in the flour. If something such as a liquid flows, it moves somewhere in a smooth, continuous way. The river flows from the Andes into the Pacific Ocean. With fewer cars on the roads, traffic is flowing more smoothly than usual. There are many lakes around there, all made by the melted ice that flows down the mountains. I had the flu last week. I hope you're fine and you don't have the flu anymore. One of the requirements of the job is fluency in 2 or more African languages. So it is of the utmost importance for me to go to England in the very near future in order to improve my fluency in English. She's fluent in French. He's a fluent Russian speaker. I am fluent in French and English. He speaks fluent Chinese. I speak fluent English and German. I'd like to speak English fluently. I can speak both English and Japanese fluently. Ellen started learning the flute at the age of 12. There were a lot of flies around. In the afternoon we were just lying like dead flies on our beds. She learned to fly at the age of 18. Louise, you are the only one who can fly this spaceship now. Tonight's program focuses on the way that homelessness affects the young. When the kitchen is finished I'm going to focus my attention on the garden and get that sorted out. As you have probably guessed already, we are mainly interested in action movies and movies that focus on brutality and aggression. I folded the letter in half and put it in an envelope. Will you help me to fold up the sheets? He had a neatly folded handkerchief in his jacket pocket. And the next morning, I was here again to help them folding their stuff. I made a new folder on the C drive. Computers are very important because we work with them, and we keep our secret folders and files in them. There are several venues for folk and jazz in the city. I can sing most kinds of songs, such as pop music, folk. She studied the folk art of the region. There are a lot of folk stories in Lithuania, and I would like to tell you one of them. There was a bang, followed by a cloud of smoke. The meal consisted of smoked salmon, followed by Welsh lamb. We were not prepared for the events that followed. In the first lesson we started with some games, followed by work activities, like role plays and presentations. Follow the instructions on the back of the packet carefully. I decided to follow her advice and go to bed early. I was just following orders. I think I should follow her advice, shouldn't I? Could you repeat that? I didn't quite follow what you said. It is very hard to follow the lesson because I can't concentrate on the vocabulary. The main reasons are as follows. The summary of relevant points and recommendations are as follows. 1. Both of them are located in the center of town. We met again the following afternoon. I could give it back to you the following day. Following the dinner, there will be a dance. He died on October 23, following several years of illness. Following the course in England, I worked in an office that sells computer programs and games as a secretary to earn money, and with the help of this job, I gained experience in office work. The following is an extract from her diary. Regarding your questions, the following are my answers. She was very fond of horses. I'm very fond of her. My brother is fond of pointing out my mistakes. My boyfriend is very fond of cycling. Many of us have fond memories of our childhoods. I will keep fond memories of the 2 nights I have spent with you. I was a fool to trust him. I felt a complete fool. He's a fool if he thinks she's interested. When I heard my favorite song, I jumped like a crazy fool and everybody looked at me. The man was standing only a few feet away. She is 5 feet/foot 3 inches tall. She is 5 feet 3 inches tall. The room is about 150 square feet, rectangular in shape, with a window opposite the door and a pair of sliding doors to the balcony at one end. She was always trying to make a fool out of me in front of my friends. He thought I had tried to make a fool of him, but no, I was really desperate to get him as my boyfriend. I got very excited and made a fool of myself. I had to leave that shop in full embarrassment, and I also made a fool of myself. Don't be fooled by his appearance. She said she was doing it to help me, but I wasn't fooled. Tim was fooled into believing that he'd won a lot of money. I don't like to be fooled. It would be foolish to pay more. I thought I might look foolish if I refused. She looked foolish because of the mistakes she had made. Foolishly, I didn't write the phone number down. I was 14 and foolishly in love with a blonde girl in my class to whom I had only spoken twice. I'll carry those bags for you. I'd like to do something helpful for them. She works for a charity. He plays football for Cambridge United. He used to swim for his country when he was younger. He works for a company in Mexico. I'm not going to live here forever. My friend was leaving the city forever and going to a city in another country. I ran, but just for fun. Fortunately, I discovered that the email wasn't for me. I didn't appreciate that there were people that were sending things like that just for fun. I think he's Canadian, but I don't know for sure. One thing's for sure, once the baby's born, your lives will never be the same again. For sure, you'll love Brazil. In the electronics industry, for instance, 5,000 jobs are being lost. For instance, you can do mountain walks. I voted for the Greens at the last election. So let's hear some applause for these talented young performers. There are a lot of votes for and against keeping animals in cages. If you do something for the moment, you are doing it now, but might do something different in the future. Let's carry on with what we agreed for the moment. For the moment I am unemployed, so I have plenty of time to give you a hand. For once, the bus came on time. We would take lots of pictures, and play our own instruments, and if we get lucky enough, we would even touch the very stones and for once be embraced by magic itself. I thought it was just a practice, but apparently it was for real. You know I am a Casanova, but this time I know it is for real. I forbid you to see that boy again. The law forbids the sale of cigarettes to underage people. He is forbidden from leaving the country. But the worst effect is when someone is driving a car and is at the same time talking on a mobile phone. Today, there is a law which forbids it. Smoking is forbidden in the cinema. She explained to me how this school works, what is allowed and what is forbidden. The force of the wind had brought down a great many trees in the area. The army seized power by force. Teachers aren't allowed to use force in controlling their pupils. I understood that someone had entered my house by force and had stolen my television. He joined the police force straight after school. Donald Wood was risking his life and that of his family in the process of reporting the vile crimes of the SA. Police force. You can't force her to make a decision. I had to force myself to finish the match. I didn't actually want any more dessert, but Julia forced it on me. By participating in such games you force yourself to do your best. The weather forecast said it was going to rain later today. The weather forecast is not so good for the next 2 days, rain and wind. She's got a high forehead. Suddenly, the girl found herself in front of the man, holding a gun against her forehead. She is also extraordinary in that she graduated from Harvard University and Tokyo University and used to work for the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a senior civil servant. I was so obviously a foreigner. I started my new English class last week, because I really want to master English for my dream, to teach Japanese for foreigners. Dictionary example, I'll love you forever. I'll keep it forever in my memory. I've forgotten to phone Jan. Dad's always forgetting to take his pills. I nearly forgot to tell you that the film is going to be on TV on the 15th of August. I'm sorry, I've forgotten your name. I completely forgot about Gemma's party. I've forgotten what you do next. I've forgotten how to operate this thing. She'd forgotten that Lucy was coming round. Although I finished intermediate class last month, I really want to learn English and I wouldn't like to forget what I have just learned. I'll never forget him for as long as I live. But there are two things that I'll never forget, the taste of ostrich meat and egg, and the dolphins in the wonderful ocean. She never forgave her mother for lying to her. He had betrayed her and she never forgave him. I'd never forgive myself if anything happened to the kids. I will never forgive him. We'd better walk a bit quicker, it's going to take forever if we go this slowly. It would take forever. The teacher finally told me, forget it, it doesn't matter, and I felt so stupid that I couldn't do anything save going away. Forgive me for asking, but how much did you pay for your bag? Forgive me if I have made it seem so funny, but I'm telling you, you should have seen his face. The continuous form of stand is standing. Hers is the possessive form of her. Isn't is the short form of is not. He's in the third form. I was about 11 years old and I was in the sixth and last form of elementary. In English, you form the present participle by adding ing to the verb. Bicycle fans say that cycling is a very good form of exercise. We are learning more about how stars are formed. A solution began to form in her mind. You are only attached to material values and your lifestyle is formed by earning money. She formed her own company 11 years ago. Many organizations were formed to protect the now endangered species, and people began to ask themselves, are zoos necessary? You don't need to wear formal clothes. And in my town there is also a new Italian restaurant. It's owned by my mother's former colleague. Of the two suggestions, I prefer the former. The former is a Chinese restaurant and the latter an Indian. The European Union was formerly called the European Community. He was a hero in Japan, formerly known as the ungifted pupil from Switzerland. We have just received the information about the forthcoming conference. I am writing this letter so as to give you the information which will help you organize all the necessary details of the forthcoming holiday. I need it only for a fortnight to visit my grandfather. I'm going to return it on 23 RD of December. You're very fortunate to have found such a lovely house. It was fortunate that they had left in plenty of time. He was fortunate in his choice of assistant. I was fortunate in that I had the chance to be with children on a daily basis and learn to communicate with them. Fortunately, we got home before it started to rain. At the moment, fortunately, the weather is fine and sunny. She made a fortune selling her story to the newspapers. He lost a fortune gambling. His clothes cost a fortune. It really made it easier for me, and it would have cost me a fortune to stay in a hotel. The family's fortunes changed almost overnight. I had the good fortune to meet her. Everyone was rejoicing over her good fortune, and she even thought that the gods up above were happy for her. By the time I'm in my 40s, I want to be running my own business. The man was in his early 40s and he looked to be a very important man. Most of these people were born in the 40s. So, I would like you to consider buying some English comedies, like those Ealing Studios made in the late 40s and the 50s. She leaned forward to whisper something in my ear. I had to try once again to take a step forward. Gently I took a step forward. I always look forward, not back. I want you to look a bit forward, try to imagine how you will feel in 1 or 2 years' time. York was founded by the Romans in the year 71 AD. The company was founded in 1861. Redstone was founded 10 years ago. There is a beautiful fountain in the middle of the square. The place I enjoyed the most was the park, because it had a nice atmosphere with all those happy kids, and the most terrific fountain I've ever seen. A fox came in the night and killed the chickens. One day, the fox attacked his animals and he shouted as much as he could. I'm going to buy picture frames to put the pictures in, and I'll put them on the wall, around my table. In my bedroom is a big bed with a wood frame and a comfortable mattress. Quite frankly, I think this whole situation is ridiculous. I'm asking this because quite frankly, it's the part of the festival that my friend and I enjoyed the most. Am I free to leave now? People should be free to say what they think. The agreement gives companies free access to the markets of member countries. The plan was this: they would call the police, which would trap the man so the child would be free to return to his mother. He will soon be a free man again. I will regret it for the rest of my life, because I wanted to be a free man. He opened the cage and set the birds free. To sum up, animals should be set free and live as they should live in nature. Dictionary example: is the seat free? The hall was full of people and no seat was free. The horse broke free and ran away. If animals were born free, why do they have to live in a prison? After a 10-hour siege, the gunman agreed to free the hostages. We were taken hostage by a bank robber, but the police came and freed us. Children are allowed much more freedom these days. I felt such a sense of freedom, up in the hills alone. At university, you have the freedom to do what you want. Everyone should be allowed freedom of choice. The car gives some freedom of choice. I can move quickly from one place to another. I don't waste time on public transport, and in winter it protects me from the cold and rain. For the first time in months she could move freely. Exotic foods are freely available in supermarkets. She freely admits that she was partly to blame. We encourage the victims to talk freely about their experiences. We have always been able to speak freely with each other, and this letter is no exception. If something freezes or is frozen, it becomes hard and solid because it is very cold. Water freezes at a temperature of 0 degrees Celsius. The ground had frozen hard/solid. When the lake freezes over, we can go skating on it. Sometimes the roads are frozen and the cars cannot pass. I'll freeze any food that's left over. Most soups freeze well. Without a sleeping bag, you would freeze to death out there on the mountainside. The weather is warm in the summer, but when the winter comes, get ready to freeze. She saw someone outside the window and froze. I froze with terror. There's some ice cream in the freezer. It is about that beautiful vase you had on the freezer in the kitchen. It's absolutely freezing in here. Can I close the window? They survived for 4 hours in the freezing water. After walking through the snow, my feet were freezing. At the moment, I am here in England and it is absolutely freezing. The most frequent cause of death is heart attack. I am a frequent visitor to your cinema and I really like the films you show. Frequently asked questions: I see him quite frequently. The buses run less/more frequently at certain times. I met a beautiful girl and now we are seeing each other frequently, about twice a week. We're looking for fresh ideas. We need to take a fresh look at the problem. They decided to move abroad and make a fresh start. In fact, it was the chance of a new life, the opportunity to make a fresh start. The water was wonderfully fresh. Let's go outside and get some fresh air. I think it would be better to go to the southeast, to the countryside, and have a nice relaxing time with lots of fresh air. There was a fresh fall of snow during the night. Some people like the smell of fresh paint, but I don't. The events of last year are still fresh in people's minds. I don't know if it is the most embarrassing moment of my life, but it is still fresh in my memory and I get embarrassed every time I think of it. I've been friends with Joe for years. He was really happy too, so we began to be friends. He finds it difficult to make friends. He's made friends with a boy in his class called Alex. Although I didn't know anyone in this club, I immediately made friends with Maria and Rosaria. It was the friendliness of the people that struck me. Your description of the people, their everyday life, their characters, and their friendliness reflects that you really had an excellent time here. Her brother is quite friendly with my brother. The teacher is friendly with the students, but a bit strict at the same time. I value her friendship above anything else. I hope our friendship will become stronger and maybe he should become my boyfriend. He frightens me when he drives so fast. The noise frightened me to death. I have no interest in lizards. Whatever their characters are, their appearance always frightens me. Are you frightened of spiders? I was frightened, that you would fall. She gets frightened when he shouts at her. The policewoman found a frightened child in the hut. We were both frightened and didn't know what to do. I like frightening films, so I'm going to buy it. The frogs down at the lake were making a lot of noise. That was my favorite place, because there were ducks, some frogs, and many butterflies as well as birds. University is very different from school. His opinion could hardly be more different from mine. The two sisters are so similar that it's almost impossible to tell one from the other. His clothes are very different from everyone else's. He was rushed to hospital but died from his injuries. You could tell she wasn't lying from the fear in her voice. Many people have died from car accidents. Things went from bad to worse. She has been promoted from manager to director. On the other hand, the number of animals living in freedom, for example the number of tigers, elephants, and lions in Africa or Asia, is decreasing more and more, because their living conditions have gone from bad to worse. From the restaurant there is a beautiful view of Siena. She was talking from her own experience of the problem. From our point of view, we do not see how these changes will benefit the company. The job was hard, but from my point of view, it was worth it. He's been banned from driving for 6 months. For many years, the truth was kept from the public. If something moves from side to side, it moves from left to right and back again repeatedly. I began to understand it when I went to Kenya in 1986, because I had the wonderful chance to look at the animals in their natural surroundings, without being in a cage, walking nervously from side to side. From time to time I still think of her. I wash the dishes from time to time. I sometimes try to avoid this unpleasant duty, and clean our house. Who knows what we'll all be doing 5 years from now? Have you ever thought about what clothes will look like in 100 years from now? The car in front suddenly stopped and I went into the back of it. She started talking to the man in front of her. As the concert finished, I heard someone call my name. I believed it was my imagination or perhaps a dream because I couldn't see anyone in front, behind or opposite me. Dictionary examples: the front door/garden, the front page of the newspaper, one of his front teeth is missing. I'd like 2 seats in the front row. So let's meet at the front gate, at 9:15 p.m. When I woke up this morning the ground was covered with frost. There was a frost last night. There were a lot of hard frosts that winter. Thirdly, you do not have to worry about rain, wind, frost, or other bad weather conditions. Frozen food has been made so that it will last a long time by freezing. We don't have any fresh vegetables, only frozen peas. Nowadays, we do not need any more to spend hours cooking, we just put some frozen food in the microwave, and in a few minutes our meal is ready. They skated over the frozen lake. Informal: if a person, or a part of their body is frozen, they are very cold. Is there any heating in here? I'm frozen. After walking through the snow, my feet were frozen stiff. I was frozen, but after a second I had a big silly smile on my face. I could sense his frustration at not being able to help. So we had to leave hungry and with a certain feeling of frustration and disappointment. Fry the mushrooms in a little butter. I was frying some chicken as my wife was trying to listen to the radio news. Chop the mushrooms and put them in the frying pan. And third, if a rising number of people use a bike instead of their car, traffic density will decrease, which is, again, good for the environment because there will be fewer traffic jams and therefore less fuel consumption and less pollution. James is very bright, but he doesn't make full use of his abilities. Nobody got full marks in the spelling test. We were driving at full speed all the way. It was like paradise on earth, until an old man, armed with a shotgun, told us to leave. So we left at full speed. The bill must be paid in full by the end of the month. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to read the email in full, but as I understood, he wanted to apologize for what had happened between us many years ago. No more cake for me, thanks, I'm full. After having a big lunch, he was full up. Most children in the UK remain in full-time education until they are at least 16 years old. She went back to work full-time when her youngest child went to school. So I decided to take a full-time course. The restaurant was fully booked. Have you fully recovered from your illness? Now you for fun or for the fun of it, for pleasure and not for any other reason? I ran but just for fun. Fortunately I discovered that the email wasn't for me. I didn't appreciate that there were people that were sending things like that just for fun. The other children at school used to make fun of his hair. I didn't want to tell other people because I didn't want them to make fun of me. Each button has a different function. I'm not quite sure what my function is within the company. Apart from that, zoos have got an educational function. Like many other people, I used to see my camera as a very functional object without being really fond of it. The funeral will be held next Friday. Over 300 people attended the funeral. She was crying at his funeral. He's got some funny ideas about how to bring up children. That's funny, I'm sure I left my keys here. A funny thing happened to me on the way here. Do you think this jacket looks a bit funny with these trousers? We often see people talking about fitness and health, but the funny thing for me is that everybody really looks worried about it, although they don't do anything to make it better. She stroked the rabbit's soft fur. I find the killing of animals for fur an awful, disgusting thing. I was late and he was furious with me. He's furious about Slash at the way he's been treated. He was absolutely furious, having learned about our engagement. Get out of here, she shouted furiously. Put that light out, I shouted furiously after those sleepless nights. Let's walk a bit further down the road. When we left your place we drove on the motorway to Trier and further on to Luxembourg. He refused to discuss the matter further. Did you get any further with your research? I demand a full refund or I will be forced to take this matter further. Furthermore, we have a duty to defend our country. Furthermore, we found that the results varied according to what time of day the sample was taken. I am 22 years of age and I have a degree in tourism. Furthermore, I have a working knowledge of English, Spanish, Catalan and Italian. That's the furthest I can see without glasses. Do you worry about the future? We need to plan for the future. I wonder what the future holds for you and me. I'm sure at some point in the future I'll want to change jobs. We talked about old times and about the future. Could you be more careful in future? In future, I'm going to check every single piece of work that you do. I hope it'll help me to understand many foreign people not only in my job, but everywhere I go in future. There's no future in this line of work. After his father's death, he didn't want to study, so he left university, losing a good future. What will we leave for future generations? I think that it will be very important for my future career. Space travel may become very common in the near future. I look forward to receiving your reply in the near future. After you've gained some experience teaching abroad, you can come home and get a job. What do you hope to gain from the course? So who will gain from the venture? You must explain to them that you need to gain some experience. He's gained a lot of weight in the last few months. The car gains speed going down the hill. I'm sure it is one of the best ways not to gain weight. You should go to the National Gallery too. Gambling can be addictive. One night we went gambling in the hotel casino. He didn't want to join their gang. It was 2 days ago. I wanted to join Joe's gang, but first I had to prove my courage. The infamous gang had robbed 12 families of all their belongings. She has a small gap between her front teeth. The sun was shining through a gap in the curtains. I had to deliver the test without filing the answers in the gaps. The gap between rich and poor is still increasing. It is a general rule that there is a great gap between generations, which leads to different ideas and mentalities between children and parents. There are still huge gaps in my knowledge. Another huge gap in our town is the absence of a swimming pool. After a gap of 5 years, Jennifer decided to go back to work full-time. Finally, on the last day, I suggest you could go to the market in town during the 3-hour gap. The car's still at the garage getting fixed. I took it to the garage and they are fixing it now, but it will take time to repair it. They employ 2 gardeners. You can become a very good gardener and walk very long distances. She enjoys gardening. After 4 years of studying and doing the A-level exam, I still don't have any qualification in gardening, but I really like flowers and plants. Oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen are all gases. All people know that CO2 is a very dangerous gas for all kinds of animals. The flight to Dublin is now boarding at Gate 8. I got to the airport and started looking for Gate 23, and there he was, my friend that had seen me back from London, with a surprise for me. A crowd had gathered to hear her speak. Crowds of fans gathered at the stadium for the big match. She gathered the children together and began to tell them a story. People had gathered in front of a particular painting. We gathered our things together and left quickly. I have gathered over 300 species, flowers, roots, leaves and other things. Have you told your parents you're gay yet? If you are not a religious person, if you have got divorced and you want to get married again, or if you are gay, you must get married in a civil ceremony. He was gazing out of the window. They gazed into each other's eyes. He gazed at her and took her hand. It has 24 active gears and multi-link Kevlar brakes. The lights turned green, but I couldn't get into first gear. I wrenched the car into first gear and stormed off to the office. I'll see you in a week, and don't forget your cycling gear. Does this test show the gender of the baby? There were many speakers who talked about all sorts of subjects such as politics, religion, gender identity, and art. In English, nouns don't have gender, but in French and Spanish, they do. These leaflets contain some general information about the school. It's a very general description. I've got a general idea of how it works. By seeing the film, we are able to understand the general idea of the story. In general, men are taller than women. In general, the weather here stays sunny. In general, when anybody in my country has a wedding, the families invite all Friday ends and neighbors to the wedding. There is general concern about rising crime rates. There seems to be general agreement on this matter. The decision has already been made by general agreement. To improve the general knowledge of the students, it might be a good idea to offer more newspapers than magazines. So, apart from the bad ankle, how are you in general? I think that I, as well as people in general, would have been more depressed if we didn't have light. I generally wake up early. I generally prefer reading newspapers, but I don't dislike books. My health is generally very good. Generally, Athens has a lot of things to do. He is generally believed to be their best player. It is generally acknowledged that it depends on the zoo, because sometimes the animals are loved and sometimes hated. The new development will generate 1,500 new jobs. This film has generated a lot of interest. Football generates every kind of emotion, happiness, sadness, and above all passion. The wind farm may be able to generate enough electricity for 2,000 homes. In France, for instance, more than 3/4 of all electricity is generated from nuclear power. This is the story of 3 generations of women. Some people say that cell phones are a bad influence on the younger generation. Our family has lived in this village for generations. A generation ago, home computers were almost unknown. Salzburg is a beautiful medieval town. It has got a wonderful cathedral, which was built by entire generations of Italian artisans. I can sum up the most important things that changed my life are the telephone, the computer, the portable phone, and of course the new generation of television. The energy generation crisis Brazil is having to deal with is well known. Her friends take advantage of her generosity. Anna, thank you again for your generosity. She's been very generous with her time. I like her because she is a generous, kindly, interesting person. Please give generously to children in need. I can't think of any other person who opens her house so generously as you do. Next year, I'll be studying genetics. We use technology in order to save human lives and to explore strange new worlds, such as genetics. My mother was such a gentle, loving person. Mani is very kind and gentle. The weather is sunny, the gentle breeze is pure and fresh. Ladies and gentlemen, the show is about to begin. So she walked up on the stage and started speaking steadily into the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen. This is how the story ended. He held the baby gently in his arms. Now I am older and I speak to my mother very gently. If something is genuine, it is really what it seems to be. The bicycle is a genuine Shimano bicycle. I'm genuinely sorry for the extra work this has caused. We are all genuinely interested in English literature. I'm getting another cold. I was angry, and I got a cold. Your coffee's getting cold. It's getting late. It's getting late, so I should finish now. My cold seems to be getting worse. If the rain gets any worse, we'll have to stop walking. I thought, it couldn't get worse. He got killed in the war. She got told off in class for not paying attention. I got bitten during the walk. 2 weeks ago many people at school got injured because of an explosion, so a TV company came to film what the school is like now. I got most of the answers wrong. Could you get the kids dressed? I need to get my hair cut. You must get that form sent off. First I have to go to the doctor and then I have to get my teeth checked by the dentist. Please get in touch if you ever come back to Madrid. Get in touch soon. I saw her getting into his car. They said that I got into a car by myself. They thought that I had believed the story. Could you get the phone, Al? Someone's at the door, could you get it? The first couple of meetings are for the doctor and patient to get to know each other. I'll need a few weeks to get to know the system. I hope you can come here and get to know him. We must get rid of some of those old books. Do you think I'd better get rid of the sofa and place the bookshelf there? I can't seem to get rid of this headache. The first step is to get rid of smoking. I can't get my computer to work. I'll get Ben to fix your bike. We must get the counselors to change their minds. I got the feeling that she was quite angry about the situation. I disagree with some points you mentioned and would like to share the impression I got from that popular holiday report during my 2-week trip. If we spend too much time together, we end up getting on each other's nerves. Sometimes, receiving a phone call can disturb very important events in a person's life, but it also gets on people's nerves when you use it in a public place like a train. I never got to meet her. I did get to meet a musician, a singer named Anouk. That joke that he told, did you get it? Do you believe in ghosts? We saw a horror film. It was about ghosts and vampires. Harry Potter fought with the giant snake and he won. Giraffes are the tallest land animals. Animals like elephants, giraffes, and exotic birds must be free. How would you feel living inside a cage? I'm going out with the girls tonight. We were dancing all night at the club and I really enjoyed my time with the girls. She's going out with her girlfriends tonight. I buy clothes once a month, and I usually go shopping with my mother or my girlfriends. We didn't really give him a chance to explain. I'll see you at 7 o'clock to give you the chance to explain. What you said has given me an idea. The sudden noise gave me quite a shock. This announcement will give hope to millions of sufferers. I hope this will give you an idea of what I like. I'm nearly ready, just give me a few minutes. Do you think you would be able to give me 2 hours more on Friday? I gave him 20 for his old camera. She gave a cry. He gave her a kiss on the cheek. She gave me a big hug. When he saw me, he gave me a big, warm hug and a sweet kiss. Tony gave a great speech to open the conference. We would be very happy if you could come to our school and give a speech. When a woman or an animal gives birth, she produces a baby from her body. She gave birth to twins. The most important person in my life is the person who gave birth to me, my mother. She's always glad to help. I know him personally and I'm sure he'll be very glad to help you. He glanced at his watch. From my seat at the cafe table I was glancing at this man when suddenly 2 men in black jackets, and wearing sunglasses ran and tackled the stranger, knocking him out. She glanced through the newspaper. As you know, I always like glancing at some international newspapers. She had a quick glance around the restaurant but couldn't see him. Just have a glance at the enclosed menu. The improvement of electronics and global communications has made it possible to keep in close contact with friends all over the world. Very few people now deny that global warming is caused by humankind. Also, due to global warming, sea levels might rise and the risk of flooding will also rise. The company has to be able to compete globally. Since I went to Canada, I realized we should think about environmental pollution globally. My exams went really well. How did your interview go? Rather badly. Something's gone wrong with my computer. I hope everything is going well. Something's gone wrong with my computer. The food had gone by the time we got to the party. When I turned round, the man had gone. When I came to take my suitcase, it had gone. If 2 things go, they match each other. That top doesn't go with these trousers. This jacket and skirt don't go together, do they? He went bald in his 20s. This road goes to Birmingham. It's your go, Michael. Please can I have a go on your bike? But if you are ready to get wild with your friends, I think you should have a go. I can't remember how his latest song goes. If time goes, it passes. The day went very quickly. But the time went so quickly and now I am in my early 60s with a lot of spare time. I won't go into detail over the phone, but I've been having a few health problems recently. In one of his books he really goes into detail about how children treat other children who have difficulties with their new language. If someone goes red, their face becomes red because they are embarrassed or angry. He kissed her on the cheek and she went bright red. When Paul saw the girl who had got blonde hair and bluish eyes, his face suddenly went red. If something goes without saying, it is obvious or generally accepted. It goes without saying that smoking is harmful to your health. It goes without saying that I will participate. Do you think I'll be able to achieve my goal of losing 5 kilos? Andy's goal is to run in the New York Marathon. Always set yourself realistic goals. My goal for the future is to be a sailboat captain and this trip would be a good opportunity to practice my skills. Their goalkeeper was sent off in the 80th minute. He is a very good goalkeeper. You can enjoy watching camels and goats passing once in the morning and again in the evening. Oh my God. The car's been stolen. Oh my God, your sister is getting married. Thank God nobody was hurt in the accident. Thank God my car is okay, he said. It was circled by a halo of light as if some gods had blessed it. He's got a place at university which gives him a golden opportunity to do research. As you know, my uncle has some friends in the music world and it was a golden opportunity when he asked me to help at the Tina Turner concert. He's a very good person. Try to set a good example to the children. Only in this way can we give a good example to the new generation. If it's a good thing that something happened, it is lucky or fortunate that it happened. It's a good thing that we booked our tickets early. You passed your exam, good for you. That's great news. Good for you. Even a small donation can do a lot of good. It's hard work, but it's for your own good. Please think about this, it is for your own good. Shoes are no good if they let in water. Food aid isn't much good until the fighting stops. A holiday in the sun will do you good. I think that living and studying in another country will do you good. There is a 25% discount on all electrical goods until the end of the week. You can buy all goods there without tax. We googled his name and found over 2,000 sites. I met this gorgeous guy at Eric's party. There's a gorgeous view from the top of the hill. I met this gorgeous guy Nito, and we are dating. Dictionary examples, an interesting piece of gossip. Have you heard the latest gossip? Among them are the increasingly popular reality shows and all the daily news about gossip and scandal. Stop gossiping and get on with some work. People have started to gossip about us. First of all, I think they should accept the fact that they are well known and they should be observed all the time, as we are curious to know what they do and we love to gossip about others. The country is now being governed by the Labour Party. He governed this area in medieval times. It talked about the anti-violence program is funded by the government. A mugger grabbed her handbag as she was walking across the park. I quickly hung up and grabbed clothes and my cell phone. Can everyone grab a handout, please? We grab a burger on our way to work and a milkshake on our way back home. Steve never studies, but he always gets good grades. Carla got a grade A in German. I was really surprised when I read this mail. I passed with very good grades. There was a gradual rise in 1992. Gradually, she realized that he wasn't telling her the truth. Books will gradually disappear, and instead we will read all the things we want on our computer. He is a graduate in ancient history and he has done postgraduate studies in archaeology. I'd like to know if I have to pay for my ticket, Valencia can't, or if there is some kind of grant that I could apply for. He was granted asylum. He came to the USA in 1990 and was granted a permanent resident status. Most of us take our freedom for granted. So don't take the telephone for granted, but keep in mind that our modern way of life is mainly due to its invention. I took it for granted that we'd be invited to the wedding. I have taken it for granted that you will arrive for dinner. This graph shows how crime has varied in relationship to unemployment over the last 20 years. The graph shows the amount of carbon dioxide produced from a range of sources in the UK from 1980 to 2000. The film was full of special effects created with the help of computer graphics. I'm really grateful to you for all your help. I would be most grateful if you would send me the book immediately. My grandmom cooked dinner and we were very grateful for it. After a couple of hours they brought her from the hospital and the next day they buried her near her mother's grave. He has great difficulty walking. In my first lesson we talked together about our past experiences and our greatest difficulty in studying English, and we learned some phrasal verbs too, which we really hate. This is one of Rembrandt's greatest paintings. He's probably the greatest actor alive today. Ginny was a keen collector of rare paintings by great artists. I gave her a great big hug. I will never forget when I was walking on the beach and all of a sudden this great big dog appears from nowhere running after me. She spends a great deal of her time in Glasgow. A great deal of effort has gone into making the software reliable. They still need a great deal more money to finish the project. There will be lots of events which you could see and take a great deal of pictures of. The higher profits were the result of greatly reduced costs. The number of birds on the island has greatly increased in recent years. Her piano playing has greatly improved/has improved greatly. I recently went to the music festival and I greatly enjoyed it. Her greatness as a writer is unquestioned. So, getting to be rich and famous is more related to achieving greatness in your own field and not necessarily gaining money and becoming the richest person in the world. He was a greedy and cruel man. If you wanted to do some outdoor activities, we could go fishing or even go walking through the green fields. There is the Government Party, Green Party, especially in German. Why? He greeted me at the door. We sat down and the teacher arrived. She greeted us and she told us her name. They exchanged greetings before starting the session. Lucy asked me to pass on greetings to you. Although we are in spring, yesterday was a gray day with clouds and rain. Newspapers should not intrude on people's private grief. However, my grief was still fresh and raw then. Put the sausages on / under the grill. I recommend meat on the grill, it is delicious. Grill the fish for 2 to 3 minutes on each side. We were in the garden and we grilled meat. The baby gripped my finger with her tiny hand. I gripped the steering wheel, fixed my eyes firmly on the road, and bravely drove up to Scotland. She tightened her grip on my arm. Then suddenly I lost my grip and the papers and they all dropped to the floor and landed in a great heap. The bride and groom were posing for pictures. In my village, the bridge and the groom stay on their first night at the groom's parents' house. I sat down on the ground. The weather was really nice and the ground wasn't wet, so we could run with no problem. Could we use the football ground? The ground was frozen hard and was impossible to dig. Winds sweep the grey granite coastline, letting survive a few rare species of plants which are adapted to the dry and salty ground. The number of people living alone grows each year. In Rio, violence is growing very fast, so if we're planning to spend the holiday in the city, we'll have to take care. If your hair or nails grow, or if you grow them, they get longer. Are you growing a beard? I've lost some weight and I've grown a beard. Our bodies change as we grow older. The music was growing louder and louder. They went to the field and, relaxing on the grass, spoke about their life without each other. Soft blue evening came and it was growing dark. There is a growing awareness of the seriousness of this disease. All my family, friends, and neighbors were first full of pride and expectations, then with slowly growing disbelief and disappointment. Ask a grown-up to cut the shape out for you. If I were a grown-up, I would like to have a big dog. The huge growth of technology has brought lots of good aspects to my life, like the facility to be informed about everything that is happening around the world. Every child is guaranteed a place at a local school. They guarantee that it will arrive on time. I can guarantee you won't be disappointed if you let me do the job. I'm afraid this camera is no longer under guarantee. And you couldn't take it back because it is not under guarantee. The frontier is patrolled by border guards. I saw 2 security guards, who opened the door for me and welcomed me inside. Soldiers guard the main doors of the embassy. I guess it was that thrill that actually made me anxious to know what really was going on inside the dodgy-looking old house guarded by a man with an unfriendly hound. 5 prison officers guarded the prisoners. No one was guarding him. I've known her for about 12 years, I guess. I guess that I love her, although we do not know each other very well. How old do you think John is? Go on, have a guess. Both teams made some wild guesses, none of which were right. I am sure you will know her from TV, now have a guess who she might be. Our special guest on the program tonight is Robert De Niro. Of course, a bear shouldn't be a guest on a TV show, it's not in his nature. I dream of being Lord Krishna's devotee, but I need professional guidance. I found that some of the current information in the guide is a little bit old. Someone offered to guide us through the jungle. He gently guided her back to her seat. I had to look after the members of the public and I guided them to their seats. He suffered such feelings of guilt over leaving his children. Her brother had hesitated before telling her the truth, but he proved that he really trusted his sister by confessing his guilt to her. Both suspects admitted their guilt to the police. She was so upset about what I'd said and I felt so guilty. I felt guilty about leaving her there on her own. I've got a guilty conscience. I've got a guilty conscience because I forgot to say goodbye. The jury found her guilty. The jury has to decide whether a person is guilty or innocent of a crime. After the trial, where the jury found him guilty, he was sent to prison for a long time. The lead guitarist in the band was excellent. Not only did he want to be a doctor, but he was also a great guitarist. Protect your teeth and gums by visiting your dentist regularly. You could hear the noise of guns firing in the distance. He went downstairs and picked up his father's gun. It took guts to stand up and tell the boss how she felt. I didn't think he would have the guts to quit that awful job. They did not expect that the people in this vicinity would actually have the guts to retaliate. Come on, you guys, let's go home. Hey guys. I'm just writing to thank you for the great times we had last weekend and to say you're awesome. Nick goes to the gym 3 times a week. We went to a gym near my house. We have gym on Friday afternoons. You can do gym, aqua, dance, boxing, squash, and tennis. My friend likes to go swimming every morning. I prefer to do gymnastic exercises in a separate room every day. Let's watch the gymnastics on TV. Every Tuesday and Thursday you can do sports like basketball, football, or also gymnastics. I always buy the same toothpaste out of habit. I'm trying not to get into the habit of having biscuits with my coffee. He can't break the habit of switching on the TV when he comes home at night. I'm not really in the habit of looking at other people's clothes, but even I noticed that awful yellow suit. In your last letter you asked me about my shopping habits and my clothes. He has some really annoying/nasty habits. I was taught to drive by my boyfriend and I'm afraid I picked up some of his bad habits. With more free time and more money to spend than ever, shopping is a great activity, but when this creates bad habits such as overspending, it could lead to serious problems. He's starting to get a few gray hairs now. My black skirt was covered in cat hairs. Then he appeared, a fat, middle-aged man with only a few hairs on his head. I really need a haircut. He had a smart new haircut. You two have the same haircut, the same complexion but not the same attitude, which is good. Now see a person who cuts people's hair and puts it into a style. The place where this is done is called a hairdresser's. I'm going to change my hairdresser. I've got a 4 o'clock appointment at the hairdresser's. I decided to go to the hairdresser's to have my hair cut because the next day I had to go to the party. Did you pack a hair dryer? We have microwaves that help us to prepare our meal quickly, we have hair dryers to dry our hair in 15 minutes, we have different things that have made our life easier. Divide the dough in half and roll it out into 2 circles. Fold the piece of paper in half. They were very surprised when they found out that the gold was cut in half. Sophia is half Greek and half Spanish. After our kiss, my face was painted half white, half black as well. She invited a lot of people to the party but half of them didn't turn up. I don't even know where she is half of the time. Her new book's not half as good as the last one. You will need a hammer and some nails. I had got a hammer to break the window. Could you give me a hand with these suitcases? I think Matthew might need a hand with his homework. I'll give you a hand to organize your holiday. This sweater has to be washed by hand. She handed me the letter. The waiter smiled politely as he handed my bill to me. Could you hand me that book, please? Maybe you could hand me a paper with several questions I can answer, thus I would cover the work I miss. On the one hand, computer games develop many skills, but on the other, they mean kids don't get enough exercise. On the one hand, I know from my experience that it's much easier in life if you know more about everything, but on the other hand, I'd say that if someone had given me a chance, when I was kid, to study what I enjoy probably I'd have more possibility to develop my skills. The young couple walked hand in hand by the lake. Hand in hand they got off the train and she felt that her decision to leave was the best decision she had ever made in her life. The hijacker was handed over to the French police. We were ordered to hand over our passports. In the end, we handed them over to the police and we were rewarded. We played handball yesterday. Only a handful of people came to the meeting. First of all, thank you for having invited me to this meeting on a matter which many people pretend to be expert at but which, in fact, is deeply known by only a handful of scholars. Computer technology has been improving, from the first machines, which were so big that they had to be placed in special buildings, to handheld devices in only 50 years. She dabbed her eyes with a handkerchief. We are going to see a dramatic film, Era mio padre, so don't forget your handkerchief. I thought he handled the problem/situation very well. If you can't handle the job, I'll get someone else to do it. Who handles the marketing in your company? He couldn't handle it and started to run in the rain, crying, thinking. I can't pick the kettle up, the handle's too hot. She turned the handle and slowly opened the door. I saw my chair, my carpet, and my door handle. On page 2 of your handout you will find a list of the books that I have referred to during the lecture. During our course, I made an effort to follow the lectures, and for instance, to check the unknown vocabulary which appeared in handouts. A handsome man is attractive. She's hoping that she'll meet a tall, dark, handsome stranger. The main actor is very handsome too. We need to ensure that handwriting is properly taught in our primary schools. His handwriting is impossible to read. I have pretty bad handwriting, as you know from my letters, and with a computer and a printer I can avoid others who read my letters from being put off by my handwriting. A heavy gold necklace hung around her neck. The curtains hung in thick folds. Hang your coat and hat on the rack over there. She kept it in a tiny red bag which hung around her neck like a necklace. He was found guilty and hanged later that year. The woman tried to hang herself with a sheet. Their childhood was rather unhappy because their father was convicted of murder and hanged. He was happily married with 2 young children. The baby sucked happily on a corner of her blanket. Now we are happily married and I cannot stop thinking what would have happened if I had thrown away the email. I'd happily offer to help him if I thought it would make any difference. I think young people would happily accept it. It was only later in life that she found happiness and peace of mind. Will you join me in wishing the bride and groom every happiness? I wish you happiness, you deserve it. Our hotel room overlooked a pretty little fishing harbor. The weather was fine, so we went on a sightseeing tour around the harbor. Go on, give it a good hard push. It was hard work on the farm but satisfying. It's the perfect place to stay and relax after a week of hard work. It's been raining hard all day. She kicked the ball as hard as she could. It was a cloudy day, the wind was blowing hard, and the city was quiet. Don't be too hard on him, he's new to the job. That's why I was a little hard on you at first. She had a cold, hard look in her eyes. To conclude, I'd like to apologize for being maybe a bit too nasty to you, but these hard words were due only to my hurt feelings. A virus damaged my hard drive. We hardly ever go to concerts. I could hardly hear her at the back. The party had hardly started when she left. He ate hardly anything. Well, my bedroom hardly ever looks tidy. You can hardly expect a pay rise when you've only been working for the company for 2 weeks. Well, don't be angry with me, it's hardly my fault that it's raining. And then, although you have allowed me to use all your stuff, I hardly think I can touch your computer and the CD player. We need to include new hardware in our budget. Computer technology keeps improving all the time and consumers like me and you definitely have to pay our money to keep our personal computer up to date and able to work with new computer software that requires better and better performance of computer hardware. I'm having my hair cut this afternoon. I've had my watch mended. We're having the house painted next month. My mother is having her car repaired. She had her car stolen last week. I had my bag taken. He told me over the phone that he had arrived in London with his wife, but shortly after the arrival, he had had his wallet stolen in the underground station. He had dinner ready by the time we got home. We had the tent up within 10 minutes. We had everything ready in case of an emergency or a chaos situation. He had a pen in his hand. She had a little boy with her. Maria had the phone in her hand. I have no idea about how his children are. She's a very hard-working student. I think I am suitable for the job because, apart from all the above, I am hard-working, well-educated, and imaginative. Smoking can cause serious harm to the lungs. Alan would never do anyone any harm. Missing a meal once in a while never did anyone any harm. She was frightened by the experience, but she came to no harm. It is true that the car does us harm. Thankfully no one was harmed in the accident. The government's reputation has already been harmed by a series of scandals. But in those places animals were harmed and died easily. This group of chemicals is known to be harmful to people with asthma. In addition, books are not harmful to our health as computers sometimes are. Taken in small doses, this drug is completely/totally harmless. In conclusion, cars are not as harmless as they look, so we must stop using them so much. I would like to think my children are going to live in a lovely world where the human being will be able to live in peace and harmony with the environment. We had a good/bad/poor harvest this year. Well, I can tell you about our annual harvest festival. If a ghost haunts a place, it appears there often. They say that the house is haunted by the soldier's ghost. The castle is 500 years old, and it is said to be haunted by a lady ghost. If an unpleasant memory or feeling haunts you, you think about or feel it often. Fighting in Vietnam was an experience that would haunt him for the rest of his life. 30 years after the fire, he is still haunted by images of death and destruction. And so John remained alone, haunted by the terrible loss. We had Justina and Al round for dinner last week. I'd like to thank you once more for having me round to your house. I haven't a clue what you're talking about. I haven't a clue about it. Could I have a word with you about the sales figures? Perhaps you would a quiet word with Simon about the problem. The nurse sitting beside me said to me, "Your mother would like to have a word with you," then she went out. He made his own decision, I had nothing to do with it. Of course, I tried to explain to him that I had nothing to do with the vanishing of the cake, but he didn't trust me. If something is or has nothing to do with you, you have no good reason to know about it or be involved with it. I wish he wouldn't offer advice on my marriage, it's nothing to do with him. The party was horrible, the guests were all talking about things that had nothing to do with me. Our head of department is leaving on Friday. He is head chef at a large restaurant. Joshua was the head of security of the International Airport of New York. All these thoughts were going round in my head. What put that into your head? I was heading out of the room when she called me back. We were heading towards Kumasi when our truck broke down. He headed straight for the fridge. I think we ought to head back/home now, before it gets too dark. Then I headed for the dining room. She heads one of Britain's leading travel firms. Judge Hawthorne was chosen to head the inquiry. When Carlos headed the government, the country saw important changes, such as free trade among Canada, USA, and Mexico, the selling of the banks, democratic elections. The headline was "Failure of Festival." Have you heard the news? If you haven't heard by Friday, assume I'm not coming. Have you heard what's happened? I hear that you're leaving. After, she told me that my mother-in-law had arrived in the city and, obviously, when I heard that, I started to cry. That story made headlines all over the world. The company's headquarters is/are in Amsterdam. I took my car and drove to the police headquarters. If a wound or broken bone heals, it becomes healthy again, and if something heals it, it makes it healthy again. The wound on his head had begun to heal up. Biotechnology is providing us with the latest discoveries to heal or improve the human body. If you have heard of someone or something, you know that that person or thing exists. I'd never heard of him before he won the prize. It's a tiny country that most people have never heard of. The old man had never heard of the dark duck, so he asked Paul what it was. She has a big/good heart. In his heart, he knew she was right. She's very nice, a person with a good heart. The demonstrators will march through the heart of the capital. A disagreement about boundaries is at the heart of the dispute. This restaurant is in the heart of Tepec, and it is open from 10:00 am to 6:00 pm except on Friday. The card had a big heart on the front. It had a red rose in its hand and a t-shirt with a big red heart saying I love you. That was it. I thank you with all my heart. With this letter, I want to thank you with all my heart for your hospitality during my visit to you. We had to learn the whole poem off by heart. I know all his songs by heart and I was singing all the time. She really broke his heart when she left. It breaks my heart when I hear the terrible things that have been said about him. I saw them kissing each other. That was it. When I saw that scene, it broke my heart. John had a heart attack 3 years ago. I was really surprised when I read the email, and discovered that our father had had a heart attack. How do you manage to work in this heat without air conditioning? She always wore a coat, even in the heat of summer. Cook the meat on a high/low heat. The weather is magnificent, it's very hot but you can't feel the heat because if you go swimming it passes. I'll just heat up the soup. Do not spend your money on fast food restaurants, and do not buy meals to heat up in your microwave. I have decided to buy a new carpet and a little heater. They told us that she had gone to heaven. Now she is in heaven, don't worry, she will be okay. I started crying. I just lay in the sun for a week and did nothing, it was heaven. This cake is absolute heaven. These little islands are just heaven. The terrorists are heavily armed. She's heavily involved in the project. One day, when I was walking out in the park with my friend, it started raining heavily. Heavy traffic, heavy rain/snow, a heavy smoker/drinker. There is fresh air, no heavy traffic, and, more important for me, it is a quiet and calm place. She planted a hedge along the back of the garden. Besides, people should be allowed to sit under the trees. At present, the lawn, bushes, and hedges aren't open to people. The boots had a very high heel. I hate wearing tight clothes, or shoes with high heels. The sharp stone dug into my heel. She's about my height. The sheer height of New York skyscrapers is so impressive. The tower measures 27.28 meters in height. I would prefer not to stay in a tent because of my height, I am so tall that I could never stand up. The aircraft was flying at a height of about 6,000 meters. All the pictures we took were nice, but the most beautiful one was the picture of Patricia and I at the top of the mountain Kala Pattar, which is situated at a height of 5,600 meters. I'll go to hell for this. It's been hell working with him. Work is sheer hell at the moment. The last few months have been absolute hell. What the hell are you doing here? Some good advice is, first of all, get yourself a good bicycle, a helmet, and some protective clothes, in case the WE either changes. I can't help laughing when I think about what happened to you both. I couldn't help thinking about what had happened. He couldn't help it, he slipped. I got so sad that I couldn't help crying. Please help yourself to some coffee. Some tables with sandwiches, salads and drinks are going to be available for you to help yourselves. We managed to assemble the table with the help of the instructions. The film was full of special effects created with the help of computer graphics, and it was very good. When you're nervous or frightened, it helps to breathe slowly and deeply. The medicine didn't seem to help, the pain. Everybody agrees with the importance of doing exercise regularly, it helps to take out the toxins from the body. Having a new computer would be a help. He was a great help, to me, while my husband was away. 2 weeks ago I made a trip to Britain, and the student tourist guidebook was a great help when I visited Lambton. The teachers make great use of volunteer helpers. I'll be more than happy to work as a helper. She's such a pleasant, helpful child. I'm sorry, I was only trying to be helpful. He made several helpful suggestions. The teacher is wonderful, she is so kind and helpful to everyone. Basil, oregano, thyme, and rosemary are all herbs. A large range of herbs and spices are used in South Asian cookery. He was chattering with his parents and drinking warm milk with the smell of fresh herbs and flowers. I don't have time here to go into all the arguments. My idea here is to highlight the fact that computers are going to control our lives. Tall trees were growing here and there. In the cinemas there were a few broken seats here and there. He became a national hero for his part in the revolution. They consider her a hero. Graham says he'll take my parents to the airport at 4 o'clock in the morning. What a hero. I couldn't believe it, and while I was wondering if this was a dream, Mike Skinner, my hero, appeared and instantly started chatting with me as if we had been friends for years. The film was very exciting because it was an action film and the hero was strong. She herself admitted that it was wrong. She herself, through her books, transfers to mature and elderly people too. Richard hesitated before answering. So, don't hesitate to buy that CD, it's a masterpiece and undoubtedly you'll love it. Please don't hesitate to get in touch if you need any more advice. If you have MORE questions, do not hesitate to contact me. A hidden thing or place is not easy to find. There were hidden microphones in the room to record their conversation. But to her surprise the policeman laughed and said, "You are the winner of our hidden camera contest. If something is hidden, most people do not know about it." Harry had a hidden agenda at the meeting and was determined to get his way. I think this is a hidden danger of having a mobile phone, and therefore the disadvantages are not as obvious as the advantage. She used to hide her diary under her pillow. The papers were hidden under the floorboards. Lord Alloway hid the suitcase to protect it. She ran off and hid behind a tree. They hid themselves in the wardrobe. The plan is to bring him to my house, and everybody will hide in the living room. When he enters the room, we will shout surprise. He couldn't hide his embarrassment. There's something about her past that she's trying to hide from me. I knew that you loved each other more than anything in this world, but I couldn't hide my surprise when you told me that you're getting married. The village was high up in the mountains. Looking out of the window, I can see the birds high up on the trees. The car sped away at high speed. Be careful while you are in Brazil, because sometimes people charge really high prices for everything just because you are a tourist. She got high marks in her last exam. There were lots of CD players and everything was high quality. We flew high above the city. He threw the ball high into the air. Being in the cabin high above Vienna, both of them thought about killing the other. Safety is our highest priority. Living is definitely the highest priority all over the world. The report highlights the need for stricter regulations. The spelling mistakes in the text had been highlighted in yellow. The boat trip was one of the highlights of the holiday. The festival is one of the highlights of the year for me and many others. I am a 24-year-old highly educated Turkish boy. His new car has a high-tech sound system. We can build up a high-tech computer lab, and last but not least, we can provide some talented students with scholarships. Did you want to talk to the chairman himself, or could his personal assistant help you? But no one would like to be behind bars himself. He's dropped several hints to the boss that he'll quit if he doesn't get a promotion. Did she give you any hints about where she was going? You can't take a hint, can you? Just go away and leave me alone. He didn't take a hint. When that day had come, I timidly approached him and gave him my final words of warning. The magazine gives lots of useful hints on how to save money. I would like to make use of this offer, therefore I am writing down some helpful hints about Lambton. She stood waiting with her hands on her hips. This exercise is designed to trim your hips and stomach. She had a fractured ankle, a dislocated collarbone, and something was also wrong with her hips. How much would it cost to hire a car for a fortnight? You could always hire a dress for the ball if you can't afford to buy one. We hired 2 bicycles in Bacastle village. I was hired by the first company I applied to. We ought to hire a public relations consultant to help improve our image. The interview was okay and my friend and I were hired. I know you and I understand that you are coming to my country to visit ancient castles and historic buildings, so I recommend you to visit Rome, a fantastic city. Many important historical documents were destroyed when the library was bombed. She specializes in historical novels set in 18th century England. Budapest is very beautiful with a lot of historical buildings and churches. The car went out of control and hit a wall. She hit her head on the pavement when she fell. He hit a boy on the main road but fortunately the boy was okay. The Beatles had a string of #1 hits in the 1960s. Your cake was a real hit at the party, everyone loved it. They've just released a CD of their greatest hits. The group Radiant played their big hits from the 1980s for an hour. The economy has been hit by high unemployment. Penalties for parking in the wrong place can really hit you in the pussycat. There have been over 10,000 hits on the site since Wednesday. We hitchhiked from Paris to Milan. We hitchhiked to the nearest city. This database system is an affordable, high-tech solution. With the development of science and technology, many new inventions have entered our life, especially some high-tech products. Can you hold the door open, please? Hold your hand up if you know the answer. They held a gun to his head. A music festival is held there in July. Every evening the concerts are held in the open air, so you can have lots of fun. This jug holds exactly 1 pint. One bag won't hold all of the shopping, we'd better take 2. Modern computers can hold huge amounts of information. Big companies which hold a huge amount of information would not be able to work without a computer. The terrorists held him hostage for 18 months. I was held prisoner in a tiny attic room. All around the world animals are held as prisoners in zoos. How long can you hold your breath underwater? My heart was beating fast. I was holding my breath. The team held the lead until the 89th minute. Nowadays she is an excellent sportswoman, she holds the world record. Keep a tight hold on your tickets. When I got up on my feet again, I reached out my arm to get a hold on something, but there wasn't anything to hold onto. He took hold of one end of the carpet and tugged. I just managed to grab hold of Lucy before she fell in the pool. I'm scared, said Nora trembling, as she took hold of my arm. I got hold of a copy at the local library. I rang 3 times, but couldn't get hold of her. I had also forgotten to remind my friends and teachers to bring their own knife and fork to our lunch, but fortunately one of my friends managed to get hold of some spare knives and forks. There's a hole in the roof. We dug a hole to plant the tree. I like wearing jeans with holes in them, they look cool. After a month she felt at home in her new job. Will you be home tomorrow evening? I'll not be home this afternoon. If you want my honest answer/opinion, I think your hair looks awful. I tell everything to my mother in order to be honest. An honest man, she had an honest face. I know it is an illusion, but I want to think that in the world there are some honest people. To be honest, I didn't really enjoy the party. To be honest with you, I don't think it will be possible. To be honest, I do hate shopping for clothes. Thanks, but I honestly couldn't eat another piece of cake. Honestly, I did not know what to do, I wanted to cry. They have always dealt honestly and fairly with their customers. If we want to answer this question honestly and sincerely, we should think about the advantages and disadvantages that keeping animals in zoos results in. I appreciate your honesty. He's an extraordinary person and the TV viewers will love him because of his good sense of who you are and his honesty. We went to Paris on our honeymoon. Where did you spend your honeymoon? We fought for the honor of our country. Your health is worth much more than your honor. Finally we went to Corinth, where there are a lot of ancient sanctuaries which were built in honor of their gods. It's an honor to be team captain. I had the great honor of meeting the king. It would be a pleasure and an honor for me. The coat has a hood. He was wearing a black hood. A few moments later she took out a rope, which had a hook on one end. He's completely hooked on computer games. It is such a great change to listen to well-known singers for those who are hooked on rock music. Dad hopes to retire next year. With this new class I hope to make progress. What are your hopes for the future? Don't give up hope, I'm sure he'll be fine. Young people are growing up in our cities without any hope of getting a job. 10 minutes later I started to tell them how brave they were and how we fought when there was no hope. He was hopeful about the outcome of the meeting. They were hopeful of a successful agreement. I'm hopeful that we can reach a compromise. I know that it is quite impossible to find it in a big town like mine, but I am still hopeful. Hopefully it won't rain. Hopefully we'll be in Norwich by early evening. Hopefully he likes me, too. Are there any tickets left? She asked hopefully. I'll be waiting hopefully for your letter. They searched for survivors but it was hopeless. She was depressed and felt totally hopeless about the future. When my uncle heard about my new hobby, he bought me a chess computer to train for my first real match. At the moment I'm trying to win against it but I think it is hopeless. I'm hopeless at sports. He's a hopeless cook. The taxi driver sounded/beeped his horn. How happy I was, hearing the sound of a car horn. I love reading horror stories. I'll buy a DVD called Scream, it's a horror movie, you know I love scary movies. She watched in horror as the car skidded across the road. The thought of speaking in front of so many people fills me with horror. I then realized to my absolute horror, that I had forgotten the present. I approached the door but to my horror, it was locked. We thanked our hosts for the lovely evening. My host family looked after me very well during my month in London. My experience of living with a host family was very good, so I suggest we should look for a nice place for both of us. We'll stay in a hostel because it's cheap and we'll use public transport. Hot food contains strong spices which cause a burning feeling in your mouth. Here we have many restaurants to go to, so it's hard to have a favorite, but we sometimes go to the Delhi restaurant, which serves Indian food, because we like meals that are hot with various spices. I spent hours doing my homework. They kept us waiting for hours and hours. We spent hours talking, but at 10 o'clock he took me home. There's an hourly bus service into town. A nurse checked him at hourly intervals. I'll also call the shop and ask about the hourly rate and the working hours. In Japan, for example, the vast majority of households have at least one car nowadays. I hate doing housework. I ran out of vegetables and cans, and as I was not at home the housework wasn't done, and the children almost destroyed my furniture. How was your flight? How did you find the lecture? How did you like the concert? How was your birthday? I can't tell you how pleased I am that you came. How nice to see you. I was amazed at how quickly she finished. So the town was nice, how about the food? I don't like shopping with my mum because she wants me to wear weird clothes. How about you? We're not going to get there in time, however fast we drive. However hungry I am, I never seem to be able to finish off a whole pizza. If Emma likes something she'll buy it however much it costs. I'll see you after the show and give you 20 for the tickets, or however much they cost. We think that we are careful and that we can avoid traffic accidents, but however careful we may be, some other people might be careless and hit us. They hugged each other when they met at the station. Emily hugged her teddy bear tightly to her chest. She sat on the floor hugging her knees. We walked in the street together and spoke to each other for more than 4 hours and at the end we hugged and kissed. Come here and give me a big hug. We always exchange hugs and kisses when we meet. The singer of the band, Green Day, was coming towards me. He took my hand and then gave me a hug. They live in a huge house. The costs involved in building a spacecraft are huge. A huge number of people attended. I live in a huge old house in the suburbs with my family. The fault was due to human error. As for me, the last good program I saw was a scientific episode about the abilities of the human brain. The greatest damage being done to our planet today is that being done by humans. The programs I have enjoyed recently were about whales, sharks, and humans. My main interest is the way of l'Fe during the so-called French period. That period is very important for the foundation of human rights and the way parliament ought to work. Humid air or weather is hot and slightly wet. It's very humid today. The north of Iran is wet but the south of Iran is humid and hot. Carol has a wicked sense of humor. Most of them have an incredible sense of humor, so we laugh a lot when we go there. There's a lot of humor in her work. The film is really exciting with a bit of humor. Hundreds of people wrote in to complain. When she came back to reality, she could see hundreds of people applauding. I can't believe that enormous meal wasn't enough to satisfy your hunger. By about 9 o'clock she started to feel faint with hunger. It was what I expected, a baby crying from hunger. All over the world, people die of hunger every day. Many changes are coming and many problems are coming too, because overpopulation, contamination, pollution, hunger, and poverty besides come with this technological revolution, and that is something that the human being will have to solve soon. Some animals hunt at night. Cats like to hunt mice and birds. As I was saying, you can also go to jungle hotels, comfortable hotels in the middle of the forest, just crossing the Amazon River, where you can keep in touch with nature, feed monkeys, and even hunt alligators, all sizes, believe me. I've hunted all over the place, but I can't find that book. They are still hunting for the missing child. I've hunted for my gloves. Police are hunting the terrorists who planted the bomb. You don't have to hunt for a place to park your car and to worry what will happen when you're out of gas. She's very much against hunting of any sort. And of course hunting won't be allowed. Hurry up or we'll miss the train. When I arrived, the other basketball club members were already dressed, so I had to hurry up. We left in such a hurry that we forgot our tickets. Can you wait a few minutes? Yes, I'm not in any hurry / I'm in no hurry. Are you in a hurry to leave? What's all the hurry for / why all the hurry? We've got plenty of time. I was in a hurry to get to class, so I wore different anti-color socks. Could you hurry the children up, or their dinner will get cold? She criticized my writing quite severely and that hurt. He was badly hurt by the end of his marriage. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. My heart was hurt and nobody will be able to repair the damage. Let me help you up. Are you hurt? Put that knife away before someone gets hurt. Several people were seriously / badly hurt in the explosion. There was an accident on the motorway, but fortunately nobody was seriously hurt. I feel very hurt by what you said. That was very unkind, he said in a hurt voice. I know you got very hurt when you and Brian broke up. Finally, we reached a hut near a river, where we stayed until the following day, when we returned home by bus. There should be a hyphen in short-sighted. I told everyone a joke, which helped to break the ice. And, of course, don't forget that a warm smile is one of the best ways to break the ice. He loves ice hockey. I visited Kassel with some friends, to watch an ice hockey game. We're going ice skating. Last year, I went ice skating with some friends and it was not as easy as I thought it would be, but I liked it anyway. Click on the print icon. He clicked on the icon on the screen, which started the operation. I think he is still very famous because he is an icon, and kickboxing is still very popular because of him. She had fallen off it on an icy street and had got injured. Fast as the wind, she was falling down and down, until her long thin finger touched the icy cold water. Fogg is the typical rich English man, cold with an icy heart, uncommunicative. I have no idea about how his children are. We have very different ideas about the environment. Leach puts forward the idea that it is impossible to spoil a child. I'm not married, where did you get that idea? You can talk beside the fireplace, or have a beer with your friends and share your ideas about Tolkien's works. Do you have any idea of what he looks like? Can you give me an idea of the cost? I don't like the idea of living so far away from my family. I've got a pretty good idea why they left early. For children, it's great to get an idea of how these big animals eat, drink and live. She's the ideal person for the job. The television also comes in a compact 36 cm screen size, ideal for bedroom or kitchen use. It's the ideal opportunity to meet people. In an ideal world, no one would go hungry. In fact, I didn't want to ask my parents for money, and going on holiday with you would be an ideal solution. She seemed ideally suited for the job. I believe I am ideally suited for this job. Ideally, I'd like to work at home. Ideally, through this camp, I would like to teach Japanese songs and dance to them, and I would also like to learn about their culture. I've got 3 identical blue suits. The 2 rooms were virtually identical. The tests are identical to those carried out last year. And suddenly you notice the identical but cheaper one in the next shop. Identification of the victims of the plane crash still is not complete. In the home of the future, we might even be using voice identification and fingerprints instead of keys. Even the smallest baby can identify its mother by her voice. The gunman in Wednesday's attack has been identified as Lee Giggs, an unemployed truck driver. After a few minutes I heard a noise which I couldn't identify. You need to identify your priorities. The research will be used to identify training needs. The purpose of this report is to identify which lessons or other activities should be filmed. The witness was given a new identity for her protection. The newspaper photo apparently showed him in Rome, but it was a case of mistaken identity. But this idea fell through when the real Martine revealed her identity. I think my job gives me a sense of identity. There were many people and many speakers who talked about all sorts of subjects such as politics, religion, gender identity, and art. His identity card was stolen. I lost my identity card, credit card, and passport, and I couldn't go to Rome. To have bitten off more than you can chew is an idiom that means you have tried to do something which is too difficult for you. Greek has many verbs, adjectives, and idioms, and the grammar can be very complicated. Some idiot left the tap running in the bathroom and there's water everywhere. You stupid idiot, that's a month's work you've lost. Everybody was treating me like a big idiot. If water is heated to 100 degrees Celsius, it turns to steam. If I don't get enough sleep, I get a headache. If there is a World Cup, e.g. football, then I spend more time watching television. If I won the lottery, I'd buy a boat. What would you do if he moved away? It would be great if you came to the city. I wonder if he'll get the job. Mrs. Kramer rang half an hour ago to ask if her cake was ready. I don't care if he likes it or not, I'm coming. But let's see if a friend can lend me his notebook, as that way I will see catch up easily. If I were you, I'd probably go. I think I'd take the money if I were you. But you enjoy clubbing and discos, so, if I were you, I would choose the city. If only she'd listen to what he's saying, I'm sure they could work it out. If only I had been more careful. If we'd had the money, we'd have bought a new car. If you'd mentioned this earlier, it might not have been necessary to call the doctor. It might rain this afternoon. If so, we'll have to have the party indoors. Let me know if you can come, and if so, whether you prefer the 15th or 22nd of February. It looks as if it might rain. It was as if we had been friends for years. The sun was up in the sky, there were no clouds, and it looked as if it was going to be a wonderful day. I smiled at her, but she just ignored me. She can be really irritating, but I try to ignore her. How can the government ignore the wishes of the majority? Paul ignored it at first and continued his shopping, but the dog kept following him. Prostitution is illegal in some countries. It is illegal to drive a car that is not taxed and insured. Cocaine, LSD, and heroin are all illegal drugs/substances. Although he has a very charming personality, he uses it to take part in illegal activities, and he has been in trouble with the law several times. He was afraid and bought a gun illegally. He died at home after a long illness. It's because my aunt has a terrible illness and I have to go and see her. She had 5 days off work due to illness. There was a little paper on the door which informed us that the restaurant was closed due to illness. The book is beautifully illustrated by the author. Last year I illustrated 2 children's books by H.J. Simons. The aim is to improve the public image of the police. They are trying to promote a more positive image of the whole industry. The company has made serious attempts to improve its image in recent years. He's terribly image conscious. In conclusion, I do not think that there are many things to do for Turin, but what I said before could really improve the image of our wonderful town. Dictionary examples: television images of starving children. This is the image you see in the mirror. Films also provide a clear idea of how people's lives were in a particular period by showing us the visual images of that time. There's nothing out here, it's just your imagination. For some reason the story captured/caught the imagination of the public. There's a sex scene in the film which apparently leaves nothing to the imagination. I thought it was my imagination, because it was very late and the concert had been so long. The job needs someone with creativity and imagination. Endless imagination and the development of technology will lead us to future fashion. Imagine Robert Redford when he was young, that's what John looks like. Imagine that you're eating an ice cream, try to feel how cold it is. She imagined herself sitting in her favorite armchair back home. Just imagine the sun, the sea, and all that fun on the beach. Can you imagine how it feels to be blind? I can't imagine wanting to go out if I don't really know anyone. You can't imagine how tired I am. Did you hear a noise? No, you're imagining things. I can't hear anything, you must be imagining it. I turned Ed back but I didn't see anyone, so I thought that I had imagined it. I imagine that he's under a lot of pressure at the moment. I imagine that it's a lot of money, so my first suggestion would be to spend only part of it on a motorbike. We must make an immediate response. The directors have demanded his immediate resignation. Dioxin is a poison that takes immediate effect. I hope you will give this matter your immediate attention. We have no immediate plans. Our immediate concern is getting food and water to the refugees. It can't be an immediate objective, of course, but we mustn't give up. Illegal immigrants are sent back across the border if they are caught. Leonardo is an Italian immigrant who has a restaurant near the primary school. The immigration officers looked at her as if she was suspected of doing something wrong. There are strict limits on immigration into the country. The purpose of the party is to give a treat to my family members, as my immigration into New Zealand is approved. At this time, the early 20s, tango was considered an immoral type of music, but Carlos Gardel changed this belief. The anti-smoking campaign had/made quite an impact on young people. The new proposals were intended to soften the impact of the reform tax system. I could live without watching TV, but it would make a serious impact on my life. He's a good teacher, but inclined to be a bit impatient with slow learners. You'd be hopeless looking after children, you're far too impatient. Hours passed and she became impatient and thought he had forgotten about their date. He's got a lot of exciting ideas and he's impatient to get started. People are increasingly impatient for change in this country. I'm impatient to discover this country. Yes, you said that before, she said, impatiently. We were waiting impatiently for the show to begin. I hope you will come soon because we are all impatiently waiting for your talk. In the phrase leave him alone, the verb leave is an imperative/is in the imperative. The changes to the national health system will be implemented next year. Rare species protection, on the other hand, can be implemented, e.g. by means of wildlife reserves and national parks. It is impolite to point at people. Besides, the serving speed was too slow and some waiters were even impolite to customers. We import a large number of cars from Japan. Moreover, they say we must be independent of the Near East countries from whom we import oil. Your views are of great importance to us. The report stresses the importance of fresh food in a diet. He emphasized the importance of following safety procedures. The company recognizes the importance of regular staff training. Now I know the importance of electricity. Recently I've read 2 good books, La Coscienza di Zeno and Uno, Nessuno e Centomila, that are written by Svevo and Pirandello, 2 of the most important writers of the XX century in Italy. If we served more soft drinks, there would be fewer hangovers and, more importantly, fewer drink-driving incidents. Lastly, and most importantly, what is the cost? If an action or event is impossible, it cannot happen or be done. It was impossible to sleep because of the noise. It seems impossible that I could have walked by without noticing her. He made it impossible for me to say no. I tried to find it, but it was impossible. He tried to impress me with his extensive knowledge of wine. All groups did their best to impress the public and every group played professionally. I was impressed by her professionalism. He seemed suitably impressed by our efforts. I am really impressed by your offer to paint me. I didn't get much of an impression of the place because it was dark when we drove through it. What was your impression of Charlotte's husband? I don't tend to trust first impressions. When I first met him I had the impression that he was a shy sort of a guy. You can look back 50 years to get an impression of what changes have happened. It makes creates a very bad impression if you're late for an interview. He likes to give the impression that he's terribly popular and has loads of friends. I was afraid of being late or saying something wrong because I really wanted to make a good impression on this man. I was under the impression that you didn't get on too well. He was under the mistaken impression that you were married. I am under the impression that people generally exercise a little, but if they eat the wrong food every day, it won't help. Someone or something that is impressive makes you admire and respect them. She's a very impressive public speaker. That was an impressive performance from such a young tennis player. An impressive collection of modern paintings. There are some very impressive buildings in the town. ITNK that the Westfield Music Festival was really impressive. Emergency centers like hospitals and clinics must have the most improved medical devices to provide excellent care for the citizens. There's been a big great huge major noticeable improvement in her work this term. Sadly, Olivia's health has shown no improvement. Just 20 to 30 minutes riding every day gives you a considerable improvement in your general state of health. It would be a pleasure for me to give you some tips on improvements to the cinema. Do you recognize that man in the gray suit? She's always dressed in red. He man has to be dressed in black. We arrived in time to catch the train. If I don't come back in time, you can put a note on my desk. If you're going to come, please let me know in advance. I can help you if you want to book your room in advance. We met Rebecca for lunch. In fact, we spent the whole afternoon with her. I was told there were some tickets left, but in fact they were sold out. The club has its own small clubhouse, with many things in it. For example, there was a big pinball game and some computers. In fact, it was the best clubhouse I've ever seen. The car in front suddenly stopped and I went into the back of it. She started talking to the man in front of her. As the concert finished, I heard someone call my name. I believed it was my imagination or perhaps a dream because I couldn't see anyone in front, behind or opposite me. Have you ever been in love? I think I am in love with him. She's in a bad/good mood this morning. You're in great danger. He's living in luxury in the south of France. I hope you are in a good mood today, because we are planning to go to Cinepolis. We all sat down in a circle. The desks were arranged in rows of 10. Discounts are available to people traveling in large groups. The books on these shelves are arranged in alphabetical order. We often work in groups where we can talk in English. In addition to his flat in London, he has a villa in Italy and a castle in Scotland. In addition, I saw a wonderful program about Aborigines. We were thinking about going to Switzerland, but in the end we went to Austria. And in the end he invited me to visit him at his house in Miami. We haven't discussed the matter in detail yet. The book described her sufferings in great detail. I'm really sorry that I didn't write back earlier, but to make up for this I will answer your questions in detail. The bill must be paid in full by the end of the month. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to read the email in full, but as I understood, he wanted to apologize for what had happened between us many years ago. Could you be more careful in future? In future, I'm going to check every single piece of work that you do. I hope it'll help me to understand many foreign people not only in my job, but everywhere I go in future. In general, men are taller than women. In general, the weather here stays sunny. In general, I like wearing informal clothes, like blue jeans and t-shirts, but sometimes I like wearing formal clothes too. I found him in tears in his bedroom. By the end of it, Mary Ann was nearly in tears. He came home early in order to see the children before they went to bed. She worked all summer in order to save enough money. They spoke in Russian the whole time. Why not do a rough answer in pencil first? Complete the form in black ink. I also speak in English during the break. Are you looking for anything in particular? I've read a lot of books recently, and in particular I liked 11 Minutes and Veronica Decides to Die, written by Paulo Coelho. I never knew you worked in publishing. He is my age and we have the same tastes in music and art. I don't think I'll need any money, but I'll bring some just in case. Bring a map in case you get lost. I have my mobile with me just in case. We keep a bucket of water backstage, in case of fire. It is about how to rescue people in case of an accident or a natural disaster. Mr. Ellis isn't in this week. Could you ask him to ring me when he gets in? My neighbor wasn't in. So, apart from the bad ankle, how are you in general? I think that I, as well as people in general, would have been more depressed if we didn't have light. Most people are in favor of reducing traffic in cities. I am certainly in favor of holding the music festival next year. Cut the potatoes in two. Divide the dough in half and roll it out into 2 circles. They were very surprised when they found the gold was cut in half. I thought she was Portuguese, but in actual fact she's Brazilian. Nowadays almost all people own a car, and in actual fact more and more people have been facing death as a consequence of careless driving. I don't want to go, and in any case, I haven't been invited. I suggest that you should in any case leave your car at home and take buses or other public means of transport. There's no coffee left? In that case I'll have tea. You could try kayaking. In that case, of course, you need to pay for the equipment. Some of the children came, so there were 15 of us in all. I'd like to do something for you in return/exchange for everything you've done for me. The changes are in response to demand from our customers. He refused to say anything in reply to the journalist's questions. I am writing to you in response to your advertisement of December 1st in the Times. In brief, I have had a marvelous week. In my parents' eyes, I'll always be a child. To answer your question right away, the boat trip is highly recommendable in my eyes. In conclusion, I would like to thank our guest speaker for her fascinating talk. In conclusion, swimming is an enjoyable form of exercise and an excellent way to keep fit. In conclusion, music, TV, and clothes are very important in a young person's life and can reflect each person's character. I am writing in connection with the above job advertised in the daily press on Monday, February 12. A man has been arrested in connection with last month's murder. Dear Mrs. Brown, I am writing in connection with a surprise birthday party for your husband, Mr. Brown. The results will be sent to you in due course. I look forward to hearing from you in due course. She keeps looking in my direction. A player kicked the ball in my direction and I started to think about what I was going to do to catch that ball. He said he's too busy, in other words he isn't interested. They had had a great time before and had drunk too much alcohol. In other words, they were totally drunk. An agreement that is in writing is official and is proof of that agreement. Please confirm your reservation in writing. I am telling you in writing that I would like to help you. In season if vegetables or fruit are in season, they are available and ready to eat. Asparagus is in season at the moment. They celebrate Halloween in October when pumpkins are in season, that's why in the decorations they include them very often. Most of the people carve the pumpkins and put some lights inside. For years they met in secret. We met in secret when Mary was busy. The whole class was in good spirits that day. I was in high spirits until I got my paper back. In view of recent events, we have decided to cancel the meeting. In view of what happened, I would advise you not to try to mislead people like this again. Finally we went to Corinth, where there are a lot of ancient sanctuaries which were built in honor of their gods. If you do something in person, you go somewhere to do it yourself. You have to collect the document in person. I am looking forward to meeting you in person. Try adding fruit to your cereal in place of sugar. In the advertisement, it said that Danny Brooke was starring, but in place of him there was a different actor and he was really disappointing. Why did you invite her in the first place? In the first place, you were unknown people for me, but now you are my special foreign friends. If something is true in practice, this is the real situation. In practice, the new laws have had little effect. When you leave school, you have knowledge but you do not know how to use it in practice. The meeting was held in private. I agree that THs should be in private. Repair work is in progress on the southbound lane of the motorway and will continue until June. In the lower part of your advertisement, it also said there was a theater restaurant, but in fact, it was closed because internal decoration was in progress. Salaries are low in relation to the cost of living. I think television has several advantages but also disadvantages in relation to books. I'd like to ask you something in relation to what you said earlier. In relation to last month's social program, the sightseeing tour of London was divine, although we didn't get to see the entire city. The school has changed in many respects. How's your friend Mike? He is in many respects better than a computer, isn't he? Teasing you again, sorry. I'm writing in response to your letter of February 14th. I am writing in response to your advertisement, which appeared in the newspaper on November the 23rd, looking for a person to work at weekends in your cafe. He's just won the tournament for the 5th year in a row. Maradona was the captain of the team, and since he arrived, the team won 3 championships in a row. Do you have the book in stock at the moment? I would like to tell you that I am quite satisfied with the cinema and its customer service, but there is of course some room for improvement. For example, referring to the cafe, which on the one hand has in stock a huge variety of groceries, but which on the other hand is very dark. In those days, boys used to wear short trousers. In those days, life was much harder than now. He spoke to the 3 boys in turn. What time is Roz's flight due in? When does your essay have to be in? Remember to get your application in by the end of the week. Due to your inaccurate information, I was late and missed part of the show. 12 inches are equal to 1 foot. He was 1 inch tall with strange clothes. A youth was seriously injured in a shooting incident on Saturday night. After that incident I never cheated again and I never talked to that teacher again. Average incomes have risen by 4.5% over the past year. More help is needed for people on low incomes. I haven't had much income from my stocks and shares this year. When you are a student, you don't have any income. I'm sorry, I seem to have called at an inconvenient time. Please call him and make an alternative arrangement if it is inconvenient for you. Dictionary examples: an incorrect answer, your figures are incorrect. Dear Sir or Madam, I am writing to you concerning some incorrect information about Lambton that I have found in the Student Tourist Guidebook. Sales of laptops have increased over the last few years. The cost of the project has increased dramatically/significantly since it began. Gradually increase the temperature to boiling point. It is amazing how the violence in Rio increased in these last few years. Increasingly, there is pressure on the council to reverse its decision. Among them are the increasingly popular reality shows and all the daily news about gossip and scandal. We had an incredible time that summer. They gave us an incredible amount of food. The weather here is incredible and we have the most beautiful beaches in the world, in my opinion. It seems incredible that no one complained. It was incredible, but it was true. I think the team played incredibly well. It was incredibly crowded. Indeed, it could be the worst environmental disaster in Western Europe this century. Evidence suggests that errors may indeed be occurring. We live in strange times indeed. Many people are very poor indeed. Thank you very much indeed. It's important that parents should allow their children some independence. Mexico gained its independence from Spain in 1821. Another film, Braveheart, is about independence. Grandma's very independent and does all her own shopping and cooking. I've always been financially independent. I'm an independent person, and I like to be. The group is independent of any political party. The film program is excellent, as you show a large variety of independent films that are not the usual mainstream films and blockbusters. An independent country is not governed or ruled by another country. Belize became fully independent from Britain in 1981. Tibet, once an independent country, is now part of China. After 1918, our city again became the capital of an independent state. The two scientists both made the same discovery independently, at roughly the same time. Each part of the organization operates independently of the others. What students should understand is the existence of links among apparently different subjects and the impossibility of studying them independently or, worse, studying one and neglecting the others. Please indicate which free gift you would like to receive. She indicated to me that she didn't want me to say anything. I have just received your letter informing me that I want a 2-week holiday at Camp California, so I am writing to you to indicate my preferences regarding travel and accommodation. Read out the individual letters of each word. Well, this place is a group of small individual islands and there are many things that you can do in the capital city as it's so small and crowded. We deal with each case on an individual basis. We all have an individual password. The first lesson started with an individual presentation. We try to treat our students as individuals. Every individual has rights which must never be taken away. I can work as part of a team but also as an individual. Come indoors, it's cold outside. Spring bulbs can be grown indoors. I love being indoors, eating or watching TV. He has an industrial background. I am sure that both ideas will improve the look of our industrial town. The computer industry has been booming. As you know, I would like to work in the tourism industry, so I thought this course could be good to improve my English. The city needs to attract more industry. If you are interested in local industry, there is the Prefectural Local Industry Museum. It has far more advantages than the countryside, starting with the excellent accommodation, which is inexpensive and easy to find. Abigail Kennedy was young and inexperienced. The advertisement said that Danny Brooke was one of the starring actors, but he was replaced by another extremely disappointing and inexperienced actor. Bandage the wound to reduce the risk of infection. He told me that she was suffering from a kidney infection. In the sentences I had to go and I must go, go is an infinitive. Go is the infinitive form. In this country of high inflation we could save some money. The drug companies can have a lot of influence on doctors. At the time she was under the influence of her father. Picasso had a big influence on art in the 20th century. Today's computers have a massive influence on the whole of society. If someone or something is a bad/good influence on someone, they have a bad/good effect on them. Television can be a bad influence on children. Some people say that cell phones are a bad influence on the younger generation. Were you influenced by anybody at the beginning of your career? What influenced you to choose a career in nursing? Our life has been influenced by modern technology. If he calls me again, I shall inform the police. I informed my boss that I was going to be away next week. This letter is to inform you that I will not be able to attend tomorrow's class due to medical issues. Patients should be informed about the risks. Anyway, once a month I read gossip magazines and every day I read newspapers to be informed. The two groups agreed to hold an informal meeting. He's the ideal sort of teacher, direct, friendly, and informal. Hi is an informal way of greeting people. The dress code is informal but neat and there'll be plenty of drinks and snacks. The list of ingredients included 250 g of almonds. The chef had used good, fresh ingredients. Trust is an essential ingredient in a successful marriage. In my opinion, it is clear that with these ingredients you can make an interesting video about daily life at our school. I think that the town has about 2,000 inhabitants in winter. He wrote his initials, PMR, at the bottom of the page. Paul M. Reynolds refused to say what the initial M stood for. They carved their initials into a tree. It was black and my initials were inside it. My initial reaction was one of anger. Initial reports say that 7 people have died, though this has not yet been confirmed. All this may seem trivial and unimportant to an ordinary man addicted to his TV set, forgetting the initial impulse that made him choose this way of life. Initially, most people approved of the new scheme. The damage was far more serious than initially believed. He initially disagreed with his wife, but after much persuasion, he finally gave in. A bomb exploded at the embassy, injuring several people. She fell and injured her shoulder. He was badly/seriously injured in the crash. Nobody from my family was injured, so that was one good piece of news. She was told to stay in bed to rest her injured back. Zoos can take care of injured animals and help them. Injuries to the spine are common amongst these workers. They were lucky to escape, without injury. Professional footballers can also have serious injuries during their life as a footballer. Please write in ink, not in pencil. The book is printed in 3 different colored inks. Her father had shown her once how to write with an invisible ink. Leading off the main hall is a series of small inner rooms. Even in the inner city, streets are dark and don't give the feeling of safety after sunset. Inner feelings or thoughts are ones that you do not show or tell other people. Sarah always seemed to have a deep sense of inner peace. Every now and then everybody feels an inner call for changes, and one of those changes might be a journey somewhere in the world. He firmly believes that she is innocent of the crime. The plan works. The jury thinks that the wife is a notorious liar and her husband is found innocent. She is so innocent and doesn't understand anything which is happening around her. Several innocent civilians were killed in the bombing. While Jem was stealing horses, his brother was a murderer of innocent people. Have I done something wrong? She asked innocently. He said he had obtained the television innocently, not knowing it had been stolen. Denny had innocently turned on the light to see if there was anything of interest in the other room. Input from students is used to develop new and exciting courses. I could go on, but my intention was to give you some input to stimulate your brain. Data input is carried out by a team based overseas. Shall I inquire about the price of tickets? She rang up to inquire when her car would be ready. Where are we going? He inquired politely. Say Mary, when did the war begin? Inquired the old lady. I've been making inquiries about / into the cost of around the world ticket. Dear Sue, I apologize for not responding to your letter for so long, but I didn't forget to make some inquiries relating to the job in the water sports center. The school insists on good behavior from its students. She insisted on seeing her lawyer. Please go first, I insist. But if they insist, you should listen to them because our parents love us and they want the best for us. Greg still insists that he did nothing wrong. Mrs. McGillicuddy saw a woman being strangled on a train and, in spite of everybody seeming not to believe her, she insisted that she was right and, with her friend's help, proved it. In the middle of the exam the inspector came in and asked me some questions for fun. As you know, I am a police inspector. The golden autumn light provided the inspiration for the painting. He went to church, perhaps seeking divine inspiration. Working with children makes me happy and gives me inspiration. A drama teacher at school had inspired Sam to become an actor. This has inspired me to finally write to you and ask if there is a possibility for me to join the painting course this spring. He inspires great loyalty in his staff. This television drama was inspired by a true story. Most of her books are inspired by her life in Bulgaria and the adventures she had herself. Andrew, can you help me install this software? We have learned how to install components like a soundboard or a CD-ROM drive. The plumber is coming tomorrow to install the new washing machine. On my third day I helped them to install the sound system. In the electronics industry, for instance, 5,000 jobs are being lost. For instance, you can do mountain walks. You can go instead of me, if you want. We should book the flights now instead of waiting until next week. I had to admit that I would prefer to go with my friends and I decided to go with them instead of being with my parents. This type of account offers you instant access to your money. Contrary to expectations, the film was an instant success. Therefore, the reception should be functional for students, that is, the students should get an instant answer when they have a question. Both drivers were killed instantly. To talk to a friend from another city or country instantly online is really nice and exciting. With this jump she would raise money for a cancer institute in London. Oxford and Cambridge universities are internationally respected institutions. Firstly, it's important to gain information about the institution where we want to work. I was working for a social institution that looks after poor children. They were shouting insults at each other. Yoko's mother would hurl insults at the poor old man, calling him sick and hoping that he'd die soon. How dare you insult me in front of my friends? After all, in insulting the performers you insult their fans. There are professional instructors working in this club. I'll need to take out extra car insurance for another driver. The insurance doesn't cover you for household items. Lastly, could you please tell me what kind of clothes I should prepare and whether I have to buy insurance myself? I like detective stories and romances, nothing too intellectual. First of all, I don't think your program needs any improvement. In my opinion, your selection of films is already very satisfying because it includes both spectacular Hollywood movies and intellectual films. It's the intelligence of her writing that impresses me. The dominant species among animals are pigs with their superior intelligence. Helen had a few intelligent things to say on the subject. I've met my English teacher, she's very friendly and, I think, very intelligent. We intend to go to Australia next year. Somehow I offended him, which wasn't what I'd intended. I don't think she intended me to hear the remark. It was intended as a compliment, honestly. I intend to invite many friends who were in the same university, but nobody knows this news, so I want to surprise them. Intensive bombing had reduced the city to rubble. I am 23 years old and speak English fluently due to my intensive study of the language. It wasn't my intention to exclude her from the list, I just forgot her. I've no intention of changing my plans just to fit in with his. He's full of good intentions, but he never does anything about them. I was very pleased to hear from your club, because it was always my intention to join such a group and make music with other people. At school, teachers said he interacted well with other students. People say that when you use a computer you get addicted and don't interact with people. This is an interactive museum where children can actively manipulate the exhibits. In addition, you can play with several interactive games and learn about the rules of the Olympic Games. I've always had an interest in astronomy. He never seems to show any interest in his children. Unfortunately, I lost interest halfway through the film. She takes more of an interest in politics these days. Just out of interest, how old is your wife? Well, really I don't have much interest in clothes. On his form he lists his interests as cycling, the cinema and cooking. In your next letter tell me about your hobbies and interests. Would this book be of any interest to you? We visited the Eiffel Tower and lots of other places of interest. If someone or something interests you, you want to give them your attention and discover more about them. Sport has never really interested me. Fortunately I saw an advertisement for a job in the local newspaper that might interest you. I know he's worried about us, but I wish he wouldn't interfere. You shouldn't interfere in other people's business. I would like to stress that very often famous people become reserved, bad-tempered and angry with the world for interfering in their lives. The estate agent had pictures of the house from the outside but none of its interior. The car's interior is very impressive, wonderful leather seats and a wooden dashboard. The interior is quite modern and clean. There are 3 levels of difficulty in this game: low, intermediate and high. This novel is too difficult for intermediate students of English. My level is intermediate. He sustained injuries to his arms, legs and several internal organs. The bank conducted its own internal investigation into the robbery. The government warned its neighbors not to interfere in its internal affairs. The letter box for internal post should be hung on the wall, so that pupils could make any suggestions about the school, or even complaints, directly to reception. Her internationally acclaimed novel has won several literary prizes. This film was directed by Yasujiro Ozo, who is internationally famous, although his film is very Japanese. We had to ask the guide to interpret for us. My boss decided it was high time I tried to interpret for him outside our office. She tried to explain what had happened but he kept interrupting her. I wish you'd stop interrupting. Her thoughts were interrupted by Ben, who asked if she wanted to go for a walk with him. We had to interrupt our trip when we heard John's mother was ill. Unfortunately, I am studying at university and I can't afford to interrupt my studies. There were so many interruptions, I couldn't get on with my work. I stayed 2 or 3 minutes in the darkness thinking that it was only a brief interruption, but it was not the case. An intransitive verb does not have an object. In the sentence I tried to persuade him, but he wouldn't come. Come is an intransitive verb. In the word list, verbs which are intransitive are marked I. The show Zorro had only one interval of 20 minutes. During the interval I wanted to drink coffee in the theater restaurant, but it was closed. I had an interview for a job with a publishing firm. I have to go to a job interview which I'm looking forward to. In a television interview last night she denied she had any intention of resigning. I especially enjoyed the Roberto Carlos interview. Did you know he used D to be a striker? We've had 200 applicants for the job, but we only plan to interview about 20 of them. Who's the most famous person you've ever interviewed on TV? We had to interview our partner and to present him to the class. He's always walking into things when he hasn't got his glasses on. Then I bumped into a man. What a surprise. It was Tom York. She was looking straight into his eyes. I turned around and looked into the eyes of my favorite football player Timo Hildebrand. Will's really into jazz. I think I'm going to buy the Grind movie because it's about skateboarding and you know I'm really into skateboarding. I'd like to introduce my younger son, Mark. Have you two been introduced to each other? We were introduced to each other and we talked about our home countries. The smaller 10-pence coin was introduced in 1992. We have introduced a new training schedule for employees. Mr. Dixon, you and your staff have already introduced a number of alterations that have improved the interior of the building. You'll have to make the introductions. I don't know everyone's name. As we didn't know each other, the meeting started with the introduction of everybody. Read the introduction to the article and decide what it will be about. The book has an introduction by Antonia Biet. Report introduction. The purpose to this report is to give suggestions of how to make the reception area more welcoming for everyone. The introduction of new working practices has dramatically improved productivity. Within a few years of their introduction, CDs were outselling vinyl records. With the introduction of the computer, we can now access the internet to communicate with our relatives and friends living abroad. Please send me some information about your club and tell me about courses like an introduction to flying. Concentrations of troops near the border look set to invade within the next few days. Hitler invaded France. They were planning to mount an invasion of the north of the country. Then, we went to the north of Denmark to see what remains of the Viking invasions. The first safety razor was invented by company founder King C. Gillette in 1903. Lots of different and important things were invented during the 20th century, but I believe that the most important one is the computer. But I didn't invent the story, everything I told you is true. We knew that our parents wouldn't let us travel alone, so we had to invent a story to avoid them realizing what happened. I think that the television is one of the most amazing inventions ever. He was the inventor of the vacuum cleaner. The mobile phone is also very important these days, thanks to Lars Magnus Ericsson, who was the inventor of mobile phones. Direct speech should be shown in inverted commas. The institute will invest $5 million in the project. He's not certain whether to invest in the real estate market. However, you could invest the extra money in the infrastructure. You have all invested significant amounts of time and energy in making this project the success that it is. So, investing a bit of time and care on yourself might be the reason for your 90th birthday party. Police are investigating allegations of corruption involving senior executives. We are of course investigating how an error like this could have occurred. John, who was the husband of Julia, went to his office and started investigating the kidnapping. An investigation has been underway for several days into the disappearance of a 13-year-old boy. Currently, the individuals who might have caused the accident are subject to under investigation. After a month-long investigation of the environment, I found we still don't do enough to protect the environment. My name is Jacques Martinov, and I am a private investigator. Stocks are regarded as good long-term investments. The account requires a minimum investment of $1,000. Going to college is an investment in the future. There's been a significant investment of time and energy in order to make the project a success. Of course I was able to purchase a second-hand one, but I thought that it was a good investment to have a new computer provided with up-to-date software. A New York investor offered to acquire the company's shares for $13 each. Small investors are hoping that the markets will improve. This should be done by lowering taxes and preparing other incentives for potential investors. The aircraft is designed to be invisible to radar. The house was invisible from the road. At that moment I really wished I could disappear or become invisible. If a situation or activity involves something, that thing is a necessary part of it. The trips often involve a lot of walking. The course involves a huge amount of reading. There are a lot of risks involved. It is a competition for schools and it involves many kinds of sport. The second accident involved 2 cars and a lorry. It would be difficult not to involve the child's father in the arrangements. She had written me to tell me that our friends Todd and Alice had died in a strange accident that involved a vacuum cleaner. I prefer teaching methods that actively involve students in learning. Trying to involve children and young people in general, interactive activities could be really successful. How did you get involved in acting? She's been involved with animal rights for many years. According to your letter, You want to encourage more people to get involved in the swimming club and the chess club. The team's continued involvement in the competition is uncertain. He denies any involvement in the attack. By reading we get a sort of personal involvement with the characters, it's as if it was our own story. Iron rusts easily. Liver is a particularly rich source of iron. It wasn't very expensive because it was made of iron without any decoration, but it was important because she gave it to me before she died. For example, are there any people who want to buy an iron at midnight? I need to iron a shirt to wear tomorrow. I like wearing jeans because the Y are very comfortable, and are also easy to wash and to iron. I must do some ironing tonight. Irregular actions or events happen with a different amount of time between each one. They met at irregular intervals. To make matters worse, the meal times are irregular, so as a result I am skinny. In my hurry, I never saw the irregular floor and I fell over. Of course cinemas and schools do not allow people to use mobile phones inside the buildings, but the existence of irresponsible people who do not respect the prohibitions makes everything worse. Ben began to get increasingly irritated by Slash with her questions. Tom noticed that she was irritated about something. John was absolutely fed up with Bill's irritating behavior. As employers we need to be seen to be addressing these issues sympathetically. You're a student, so this should be a very important issue for you. Have you seen the latest issue of Computer World? Having seen your advertisement in the 4th issue of Asahi News, I hastened to write this letter. It seemed unfair to leave her at home. It seemed fantastic, but we knew our parents would never agree. It's your dad on the phone. If a part of your body itches, it feels uncomfortable and you want to rub it with your nails. Woolen sweaters make my arms itch. On the other hand, I loathe jumpers since they make me itch, so I buy them once in a blue moon. The restaurant has a long menu of about 50 items. Several items of clothing lay on the floor. I have tasted all the items in that restaurant. Last week, in the East London Journal, I read an item about your opening an investor club. The dog was in the house by itself for several days. The dog managed to drag the box into the room by itself. I didn't take any medicine for the cough, it just got better itself. If an animal is kept by itself, with no one to keep it company, it gets lonely and very sad. The shop itself started 15 years ago, but the mail order side of the business is new. There are lots of trees and bushes, but the city itself is quite ugly. The plan wasn't illegal in itself, but it would lead to some doubtful practices. To begin with, a car, in my opinion, can't be harmful in itself. He was sent to jail for 5 years. The financier was released from jail last week. They spent 10 years in jail for fraud. Otherwise, they will throw him in jail for his bad past. We were stuck in a jam for hours. On a bike, you don't have to wait if there is a jam or something like that. I've already bought them a jar of dulce de leche, that I'm sure they will love. He has a strong square jaw. Some of Jem's features, such as his curved nose, his cruel jaw, or even his hands, made Mary think of Joss Merlin. Anna says she feels jealous every time another woman looks at her boyfriend. The problem is that, a few months ago, when he had broken up with me, I wanted him to feel jealous, so I started meeting Frito, a friend. He had always been very jealous of his brother's good looks. Why had this man in his nightmare told him that one could be jealous of his success? She eyed Gwen's engagement ring jealously. We flew to New York by jet. After we went in his private jet to his mansion. She was wearing a large gold necklace set with jewels. We opened it and we were left speechless, as in the chest there were the most shiny jewels and coins we had ever seen. She believed her job as a politician was to represent the views of her party and the people who voted for her. I know it's not my job to tell you how to run your life, but I do think you've made a mistake. One day, my boss said to me, "Serve tea every morning." I'm a computer operator. I'm not his wife. It is not my job. She did a great job of organizing the event. Dear Bill, I think you did a very good job writing this chapter. I jog through the park every morning. When you jog, you can feel your whole body moving. Dictionary example, let's go jogging. You can stay in a hotel in Copacabana and go jogging in the morning. A bridge joins the two islands. Join the two pieces together using strong glue. The island is joined to the mainland by a road bridge. I or T if roads or rivers join, they meet at a particular point. The A11 joins the M11 south of Cambridge. The River Murray and the River Darling join east of Adelaide. The project was a joint effort between the two schools. The two Russian ice skaters came joint second in the World Championship. Adrian has a joint honors degree in English and philosophy. Did I tell you the joke about the chicken crossing the road? I hope Rob doesn't tell any of his dirty jokes when my mother's here. Don't you get the joke? In the first lesson, the teacher came in and told us a joke, and the most important thing was, the joke was funny. They joked and laughed as they looked at the photos. It's more serious than you think, so please don't joke about it. I thought he was joking. You must be joking, / you're joking. One television set in my house? You must be joking. We need 4 televisions. I did a postgraduate degree in journalism. She told the leader of the band that she was studying journalism and that her dream was to write for Rolling Stone magazine. She is a journalist on the local newspaper and we get along very well. They were filled with joy when their first child was born. She wept for joy when she was told that her husband was still alive. Well, you should be bouncing up and down with joy, just kidding. Listening to music is one of his greatest joys. The joys of parenthood, she's a joy to work with. Take the train and experience the joy of traveling. However, the Astro singing competition is different. The winner will be decided according to the marks given by the judge. So far, he seems to be handling the job well, but it's really too soon to judge. It's difficult to judge whether the new system really is an improvement. The meeting was judged to have been a success. I'm hopeless at judging distance. It's very difficult to judge, because so many young people leave Poland and go to another country. The judge ruled that they had acted correctly. To the surprise of everyone in the village, the judge found her guilty but didn't send her to jail because he thought she should take care of Linda, who had no other relatives. Judging by what he said, I think it's very unlikely that he'll be able to support your application. I didn't like San Diego so much, just judging by my first impression. It proved difficult to come to /form / make a judgment about how well the school was performing. Your judgment about the other performers is completely unfair, they were also very good. You must taste the oranges because they are so juicy, so sweet. She jumped in / into a taxi and rushed to the station. He suddenly jumped to his feet / jumped up and left. So I jumped into my car and when I got to the stadium I started to run. She could not believe that she, the shy and unimportant Laura Wilcox, was standing on the top of a bridge ready for her bungee jump. Her scream made me jump. The noise of a doorbell made me jump. The Yanomami people live in the South American jungle. Either side of the river is dense, impenetrable jungle. It is a little bit far and out of the city, near the jungle and the mountains. There were 6 junior clerks and a teacher from the bank in a teaching room when suddenly the chairman of the bank came in. I am used to working with children, as an instructor for a junior football team in my city. He eats far too much junk food. Nowadays young people often have junk food such as chips, beef burgers and so on. The jury was / were unable to agree. Police officers aren't usually allowed to be / sit / serve on a jury. The accused is defended by a famous lawyer who tells his wife that a loving wife's confirmation of her husband's alibi will not convince the jury. Would you like another drink? Okay, just one more. It was just a joke. The film is not just about love. Just because you're older than me doesn't mean you can tell me what to do. It was just a dream. This dress only just fits. We arrived at the airport just in time to catch the plane. The airplane will arrive at midday, just in time for lunch. This carpet would be just right for the dining room. The twins look just like each other. Things turned out just as I expected. You've got just as many toys as your brother. I can't help you just now. Just then, the lights went out. After the play, which turned out to be just as bad as I thought, I wanted to relax in the theater restaurant, but it was closed, and for no reason. It's just dreadful what happened to her. I just can't bear it. That is my best place, it is just wonderful. Can you see the stage? Yes, just about. I've just about finished painting the living room. I was just about 2 months older. I was just about to phone you. I was so amazed that I didn't realize I was just about to fall into the lake. He's just as talented as his brother. Everywhere he went was just as good as he expected. She left just before Michael. It costs just under 10. Last autumn I bought a new flat in Sitka which I moved into just before New Year's Eve. She woke up just as we got there. Just as I was turning on the radio, somebody knocked at the door. There's no justice in the world when people can be made to suffer like that. The winner has been disqualified for cheating, so justice has been done. Both of them symbolize courage, a love of justice, and a fight for freedom, which makes them look like heroes. The justice system in this country consists of a series of law courts at different levels. The police are doing all they can to bring those responsible for the bombing to justice. They are victims of a miscarriage of justice. I hope by the time I am out of prison, the justice system will have changed. I can't really justify taking another day off work. Are you sure that these measures are justified? The fact that you want to be the best in your job does not justify your attitude. If you justify yourself, you give a good reason for what you have done. It was the only thing that I could do, I don't have to justify myself to anyone. How we can justify ourselves, when we are completely against captivity? Kangaroos are a danger on the roads. Furthermore, it has been my dream since I was 5 years old to see a kangaroo and play with it. She's a keen tennis player. She's keen on playing tennis. We are both quite keen on sailing and skiing. The shop is keen to attract new customers. He is very keen to write a report about crime. He keeps trying to distract me. I kept hoping that he'd phone me. I don't know why I wanted to meet her so much, but my heart just kept telling me to go after her. We've kept in touch by email for the last 5 years. Please keep in touch with me. He's very late, what's keeping him? She kept me talking on the phone for half an hour. Don't let me keep you from your work. Mr. Brown apparently delayed the announcement, and managed to keep it secret from the entire cabinet. I had loved Sean since 6th grade, but I was keeping it a secret. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. The dentist kept me waiting for ages. A week later, when we were going to have our second lesson, she kept us waiting for almost an hour. James kept his promise and repaid all of the money he had borrowed. She didn't keep her promise and she ruined my life. Remember to keep a record of how much you spend. Furthermore, a computer helps us to keep records by saving file S. Could you keep an eye on this pan of soup for a moment? You have to supply Eve everything they need and keep an eye on them all the time. If food or drink keeps, it remains fresh. Once opened, this product will keep for 3 days if refrigerated. Our neighbors keep chickens. It is cruel to keep dogs, cats, and birds in flats. Come and keep me company, Isabel. I wish you came and kept me company. I'll keep you in mind if another job comes up. But we should keep in mind that books improve our vocabulary and, what's more, our imagination. The keeper intends to stay with the club until the end of next season. He is a very good keeper. Before he play at football, he was in a karate club. If I have an electric kettle in my bedroom, I won't need to go to the kitchen. Hard work is the key to success. To those who say that money can't buy happiness, I answer that money is a key to happiness. What is more, you can get the information you need in just 1 second by pressing the enter key on a computer. Unfortunately, one day I decided that it was time to become more independent and I didn't ask a key question. I've got all the data now, but it still needs to be keyed in. Just key in the appropriate information and in a few seconds you will receive prices and conditions. We killed time playing video games. When you are at home alone and have nothing to do, you can kill time watching television. Police are still hoping to find the dead woman's killer. I opened the window to take a breath of fresh air and I saw the man again, the killer, smoking a cigarette and looking at me. During the film there were a lot of explosions, killings and action scenes. I like pasta, pizza, that kind of thing. I enjoy that kind of thing, going to buy presents. She has some kind of disability. You should try joining some kind of club. It's a kind of shed. He was kind of half laughing and half crying. I know that the Freen Hotel is kind of expensive, but it's just for one night, so I think we can make it. Stella has very kindly offered to help out with the food for the party. He answers my simple questions kindly. Thank you again for your kindness and hospitality. The kingdom chosen lasted until the beginning of the 20th century. I would rather buy a big travel kit, including a first aid kit. Our cats had 2 kittens. The baby was crawling around on its hands and knees. He went down on his knees in front of the altar. He entered the living room drunk and with blood over his knee. She knelt down beside the child. He knelt in front of the altar and prayed. There was one time when Pat and I had a fight. It all started when I accidentally took the wrong bag back to my house, and there were lad IE's knickers inside. She's forever knitting. She's busy knitting baby clothes. My granny knitted me some gloves / knitted some gloves for me. I would really like to learn how to knit sweaters and hats. She knocked on the window to attract his attention. There's someone knocking on / at the door. Please knock before entering. On Monday, a person knocked on my door. He accidentally knocked the vase off the table. She knocked her head against the wall as she fell. She took a hammer and knocked a hole in the wall. Falling down, I knocked my head on the pavement. They've knocked down the old cinema. Since many of the office building are almost empty, I also think that we should have them knocked down and replaced by green parks or other areas where no cars are to be allowed. He was knocked out halfway through the fight. Chris knocked him out with a strong punch without doubting that he was a criminal. The French team were knocked out in the semi-final. I knocked a bottle of wine over while I was reaching for a dish. He banged into me so hard that he nearly knocked me over. I knocked over the girl's cup, which was still full of milk. I'm not stupid, you know. You know the bookshop next to the bank? Well, it's closing down. It's, you know, supposed to be a surprise on her birthday. I've known Danielle since we were at school together. She grew up in Paris, so she knows it well. I've seen the film Casablanca so many times that I know a lot of it by heart. Knowing Sarah, she'll have done a good job. I knew him in London, and when I knew him I was very happy. Also know about, if you know a subject, you are familiar with it and understand it. Do you know about computers? If you want to know more about Peruvian history, I recommend you visit the city because you can see the old houses and museums. The first couple of meetings are for the doctor and patient to get to know each other. I'll need a few weeks to get to know the system. I know, let's go to Helen's house. As you know, we have been trying to contact him. As you know, I am in New York. As far as I know, he's never been in trouble with the police. As far as I know, accommodation at Camp California is in tents or log cabins. She should have known better than to eat so much. No wonder she feels sick now. You never know, you might win the lottery. You never know, maybe I'll find something interesting and I'll change my point of view. Her knowledge of English grammar is very extensive. He has a limited knowledge of French. The details of the scandal are now common knowledge. Actually, I wanted to improve my English knowledge, because I need a good job. To the best of my knowledge, she's never worked abroad. It's common knowledge that he spent time in jail. It is common knowledge that such attention in the mass media inevitably tells on relationships in the family. She has a working knowledge of German and Russian. Furthermore, I have a working knowledge of English, Spanish, Catalan and Italian. California is also known as the Sunshine State. He studied in Central College, which is now known as Queens College. These people are known criminals. He is known to the police because of his previous criminal record. There are computer labs too. Remember to put some address labels on the suitcases. Washing instructions should be on the label. It was the price label hanging from the skirt belt. Her favorite designer label is Armani. Their own label vegetarian products have been a huge success. The group have just signed with a new record label. Another style which I like is the clothes from big labels like Armani, Dolce & Gabbana and Hugo Boss, but they are very expensive. Laboratory tests suggest that the new drug may be used to treat cancer. I was in my school, in a laboratory, when I lost it. Her only problem is lack of confidence. Lack of sleep had made him irritable. If he fails, it won't be through lack of effort. We won't be going on holiday this year, lack of money, I'm afraid. If you like nature, wish to see tropical birds, which are rare in your country, or just wish to have a pleasant time, the countryside is the best option, despite the lack of nightlife. He just lacks a little confidence. What we lack in this house is space to store things. We are lacking 3 members of staff due to illness. He lacks confidence due to such a terrible appearance. She was up a ladder, cleaning the window. My grandfather fell down from the ladder yesterday while he was fixing the broken light bulbs. There's a young lady here to see you. Say thank you to the lady, children. A very nice lady offered me a ride home, but I refused. I special ly like the eggs and rice, and the spicy lamb that they are quite good at. This sort of land is no good for growing potatoes. We want to buy a plot of land to build a house. One man talked about how people can use their land properly, how they should take care of their poultry farm or dairy farm, and how they can take care of their trees and crops. We should land in Madrid at 7 a.m. You can land a plane on water in an emergency. We landed at Port Said in the early evening. When we landed, my suitcase was not there. It is cheaper to drill for oil on land than at sea. The treaty has led to a dramatic reduction in the number of land-based missiles in Europe. Firstly, the car is the fastest way of transportation by land that we have. One person has died after the pilot of a light aircraft was forced to make a crash/emergency landing in a field. The company said our landing would depend on the weather forecast. My landlady doesn't let us have guests. The thing is, our landlady loves money and we have to pay plenty of money excluding the accommodation fee. I've asked our landlord to fix the window. I came downstairs and saw my landlord, who seemed very angry. The castle dominates the landscape for miles around. The landscape was beautiful with a lake, a lot of animals, birds, and many flowers. He drives so fast along those narrow country lanes. They're widening the road from 2 to 3 lanes. For example, most buses drive in an extra lane. She has done research into how children acquire language. Language is very important for communication between people. Your lap is the top part of your legs when you are sitting down. Come on kids, sit on my lap and I'll read you a story. Clara opened her eyes and she was sitting on a comfortable sofa in her warm room, and in her lap was a history book. He's 2 laps behind the leaders. The race began and David was second after 25 laps, behind Nilsson's rear bumper. Their complaints have been largely ignored. Until recently, the civil war had been largely unreported in the press. What I'm trying to say is that images, film frames, videos, and sound clips would be largely accepted by the young people because we're moving into a new high-technology age. These appliances have been the key to medical achievements, such as laser-based surgery or different kinds of diagnosis and treatment. Who wants the last piece of cake? The cameras watch everybody in the house 24 hours a day. Every Friday, the public decides who should leave. The last person wins this show. When did you last see her? I think it was July when I last spoke to him. Write back soon and let me know what you have been up to since I heard from you last. At last, I've found a pair of jeans that actually fit. At last, all of us agreed on cinema Farhang. How long will the meeting last? We don't get much sun, enjoy it while it lasts. Most sessions last about an hour. The batteries only last about 5 hours. We saw a new film, Signs, that I liked very much, even though I found it very long. It lasted about 3 hours. 3 extra people to feed, that's the last thing I need. The last thing I wanted was to make you unhappy. Matthew is the last person I'd expect to be interested in dance. He's the last person I'd trust with my keys. I thought it would be the last thing I wanted, but it wasn't. I've really enjoyed this opportunity. I wasn't expecting to win the race, but I didn't think I'd come last. We've still got to check the figures, but we'll do that last. When I reached the other end of the pool, my heart suddenly stopped and I just couldn't move my legs to continue swimming. So, I arrived last. This is Jeremy, this is Kath, and, last but not least, this is Eva. And, last but not least, some complaints were made about the entertainment the cafe provides. We were the last to get there. After a short time, the last of Mrs. O'Connell's guests arrived. I only had my hair cut the week before last. But the year before last I went with my parents on holiday and we had a lot of fun. And lastly, I'd like to thank everyone who took part in the event. Lastly, I'd like to say that it's very kind of you to suggest bringing something back for me. I could come the following day to help you with the last-minute preparations if you want me to. We talked late into the night. As late as the 1980s they were still using horses on this farm. Firstly, he usually starts working at 8 in the morning and he keeps on writing and phoning till late in the evening. Lately, I've been walking to work. I haven't been feeling so well lately. I'm sorry I couldn't write back to you before, but I've been very busy lately. What are you doing later on this evening? Shall I go and fetch her later on? Later on, we could go and have a meal if you like. But later on, I could not believe what actually happened. We could catch a later train. You can always change your password at a later date. He said he'll come at a later date. Building of the new library should begin in the latter part of next year. In the latter stages of the fight he began to tire. I agree with the latter opinion. My boss offered me more money or a car, and I chose the latter. The former is a Chinese restaurant and the latter an Indian. I can't go into work looking like this, everyone will laugh at me. If you say that, people will just laugh at you. All my friends laughed at me. I was embarrassed at the time, but I had a good laugh about it later. There is a beautiful beach there where you can swim, play football and enjoy a good laugh with your friends. She roared with laughter. As we approached the hall we could hear the sound of laughter. There was a roar of laughter. The scheme was launched by the government a year ago. Dear Phil, I was very proud last Monday when you asked me to help you to launch this association. If a company launches a product or service, it makes it available for the first time. The book was launched last February. The airline will launch its new transatlantic service next month. The firm was launching a new product and Peter was the manager in charge of making this product the most desirable thing to buy. Does the camp have laundry facilities? Her name is Martina, she is 21 years old and she studies law in Bologna. There are laws against drinking in the street. The laws governing the possession of firearms are being reviewed. They led the fight to impose laws on smoking. They have passed a new law to ban fox hunting. I think it would be a good idea to let shop owners decide themselves about opening time and not to constrict this by law. What does the law say about having alcohol in the blood while driving? Of course, robbery is against the law. The judge ruled that the directors had knowingly broken the law. You can't take that course of action and remain within the law. As a result, the law is being constantly broken. I want to see my lawyer before I say anything. After that she thanked me and she told me that she is a lawyer. Could you lay the table for me, please? Before she came to my home, I prepared everything perfectly, laying the table with silver spoons, flowers and candles. If an animal lays eggs, it produces them out of its body. The hens have laid a lot of eggs this week. The only thing they can do is to lay eggs. A thick layer of dust lay over everything. There was a thin layer of oil on the surface of the water. We stripped several layers of paint off the door. I think clothes will have many gadgets on them, like a small oxygen mask or a hat designed to protect people from the strong rays of the sun at midday, because the ozone layer will be destroyed in 100 years' time. I could go to the gym, it's just laziness that stops me. Sorry I haven't dropped you a line before now, no excuses really, just laziness. All in all, we spent a lazy holiday there with fine weather and a warm blue sea. I don't know the way, so you'd better lead. She led them down the hall. The waiter led us to our table. Our guide led us through the mountains. She took the child by the hand and led him upstairs to bed. He led the horse out of the stable. The lead performer or lead part in a performance is the main performer or part. Who played the lead role? It was Dave Grohl, the lead singer of Foo Fighters. If something, for example a path or road, leads somewhere, it goes in that direction. That path leads to the beach. There's a track that leads directly to the reservoir. A narrow trail of blood led directly into the cave. I discovered a small path which led to an old castle we had never seen before. After 30 minutes the challengers were leading by 2 goals. With 2 laps to go, Ngomo led by less than 2 seconds. The Lions lead the Hawks 28-9. Marseille led 1-0 versus Milan AC in the match which qualified the winner for the semi-finals. I think we've chosen the right person to lead the expedition. I've asked Gemma to lead the discussion. Who will be leading the inquiry into the accident? I also led a group of people cleaning the wood just outside the city. He was able to lead a normal life despite his illness. Owing to the great speed of technological development, people need to lead a faster life than before. For the first time in the race, Harrison is in the lead. With a final burst of speed she moved into the lead. After last night's win, Johnson has taken the lead in the championship table. By the end of the day's play, Davies had a lead of 3 points. The whole family walked down to the beach, with Mum in the lead. David was in the lead with a revolver tightly held in his hand. The Russian leader wants to introduce further changes. He's a natural leader. She was elected as leader of the campaign group. When I arrived there, the group leader introduced me to all the others, and they all were very friendly. Indeed, hard work plays the leading role concerning both family welfare and the national economy. He was sweeping up leaves in his garden. One of the things that I like about gorillas is that they are strong and they eat leaves, and another thing is that they can move very fast through the trees. I picked up a useful leaflet on how to fill in tax forms. Another idea is to place a table where students, staff, and visitors can find some information about the school and their activities, some leaflets and brochures. Who do you think will win the league championship this year? Liverpool were top of the Football League that year. They are currently bottom of the league. For example, I like live football matches from the Premier League. I don't know how actors manage to learn all those lines. We were told to learn Portia's speech by heart for homework. He was a very famous and popular actor. He's very funny and he shows us very useful tricks to help us learn our roles. We were all shocked to learn of his death. I later learned that The message had never arrived. I only learned about the accident later. I was pleased to learn that you are coming to Switzerland. If a liquid or gas leaks, it comes out of a hole by accident, and if a container leaks, it allows liquid or gas to come out when it should not. Water was leaking from the pipe. Oil leaked out of the car. The tin was leaking. The car leaked oil all over the drive. There is always a possibility why that this tent is leaking. There's water on the floor, we must have a leak. If you suspect a gas leak, phone the emergency number. The theater restaurant was closed because there was a serious leak in a pipe and the kitchen was flooded. She leaned forward and whispered in my ear. He was leaning out of the window. Lean your head back a bit. John loved figures, combining them into long lines, counting them and solving difficult problems. And he had a secret. He saw numbers in different colors. John tried to hide his papers with a book, but Mr. Robinson leaned forward and whispered, "My number 1 is always red." She leaned her head on his shoulder. His spade was leaning against the fence. She turned around and saw this boy leaning against the wall. She'll have to learn that she can't have everything she wants. She soon learned not to contradict him. He's not afraid to learn from his mistakes. I am sure that the organizers will learn from their mistakes and that next year you will enjoy it. She is very shy, so her Japanese didn't improve very rapidly, but she was a very industrious learner. This technique makes learning fun. For the first month in her new job she was on a steep learning curve. THSA events are not only to entertain students, they are also a part of the learning process, as by communicating with each other, students learn the language. If you can't manage to clean the whole house, at least make sure the kitchen is clean. We could go shopping or at least go and have an ice cream somewhere. It's a small house but at least there's a garden. It is not impressive but at least it has some things that I like. I chose the least expensive dish on the menu. This group is the least likely of the 4 to win. Disaster struck when we least expected it. It was the answer she least wanted to hear. Every day was the same and I thought that nothing old change, but I was wrong. Something changed and that something happened on the day I least expected it to. I've met the president, at least, he shook my hand once. But after years of developing my slalom, I wanted to learn something new, so I started hot dogging. Hot dog is great fun. At least, people say so. This is Jeremy, this is Kath, and, last but not least, this is Eva. And, last but not least, some complaints were made about the entertainment the cafe provides. He contributed least to the workshop. I like the green one least of all. He's the relative I like, the least. Giving her a bed for the night was the least I could do. Taking you to the airport was the least I could do for such a good friend. She earns the least money of all of us. I spent the least time on the third question. My favorite way to travel is by plane, because I think that the most important point when you are traveling is to arrive at your destination in the least time. I'll never leave you. She left him for a younger man. Jose, who is a bus driver, was very unhappy, because his girlfriend had left him. Leave that chair where it is. Don't leave any lights on, will you? I'll have to go back, I think I've left the iron on. You can leave the window open. Leave me alone. I'm trying to work. I asked him to leave me alone and unplugged the phone. We went to a lecture on Italian art. Who's giving the lecture this afternoon? The film will start at 9:30 p.m., so you could reach us after your lectures at the university in the pub near the cinema. In addition, my lecturers can't give me particular explanations for my questions. I had some roasted chicken pieces with some leek and broccoli and roasted potatoes, and Jan had his favorite spaghetti with cream sauce. Unless I hear from you within 10 days, I shall have to take legal advice on the matter. Is abortion legal in your country? Can anybody say how any enterprise should or must work? Is it legal? Children under 16 are not legally allowed to buy cigarettes. He already had a driving license, so by that time he could legally drive his own Ferrari. The dance was based on several Hindu legends. She is writing a thesis on Irish legend and mythology. Legend has it that he always wore his boots in bed. You know I'm fond of medieval tales and legends, so while we're in Scotland, let's visit a haunted castle. If a bank lends money, it gives money to someone who then pays the money back in small amounts over a period. The bank refuses to lend to students. The bank agreed to lend him $5,000. Most people only have a limited amount of leisure time. The town lacks leisure facilities such as a swimming pool or squash courts. Reading is my favorite leisure activity. I've already read 15 books this year. The boat is 10 meters in length. The length of the bay is approximately 200 miles. The new one has a length of 2.10 meters. He is unable to concentrate on his work for any length of time. We will need you to start the talk at 7 p.m. with a length of 1 hour. We saw leopards in their natural habitat. We saw different kinds of animals like a leopard, a buffalo, and so on. We've more or less finished work on the house. He more or less admitted he'd done it. The new window will cost $500 more or less. I will now give you some information, so that you know more or less what you can expect. There is a lesson for all parents in this tragic accident. My parents made me pay back all the money and it was a lesson I never forgot. We can learn important lessons from this disaster. I think he learned a valuable lesson. I'm not going out without my umbrella again, I've learned my lesson. She learned her lesson and she won't go out before an exam anymore. She wanted to go but her parents wouldn't let her. He decided to let his hair grow long. Let your shoes dry completely before putting them on. I'm letting you stay up late, just this once. Don't let it worry you. I hope my parents let me go with you to New York. They won't let us pass the gate. The roof lets in a lot of rain. I had got so drunk that I could not control myself, so the doorman would not let me in. Let me carry your cases. Mix the lettuce and tomatoes together. It contains 2 burgers, cheese, lettuce, tomato, and anything else that you want to put in it. Inflation is going to rise 2% from its present level. Chess requires a very high level of concentration. There is some danger of low-level radiation. Your body requires a high level of nutrients to keep body functions working smoothly. The water level in the lake is much higher after heavy rain. Also, due to global warming, sea levels might rise and the risk of flooding will also rise. Make sure the camera is level before you take the picture. Before I fix it to the wall, would you say this shelf was level? He's such a liar, you can't trust a word he says. You liar, I never touched it. The plan works, the jury thinks that the wife is a notorious liar and her husband is found innocent. For most citizens, liberty means the freedom to practice their religious or political beliefs. Hundreds of political prisoners are to be given their liberty. Of the 10 men who escaped this morning from Dartmoor prison, only 2 are still at liberty. Personally, I think a zoo is a cruel way to imprison them after such a long period of time when they have been useful to man, who is now depriving them of their liberty, preventing them from hunting and forcing them to eat what they are given. He licked the chocolate off his fingers. She licked the stamps and stuck them on the parcel. As soon as I come home, she jumps on me and licks my face. Princess is my ideal dog. Can you get the lid off this jar? Put a lid on the saucepan. How many lives will be lost to AIDS? A simple mixture of glucose and water can save lives in many parts of the world. Finally, if you witness an accident, you should inform the police quickly, which can save lives. Dictionary example, she's so full of life. Above all, I like children very much because the wiry full of life and always make a great impression on me when I have a chat with them. A pen lay on the desk. There were papers lying all over the floor. I hurried into the airport to find my suitcase lying in one corner. The river lies 30 kilometers to the south. Cambridge United are lying third in the league. It lies in the south of the Czech Republic and it's a lovely place where you can spend your holiday. Are you lying to me? Don't trust her, she's lying. I suspect he lies about his age. She lied to me and said she could not come with me because she had work. I told a lie when I said I liked her haircut. The e-mail was full of lies about things that I had never done. Recently, I've enjoyed watching programs about sea life. You lead an exciting life. I left home at 16 to see life. Teaching has been her whole life. I never talk about my private life. We interviewed senior politicians, famous writers, and others in public life. The film is about family life. She told us all about her way of life in Japan. He told me about his hobbies, his way of life, and especially about his love of learning languages. He doesn't have a very healthy lifestyle. I would like to go on an adventure like this, with a group of people with different backgrounds, cultures, and lifestyles. We'll see a tremendous lot of technological changes during/in our lifetime. Winners of the competition will receive the holiday of a lifetime. I've only been working here 2 days, but it seems like a lifetime. A watch of this quality should last a lifetime. Marriage is no longer always seen as a lifetime commitment. I'm sure you would love it, meeting so many famous musicians, who you might meet only once in a lifetime. Could you help me lift this table, please? Could you lift your chair a bit? I've got my bag caught under it. She lifted the cup to her lips. Light was streaming in through the open door. It's a north-facing room, so it doesn't get much light. We spent some wonderful days admiring the famous bright Nordic light which has made Shahjahan so popular amongst painters. It gets light very early these summer mornings. Summer is coming and the evenings are getting lighter. Let's finish the work while it's still light enough to see. In the centre of the town, streets are narrow and in many cases, they aren't light enough. A light wind was blowing. The traffic was quite light, so we got through London quickly. It's only light rain, you don't need an umbrella. I don't eat much for lunch, just a light snack. I can't get the cooker to light. He lit his 5th cigarette in half an hour. We put up the tents and lit the fire. The stage had been lit with candles. Fireworks lit up the sky. Lightning lit up my bedroom and I saw a shadow moving outside the house. Can I borrow your lighter? It's a silver lighter, with a little spider on, that my best friend bought me for my birthday. We have put some lighting in the garden. I fixed the lighting on the ceiling and attached several spotlights to the walls. She patted him lightly on the shoulder. The weather here is wonderful, the sun is shining, the wind is blowing lightly, and the sky is also clear, blue. That tree was struck by lightning. She changed her clothes with lightning speed. We were sitting in the car when the lightning hit the roof. She looks best in bright colors, like red and pink. We have visited beautiful places like Chile, Patagonia, Iguazu. It looks like I'm going to be in the office until late tonight. It sounds to me like you ought to change jobs. You look like you've just got out of bed. She acts like she's stupid. It sounds like your trousers are really pretty, I would like to see them soon. What are your top 5 likes and dislikes? The teacher asked about our families, friends, and likes and dislikes, and then the lesson finished. That's just like Maisie to turn up half an hour late to her own party. It's not like you to be so quiet, are you all right? The band practiced like mad before their first concert. It was raining like mad, so we were wet to the skin. Do remind me because I'm likely to forget. I suppose that might happen, but it's not very likely. It's quite/very likely that we'll be in Spain this time next year. They start thinking that the suitcase is likely to contain a bomb. Is there a limit on the amount of money you can claim? I think we ought to put a limit on the amount of time we can spend on the project. There's a limit to the number of times I can stop what I'm doing just so I can help him. We set a time limit of 30 minutes for the test. I always watch this program it's really interesting for anyone who enjoys cooking. Usually 2 chefs come in and prepare the food, and they have a time limit. I've been asked to limit my speech to 10 minutes maximum. Having so little money to spend on an apartment does limit you in your choice. In general, kids and teenagers are, at home, allowed to do almost anything they want. WHH sometimes put parents in a very difficult position when trying to establish rules in order to limit the freedom of the young. I like warm Colorado URs, orange and yellow, but my choices are limited for outdoor clothes. Places on the bus are limited to 50, so book early. Free places on the course will be available for a limited period of time. Above all, is it possible to enjoy the offer in September, or is it limited to July? The same line is repeated throughout the poem. Can you read the next line, please, Sonia? In no more than 10 lines, my mother explained that she was moving to Brasilia, the capital of our country, and that she would take me and my brother with her. The train was delayed, apparently due to leaves on the line. The Northern Line is the worst on the London Underground. The train line is closed between London and Lambton, so now you have to use ABC coaches, which is also Jaipur. I'm afraid your line's been disconnected because your last bill hasn't been paid. If you want to air your opinions live on the radio, the lines will be open from 8 o'clock. I've got Chris Foster on the line for you. Do you want to take it now or call her back later? Please hold the line. I'll see if she's available. I have been told that if I also get a modem and connect to my telephone line and the PC, I could get in contact with different kinds of bulletin boards that your members use. A fight broke out behind me as we lined up to receive our food rations. The soldiers lined us up against a wall and I thought they were going to shoot us. A lot of customers had lined up after me. Click on this link to visit our online bookstore. An au pair friend of mine has given me a link to an au pair homepage. There's a direct link between diet and heart disease. Their links with Britain are still strong. There is a direct bus link between the two locations. This is bus line number 6. The explosions are not thought to be linked in any way. The use of CFCs has been linked to the hole in the ozone layer. The technological revolution taking place today can be directly linked to the amazing evolution of communication. She kissed me on the lips. He licked his lips. We went to a restaurant and when I had to leave, he kissed me on my lips. Mercury is a liquid at room temperature. Inside there were 3 samples of a nasty purple liquid. I've listed some useful reading material on the handout. I listed some reasons why we should apply for this job. I told you she wouldn't like it, but you wouldn't listen to me. I did complain many times, but he wouldn't listen to me. They were responsible for literally millions of deaths. Sometimes they literally go mad, they bite their mates or even kill their own children. Since I am aware of your interest in literature, I have chosen a literary figure. Wuthering Heights is a classic of English literature. He has studied English literature at Cambridge University. The streets were full of litter. There is a lot of litter on the streets. They argue over every little thing. She gets really stressed by little problems. There is only one little problem. Unfortunately, the rooms are single. There seems little hope of a ceasefire. They have very little money. There's so little choice. In his opinion, being a teacher is a very bad way to earn money because you have a lot of work to do and earn very little money. It just needs a little effort. Hi Sam, I need a little help from you. I need to borrow your bicycle, because someone stole mine. I could only hear a little of what they were saying. He does as little as possible at work. There's not much flour left, but you're welcome to the what little there is. She slept very little that night. We did very little on Sunday. He told them how animals were treated by human beings, they had to work a lot and were fed very little. It'll only take a little while to finish this. Let's have a little break. It's only a little way to the school. I was on a phone for a little while and the lights went out, who knows why? Oh, What a sweet little house. It's not a bad little restaurant, this, is it? He's a nasty little man. Little by little, the boy learned to trust us. However, as the time went by, I couldn't but feel my dream disappearing little by little. There's only a little further to go. I'm a little surprised by my popularity. It's hard work teaching a class of lively children. They take a lively interest in their grandchildren. There was some lively discussion at the meeting. Paris is very lively all day long and at night. He has something wrong with his liver. The odd glass of wine is fine, but every day is damaging and can ruin your liver. He is probably the best known living architect. Environmental protection activists point out that living creatures shouldn't be deprived of their natural background, and most endangered species could be saved from extinction by creating more national parks. What do you do for a living? You can earn/make a good living in sales if you have the right attitude. You should try to earn a living from painting. I've got a load of work to get through before tomorrow. There were loads of people there. Have some more food, there's loads. She looks loads better with her new haircut. We went to loads of beautiful places. The maximum load for this elevator is 8 persons. One truck involved in the accident was carrying a heavy load of coal. Quite honestly, I think that you are pulling too big a load. Thus the situation was rather dramatic. The lorry had to be loaded before the sun rose. You need to load this program onto your computer. The shopkeeper loaded 12 games onto it, which I chose. I was often sent by my mother to the next shop to buy a loaf of bread, some milk, and sometimes fruit and vegetables. She's trying to get a 30,000 loan to start her own business. We could apply for/take out a loan to buy a car. From the program they learn a lot about funding or getting a loan from a bank. I'll meet you in the lobby at 5:30. He unpacked his things, took a shower and went to the lobby to wait for Hannah. Most of the local population depend on fishing for their income. Our children all go to the local school. Many local shops will be forced to close if the new supermarket is built. You could go walking in the countryside, try water sports, enjoy the local food, especially the galettes, and visit the city of Rennes. Our office is located in the city center. It's located in the heart of Puebla and it's really wonderful. Police are still trying to locate the suspect. He tried to locate the wall and took a calm step forward. The hotel is in a lovely location overlooking the lake. A map showing the location of the property will be sent to you. The village is in a peaceful location, within minutes of a safe lake, and an hour from a pretty town. Thieves got in by smashing the lock off the door. I put my 10 in the drawer with a lock the day before. Don't forget to lock the door when you go out. If you shut the door, it will lock automatically. Yesterday at about 11:10 p.m. I went to lock my garage. She locked herself in her bedroom. Most of my jewelry is locked away in a safe. When Mary asked her not to reveal the secret, Pat ran away, went home, and locked herself in her bedroom. I tried to log in as normal but nothing happened. Well, you need a computer and you have to log on to the internet. We were all asked to log off while some changes were made to the system. I know that most students just log off the computers, but they are still switch ed on and use energy. When someone is logical and smart and loves life, he is not in danger when he drives a car. That strange-looking man was wearing a black jumper, blue jeans, black trainers, and a black baseball cap with the white Nike logo. If they had not been there, I would have been very lonely. A lonely place is a long way from where people live. In this lonely place strange things happened. We've been walking all day long. Oh, I almost forgot to tell you about my Japanese stones where I listen to music all day long. I can come as long as I can leave by 4:00. Bring your friends by all means, just so long as I know how many are coming. The Colorado URs I wear are not important, as long as I don't wear any pink clothes. I really dislike that Colorado UR. The cinema is no longer used. She doesn't work here any longer. The main reason is that my wife got pregnant and therefore a one-bedroom house is no longer suitable for us. They'll be home before very long. Before long they realized that most of the animals which lived there could be big bullets in Europe. This decision may make financial sense now, but it will have serious consequences in the long term. I understand this is a big investment, but I can see the advantage of easier communication and a better environment. In the long term this will be more economical for us. I've also made some long distance calls which I'd like to pay for. I was deeply impressed by the long-term cooperation between the zoo and the school. He looked like a drug addict. That building looks just like a giant gherkin. It was dark on the street, but I remember what the thief looked like. It looks like there'll only be 3 of us going on Sunday. It looks as if it's going to rain. It's cold and I think I will have to buy an umbrella because it looks as if it'll rain. She gave him a look of real dislike. Take a good look at this picture and see if you recognize anyone. Can I have a look at your dictionary? I went to have a look and I was very surprised. I had another look for the watch, but couldn't find it. Should I have a look for cheap hotels? Bradley looked as if he had seen a ghost. She looked as though she was going to cry. The dress is made of bright blue silk, it's long and looks as if it was made for a queen. The garden looks south. This window looks out onto the lake. I would like a room which looks out onto the garden. She had a worried look about her. She gave me a questioning look. China was attacking France, everyone started screaming, and the look of panic on my history teacher's face was almost funny. They liked the look of the hotel, but it was too expensive. I don't like the look of that fence. We have to make it more attractive to them by improving the look of our town. Wear comfortable, loose clothing to your exercise class. I even like wearing loose t-shirts. Her hair was hanging loose about her shoulders. The nails in the bridge had worked themselves loose. There were some loose wires hanging out of the wall. I now wear my long hair loose and I have dyed it black. Millions of young men lost their lives in the war. A man who has experience after a lot of years driving is less likely to lose his life in an accident than another new driver. I'm rapidly losing interest in the whole subject. He kept on crying and I lost my patience. Moreover, the microphone suddenly wouldn't work anymore, and even though I desperately tried to speak up, people began to lose interest in both my speech and me and simply started to talk to each other instead. The children behaved so badly that I lost my temper. Yesterday, I must confess, I lost my temper with my son. 4 million hours were lost last year through stress-related illnesses. We lost valuable time stuck in traffic. Because of illness, she lost the chance of a place in the team. You lose a lot of time when you have to find a place to park. We lost touch over the years. When he went into the information center, he saw Mary, who he used to go out with. For some reason, they had lost touch with each other. I've lost track of how much we've spent. Time passed like an arrow and they lost track of time until they realized it started to getting dark. She had a bad cold and was losing her voice. I immediately became agitated and at the precise moment of my speech I lost my voice completely. When the lorries of the recycling service don't come on time, there are piles of papers and plastic bottles outside our block of flats. At least 600 staff will lose their jobs if the firm closes. He lost his leg in a car accident. She lost her mother last year. Actually, I lost my job last week. If we lose this game, we're out of the championship. They're losing 3-1. They lost to Arsenal. Everyone hates losing an argument. They hadn't lost an election in 15 years. We were in the final, but we lost it. I'm trying to lose weight. He's losing his hair. I want to borrow your bicycle because I am getting fat and I needed to do some training to lose weight. Many parents feel a sense of loss when their children leave home. He suffered a gradual loss of memory. They never got over the loss of their son. And so John remained alone, haunted by the terrible loss. If something is lost, no one knows where it is. Things tend to get lost when you move house. Lost, a black cat with white paws. Mikey turned up with the lost book. He went to that tree and it was, the lost suitcase. We always do the lottery on Saturdays. I got a phone call from a lottery company and they said I had won the lottery with a $100 million prize. Could you speak a little louder, please? I cried louder. If you say or read something out loud, you say or read it so that other people can hear you. I had to read the essay out loud in front of the whole school. She wouldn't accept it, so I read it out loud for her to hear. Director, Jason Meyer, and producer, Sammy Woods, are receiving. They were all talking loudly. The only thing is that he fell asleep at the end of the day and he was snoring loudly. Nothing is as strong as the love you have for your kids. I'm seeing Laura next week. Oh, please give her my love. He's madly in love with her. She fell in love with her friend's brother. I've been seeing him over a year now. Is it love? How's your love life these days? I fell in love with him. He was the love of my life. She was my first love. It was from the love of my life. I don't share my boyfriend's love of sport. Music is one of her greatest loves. Both of them symbolize courage, love of justice, fight for freedom, which makes them look like heroes. If two people are lovers, they have a sexual relationship but they are not married. They were friends before they became lovers. She had a string of lovers before her marriage finally broke up. I was reading Romeo and Juliet by W. Shakespeare when I suddenly decided to leave and visit Verona, the lover's city. Brazil is a very big country and perfect for nature lovers. When I stay at home, I wear jeans, t-shirts, and trainers or low shoes. Temperatures can fall as low as -20 degrees. Can you turn the heating a bit lower? The lights are down low. I have rather a low opinion of him. However, it is necessary to add that few people could afford much food because of poverty and the low quality of life which they had. Right after I had said that, I noticed that someone was pointing at me with a gun, and a low voice said, "If I were you I wouldn't move, follow me." They lowered the coffin into the grave. Heavily pregnant by now, she lowered herself carefully into the chair. He lowered his eyes in embarrassment when he saw me. But when she asked who wanted to be a cleaner, nobody raised his hand and I felt so ashamed that I lowered my head. Interest rates have been lowered again. Boil for 5 minutes, then lower the heat and simmer for half an hour. Please lower your voice. We will never lower our standards. This should be done by lowering taxes and preparing other incentives for potential investors. Jack has been a loyal worker in this company for almost 50 years. When all her other friends deserted her, Steve remained loyal. She's very loyal to her friends. One of the most beautiful things in the world is true and loyal friendship. His loyalty was never in question. Her loyalty to the cause is impressive. What I can say is that pets are ideal when they obey and show loyalty to you. Have you had any luck with booking your flight? He tried to get into Harvard but with no luck. Then I met this gorgeous woman and I couldn't believe my luck. As you might suppose, I couldn't believe my luck when I found out that I'd won first prize in the competition. Luckily, I had some money with me. Luckily, the weather was nice. If an object is lucky, some people believe that it gives you luck. I chose 6, it's my lucky number. I lost my lucky pencil. People suffering from lung diseases go there to be cured. I'm staying in a luxury hotel overlooking the sea. You're mad to walk home alone at this time of night. He must be mad spending so much money on a t-shirt. Some of the things she does are completely mad. But then my other friends came to where we were and said the same thing. I think they were all mad. They only met a month ago but he's mad about her. Joe's mad about skiing. You know, I hate pink, but my mother is really mad about pink. I think I must be going mad. He went mad with grief. Do I look like some mad old woman in this hat? The movie was about a guy that was mad. A day off work is such a luxury. I think that to have this museum is a luxury for our city and we must visit it. I've downloaded the lyrics of that song you like. One of the greatest of these musicians is Caetano Veloso, whose lyrics and melodies touch the hearts and souls of music lovers in Brazil and all around the world. The band practiced like mad before their first concert. It was raining like mad, so we were wet to the skin. "Can I help you, madam?" An old woman came in the shop and quietly put my suitcase near to me and she said, "Excuse me, madam, it's your suitcase. I saw somebody take it." "Dear madam, I am writing to inform you." "Dear sir or madam, with reference to your newspaper report of July 17th, I am writing to correct some points in this report. The witch put a magic spell on the prince and turned him into a frog. There's no magic solution to the problem. No one could fail to enjoy the magic of this wonderful city. But everyone was thinking of the elections and couldn't feel the magic of Christmas Day. It was a magical night. The setting for the concert was quite magical. I think you should go to Krakow, a beautiful, old city with original, historical monuments, works of art and many cafes and jazz clubs with a magical atmosphere. We cherish the belief in a magical force outside ourselves which sooner or later will deliver us these dreams. They live in a magnificent old house." He gave a magnificent performance. Next, we went to A4ESTI and the middle was a lake and the side was magnificent. The main airport is 15 miles from the capital. One of the main reasons I came to England was to study the language. You'll find the main points of my proposal in the report. Our main aim/objective is to improve the company's productivity. The main problem in the health service is lack of resources. However, the main reason, I must admit, was that I wanted to meet new people, make new friends, and the college is the best place for meeting interesting people. You're happy and that's the main thing. The main thing is to be happy and to love yourself. The waitresses are mainly French. They argued that the tax will mainly benefit the rich. I often wear jeans, mainly blue jeans. The army has been brought in to maintain order in the region. We have standards to maintain. The two countries have maintained close links over the years. To sum up, I consider that although the role of footballers is less important than the need for doctors, they should not be paid less than doctors, in order to maintain the high quality of this game. A large house costs a lot to maintain. The roads generally are very poorly maintained. Due to my education and my experience in maintaining machines, I am sure that I can do a good job in your club. Old houses require too much maintenance. I need a garden that's very low maintenance. Many people can't afford to have a car as maintenance is very expensive. This is a major problem for people in this region. Sugar is a major cause of tooth decay. America has played a major role in the peace process. Citrus fruits are a major source of vitamin C. There has been a major change in attitudes recently. Some major changes are really necessary. The majority of our employees have university degrees. A large majority of people approve of the death sentence. The vast majority of smokers claim they would like to give up. However, the majority of the teachers found that buying movies was not a good idea. What made you change your mind? He really makes me laugh. This photograph makes me look about 80. It makes me so angry when he says that. This heat makes me very tired. It's so funny and it makes me laugh. I made him tidy his room. You can't make him go if he doesn't want to. I could make him wait a little. I haven't made up my mind whether to apply for the job yet. They couldn't make their minds up about where to go on holiday. The place was so dirty that I made up my mind to change it by buying something useful. I'm afraid I can't make the meeting this afternoon. She made it to the airport just in time to catch her plane. My car is broken so I can't make it. Joe made a face when he saw what was for lunch. Making a face, I slapped my forehead. He finds it difficult to make friends. He's made friends with a boy in his class called Alex. Although I didn't know anyone in this club, I immediately made friends with Maria and Rosaria. She makes around $50,000 a year as a doctor.